Mr. Chun, the 100 orders of fried chicken family buckets you requested have been delivered. Mr. Chun, the 100 orders of roasted duck you reserve have arrived. General Manager Chun, your order of 10,000 tons of pork has reached its destination. Known as the Sovereign of the Void, Chen Luo, armed with unparalleled survival instincts, outlasted all survivors, leaving the world devoid of humanity, save for monsters. Finding life devoid of meaning, Chen Luo dug a pit to bury himself. It was not that he could not survive, but rather that he no longer wished to live. Upon awakening, Chen Luo was astonished to discover that he had been reborn a month prior to the apocalypse, along with the spatial abilities he had cultivated in his previous life. Without further ado, he resolved to stockpile 1,000,000,000 supplies. Why stockpile so much? Chen Luo expressed his desire to adopt a different approach in this life, to establish a stronghold and play the role of a leader, seeing if he could successfully navigate this apocalypse. Chapter 1. Stockpiling 10,000 tons of pork. Mr. Chun, the 100 orders of fried chicken family buckets you requested have been delivered at the appointed time. On a narrow road near the outskirts, Chen Luo glanced at the delivery vehicle and instructed, "Load it onto my truck and arrange it neatly." The vehicle Chen Luo prepared was a small truck, more than sufficient to accommodate 100 family buckets of fried chicken. The delivery personnel, having completed their task, smiled in response. Originally, they did not offer loading services, but due to the generous payment Chen Luo provided, they agreed to this arrangement after half a month of such orders. No sooner had the delivery of fried chicken departed than the duck delivery arrived. Mr. Chun, the 100 orders of roasted duck you requested have arrived. After both groups departed, Chen Luo surveyed his surroundings, climbed into the truck, and witnessed the miraculous disappearance of the freshly delivered fried chicken and roasted duck. They had not vanished. Rather, they had been transported into Chen Luo's spatial realm. He needed to clear space in the truck, as many more deliveries were yet to come. The spatial realm was not expansive, roughly the size of 20 soccer fields, with a height of 20 meters. Within this realm, time stood still. Even after 20 years, any fried chicken or roasted duck retrieved would remain fresh and steaming. 3 days prior, Chen Luo was astonished to find himself transported back from 12 years into the apocalypse to 1 month before its onset. What was in highest demand during the apocalypse? Supplies. More precisely, food. Food is paramount. Who can endure without it? This damned apocalypse led to an acute scarcity of resources, and even the Sovereign of the Void, Chen Luo, often faced hunger amidst the chaos. The food available was either fast food long past its expiration date or the bitter, sour flesh of mutated creatures. 27 days later, for reasons unknown, the apocalypse erupted, transforming 80% of humanity into zombies. Among the remaining humans, at least 90% perished at the hands of the zombies. The survivors began to evolve at varying rates, developing supernatural abilities, encompassing physical, elemental, and mental domains. Chen Luo possessed the exceedingly rare spatial abilities, his innate talent earning him the title of Sovereign of the Void, rendering him unrivaled in prowess. Mastering the art of void walking, Chen Luo's survival skills were unparalleled, his combat abilities exceptional, and his capacity for self-preservation unmatched. In the face of danger, he could simply vanish. As Chen Luo persisted in his survival, he came to the disheartening realization that he had outlasted all other survivors. The world was now inhabited solely by increasingly bizarre monsters, devoid of any semblance of his own kind. In this apocalyptic era, human hearts are inscrutable, yet the profound solitude of being the only person left in the world weighed heavily upon Chen Luo. Unable to bear this solitude any longer, he decided that life held little meaning, and he sought refuge in a grave of his own making. It was not that Chen Luo could not survive, but rather that he had lost the will to live. Upon awakening, he discovered that he had been reborn. The extraordinary space he had created in his previous life still existed, allowing him unfettered access to supplies. However, all other supernatural abilities had vanished. Chen Luo found himself perplexed by the events transpiring within him, yet he could not muster the motivation to ponder them further. The only thing in this world that deserved appreciation was exquisite cuisine, and he promptly set about stockpiling provisions. 3 minutes later, a voice announced, "Mr. Chun, the dishes you ordered have arrived." Chen Luo had specifically sought out several renowned restaurants celebrated for their culinary delights, arranging for them to deliver 100 meticulously packaged meals. All of these dishes were among Chen Luo's favorites: pickled fish, chicken stewed with mushrooms, beer duck, sweet and sour ribs, braised crucian carp, and more, all crafted by master chefs. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, it was absurd to even contemplate the notion of enjoying such meals, let alone actually consuming them. Craving these delicacies? One could only dream of them. A mere piece of bread could incite fierce conflict. Chen Luo had once engaged in a bloody battle over a single sausage. If someone were to provide him with a substantial dish, he would readily comply with any request. The deprivation had been unbearable. Indeed, in less than an hour, 500 substantial dishes were transported into Chen Luo's supernatural space. Prior to the onset of the apocalypse, he would frequently indulge in such acquisitions whenever he had the opportunity. This peculiar method of ordering food might seem odd, yet Chen Luo was unfazed. He neither stole nor robbed. He intended to donate the provisions to orphanages, construction workers, or perhaps indulge in them himself, for amusement. Were it not for the peculiar nature of ordering 1,000 portions and the inefficiency of the restaurants, Chen Luo would have undoubtedly purchased even more. At that moment, his phone rang. Mr. Chen, the first batch of your 10,000 tons of pork, 2,000 tons, is about to arrive at the cold storage. Would you like to come and take a look? Chen Luo replied that he would be there shortly. Indeed, Chen Luo had ordered 10,000 tons of pork, but that was merely the beginning. He had also requested 2,000 tons each of beef and lamb, along with 5,000 tons of chicken, duck, and fish. After the apocalypse, the ability to cook was not extinguished. With fresh ingredients, anything could be prepared. Shortly after the catastrophe, the power grid failed, rendering even the finest ingredients unsustainable. Chen Luo did not master his supernatural space until 2 years later, by which time there would be no ingredients left for him to preserve. How much could be loaded onto a small truck in successive waves? Most importantly, the cost-effectiveness was not favorable. Pork was inexpensive, and it was a staple among the populace. Thus, Chen Luo stockpiled the most of it. At a wholesale price of 9.6 per pound, 10,000 tons amounted to less than 200 million. Were it not for financial constraints, Chen Luo would have desired to hoard 100,000 tons. Chen Luo lamented, "I have encountered a stroke of good fortune. Had this been 2 years ago, when the price of pork approached 50, it would have been nearly impossible to procure any, even with money." Once his supplies were amassed, Chen Luo would seek an opportune moment to transfer them all into his supernatural space. Upon arriving at the cold storage, Mr. Wang, the trade company executive handling Chen Luo's substantial order, greeted him with a broad smile. Chen Luo remarked, "Once the unloading is complete, I will proceed to transfer the payment." Mr. Wang's smile widened even further as he responded, "No rush, no rush." Chen Luo simply smiled in return, not taking it to heart. He had paid a deposit of 10% for this shipment, with payments to be made in increments, 70% upon delivery and the remaining 30% a month later. If it were feasible, Chen Luo would have preferred to achieve his goals with minimal investment, yet he was not well acquainted with them, and Mr. Wang lacked the capability to front the costs. Chen Luo called over the hired butchers, Old Zhang and Old Li, instructing them, "Old Zhang, Old Li, pay close attention. Do not allow them to deceive you with decades-old frozen meat." Old Zhang, his face quivering with layers of flesh, chuckled, "General Chen, rest assured, having slaughtered pigs for decades, I can discern the precise moment of their demise with just a glance at the meat." Chen Luo jested, "Having lived for over 20 years, I can ascertain whether there is electricity in a circuit with merely a touch of my hand." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, followed by a chorus of hearty laughter. General Chen is quite the comedian. After unloading the cargo, Chen Luo and President Wang of the trading company completed their bank transactions, and just as they bid farewell, his phone rang once more. An exasperated voice erupted from the phone. "Chen Luo, you sold shares worth over 3 billion for a mere 1 billion. You fail to inform me of such a significant matter. Do you not regard your elder uncle with any respect?" Chapter 2. The first of the Lightning Systems K9. Valued at 3 billion. The shares were sold for a mere 1 billion. Was this not the epitome of sheer folly? These shares were bequeathed to Chen Luo by his parents, originally constituting 42 of the Chen Group. Over the span of 6 years, this proportion dwindled to 17. The initial worth of these shares exceeded 70 billion, yet they now languish at a meager 30 billion. While it is understandable that a reduction in shareholding may occur due to the necessity of financing for the group's development, the failure of their value to appreciate and its subsequent plummet is utterly unacceptable. Chen Luo's uncle, Chen Jianan, under the guise of investment, has orchestrated significant losses. What appears as a deficit on the surface merely shifts funds into another pocket of his. In his past life, during the onset of the apocalypse, Chen Luo was but a naive 21-year-old, ill-equipped to contend with the cunning Chen Jianan, and thus found himself ensnared by his uncle's machinations. In this rebirth, it is no small challenge for Chen Luo to divest these shares at a fair price, for an agreement bestows Chen Jianan, the major shareholder, with the right of first refusal on Chen Luo's shares. Only if Chen Jianan declines can Chen Luo sell to others. The moment Chen Luo hints at selling, Chen Jianan will undoubtedly delay proceedings and exert all efforts to suppress the price, potentially reducing its value to below 10 billion in Chen Luo's hands. This would waste precious time. Although there remains almost a month before the apocalypse descends, Chen Luo cannot afford to squander time on this matter. Without capital, who would sell you anything? With no time to dally with Chen Jianan, Chen Luo sought out a well-connected young nobleman. Offloading the 30 billion shares for a mere 10 billion, with the stipulation of receiving the funds by the following day. This maneuver, however, invites peril. For the young man of considerable background, agreeing to Chen Luo's terms would guarantee profit at least 10 billion from this transaction. When Chen Jianan caught wind of this news, his fury was palpable. Come to the group for a discussion, he demanded over the phone. Though reluctant to meet Chen Jianan, Chen Luo acquiesced. Otherwise, peace would elude him for the month ahead. Chen Luo, if you feel threatened, simply blink. Chen Jianan feigned a sorrowful demeanor. Indeed, it pained him to consider that if he operated for a few more years, he could have left Chen Luo destitute. And now, Chen Luo had simply sold out. This contravened their agreement, but did such matters hold weight for some? With a facade of respect towards his elder, Chen Luo's heart surged with murderous intent. 6 years prior, his parents perished in a car accident due to brake failure, a scheme meticulously orchestrated by none other than Chen Jianan, his own uncle. This revelation came from Chen Jianan's son, Chen Fei, after the apocalypse. With a sardonic smile, Chen Luo replied, "Uncle, I am not being threatened. I have a premonition that pork prices will soar once more. 50 per pound is not a dream. If so, the 10 billion I invest in pork could escalate to 50 billion. No, let us dare to dream bigger. 100 per pound is not impossible." Chen Luo was not fabricating. Indeed, post-apocalypse, acquiring food with money would become a futile endeavor. 100,000 per pound, if one is fortunate enough to find a seller. Chen Jianan's jaw dropped in disbelief at Chen Luo's words, astonished by such sheer folly. What a ridiculous dream to entertain. You weren't this foolish before. After his initial shock, Chen Jianan chuckled, remarking, "Little Luo, why not sell to me for 15 billion? Chen Luo shrugged, "Apologies, uncle, but I have already sold to someone else. The contract is signed. It would be impossible to repurchase from that nobleman." Furrowing his brow, Chen Jianan recognized that this nobleman possessed a formidable background and would not yield to negotiations easily. Any attempt to buy back the shares would certainly incur substantial losses. Chen Luo, busy and distracted, noticed his phone ringing. With an apologetic expression, he stepped to the window to answer, his heart racing upon seeing the caller ID. Could it be? A young woman's voice emerged from the device. "Mr. Chen, we have made progress in locating the black dog with fur, missing one ear, that you commissioned us to find. A photo has been sent to you for confirmation." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's breath quickened. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, board enthusiasts had ranked the various powers of ability users. The foremost of the spatial abilities was, naturally, Chen Luo himself. The top fire user was known as the Blood Rose, while the first of the lightning system was a dog dubbed the Lightning Law King. Humans transformed into zombies, while others evolved to acquire abilities. Among flora and fauna, there existed non-zombie creatures that could also develop powers. Animals, however, generally lacked the aptitude of humans, though exceptions did arise, such as the Lightning Law King. This was a dog that had not succumbed to the zombie plague, a living specimen of canine flesh, attracting many who desired to exploit it. Yet, nobody succeeded, save for Chen Luo, who faced dire consequences for his attempts. Thus, the dog earned the title of Lightning Law King. The second-ranked lightning user, Frenzied Thunder, bristled at the notion of a dog being included in the rankings. What nonsense! Am I to be compared to a mere dog? Later events would reveal that, indeed, some are not even worthy of being compared to a dog. The Lightning Law King, an unclaimed canine, had been spotted before the apocalypse in a dog meat restaurant in a magical city, where it was noted to be a black dog missing an ear, presumably the Lightning Law King. Upon his rebirth, Chen Luo was immediately drawn to this matter, promising a reward of 1 million to the finder. This remuneration was no trifling sum, rivaling that of a certain principal searching for his beloved pet. Eagerly, Chen Luo checked his phone. Indeed, a photo had arrived, a black dog with a somewhat listless demeanor and sorrowful eyes. Chen Luo's pupils contracted. Having ambushed the Lightning Law King multiple times and experienced the taste of its flesh, he was all too familiar with it. Alas, Chen Luo craved dog meat. After indulging, regret consumed him. Lacking spices and culinary skill, he resorted to boiling it with a pinch of salt. The flavor was simply exquisite. The black dog in the photo bore a striking resemblance to the Lightning Law King, the missing left ear serving as irrefutable evidence. A smile crept across Chen Luo's face. "Oh, Law King, in this life, you shall never lack for sustenance. Shall we become companions? I promise to treat you well and provide for you abundantly. Just wait. I am coming to rescue you, and I hope you will accept me as your master." Chapter 3. The Enigmatic Spirit. With his phone stowed away, Chen Luo could hardly contain his eagerness to rescue the Lightning Law King. He called out, "Uncle, I am off now." Chen Jianan did not impede him, squinting as he observed Chen Luo briskly departing. The Chen group was now a thing of the past for him. Upon exiting Chen Jianan's office, Chen Luo paused momentarily. Fortune seemed to favor both Chen Jianan and his son, as they had both survived the apocalypse. Chen Fei had even awakened a commendable ability, leveraging the Chen Group's employees to establish a formidable faction. This life would offer no second chances. On the day of the apocalypse, they were destined to perish. As I have foreseen, not long after Chen Luo's departure, Chen Fei entered Chen Jianan's office, a tall and robust figure. I have discovered that Chen Luo recently placed a substantial order for supplies, he announced hurriedly. Chen Jianan, irritation palpable, liée à cigarette. He claims to have hoarded 10 billion worth of pork. This has disrupted my plans. Chen Fei, perplexed, responded, however, as far as I am aware, he only ordered 10,000 tons of pork, totaling nearly 2 billion. Chen Jianan let out a cold laugh. Chen Luo is not so foolish. It appears he has discerned my intentions to usurp his shares and has merely concocted an excuse. However, I did not anticipate that he would sever ties so decisively. What rational individual would willingly sell 30 billion in shares for a mere 10 billion? I underestimated him, seeing that no one was around. Chen Fei approached Chen Jianan and whispered, Father, should we take measures to make him disappear? With his parents gone, if he were to die, we would be the primary beneficiaries of his estate. Chen Jianan waved his hand dismissively. Xiao Fei, regarding the events of the past. Back then we had nothing to lose and could afford to take risks. Now, with our assets nearing 100 billion, there is no need to gamble for that 10 billion. If we are caught, we would face dire consequences. Chen Fei muttered under his breath, what a fool. It's the end of the world, and he's hoarding so many resources. He won't be able to lose everything. Chen Luo, seeking the Thunder King, had commissioned 2 private detectives. If he were to personally offer a reward, he would be besieged by well-meaning, idle, inquisitive, greedy, and fraudulent individuals, which would be an unbearable nuisance. After nearly an hour's drive, Chen Luo arrived at the designated meeting spot. As he stepped out of the car, a man and a woman approached him. The man, a private detective named Wang Ming, appeared quite astute, while his assistant, in her early 20s, gazed at Chen Luo with a fervent interest. Young, affluent, and strikingly handsome. How could he fail to attract her attention? Without engaging in pleasantries, Chen Luo inquired directly, where is it? Wang Ming smiled, Mr. Chen, please follow me. Wang Ming and Chen Luo signed a contract, confident that Chen Luo would not default, having previously investigated him and knowing he possessed shares worth billions in the Chen Group. A super-rich heir unlikely to abscond with a mere million. Currently, the Thunder King found itself in a dog meat restaurant, which likely explained its sorrowful demeanor, as its wisdom hinted that it could soon become someone's meal, perhaps tomorrow or even tonight. This dog meat restaurant was conveniently located nearby. Otherwise, why would they have agreed to meet here? A minute later, Chen Luo arrived at a dog meat restaurant named Bayer. Although the establishment was open, it was evidently devoid of customers. 2 large iron cages were placed at the entrance, containing 5 local dogs, with customers able to order and have them slaughtered on the spot. Among them was the Thunder King. Fortune had smiled upon the Thunder King. With 27 days remaining until the apocalypse, during which it had not yet encountered the misfortune of being consumed, Chen Luo's attention was immediately drawn to the Thunder King. Despite its unremarkable appearance and lackluster physique, the creature's pitiful countenance evoked a sense of sympathy. The once mighty Thunder King had now become a mere shadow of its former self. As Chen Luo fixed his gaze upon the Thunder King, it seemed to sense his scrutiny and lifted its head, trembling slightly, an instinctive reaction to fear rather than an ability to foresee that the individual before it would eventually be its captor. What else could it expect upon entering a dog meat restaurant? With its intelligence, how could it not feel apprehensive? Chen Luo's heart raced with excitement. He could very well become the Thunder King's master. What a delightful thought. The spatial abilities he possessed were initially not very powerful, and mastering formidable skills like void walking would take time. However, the Thunder King could compensate for his early lack of combat prowess. In battle, he could release the Thunder King, unleashing its might. Standing outside were 3 individuals, and the restaurant's attendant approached to inquire, "Are you 3 here to dine?" Suddenly, Chen Luo's expression turned fierce, and he barked, "Where's your boss? Bring your boss out." Wang Ming watched with a hint of schadenfreude, amused that Chen Luo's beloved dog had appeared in the dog meat restaurant. Wouldn't this inevitably lead to trouble for the restaurant owner? However, he was puzzled. Would a wealthy heir truly keep such a common dog? It seemed rather unappealing, and it was missing an ear. The attendant, merely earning a meager salary of 3,000, thought it best not to engage in such trouble and promptly went to fetch the owner. In the interim, Chen Luo maintained his gaze on the Thunder King, donning a harmless and amiable smile. Moments later, the restaurant owner, by air, emerged with a cheerful demeanor, asking, "What can I do for you 3?" Chen Luo pointed at the Thunder King in the cage and, in a fit of rage, demanded, "What do you mean by asking?" "You've stolen my dog. If I hadn't discovered it in time, my precious black would have ended up as dog meat." This was blatant fabrication. Chen Luo sought to vent his frustrations on behalf of the Thunder King. How could they even consider eating dog meat? It wasn't about the cost. He would gladly spend $1 billion for the Thunder King. Moreover, the thrill of a free meal was enticing. Bayer was taken aback. Was a dog owner really here? Having run a dog meat business for years, he had encountered this scenario before. However, this dog appeared to be a stray. Bayer quickly waved his hands in denial. There must be some misunderstanding. I source all my goods through legitimate channels. Chen Luo let out a cold laugh and pulled out his phone. "Hello, is this Yao Yaoling? I'd like to report a dog meat restaurant for stealing dogs. Their supply is suspicious." In the world of commerce, deceit was commonplace, and some matters could not withstand scrutiny. Upon realizing Chen Luo was contacting the authorities, Bayer immediately yielded. "It's truly a misunderstanding. I had no idea this dog belonged to you, and I too am a victim. I'll go after those who deliver the dogs. How about this, big brother? You can take your dog back without spending a dime. Does that sound good?" Chen Luo's expression softened slightly, and he snorted, "Given your agreeable demeanor, I'll let this slide this time." Bayer, with a forced smile, released the Thunder King from the cage, neglecting to leash it, reasoning that if it were indeed Chen Luo's dog, he need not fear it running away. Chen Luo called out, "Xiaohei, come with me. We're going home." The Thunder King was momentarily bewildered. Xiaohei? Who are you addressing? However, it possessed enough intelligence to understand that Chen Luo was its savior and did not flee, obediently following behind him. Chen Luo's heart swelled with joy. It seemed the Thunder King was now secure. Chapter 4, Sudaju. Chen Luo opened the car door, allowing the Thunder King to enter. After a moment's hesitation, it leaped into the vehicle. Chen Luo cast a satisfied glance, closed the door, and said to Wang Ming, "Send over the account number. Transfer the funds." Chen Luo had no intention of defaulting on this payment. Wang Ming, elated, sent over the account number. This sum of 1 million was truly significant. He was not an exceptional private detective and had not earned this much in 2 years. Now, he had managed to make it in just 2 days. It was indeed easier to earn money from the wealthy. After transferring the money, Chen Luo remarked, "Goodbye then." Upon seeing the funds credited, Wang Ming exclaimed excitedly, "Chen Xiao, if you need anything in the future, I will certainly handle it beautifully for you." Chen Luo smiled and nodded, departing with the Thunder King. At a red light, glancing at the Thunder King, Chen Luo chuckled, "From now on, I shall call you the King." The King, unsure of what Chen Luo meant, merely let out a soft bark. Chen Luo paid it no mind. After the awakening of abilities in the apocalypse, the King's intelligence would likely develop further, rivaling that of humans, or else it wouldn't have managed to escape capture multiple times. Noticing the King's dirty state, Chen Luo made a special trip to a pet store to purchase bathing supplies for dogs. As for dog food, he did not buy any. Was the King an ordinary dog? It deserved to be treated with utmost care. "Whatever I eat, it shall eat too. If I have food, it shall never go hungry. I trust the King would ensure I wouldn't starve either." Chen Luo headed straight home, determined to cultivate a bond with the King during this time. Due to the pursuit of the King of Law, Chen Luo found himself traveling an extensive distance, ultimately arriving at his doorstep over an hour later. This was a villa district, one that could undeniably be deemed a genuine luxury residence in the bustling metropolis. Every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, with the value per square meter exceeding 300,000. The villa, purchased a decade ago at a far more modest price, had appreciated 7 or 8 times over the years. Today, its market value stood at an astonishing 3.5 billion. On the very day of his rebirth, Chen Luo had rashly mortgaged it, seeking out a group of loan sharks, incurring a hefty interest rate, and borrowing 3 billion, with the obligation to repay 33 billion a month later. In a month, your money will become mine, and my house will remain my house. If you have the capability, come and demand it back. As he passed the security booth, he caught sight of a tall, imposing security guard stationed at the entrance. Despite having seen him several times since his rebirth, Chen Luo felt a pang of emotion. This guard, with his thick brows and large eyes, possessed a rather endearing, yet somewhat foolish demeanor. His name was Sudaju, a steadfast brother of Chen Luo from the post-apocalyptic era, endowed with extraordinary physical abilities. Invulnerable, he was practically impervious to weapons, remarkably robust. However, during a time of scarcity, both Chen Luo and Sudaju found themselves cornered. At that moment, Chen Luo had yet to master the art of void walking, and it was Sudaju who bravely held off their assailants. Chen Luo managed to escape, but Sudaju was tragically beaten to death. The echoes of Sudaju's furious cries lingered in Chen Luo's ears. Though he had avenged his brother, Sudaju was forever lost. With his eyes unnaturally reddening, Chen Luo vowed to ensure his brother would enjoy a life of luxury in this lifetime. Their bond in the apocalypse had been one of brotherhood, and now their relationship had reverted to mere familiarity. Chen Luo was unperturbed. As Sudaju had been on duty at that very spot when the apocalypse struck, when history inevitably repeated itself, they would once again become brothers. Halting his vehicle, Chen Luo jested, "Daju, after your shift, how about I take you out for some fun?" Was he serious? Su Daju chuckled, "No thanks, Brother Chen. My mother always said that a man shouldn't go astray." Chen Luo laughed. "What else did your mother say?" "So that's green." "She also said that those who offer favors without cause are either deceitful or thieves." Chen Luo could only shake his head in bemusement. As Chen Luo ushered the king of law into his abode, the sight of the modest garden and exquisite villa elicited a sense of trepidation in the king. Ignoring whether the king comprehended his words, Chen Luo cheerfully proclaimed, "King of law, from now on, this will be your home. Come, let's start with a bath." The king, though somewhat apprehensive of water, obediently allowed Chen Luo to bathe him. While washing the king, Chen Luo could not help but ponder what additional supplies he should amass. If it were merely for himself and his brothers, the food stored in his small truck would suffice for a lifetime. He could never exhaust it. In this new life, Chen Luo was determined not to repeat the mistakes of his past existence. If humanity were to dwindle to just himself, surrounded by monsters, the profound loneliness would be unbearable. He yearned for companionship, and thus resolved to establish a sanctuary for gathering. The perils of the apocalypse stemmed not only from scarcity of food, but also from the threats posed by monsters and other survivors. Despite his formidable abilities, Chen Luo was not adept in direct confrontation. In truth, against hundreds of adept supernatural beings, he would have no choice but to flee. Why not recruit more allies and face our adversaries collectively? In the future, when powerful supernatural beings emerged, it would be prudent to recruit them in advance. With his unique abilities and foresight, it would be a challenge not to rise as a dominant force. Currently, Chen Luo had only hoarded some meat. Was that sufficient? Certainly not. Staples, fruits, vegetables, seeds, and more were yet to be stockpiled. More critically, water had become a precious commodity post-apocalypse. Contaminated, it cannot be purified by various devices or methods. In the early days of the apocalypse, survivors relied on bottled water. But such resources were limited and hard to come by. The most blissful days in the aftermath would likely be those when it rained. Once the clean water ran out, survivors would have no choice but to resort to tainted water, often contaminated by corpses. This water would not kill the physically robust, but it would stifle the development of supernatural powers, a realization that dawned upon many only after considerable time had passed. In those early days, Chen Luo, lacking any supernatural space, was forced to consume a significant amount of tainted water. Water was the essence of life. It was of utmost importance. As he contemplated his next steps, Chen Luo finished washing the king. After the bath, the king appeared considerably cleaner and slightly more appealing. The king gazed at Chen Luo with a pitiful expression, which prompted Chen Luo to chuckle as he hadn't yet fed him. From his supernatural space, Chen Luo retrieved a portion of sweet and sour spare ribs, preparing a bowl specifically for the king. Hungry, the king wasted no time and began devouring the meal. Witnessing the king relish the food, Chen Luo, despite having eaten quite a bit at lunch, found himself salivating as well. He too took out a serving of spare ribs for himself. As he ate, Chen Luo discarded the bones, and to his delight, the king mimicked his actions. This elicited a laugh from Chen Luo. "Look, even a dog knows how to spit out bones." In jest, he spat a bone onto the floor, only to suddenly realize the implications of his actions, his expression darkening. "What the hell? I'm cursing myself." Chapter 5. Hoarding Supplies. After finishing their meal, Chen Luo found himself playing the role of a dutiful caretaker, washing the dishes for the king. Once done, he picked up his phone, ready to venture out once more. Although time was ample, preparedness brought peace of mind. Chen Luo intended to order a substantial quantity of fruits and vegetables, necessitating a large warehouse to serve as a temporary storage facility. Relying on his truck for multiple trips, others would load their vehicles in droves? Don't be ridiculous. Before departing, Chen Luo intentionally gauged the king's reaction. Noticing Chen Luo's intent to leave, the king grew anxious. This master treated him well, even providing him with spare ribs, a luxury he had never experienced before. Was he to be abandoned? Would he find himself wandering once more? The king whined, nudging Chen Luo's foot with his head. Chen Luo laughed, affectionately patting the king's head, deciding it was essential to cultivate their bond during this period. Once in the vehicle, the king settled into a serene silence alongside Chen Luo. Over the subsequent days, Chen Luo busied himself with searching for warehouses, contacting suppliers, and intermittently stockpiling delectable foods, working tirelessly. His account balance dwindled rapidly. Yet, Chen Luo felt a sense of satisfaction. Money spent was money well invested. Otherwise, it was merely worthless paper. Having mortgaged the house for $3 billion and sold shares for $10 billion. The bulk of his expenditure was on meat, totaling $5 billion. Originally set at $7 billion, the remaining $2 billion would be allocated post-apocalypse, meaning he would not have to pay it back. For vegetables, he spent $3 billion, primarily on potatoes, cabbage, radishes, tomatoes, various mushrooms, and greens. These were sourced from a variety of suppliers, none of whom offered credit. Delaying payments was possible, but not for an extended period unless Chen Luo timed it perfectly with the impending apocalypse. However, at that juncture, it might be too late to stockpile. In total, Chen Luo had hoarded $1 billion worth of water. The water is nothing more than purified, pristine liquid. It holds little value. Yet the vessels that contain it are worth their weight in gold. The cost of a 1 yuan bottle of mineral water is merely around 20 cents. And after deducting expenses for labor, facilities, and equipment, it is indeed the bottle that carries the true worth. Chen Luo has stockpiled 200 million units of fruit, predominantly apples and oranges, both nutritious and inexpensive, with ample supply. He has also accumulated a modest quantity of various other fruits, albeit in lesser amounts. An assortment of snacks, including chocolates, candies, potato chips, as well as salt and seeds, has cost him an impressive 10 million in E, which is quite sufficient. This has drained 12 E from his resources, along with the expenses incurred from renting warehouses, cold storage, and ready-made meals. Presently, only 50 million remains in Chen Luo's account. He exhaled deeply. Stockpiling supplies is no simple endeavor, yet he has finally reached a semblance of completion. The only essential staple he has yet to gather is rice and flour. He has none at all. The reasons are twofold: insufficient funds and the presence of a superior strategy. Who hoards the most grain? The local granaries, especially in a metropolis like Chengdu, have substantial reserves. After the apocalypse, Chen Luo fears his ability to store may fall short. He finds himself regretting not having expanded his spatial abilities more in his previous life. Not only grain, but other supplies such as vegetables and meat could also be amassed, as large supermarkets maintain considerable stock. While others may struggle to acquire much, Chen Luo has his spatial abilities to rely upon. To facilitate his post-apocalyptic endeavors, he has ordered a batch of high-voltage electric batons, investing heavily in 50 units. Though these batons may lose their utility shortly after the onset of the apocalypse, they are invaluable in the initial stages. Zombies, after all, harbor a fear of electricity. As for why he did not purchase knives, they carry the risk of jamming and require significant strength to wield, whereas an electric baton demands merely a gentle touch, conserving energy. Knives necessitate striking the zombie's vital points, while electric batons can make contact at any location. He has also procured 2 sets of high-tech alloy armor, one tailored to his physique and the other to suit his use. Current technology renders these suits somewhat cumbersome, adversely affecting speed and mobility. However, they offer a degree of safety, as it is challenging for early-stage zombies to breach their defenses. Coupled with the electric batons, they serve well in sparsely populated areas, but should the zombies swarm, he could find himself ensnared and immobile, leading to dire consequences. The armor has yet to arrive. As he found himself with some free time, Chen Luo purchased 100 high-capacity mobile phones, loading them with films, novels, and educational materials. After the apocalypse, connectivity will be lost, and signals will be non-existent, yet the phones remain functional, as long as there is power. To this end, he acquired 10 diesel generators, and without question, he opted for 10, fearing potential failures. He also invested in a batch of solar panels. If he could possess a phone with unlimited power and internet access, he mused that he might endure an additional 10 to 20 years in the next life. A substantial amount of diesel was also procured. Thus, air conditioning would be within reach. Gradually, he bought a selection of walkie-talkies and essential appliances such as rice cookers, ovens, microwaves, and iron pots. In terms of medication, he only acquired a few items for treating wounds and preventing infections, as others were unnecessary. Concurrently, he hired a culinary instructor. What vexes Chen Luo most about the impending apocalypse? Even when he manages to find ingredients, he can only produce unpalatable dishes, were it not for survival. He would have no desire to eat. Once, while scavenging with sudaju, they found 3 potatoes and intended to stir-fry them into shredded potatoes. But who would do the cutting? Chen Luo and sudaju merely exchanged wide-eyed glances, ultimately resorting to baking them, which resulted in a charred mess. Now, with such a wealth of supplies, should the need arise, a lack of culinary skills would leave him merely staring helplessly. Chen Luo expended 50,000 for a month's worth of his chef's services. Quite a sum indeed. The chef's name is Mayu, a striking 25-year-old beauty with an air of sophistication. Her appearance is pleasant, yet her figure is remarkable. Chen Luo had sampled Mayu's cooking, which was truly exceptional. far surpassing the fare of five-star establishments. Initially, Mayu harbored concerns regarding the high fee, fearing that her employer might harbor ulterior motives. Upon meeting Chen Luo, she felt reassured. Given his circumstances, many attractive women would be vying for his attention. Why would he need to expend efforts on her? At this moment, Chen Luo was engaged in learning. Today, I will teach you how to prepare sweet and sour ribs. First, blanch the ribs in cold water to remove the blood and impurities. Then pour in some oil that costs nothing. Chen Luo's face flushed. Where could one find free oil? During his initial lesson, he was apprehensive about using too little oil. When Mayu stepped away, he inadvertently poured in half a pot. Mayu returned, astonished, and exclaimed, "Is the oil at your home free? Why pour so much?" Recognizing Chen Luo's amiable nature, she made light of the situation. Yet, even with Mayu's hands-on guidance, Chen Luo's attempts at cooking yielded results that were utterly incomparable to hers. Without her presence to oversee, the dishes he concocted would be fit only for the disdain of even the most ravenous of canines. Chen Luo clenched his fists, realizing he was simply not cut out for cooking. He turned his gaze toward Mayu, acknowledging her talent. If he was unable to create, he would engage a dedicated chef. Mayu's culinary skills were truly commendable. In their previous lives, Chen Luo and Mayu had been strangers. Unaware of whether she would succumb to the fate of becoming a zombie once the apocalypse struck, it remained to be seen what destiny held for her. Chapter 6 as promised. Chen Luo parked his vehicle at the entrance of an upscale residential community, not far from his home. While stroking the now remarkably docile fur of the king of dogs, he quietly observed the comings and goings at the community entrance, awaiting an important person. Just as boredom began to set in, his eyes brightened. Two beautiful women emerged from the community's exit. One appeared to be in her early 20s, seemingly of similar age to Chen Luo, while the other looked to be around 17 or 18. They resembled a pair of sisters, and indeed, they were. The elder sister, Mi Ling, possessed an enchanting beauty that was rare to behold, while the younger sister, Mi Li, radiated youthful vibrancy, her delicate demeanor evoking a sense of affection. Chen Luo felt a surge of warmth. What gentleman could resist such elegance? Only someone with an abnormal mindset or condition would fail to appreciate their beauty. However, mere aesthetics were not the sole reason for his vigil. This pair of sisters was extraordinary beyond their appearance. Mi Ling, after the apocalypse, gained the ability to wield fire, making her a formidable force. She is the first fire ability user known to Chen Luo and is also the Blood Rose Flame Queen he had previously mentioned. Due to her name containing the character for spirit and her control over flames, she is often referred to as the Spirit Flame Queen. Mi Ling also bears the moniker Blood Rose, a name that implies danger, for roses do have thorns. Despite her fiery temperament, her figure is equally striking. As for her sister Mi Li, Chen Luo regarded her as equally remarkable. Mi Li's combat prowess is rather feeble, for she is not a warrior by trade, but rather a healer, an auxiliary profession. It is rumored that in the later stages she will be able to wield resurrection magic. Goodness, who could withstand such power? An ability akin to that of a deity. If one must choose between Mi Ling and Mi Li, bah, such choices are for children. This pair of sisters must be embraced in their entirety, though certainly not at this moment. Rushing in like a lovesick fool would be foolishness indeed. Chen Luo retrieved his phone and contacted the private detective Wang Ming, with whom he had previously collaborated. You have 3 days to gather their information, and most importantly, I need to know their culinary preferences. Whatever they enjoy eating, I shall stockpile. To win a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach. Wang Ming readily agreed. Such matters are trivial for a professional of his caliber. Observing Mi Li playfully shaking Mi Ling's arm in a fit of affection, Mi Ling displayed a tender smile, and as the two gradually departed, Chen Luo chuckled softly before making his own exit. Within less than 3 days, by the afternoon of the following day, Wang Ming sent Chen Luo the requested information about Mi Ling and Mi Li. Mi Ling has a penchant for Sichuan cuisine, and her favorite fruit is grapes. Mi Li, on the other hand, adores fish, with her utmost favorite being braised pig trotters, and she particularly enjoys watermelon. Chen Luo was awakened from his reverie. Indeed, the taste of braised delicacies is quite delightful, and he resolved to stock up on some. Time swiftly passed to May 28th, with only 5 days remaining until the apocalypse. The armor and electric batons Chen Luo ordered arrived in succession. The armor gleamed in silver, comprising 2 full suits, one for Chen Luo and the other for Su Zhu. The armor was quite heavy, with Chen Luo's set weighing around 45 pounds, which required considerable effort to don, but it excelled in safety. He had contemplated using a plush costume or combat attire. However, the plush costume was cumbersome and less convenient than the armor, while the low-grade combat suits offered little protection, and he had no access to high-quality ones. For the next few days, Chen Luo dedicated himself to acclimatizing to the armor. The electric batons, procured through a security company, cost around 41,000 each. The high voltage they emitted could render a person unconscious in an instant, potentially lethal after just a few seconds. He had a total of 50 batons, and while others might find them cumbersome, Chen Luo, with his spatial abilities, could rotate their use effortlessly, dispatching hundreds of zombies in a single encounter. Additionally, he purchased a 13-meter-long heavy truck, stationed near the cold storage facility. On the evening of June 2nd, Chen Luo transferred all his stored supplies, except for the meat in the cold storage, into his spatial realm. Even if someone were to notice the miraculous disappearance of supplies, what could they say? These are my possessions. What business is it of yours? The apocalypse was set to unfold the next day. That night, Chen Luo tossed and turned, unable to find rest. In this second life, surely the damned apocalypse won't arrive, will it? If it doesn't, my mass supplies will be a tremendous loss. Perhaps it would be better if it didn't come. Sacrificing myself for the greater good of humanity would not be such a burden. After all, being a wealthy magnate living comfortably in a prosperous world isn't half bad. Why must I endure that heartless end of days? The following morning, Chen Luo awoke early, his emotions in turmoil, knowing the apocalypse would strike around 9:20 a.m. At 8 o'clock, familiar with Chen Jianen's habits, he knew that Chen Jianen would arrive at the group by 9, likely indulging in breakfast at that hour. Chen Luo took out his phone and dialed Chen Jianen. "Uncle, I have a matter in need of your assistance." Chen Jianen feigned sincerity. "You are my nephew. Of course, I will help you as much as I can." Chen Luo replied, "It's like this. I urgently require a sum of money, but as you know, all my funds have been tied up in stockpiling pork. I would like to mortgage all my amassed supplies to you. They're valued at 10 and I only wish to borrow 500 million. Even brothers keep accounts clear. Uncle, let us draft an agreement. I will borrow for 1 month, and upon maturity, I shall return 600 million. Should I fail to repay, all supplies will be yours." Chen Jianen inquired, "What prompts such a pressing need for money?" Chen Luo fabricated a tale from my observations. Virtual currencies are poised for a significant surge, perhaps even multiplying tenfold. 500 million could transform into 5 billion. If you trust me, let us embark on this venture together. Chen Jianen scoffed. "I trust you as far as I can throw you. I fear losing my initial capital. Are you really willing to gamble on such nonsense?" Nevertheless, Chen Jianen did not decline, quickly calculating that regardless of whether Chen Luo profited or lost, he himself would not be at a disadvantage. The likelihood of Chen Luo ending up with nothing was high, thus allowing him to exchange 500 million for 10 billion worth of supplies. Although Chen Jianen was skeptical of Chen Luo's stockpiling endeavors, selling 10 billion worth of goods for 8 billion was hardly an insurmountable task. This was a deal worth pursuing. Chen Jianen smirked. "Just remember, if you lose out, don't blame me for severing ties." Chen Luo continued, "Uncle, please await my arrival. I will come to your house to discuss this in person. I also wish to see Fij. Let us bring him along." Chen Jianen readily acquiesced. Such a significant matter could not be settled merely over the phone, and money would not be lent so casually without some investigation. After hanging up, a cold expression crossed Chen Luo's face, as promised on the day of the apocalypse. "You all shall meet your demise." Chapter 7. What is this meat flavor that leaves a tingling sensation? The apocalypse is set to occur around 9:20 a.m. on Thursday, with an error margin of no more than 3 minutes. Such a momentous event's timing is etched in Chen Luo's memory. He could neither forget nor wish to forget. At 9:20, it is not a weekend, but rather a working day. In his previous life, Chen Jianen was at the Chen Corporation skyscraper when the apocalypse erupted, with over 1,000 employees in attendance. Fewer than 100 survived. While the number is not insignificant, it is still tragically low. Chen Jianen held considerable sway within the company, and with Chen Fei awakening a formidable ability, he was able to command this group and build upon that foundation. Though their power later proved mediocre, it ultimately fell to Chen Luo's hand. Chen Luo could not eliminate Chen Jianen and his son within the confines of the Chen Corporation. That area was too densely populated. Once the apocalypse began, zombies would flood the streets. Chen Luo was confident he could return to his home, though not entirely assured, as there was a risk of accidents along the way. This was a gamble worth taking, yet not a necessary one. It was far more prudent to eliminate Chen Jianen securely at his residence. Chen Jianen resided in an affluent neighborhood, which was sparsely populated. After accomplishing his aim, Chen Luo could depart without a trace. The timing of his actions must be post-apocalypse. Should it fail to occur, he would be branded a murderer. Once order collapses, who would concern themselves with whether he had committed a crime? Thus, Chen Luo made that phone call. The greedy Chen Jianen would undoubtedly seize the opportunity, and Chen Fei lived with him. Both of these men must perish. Chen Luo set out with the Law King. It was highly probable that he would awaken lightning abilities after the apocalypse. As Chen Luo drove to the guard post, he encountered Su Dezhu on duty. Rolling down his window, he wore a serious expression and said, "Dezhu, my heart is in turmoil. I have a feeling something is about to happen. Please keep an eye on safety around 9 o'clock." Su Dezhu was momentarily taken aback, but nodded, "Understood, Brother Chen." While Su Dezhu may appear simple-minded, he was in fact quite astute, possessing entirely normal intelligence. Surely no one would believe that a high-end residential area like Chen Luo's would employ a fool as a guard. Furthermore, Su Dezhu was a veteran. Even if he did not awaken abilities post-apocalypse, 5 current Chen Luos would not stand a chance against him. Chen Luo nodded slightly. The number of owners here was scarce, and the crowd was thin. Su Dezhu stood guard outside, maintaining a distance from others. The transformation into a zombie took several seconds, and it was inconceivable that Su Dezhu would fail to react. In his previous life, Su Dezhu had lived quite well. Yet Chen Luo felt a tinge of unease and decided to check on him. Chen Luo then set off towards Chen Jianan's residence, meandering along the way, deliberately stalling until 9 o'clock before arriving. He sent a message to Chen Jianan, claiming that his car had encountered minor issues and that he would be half an hour late. Chen Jianan replied, indicating that there was no rush. Inside Chen Jianan's home, he sipped his tea and remarked to Chen Fei, "That lad Chen Luo is daring enough to venture into cryptocurrency. He truly has no fear of death." Surprisingly, Chen Fei sided with Chen Luo, lamenting, back when cryptocurrencies were worth just a few cents, who could have predicted they'd soar to over 60,000? That's a 100-fold increase. If you hadn't forbade me from dabbling in it, I would have certainly taken a chance. It's only natural for Chen Luo to want to gamble once. Chen Jianan scoffed. What real value does that have? It's merely a means to fleece the unsuspecting. This venture could still be worthwhile, but we must investigate whether the assets Chen Luo is hoarding are worth $1 billion. Chen Fei chuckled. Why pass up a lucrative opportunity that presents itself? Chen Jianan pondered, could there be a deception at play here? Does Chen Luo suspect I've duped him, leading me to an opportunity for profit? Chen Fei retorted, I understand the psychology of cryptocurrency traders. It's akin to gambling. He is desperate for money, and with few acquaintances, he likely couldn't find anyone to cough up $5 billion in a pinch. He added, let him dare to swindle us. I could handle him. At 9:15, Chen Luo arrived. The household maid opened the door, and Chen Fei warmly embraced him, nearly leaving Chen Luo breathless. Chen Luo, if only your cousin weren't so timid. Otherwise, I would join you in your ventures. If you strike it rich with cryptocurrency, don't forget your cousin. Chen Luo laughed, of course not. If I make 10 billion, I'll certainly gift you a supercar. Chen Jianan rose to greet him. Xiao Luo, have you eaten? Shall I ask the maid to prepare something? Chen Luo readily accepted. That sounds wonderful. I came in such a hurry that I haven't eaten at all. He rambled enthusiastically about the potential profits from cryptocurrency. As the maid served breakfast, it was already 9:15. Chen Luo devoured his meal with gusto. Suddenly, a painful scream erupted from the maid's room. Chen Jianan frowned. What is wrong with Xiao Li? Is she ill? Xiao Fei, go check. Chen Fei, perplexed, complied. Chen Luo's eyes gleamed. Was the apocalypse truly upon them? It seemed both of them were destined to meet their end today. He stood up, feigning curiosity. I'll take a look. If she needs to be hospitalized, I can assist my cousin. As Chen Fei approached the maid's room and opened the door, he was immediately startled into a scream. Inside, the maid, in her 40s, was disheveled, blood streaming from her orifices, her face and neck drenched in crimson, presenting an utterly horrifying sight. This robust adult man felt a wave of terror wash over him, his legs weakening as disbelief clouded his mind. Rooted in place at the doorway, the maid, now a zombie, lunged at him like a fly drawn to filth. Upon transformation, the zombies experienced a surge in strength, albeit with decreased speed. Chen Fei reacted swiftly, attempting to slam the door shut, trapping the zombified maid inside. Yet, a hand impeded his efforts. Simultaneously, a wicked grin spread across Chen Luo's face as he retrieved an electric baton from his spatial abilities and flicked it on, producing a menacing hum. Without a hint of mercy, he pressed the baton against Chen Fei's back. Chen Fei yelped. The high voltage was no jest. His body convulsed violently before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Had Chen Luo maintained the baton against him for longer, Chen Fei would have been electrocuted to death. However, upon seeing Chen Fei unconscious, Chen Luo released his grip, opting not to kill him. Why? Because a zombie loomed before him. The flesh of a living person held a fatal allure for low-level zombies. As long as they had a meal, they often disregarded other living beings. Would it be better for Chen Fei to be electrocuted or devoured alive? Clearly the latter. Despite being electrocuted, Chen Fei did not collapse. As Chen Luo was supporting him from behind, the maid zombie effortlessly pounced on Chen Fei, taking a savage bite out of his face. With a horrifying crunch, a chunk of flesh was torn away. After transformation, The biting force underwent a staggering change, as the maid zombie swallowed the flesh whole. Why does this meat taste a bit numb? How many chili peppers did she add? Chapter 8. Crystal. Chen Jianan had been observing the situation intently, but remained seated. Witnessing such a sudden upheaval, he sprang to his feet. Initially, he should have felt a degree of shock. Yet the sight of his beloved son in such agony instinctively propelled him towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo, what are you doing? Chen Jianan shouted, seizing a purple clay teapot and charging at him. Chen Luo smirked coldly, extending the electric baton towards Chen Jianan. Instinctively, Chen Jianan attempted to block. Oh, what's wrong? Aren't you insulated from the electric current? Chen Jianan collapsed, his head striking the coffee table with a heavy thud. The sight was excruciatingly painful to behold. As blood streamed from the back of Chen Jianan's head, Chen Luo winced. Truly painful. Chen Jianan also succumbed to unconsciousness. A heart-wrenching scream echoed. Chen Fei, amidst the agony of his face being gnawed upon, regained consciousness. Yet he found himself pinned beneath the maid zombie. In this predicament, had Chen Fei not been electrocuted by Chen Luo, his robust physique might have afforded him a chance to resist. However, the electric shock left him numb and weak, while the zombie possessed overwhelming strength, despite having once been a woman. The maid zombie paid Chen Luo no mind, prioritizing her feast. Chen Fei struggled, calling out, Chen Luo, Dad, save me. Chen Luo feigned surprise. I have no son like you. Your father is lying on the ground. Chen Fei recalled the memories before losing consciousness and began to curse. Chen Luo, Yet he could not finish, as the maid zombie clamped her mouth over his. With a savage tug, the maid zombie tore away Chen Fei's upper lip, leaving a gruesome mess. Chen Luo clicked his tongue. Such a thrilling spectacle was too exhilarating to witness alone. He turned and headed to the kitchen, filling a basin with water and splashing it onto Chen Jianan's face, vigorously fanning him. As Chen Jianan groggily awoke, he was met with a sight that nearly shattered his sanity. His son Chen Fei's face was utterly mangled, lacking a single intact spot. Even if he survived, that visage was irrevocably ruined. Chen Jianan struggled to rise and save Chen Fei, but Chen Luo adjusted the voltage of the electric baton, causing Chen Jianan to feel paralyzed yet not unconscious. The moisture on Chen Jianan's body amplified the electric sensation, delivering a shocking thrill. Despite his repeated struggles, Chen Jianan was firmly subdued by Chen Luo. Chen Jianan unexpectedly pleaded, Chen Luo, Chen Fei is your cousin. Please save him. I confess, I secretly undermined your shares, but Chen Fei knows nothing. He is innocent. Chen Luo scoffed coldly. What else have you done to wrong me? If it were merely a matter of money, I would not have dealt with you so ruthlessly. The enmity of our parents is irreconcilable. No matter how I repay it, it would still be too lenient. A chill of fear gripped Chen Jianan's heart. Could it be that Chen Luo was aware of that incident? Chen Luo seized Chen Jianan by the neck, forcing him to look upon the grim spectacle of Chen Fei being devoured. As Chen Fei's breath grew weaker and his mournful cries diminished, Chen Jianan roared, Chen Luo, save Chen Fei now, and I may choose not to report you. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences. At this moment, Chen Jianan remained blissfully ignorant of the apocalypse that had descended upon them, merely believing that the maid had contracted a terrifying illness or that Chen Luo had drugged her. Chen Luo, indifferent to his pleas, occasionally grazed Chen Jianan's face with an electric baton. Despair washed over Chen Jianan. It was clear that Chen Luo was resolute in his intention to eliminate both him and his son. You heartless beast! How can you bear to kill your own uncle and cousin? You are worse than a pig or dog. Chen Luo's face twisted in rage as he struck Chen Jianan sharply. The true heartless creature is you. My father, seeing your utter lack of achievement, kindly brought you into the Chen group, yet you repaid him with treachery. Why do you have to utter such words? The maid zombie had already bitten through Chen Fei's neck, leaving Chen Jianan with no hope. He had lived his entire life for this son, despite their wealth. He held high hopes for Chen Fei and disciplined him strictly. Now all was in vain. Chen Jianan was driven to madness. I am his elder brother, his own brother. I have contributed significantly to his success, and what did I receive in return? A mere 10% of the shares, as if I were a beggar? He deserves to die, and you, with current technology, there is no way you can escape. Chen Luo's gaze turned icy. He had invited the wolf into his home. At the time, 10% of the shares was worth 15 billion. Which mere worker could lay claim to such a fortune? Even 1% would be a dream. Human greed knows no bounds. A single zombie could not consume two people in a short span. And Chen Luo was unable to command the maid zombie to feast upon Chen Jianan. To electrocute him would be too merciful. Chen Luo retrieved a dagger from his spatial powers, plunging it into Chen Jianan, silencing him for good. Meanwhile, Chen Fei had been gruesomely devoured. Hearing the commotion, the maid zombie, now sated, roared and turned towards Chen Luo. Zombies were not unfamiliar to Chen Luo, particularly these lowly variants. Unfazed, he adjusted the electric baton to its maximum voltage, the crackling sound of electricity filling the air. A foul odor wafted as he shocked the maid zombie for several seconds. It let out a few anguished cries before falling silent, losing consciousness. Zombies possess a sense of pain, yet they do not experience fear as humans do. Their sole desire is to consume flesh. They cannot comprehend fear, but they do know pain. Eliminating them is not particularly challenging. Any method that kills a human will suffice. The only tricky part is that even with their entrails spilled or half their faces missing, they do not cease fighting. Paralysis and dizziness affect them just the same. Chen Luo could not ascertain whether the maid zombie lay dead, but it mattered little. He crouched down and drove the dagger into the zombie's forehead. This time, it was truly dead. Zombies have a weakness in that area, and a deep stab from a sharp object leads to instant demise. Yet Chen Luo did not stop there. He continued to stir the dagger within the zombie's brain, a repulsive spray of red and white liquid erupting. However, Chen Luo remained composed. In his previous life, he had vomited numerous times but had grown accustomed to it. He was not a pervert seeking to desecrate the maid zombie's corpse, but rather he aimed to extract the crystal from its forehead. After the apocalypse, both supernatural beings and zombies develop a crystal in that area. The size and color of the crystal vary according to the individual's abilities. Fire-type abilities yield a red crystal, while wind-type abilities produce a blue one. Should the Law King awaken powers, the crystal would be purple. The one he had extracted from the Law King's head was a deep purple egg-sized gem. In contrast, this maid zombie, being of the lowest tier and lacking evolved powers, possessed a pale white crystal. For someone like Chen Luo, with spatial abilities, the crystal will be transparent. Do not misunderstand. Chen Luo had never seen his own crystal, but he had observed those of other spatial ability users. Chapter 9. Awakening of Powers. From the maid zombie's forehead, Chen Luo obtained a grain-sized pale white crystal. He had not encountered such a lowly crystal in quite some time, as it had become rare to find such weak zombies in the last 6 months. In 12 years, any random zombie would be considered a formidable boss. Zombies continuously grow stronger. After awakening their powers, they can absorb energy from their crystals to expedite their advancement or recovery. Chen Luo recalled that in his previous life, around 10 o'clock, he suddenly felt a mysterious energy surge within him. Yet at that time, he had no understanding of what it was or how to utilize it. He placed the pale white crystal into a small box he had prepared in his spatial powers, then proceeded to dissect the heads of Chun Jianan and Chun Fei. As expected, no crystals were found. Survivors only develop crystals in their minds after awakening their powers. Chen Luo was indifferent. Even if there had been crystals, they would likely be the most inferior. There were plenty of zombies outside, and acquiring crystals from them would be effortless. Having avenged himself, Chen Luo did not rush to leave. In about half an hour, he would soon awaken his powers. During the awakening, he would experience a brief period of intense pain in his head, so it was prudent to wait here. The Law King would likely awaken as well. Earlier, Chen Luo had instructed the Law King to remain in the car. Now, he intended to bring him inside. Before he arrived, the sky had been clear, but now it was ominously dark, reminiscent of the foreboding atmosphere before a torrential storm. It would not rain, but this strange weather would linger for 3 days. In the car, the Law King felt uneasy, for outside the courtyard stood a young female zombie, her dead eyes fixed on him as she roared continuously. The Law King thought, if you have the skill, come inside. You can only bark. Upon seeing Chen Luo, the young female zombie redirected her fury towards him. The iron gate outside Chen Jinan's residence was sturdy, preventing the young zombie from entering. Chen Luo smiled. Come, uncle will help you find peace. As Chen Luo approached, the young female zombie stretched her arms through the gaps in the gate, attempting to grasp him. Here, have a treat. Chen Luo brandished the electric baton towards her. The young female zombie, oblivious to its nature and unafraid, seized the baton with her hand. The gate rattled violently as her body convulsed, clearly suffering from the electric shock. After 2 or 3 seconds, the young female zombie collapsed to the ground. Chen Luo marveled. This electric baton is truly effective. Uncle has freed you. A small reward is not too much to ask, is it? Noticing that there were no other zombies nearby, Chen Luo confidently opened the gate and extracted the crystal from the young female zombie's forehead. The king of the law, witnessing all of this, was utterly astounded. Master, why are you so ruthless? Closing the iron door, Chen Luo released the king from the vehicle and led him into the building. Upon seeing the lifeless bodies of Chen Jianan and his companions, the king was visibly shaken, clinging tightly to Chen Luo. With nothing else to occupy his time, Chen Luo began rummaging through the room. He seized the fine cigarettes and alcohol that Chen Jianan had treasured. Taking them all, even though Chen Luo only smoked occasionally. Nevertheless, there were plenty of seasoned smokers who were desperate for a cigarette. Many of these old smokers would find the absence of a smoke even more unbearable than the lack of food. Taking an apple, Chen Luo leisurely began to peel it. The frightened king pressed closely against him. Chen Luo chuckled lightly, dismissing the notion. Even a dog has its emotions. Had he not experienced a lifetime of trials, encountering such a scene for the first time would have left him more distressed than the king. Just as Chen Luo was about to take a bite of the perfectly peeled apple, a purple arc of electricity flickered across the king's dark fur. The proximity of Chen Luo resulted in him receiving the brunt of the shock. He twitched involuntarily, the apple he had not yet bitten falling to the ground. Surprised, yet exhilarated, Chen Luo pondered. Had the king awakened his powers? Curse you, dog. The first one to get shocked after awakening is me. Chen Luo exclaimed, stepping back from the king, wary of another jolt. Electricity began to arc sporadically across the king's body, his expression one of agony. However, this pain lasted only for a brief moment before the king regained his composure. Chen Luo felt a twinge of envy. The might of supernatural abilities depends on two factors: the timing of the awakening. Earlier awakenings typically signify greater potential and the rate of growth of those abilities. Without a doubt, the king's talent lay at the pinnacle of the lightning element. At this moment, it was apparent that the king's intellect had also been enhanced. Chen Luo cursed under his breath, feeling that humans were inferior to dogs. At that instant, a sharp pain surged through Chen Luo's mind, as if something were forming within his skull. Yet, a smile broke across his face. He too was not to be underestimated, although the pain was intense. Chen Luo maintained a calm demeanor, as he had grown accustomed to such levels of discomfort. Each advancement in supernatural ability came with a similar experience. He felt a sudden influx of mysterious power within him. In his previous life, Chen Luo would have struggled to harness such power in a short time, but now, he was quite familiar with it. Extending his hand, he slowly guided the energy within him to gather in his palm. A force of spatial energy materialized there, invisible to all but himself, coalescing into a transparent orb. With a flick of his wrist, he directed the spatial force towards the wall opposite him. Instantly, a crack approximately 10 centimeters in diameter appeared, about 4 or 5 centimeters deep. The king's eyes widened in astonishment. Chen Luo shook his head, realizing that such an attack would not be sufficient to eliminate even the most basic of zombies. It would require 2 strikes. This spatial orb had consumed roughly a quarter of his supernatural energy. While the destructive capacity of early spatial abilities is not insignificant, it does require more energy compared to others. However, under Chen Luo's precise control, his consumption was comparatively lower at this stage. Early spatial abilities may not be particularly powerful, but they gain potency in the mid to late stages. Once he mastered abilities such as void walking, energy pulses, and dimensional blades, his destructive power would rival that of fire or lightning element users, with unparalleled survival capabilities. Chen Luo immediately grasped the 2 crystals he had recently acquired tightly in his hand, beginning the absorption process. Although he could not see the crystals in his mind, he was acutely aware of their presence. 5 minutes later, having fully absorbed their power, he felt the crystals in his mind grow slightly, approximately 1/5 larger. By absorbing around 20 more crystals, the crystals would undergo a minor transformation, signifying Chen Luo's advancement from a first-level supernatural being to a second-level one. The levels of supernatural beings range from 1 to 10, with a king level beyond that. In his past life, both the Law King and Ling Yanji had reached the king level. After absorbing the king's crystals, Chen Luo had ascended to a new tier. But what good was it? There was no food, no drink, no entertainment, and no companionship. Living felt utterly meaningless. Death seemed preferable. Although Chen Luo had mastered the power of his supernatural abilities, the newly awakened king struggled to acclimate to his own powers and could not yet control them. Chen Luo instructed, try to concentrate your power in your throat, build up some energy, and then unleash it in the direction you desire. Initially, Chen Luo believed that it would take the king considerable time to adapt to his abilities. To his surprise, the very next moment, upon hearing Chen Luo's words, the king attempted to channel his power and expelled a bolt of purple lightning from his mouth, aimed at the LCD television on the wall. The screen exploded into shards. Chen Luo was elated. What a good dog. Let us go to the cold storage and gather supplies. The cold storage, where Chen Luo hoarded meats, was one of the largest in the city, with a capacity of 100,000 tons, containing not only his own supplies. Opening the iron door, he drove the vehicle over the body of a young female zombie, taking off with the king at his side. This was also a villa district comprising 100 villas, with only a few hundred residents. At this time, most homeowners were absent from the area. The majority of the zombies were temporarily locked inside their homes, unable to emerge, leaving only a handful in sight. Occasionally encountering a zombie, Chen Luo did not linger, charging through without hesitation. There was no urgency in advancing to second-level supernatural status. The increase in power was minimal, and he was far from being as effective as with an electric baton. In this apocalypse, the one thing in abundance was zombies. As he reached the exit, Chen Luo hesitated slightly upon spotting a boutique supermarket spanning over 200 square meters. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to stop. No thief goes empty-handed, he mused, planning to seize an opportunity. This supermarket was substantial, stocked with numerous supplies, and a few minutes spent scavenging it would be worthwhile. Peering through the car window, Chen Luo noticed several zombies inside the supermarket. The establishment was sizable, housing several employees and customers, indicating more than just a couple of zombies. Armed with an electric baton, Chen Luo felt confident, although there was a slight risk of injury. With his cautious nature, he wondered if it was worth taking such a risk. What was the high-priced armor for, after all? He promptly donned the armor, although it was somewhat cumbersome. It ensured safety. Satisfied with his appearance, Chen Luo and the king strode confidently towards the supermarket. If you can attack, do so. Be cautious, avoid direct confrontation, and maneuver around them. Although Chen Luo did not necessarily require the king's assistance, he wished to train him. Remarkably, the king nodded in understanding, as if comprehending the command. As they approached the supermarket, Chen Luo observed 4 zombies feasting on 2 individuals, whose remains were barely intact, blood pooling around them. Once satiated, the zombies would not overlook the approaching survivors. In unison, the 4 zombies lunged towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo produced 2 electric batons, wielding one in each hand. As 2 zombies collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Behind them, 2 additional zombies were startled by the sudden exclamation of the Mage King, who unleashed a bolt of lightning, inadvertently striking Askew. The Mage King appeared momentarily bewildered. With a light chuckle, Chen Luo instructed Mage King draw their attention away. This was entirely unnecessary. Chen Luo was merely engaging in a process of acclimatization with the Mage King. Upon hearing this, the Mage King promptly began to jog, enticing the zombies. Their speed was notably sluggish, far inferior to that of a normal human, let alone the swift Mage King. Although he could effortlessly shake off the 2 zombies, he steadfastly attracted their ire, allowing Chen Luo to evade them. Simultaneously, the Mage King did not neglect to summon lightning to strike the zombies. Chen Luo strode directly into the supermarket, disregarding the horrifying corpses strewn about, his attention first captivated by the rows of premium cigarettes and spirits lining the checkout counter. The cheapest cigarettes were priced at 31 yuan a pack, with no trace of the cheaper brands. Chen Luo's hand glided over them, and soon they were all transported into his supernatural space. He then proceeded to the fruit section, clearing out high-end apples, oranges, bananas, grapes, and melons. He left no section unscathed, plundering snacks, beverages, and grains. Within mere minutes, the shelves were nearly barren. A loud roar echoed through the air, prompting Chen Luo to follow the sound to the storage area of the supermarket. There, he discovered a zombie resembling the store manager, confined within. An office desk suggested it was his domain. With ease, Chen Luo dispatched the zombie with a jolt of electricity, scarcely examining the contents of the numerous boxes. He simply stuffed them into his supernatural space without a second thought. After all, space was ample, allowing for a bit of indulgence. Chen Luo extracted the crystal from the store manager zombie, and then stepped outside to collect the crystals from the 2 previously electrocuted zombies. One had been dispatched by the Mage King, leaving just 1 remaining. It wasn't that the Mage King lacked the desire to kill, having just awakened his powers. He was momentarily drained of energy and unable to summon lightning. The Mage King felt despondent, pondering why his master could so easily handle the zombies while he could not. Chen Luo affectionately patted the dog's head, assuring, "You've done remarkably well. Give yourself some time, and you shall be the most splendid canine." The Mage King's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, even without absorbing crystals, his powers would gradually increase, albeit at a much slower rate than through absorption. The Mage King's pursuit of zombies inadvertently attracted the attention of 2 security guard zombies, which Chen Luo swiftly eliminated. With 6 zombie crystals in hand, Chen Luo drove out of the villa area. Upon exiting, he opted for a more secluded route to reach the cold storage facility. Occasionally, zombies would catch sight of Chen Luo, yet their sluggish pace left them trailing in his exhaust. He also witnessed drivers transforming into zombies, their out-of-control vehicles colliding haphazardly. In the wake of the apocalypse, within mere minutes, the global population had plummeted by 80%, and all forms of order and production lay in shambles. The traffic lights, still operational, were a testament to the madness of those who would continue to wait for a red light. Chen Luo brazenly sped through the red light. Behind him, a white sedan sped alongside, and a young man leaned out of the window, urgently inquiring, "Hey, do you know what is happening? I can't get through to the police." Chen Luo, keeping his gaze fixed ahead, replied calmly, "It's evident. The apocalypse has begun." Accelerating, he distanced himself from the young man. Unwilling to relent, the youth called out, "Come on, let us stick together for safety." Chen Luo's voice, cold and detached, responded, "Not necessary." Chapter 11. Is the Mage King at fault? A wolf will not ally with a sheep. Chen Luo contemplated gathering some subordinates, yet he sought only the elite. Ordinary survivors, in this early stage, might prove useful if compliant, but in a few years, they would merely serve as fodder. Yet, what resources would be consumed over those years? At least 100 pounds of pork. Chen Luo possessed resources aplenty, but they were not limitless. It was not his coldness that warranted blame. Rather, it was the world that had grown exceedingly ruthless. Furthermore, he needed to gather supplies, and having someone by his side would complicate matters, risking exposure of his supernatural space's secrets. Were he unprepared, having a mere pawn to divert zombies might suffice. But he truly had no need for it. As he turned onto a narrow road and drove several dozen meters, Chen Luo furrowed his brow. Ahead, roadwork obstructed half the road, allowing only one vehicle to pass. However, an out-of-control van had crashed into the construction barricades, effectively blocking the way. A quick glance revealed over 20 zombies, most clad in worker uniforms. This was the only route to the cold storage. Rerouting would be a time-consuming endeavor. Chen Luo exited the vehicle, knowing he had no choice but to deal with them. The Mage King also alighted from the car, and Chen Luo advised, "To stay safe and keep yourself protected." With no living souls nearby, the sudden appearance of Chen Luo sent the zombies rushing towards him like dogs drawn to a bone. With an indifferent smile, Chen Luo brandished both electric batons. The crackling sound of electricity filled the air as two zombies collapsed instantly. However, he quickly found himself surrounded by a throng of zombies. Unfazed, Chen Luo faced 4 or 5 zombies lunging towards him at once, knowing that his batons could only incapacitate 2 simultaneously. Encased in cumbersome armor, he was unable to evade their attacks. Yet, clad in a metal suit and a sturdy helmet, Chen Luo was well protected. The alloy armor was impervious to the feeble assaults of the current zombies. The creatures clawed and bit at him, their teeth and claws failing to penetrate his defenses. The scratching of claws against armor produced a jarring noise, leaving only faint marks without posing any threat. The zombies that attempted to bite him fared far worse. Their teeth, though sharpened and their biting force increased, were still incapable of breaching the armor. The more ferociously they bit, the greater the damage they inflicted upon themselves. Suddenly, 2 bloodied teeth flew into the air, shattered by their own forceful gnashing. Chen Luo chuckled. In this apocalypse, there are no dentists to fix your teeth. Best to refrain from biting, lest you lose them entirely and be left to lick your wounds. Thanks to the protection of his armor, the zombies could not harm Chen Luo. However, mere armor would not suffice. Inflicting damage on the zombies would require more than just defense. One of the electrified zombies, unlike the usual dazed state, remained aggressive, fiercely gripping the electric baton. It was evident that the baton had little charge left. This baton had a high voltage, but a short duration. Chen Luo had already dispatched 7 or 8 zombies with it. "Here you go," Chen Luo said, loosening his grip and retrieving another electric baton from his supernatural space. "I prepared a full stock of 50. With ease, he dispatched all the zombies, collecting the spent batons afterward. Approaching the van, he noted that one of the windows had been completely shattered. The vehicle was devoid of passengers, yet the keys remained inside. It appeared that the driver had suddenly transformed into a zombie, trapped within the vehicle, and in a panic, had resorted to breaking the windows. Chen Luo moved the van aside and continued on his way. This time, he arrived without incident at the vicinity of the cold storage. Not rushing to enter, Chen Luo had prepared a heavy-duty truck nearby. Beneath the expansive terrain, this heavy-duty truck proved to be a more formidable artifact than any armored vest or electric baton. In the parking lot, Chen Luo located the heavy truck he had prepared, grinning with amusement as he retrieved the keys and opened the door, inviting the King of Law to join him inside. The truck's door stood over a meter above the ground, necessitating the use of steps for easier access. The sensation of driving the heavy truck was incomparable to that of a compact car. The robust steering wheel and towering chassis instilled a profound sense of security. Abandoning his sedan, Chen Luo, albeit somewhat clumsily, maneuvered the heavy truck towards the cold storage facility, where the electronic gates were firmly shut. Unfazed, he pressed down hard on the accelerator, crashing into the gate with a force that would have likely rendered a smaller vehicle inoperable. However, against the might of the heavy truck, the electronic gate crumbled as if it were nothing, allowing the truck to surge effortlessly into the cold storage area. Chen Luo gaped in awe, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of destruction. The cold storage was vast, bustling with staff during working hours. and thus teeming with zombies, no fewer than 100. While electric batons could effectively eliminate them, they consumed an excessive amount of power. The roar of the truck, combined with the commotion of demolishing the electronic gate, instantly drew the attention of numerous zombies, who began to converge on Chen Luo's position. With a sly smile, he accelerated towards them, knowing that few could survive a full-speed collision with the heavy truck. The oblivious zombies, lacking any instinct for self-preservation, attempted to obstruct the truck with their bare hands. Was this not a clear sign of insanity? 2 zombies were sent soaring 3 meters into the air, crashing to the ground lifelessly. This was far more gratifying than using an electric baton. As more zombies approached, they posed no real threat. Those that were merely knocked down, yet still living, were met with another crushing blow from the truck, leaving no doubt of their demise. Chen Luo reveled in the chaos he created, tearing through the cold storage with reckless abandon, while the King of Law, alongside him, cheered in exhilaration. The foolish zombies continued to stream forth, one after another, as if offering themselves up for slaughter. After several minutes, Chen Luo deliberately made noise. Yet no further zombies were drawn to him. He exited the truck, but instead of rushing into the cold storage to collect supplies, he began gathering the crystals from the zombies' brains while vigilantly scanning for any survivors. After creating such a commotion, any survivors in the vicinity would undoubtedly have taken notice. In the unique environment of the cold storage during the outbreak, any survivors would either have escaped the zombies through sheer speed or sought refuge in a secure room. Ideally, there would be none. If there were, Chen Luo had no intention of bringing any survivors along with him. After all, why should he risk himself for strangers? He was determined to collect every useful resource from the cold storage. Should he gather the goods without anyone witnessing, the disappearance of supplies would surely raise suspicions about him. The existence of a plethora of resources must remain a closely guarded secret. Chen Luo was not a mindless killer, but anyone who posed a threat to him would face dire consequences. In this post-apocalyptic world, concepts of right and wrong had dissipated. It was merely a struggle against zombies, monsters, and even fellow survivors, all vying for limited resources in a life-or-death contest. Just as Chen Luo had once fought fiercely for a mere sausage, he could not be faulted for wanting to fill his stomach. Others, too, sought to satisfy their hunger. Did the King of Law err in his pursuits? Chapter 12 unfolded serendipitously. Atop the cold storage, 3 survivors observed Chen Luo with cautious intrigue. They were employees of the facility, 2 men, Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang, both strong and robust in their 30s, and a woman, Zhang Meng, a demure accountant in her 20s. When the outbreak occurred, Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang had been idly chatting near the cold storage, somewhat distant from others. Upon witnessing the zombies, they were nearly paralyzed with fear, lacking the courage to break through the horde. Familiar with the cold storage's layout, they swiftly retreated inside and ascended to the rooftop, barricading the entrance. Zhang Meng, on the other hand, had fortuitously been away from her office. After realizing the chaos, she had screamed and fled, fortuitously spotting Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang, and joined them on the rooftop. The zombies below were unable to reach the 3, thwarted in their attempts as they turned their attention towards Chen Luo. They watched in disbelief as Chen Luo's truck crushed the zombies with ruthless efficiency. Zhang Meng, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Let us ask him to take us with him." Tong Yuanhang chimed in, "This truck is a cargo area. The cabin alone can accommodate 5 or 6 people. I'm anxious to know how my wife is faring. If we ride in this truck, we'll be safe." They had all witnessed the brutal efficiency with which the heavy truck dispatched hundreds of zombies. Gu Tao, shaking his head while smoking, countered, "In spacious areas like this, the city is too congested. If we get stuck, we'll be waiting for death." Zhang Meng voiced her concerns. When the outbreak first happened, the internet was still operational. "I saw many reports online about zombies. Could the entire world have turned into this?" Tong Yuanhang replied, "Regardless, I must return home. This truck far surpasses the other vehicles at the cold storage." Zhang Meng agreed, but Gu Tao remained skeptical. "Do you think he is our savior? Why would he help us? This driver is ruthless. Otherwise, he would have done what he just did. Do you really believe he would take the risk to escort you home? I suspect he knows we have supplies at the cold storage and is here to loot them before leaving without a second thought." Tong Yuanhang fell silent, realizing that if he were in Chen Luo's position, he would certainly refuse to assist strangers. Gu Tao, with a resolute tone, declared, "If this heavy truck is in someone else's hands, it's better to seize it ourselves. Even without an apocalypse, we can justify it as an emergency measure. Not robbery, just incapacitate him." Suddenly, Zhang Meng exclaimed, "Look, he seems to be wearing armor." Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang exchanged astonished glances, exclaiming in unison, "Impressive." While the heavy truck was formidable, disembarking could be perilous. The armor changed everything. Gu Tao's resolve to seize Chen Luo's truck intensified. "What do you both think?" Tong Yuanhang immediately responded, Yes, we should take it. This brat intends to steal our supplies. We cannot allow that. Zhang Ming hesitated, but ultimately concurred. Having the truck in Chen Luo's possession was less favorable than having it in the hands of her colleagues, who would at least be more trustworthy than a stranger. Seeing both men in agreement, Gu Tao grinned. Zhang Ming, employ your charms to captivate his attention. Yuan Heng, you, and I will take him down. Zhang Ming felt her cheeks flush with pride. Amidst the rugged environment of the cold storage, she was indeed the beauty. Flattery had its effects, and some began to believe it. The trio descended from the rooftop, making their way toward Chen Luo. Zhang Ming tried to speak sweetly. Hello, thank you for rescuing us. Tong Yuanheng and Gu Tao wore warm, grateful smiles. Previously, shrouded in darkness on the rooftop, Chen Luo had not noticed them. Squinting, he pondered whether they would next demand he take them away or resort to violence if he refused. Chen Luo refrained from making any immediate moves and inquired, Are you the only ones here? Zhang Ming's expression dimmed suddenly as he nodded. Yes, only the three of us survived. A sense of vigilance surged within Chen Luo. Four Gu Tao and Tong Yuanheng were approaching him from either side. Among strangers, an instinctive distance of approximately 3 meters typically exists. Only those acquainted with one another draw closer than 1 meter. Gu Tao and Tong Yuanheng decisively seized the moment, each pressing down on Chen Luo's shoulders. They were brimming with confidence, for their years of labor in heavy lifting had endowed them with strength far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. The armor provided robust defense. Yet it was only effective against zombies. Had they not sought to be cautious, either of them could have subdued the armored Chen Luo with ease. A cold sneer curled upon Chen Luo's lips. How audacious of you, to strike first before I even made a move. Just moments ago, you were expressing gratitude for my rescue, and now you turn against me without hesitation? Had Chen Luo been unprepared, an ordinary person in such a predicament would have met a swift demise. The harshness of the environment amplifies the ugliness of human nature exponentially. Kindness becomes the most worthless and perilous trait in the apocalyptic world. With Chen Luo's shoulders restrained, Gu Tao could not suppress his arrogance, proclaiming, Little brother, don't resist. Rest assured, we mean you no harm. At that moment, the king of dogs, who had been searching separately with Chen Luo, returned and, upon witnessing the scene, displayed a fierce demeanor. Gu Tao and his companions were taken aback. Was there a dog? The dimming light obscured their vision. Nevertheless, they dismissed it, as the king of dogs did not appear particularly formidable. Before the king of dogs could intervene, Chen Luo suddenly brandished 2 electric batons, directing them toward Gu Tao and Tong Yuanheng. The dead would not disclose Chen Luo's secret ability to conjure items at will. The power of these batons had been previously validated. The 2 men screamed in agony, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably, and they involuntarily released their grip on Chen Luo. Zhang Ming, stunned by the sudden turn of events, gazed at Chen Luo approaching with the batons and screamed in terror, Don't kill me. In a moment of panic, Zhang Ming attempted to flee, but the armored Chen Luo found it challenging to pursue her. Fortunately, the king of dogs quickly caught up, delivering a savage collision from behind that sent Zhang Ming sprawling. Chen Luo advanced to deliver the final blow. As he gazed upon the lifeless bodies of the 3, a smile broke upon his face. Thus, it is said that sometimes one must strike first. If one waits for others to act before retaliating, it may be too late. Chen Luo climbed into the truck and drove it to the cold storage facility, reversing the vehicle and, in the process, rolling over the 3 soft forms, purely coincidental. Chapter 13. Garlic You Fierce. Upon exiting the vehicle, Chen Luo prepared to commence the retrieval of supplies. The king of dogs stood guard outside the cold storage, ready to alert Chen Luo if anyone approached. He first opened his stocked meat cold storage, collecting all the meat he had hoarded. Before the apocalypse, he had been unable to come, as he had not settled the final payment, a staggering 200 million, which no one would trust. The disappearance of supplies would certainly attract attention. Now that he had secured the meat, Chen Luo felt significantly reassured. He need not concern himself with whether others would go hungry. At least he and Su Dezhu would possess an abundance of meat. This was merely the beginning. He intended to clear out all useful supplies from the entire cold storage. Chen Luo opened the door to the second cold storage. The sight within made his mouth twitch, a warehouse brimming with garlic, an unquantifiable tonnage. What on earth would I do with so much garlic? Garlic you fierce. Well, garlic is a common seasoning. With a larger populace, the daily consumption would be considerable, essential for cooking and stir-frying. He decided to take it all. The next warehouse yielded a surprising discovery, an entire stockpile of ginger. No wonder there were references to garlic and ginger. Was this a ploy by those unscrupulous merchants? The subsequent warehouse brought Chen Luo some delight. Numerous fresh pig trotters and various pig offal, such as hearts, lungs, and livers. This was somewhat acceptable, as Chen Luo had been stockpiling pork, and this served as a supplement. The next warehouse contained frozen chicken feet, wings, and thighs. Noticing a significant number of duck heads, Chen Luo hesitated, thinking, I don't eat duck heads. Nevertheless, he decided to seize the opportunity. There were also plenty of whole chickens and ducks. In the following warehouse, Chen Luo's eyes lit up, boxes of frozen shrimp. This warehouse appeared to be dedicated to storing seafood. He casually opened one box, revealing it filled to the brim with mantis shrimp, which could be simply boiled for a delicious meal. Chen Luo beamed with joy as he collected them all. Mantis shrimp. We're off. To his astonishment, the storage also contained a substantial amount of tea leaves, which, while he rarely drank, he decided to take as well. Even more unexpectedly, there were numerous ice creams and frozen desserts. A fair quantity of fruits and vegetables also awaited him, all of which he gathered. After a thorough assessment, Chen Luo calculated that he had acquired approximately 60,000 tons of goods. A fully loaded cold storage. How exhilarating. It took him half a day to store all the supplies and his spatial abilities. The sheer volume was overwhelming. Chen Luo returned home, satisfied with his bounty. He drove a heavy truck, discarding the sedan he had arrived in, for such vehicles were plentiful in the city, while meticulously selected heavy trucks were a rare find. Humming a tune, Chen Luo intended to first return home to check on Sudaju before finding a suitable time to visit the grain storage. The distance between the cold storage and the grain storage exceeded 100 kilometers. Quite a trek. If it were convenient, he would go directly. On the way, during the first half day of the apocalypse, no zombies posed any obstacle to Chen Luo. As he drove down a narrow path, he noticed no zombies in sight. A yellow-haired individual, hiding behind a tree, saw the heavy truck approaching and his face brightened. Although the spot provided temporary refuge from zombies, one could not remain hidden forever. Sustenance was required. If only this heavy truck could take him along. The yellow-haired man grasped a makeshift wooden club tightly and dashed into the center of the road, shouting, "Driver, please help me, take me with you." Chen Luo, expressionless, knew that stopping was out of the question. Aside from Sudaju, he would not take anyone in the month following the apocalypse. During this period, only those with audacity could acquire relatively easy-to-obtain supplies. They had not yet experienced despair or tasted hunger. While he could eat his fill, this person ran over to him requesting assistance. Would it be more effective if one had been starving for a while and offered them a piece of bread? The difference was clear. Moreover, enduring hunger made one more amenable to guidance. Even for those whom Chen Luo found enticing, like Mi Ling and Mi Li, he intended for them to experience hunger for a time. He was in no rush. What right did this yellow-haired individual have to expect Chen Luo to take him along? Holding a club, what if he tried to attack me once I let him in? Chen Luo continued driving without reducing speed. If you dare block my path, I will truly run you over. Seeing the heavy truck show no signs of slowing, the yellow-haired man was taken aback. Even if he wasn't going to help, would it kill him to at least slow down and say something? This threatening demeanor of appearing ready to run him over, what did it mean? The current populace truly lacked a sense of civic duty. As the heavy truck approached within a mere dozen meters, the yellow-haired man hastily cleared the way. Just as the truck was about to pass him by, he shouted in fury, "Damn it, you'll regret this. Just wait for your chance, and I'll make you pay." Upon hearing these words, Chen Luo's expression darkened, and he halted the vehicle. There was no doubt that if the yellow-haired man ever had the opportunity and ability, he would seek vengeance. "You need something from me, so you must assist me. Should you refuse, resentment will fester, such is human nature." An example of this can be seen in lending money. In ordinary times, such resentment might manifest as idle gossip or petty sabotage. However, in a post-apocalyptic world, it could lead to death. Chen Luo initially had no intention of engaging with the yellow-haired man, but he could not allow him to remain unscathed. The principle remained. He posed a threat to me, albeit a minor one, nearly negligible. Chen Luo turned to the Law King and asked, "Did you hear what he said? He mentioned wanting to eat dog meat." The Law King was taken aback. While I may not comprehend all human speech, I was certain he did not utter the words dog meat. Seeing Chen Luo stop the vehicle, the yellow-haired man brandished a wooden stick and charged forward menacingly. As the car door swung open, the Law King leapt down from the truck, glaring fiercely at the yellow-haired man. "Regardless of whether you wish to consume dog meat, if my master commands your demise, then you must perish." The sight of a dog leaping from the vehicle left the yellow-haired man momentarily stunned, yet he remained unfazed, sneering. "Watch my stick technique against dogs." He raised the wooden stick, preparing to strike the Law King with great force. The Law King's eyes glinted with disdain. "Do you presume I would engage in a physical brawl with you? I possess magic." After a brief moment, the Law King unleashed a purple arc of lightning toward the yellow-haired man. Caught completely off guard, the yellow-haired man was struck, his hair standing on end. Even though the Law King had only recently acquired the power of lightning, it still held formidable lethality against ordinary individuals and low-level zombies. The yellow-haired man collapsed to the ground, Calmly, Chen Luo instructed, finish him off, but refrain from using your lightning power. By allowing the Law King to take action, Chen Luo aimed to hone his skills. The encounters thus far were trivial skirmishes, but future battles would undoubtedly be more arduous. Practicing now would ensure he would not be caught off guard later. The power of supernatural abilities was limited. Depleting them for a mere finishing blow was unwise. Previously, the Law King had only slain zombies and had never taken a human life. Zhang Ming had merely been pinned down by him. Despite being a dog, this experience was essential for the Law King. He hesitated momentarily, but under Chen Luo's watchful gaze, he ultimately sank his sharp teeth into the yellow-haired man's throat. Chapter 14, Green Tea. As they neared the urban area, the number of zombies increased significantly. The road was littered with vehicles that had collided in a chaotic tangle due to a sudden loss of control. The city was inundated with cars to such an extent that a system of odd-even license plate restrictions had to be implemented. In the bustling districts, traffic was completely gridlocked, with hundreds of vehicles colliding in succession. Without clearing the obstructing vehicles, not even Chen Luo's heavy truck, let alone a tank, could hope to pass through. Fortunately, the area where Chen Luo's villa was located was relatively tranquil, surrounded by mountains and water, with few people and vehicles. Chen Luo deliberately chose routes with minimal traffic, even if it meant taking a longer path and spending more time. On the rare occasion he encountered a couple of cars obstructing the road, he simply accelerated and crashed through. The smaller vehicles were sent flying. After a series of bumps and scrapes, he finally returned to the vicinity of his home. Chen Luo exhaled deeply, relieved. Surveying his surroundings, he prepared to park the heavy truck at the roadside rather than drive into the villa area. While the truck was powerful, it also had its drawbacks. Its lack of agility meant that there were roads accessible to smaller vehicles that it could not navigate, and making turns was cumbersome. The roads within the villa district were narrow and inadequate for accommodating such a truck. Forcing it inside would make exiting a true challenge. Chen Luo's reversing skills were best left unmentioned. He instructed the Law King, get out and lure the zombies away, then wait for me inside the villa area. Chen Luo pointed toward the direction of the villas. The Law King understood and jumped out of the vehicle, barking loudly. Over 20 zombies, drawn by the heavy truck, immediately turned their attention to the Law King. Dogs are inherently fast, and under normal circumstances, no companion could hope to outrun a fully grown, healthy dog. With his awakened supernatural abilities, the Law King's speed had increased dramatically. Now empowered, he could move with lightning-like swiftness. Not only was he fast, but his agility allowed him to deftly maneuver around the slow-moving zombies. The sound of the Law King's barks gradually faded, prompting a smile from Chen Luo. Even if the Law King's natural talents were not particularly impressive, he was still a commendable companion. At the very least, he would not betray Chen Luo. Chen Luo could easily dispatch these zombies, but chose instead to let the Law King divert their attention, not for any other reason than to keep them occupied while he safeguarded his vehicle. In the absence of zombies, someone might approach the heavy truck. While they may not be able to drive it away, they could cause damage. This free labor was certainly worth utilizing. As Chen Luo reached the entrance of the villa area, he spotted 2 security guard zombies, but to his relief, Su Daju was not among them. He breathed a heavy sigh of relief, fearing the butterfly effect might have altered the world, turning Su Daju into a zombie himself. If that happened, Chen Luo would be powerless to intervene, easily dispatching the few zombies he encountered with his electric baton. Chen Luo began searching for Su Daju. He recalled that during the outbreak, Su Daju had fled into the villa area, climbing over a wall to hide within one of the villas. At the time, they had not teamed up, and later, when food supplies dwindled, they had coincidentally reunited while seeking provisions in the supermarket within the villa area. Chen Luo could hardly bear the thought of waiting over a month to be reunited with Su Daju. Brother, I've missed you dearly. He could not bear the thought of Su Daju enduring a month of starvation either. Whatever I eat, you should eat too. Furthermore, Su Daju was initially unaware of the existence of crystals, causing him to miss out on critical development time early in the apocalypse, a gap Chen Luo needed to rectify. However, Chen Luo could not recall which villa Su Daju had taken refuge in, only that it was somewhere in the outer region. This posed no challenge for Chen Luo. He was unafraid to employ tactics others might shy away from. Just then, the Law King returned, licking his face with an air of triumph, prompting Chen Luo to affectionately pat his head. Armed with the electric baton, Chen Luo called out loudly, Su Daju, where are you? Although zombies had poor eyesight, their hearing and sense of smell were keenly developed, and shouting would inevitably attract them. But was Chen Luo concerned about that? Inside one of the villa's rooms, Su Daju was hiding alongside a demure girl. Upon hearing Chen Luo's voice nearby, he couldn't help but complain, is this guy out of his mind? Doesn't he fear attracting zombies? He could get himself killed, and we might be in danger too. Yet, Su Daju could not resist the urge to stand up. It's Brother Chen. Could Chen Luo, with his intellect, truly overlook the danger of such actions? Yet he was resorting to this method to locate him. Their bond was not strong enough to warrant such a risk, but Su Dezhu felt a surge of gratitude nonetheless. Approaching the window, Su Dezhu indeed spotted Chen Luo, and the quiet girl joined him. Just then, a zombie was drawn to the noise, but Chen Luo calmly electrocuted it. A scene witnessed by both Su Dezhu and the quiet girl. The demure girl was not the owner of the villa. She had fled with Su Dezhu at the outbreak of the apocalypse. She was taken aback by the power of the electric baton, realizing that if she had such a means of defense, she would no longer fear encountering zombies. No wonder this person was so bold. Su Dezhu exclaimed, "Brother Chen, I'm here." Chen Luo also spotted Su Dezhu, and an involuntary smile graced his face. What a good brother indeed. However, upon noticing the demure girl beside him, Chen Luo's expression darkened. Damn it, how could he have forgotten that scheming vixen, Chen Jing? In his previous life, both he and Su Dezhu had suffered greatly due to her manipulations. Chen Jing was cunning, fearing the risks of tap water. She had resorted to using Su Dezhu as a test subject for her paranoia about becoming a zombie after drinking it. "Dezhu Ji, have some tea," she would say, catching him off guard. After pairing up with Su Dezhu, Chen Jing would often say, "Dezhu Ji, I always feel so safe by your side." Meanwhile, she would feign hunger, hoarding a portion of the food allocated to her, pretending to be on the brink of fainting from starvation. When Su Dezhu generously shared his food with her, she would shed tears of gratitude, all the while hiding a backpack full of supplies. Her tea-making skills were exquisite, leaving Su Dezhu utterly captivated. Recalling all of this ignited a furious blaze within Chen Luo. He wished he could slap Chen Jing into oblivion. Yet, he knew he couldn't act on that impulse now. If he were to eliminate her before she served her tea, Su Dezhu would become estranged from him, creating an even greater chasm between them. Perhaps it was better this way, as Chen Jing would serve as a valuable lesson for Su Dezhu, revealing the treachery of human nature. Merely slapping her wouldn't suffice. He was determined to outsmart her. "Dezhu, come with me to my place. It will be safer for both of us," Chen Luo instructed. Su Dezhu nodded eagerly, recognizing that having another man around would indeed provide a sense of security. And he felt a premonition that following brother Chen would lead him down the right path. Earlier that morning, Chen Luo had warned him, and now trouble had indeed found them. Chen Jing chimed in, agreeing that being with Chen Luo, who wielded an electric baton, ensured her safety. "Brother Chen, my name is Chen Jing, and we are actually distant relatives. Perhaps 500 years ago, we were family, in a world where appearances mattered. Even someone with tea-making skills like her would be disregarded if they were unattractive." Chen Jing possessed a certain delicate charm and was quite pleasing to the eye, barely reaching the level of class beauty. "Let's not dwell on that. We should hurry and avoid any encounters with zombies," Chen Luo urged. Chen Jing calculated that she needed to enhance her rapport with Chen Luo. With two men to protect her, her chances of surviving until help arrived would significantly increase. In the early days of the apocalypse, most people clung to the delusion that the disaster was merely temporary, but despair only deepened with each passing moment. As they traversed their path, Chen Luo encountered two zombies, promptly dispatching them with his electric baton. Chen Jing watched in delight. The more formidable the weapon, the more reassured she felt. Upon entering Chen Luo's home, she was taken aback by the layout and decor of the place. The villa's location, ambience, and size were unmistakably superior to the previous one they had occupied. If she could secure Chen Luo's favor while waiting for national rescue, it would be a double triumph. Moreover, Chen Luo was neither an old codger nor an unattractive man. He was far more handsome than the so-called pretty boys. At that moment, Su Dezhu's stomach audibly protested. If the apocalypse was caused by some virus, it could transform individuals into zombies or awaken latent abilities, enhancing their physical attributes. Su Dezhu had undergone such a transformation. The virus, in fact, had significant benefits for survivors. The trade-off was an increased demand for energy. Poor Su Dezhu had eaten little that morning, and now, as evening approached, he hadn't consumed anything, leaving his stomach growling in hunger. The previous villa had been devoid of food, as its owner had been absent for an extended period. Chen Jing shyly glanced at Chen Luo. "Don't worry, I'll get something to eat," he assured them, heading for the refrigerator. After leaving only 3 slices of bread, he stashed the rest in his supernatural space. Chen Luo divided the 3 slices into 2 portions, one with a single slice and the other with 2, and a mischievous smile crept onto his face as an idea struck him. "Here you go, such a generous offering," he thought, and summoned the King of Thunder. He rubbed the single slice against the king's rear, leaving the creature bewildered. Chen Luo chuckled, adding his own flair to the offering. Approaching the two, he feigned remorse, saying, "Alas, this is all we have, so please bear with it." Su Dezhu hesitated. "Brother Chen, you should keep this for yourself." Chen Luo brushed it off, "Oh, it's nothing. We'll find more food at the supermarket soon enough." He then turned to Chen Jing. "You're a woman. Your appetite is likely smaller. Sharing a slice with you isn't unreasonable, is it?" Given Chen Jing's duplicitous nature, she would never openly protest. Although she felt discontent, she acknowledged that Chen Luo's reasoning was sound. Su Dazhu needed to be well-fed to have the strength to help her find food. Su Dazhu, indeed famished, devoured the 2 slices of bread in a matter of moments. Yet he still appeared unsatisfied. Chen Jing, unwilling to be outdone, stuffed the entire slice into her mouth. Suddenly, her expression changed. There was something off about the taste of the bread. The King of Thunder looked at her in horror. How could she eat a slice that had been near his backside? Chen Luo maintained a composed smile, reveling inwardly in the moment. The flavor of the King of Thunder was a privilege to experience. Noticing Su Dazhu's frequent belly rubs, Chen Luo realized that while tormenting Chen Jing was amusing, it was Su Dazhu who would ultimately suffer. Given Su Dazhu's nature, if he provided him with something good to eat, he would inevitably share it with Chen Jing, who remained oblivious to the true nature of her character. Chen Luo was already pained by the thought of giving Chen Jing the King of Thunder's bread. He needed to eliminate her swiftly, or many matters would become inconvenient. Clapping his hands, he gathered the 3 of them on the sofa. In a serious tone, he stated, "We've run out of food and must acquire more urgently. While the supermarket near the community is still unoccupied, we should gather supplies." Su Dazhu offered, "Brother Chen, let us go now. I'll cover you. You can focus on gathering supplies with the electric baton. As long as I'm alive, the zombies won't harm you." Chen Luo shook his head. That plan won't work. The electric baton, even fully charged, can only take down 4 zombies. I've seen the numbers at the supermarket. There are far more than that. I have a better plan. He pointed at Chen Jing. "Sister, you're petite and likely quick on your feet. You should distract the zombies while Dazhu and I gather supplies. Then we can regroup back home." Chen Jing was taken aback. "You want me to attract the zombies?" She protested, her voice trembling. "Brother Chen, I've been sickly since childhood. I can't run fast at all. Aren't you sending me to my doom?" Chen Luo responded with a chuckle. "Then I'll distract the zombies, and you and Dazhu can go gather supplies. How does that sound?" Chen Jing was reluctant. It was too perilous. With a quivering voice, she replied, "Brother Chen, it's not that I don't want to. I only had 1 slice of bread from you this morning. I'm afraid I won't have the strength and might end up being a burden to you both." Chen Luo, unsatisfied, retorted, "Then what do you suggest you can do? You can't just sit back and let Dazhu and me take all the risks while you reap the benefits." Chen Jing was taken aback. She hadn't expected Chen Luo to show such a lack of chivalry, devoid of any gentlemanly qualities. Shouldn't he care for women? She couldn't believe he would expect her to join in the perilous endeavor. With a pitiful gaze, she turned to Su Dazhu, hoping he would speak up for her. Chen Luo didn't give her a chance and coughed lightly. "I haven't had a sip of water since morning. My throat feels as if it's on fire. It's my fault for not stocking up on bottled water at home, and I'm unsure if the tap water is contaminated. How about this, Chen Jing? You could try it for me? If you do, I won't need you to go." Chen Jing was already furious. Was this something a man should do? To use me as a test subject? Because she was worried about the water being tainted, she hadn't dared to drink either. Su Dazhu had been beside her, and she hadn't even touched the waha in her backpack for fear he might want some. Why must I always do something? If I could do something, what need would there be for you all? Chen Jing whispered, "I can help wash your clothes and take care of your needs. Chen Ge, please don't make it difficult for me." Just then, Chen Jing caught a glimpse of the Dog King and exclaimed in delight, "Right. We can have to try the tap water to see if it's drinkable." The Dog King looked at Chen Jing in complete bewilderment. "Although I am not human, you're indeed a dog. You want me to be a test subject? Damn it, I feel like biting you." Enraged, the Dog King lunged at the backpack that Chen Jing had been carrying. Chen Jing screamed in fright, clutching her bag tightly. The contents spilled out, revealing her true self. The Dog King barked at Chen Luo, who brightened at the sight. "What treasures do you have? Let me take a look." Could Chen Jing and a dog work together? Chen Luo firmly opened Chen Jing's backpack. To his surprise, it was filled with snacks, a hefty bag of beef jerky, 2 chocolate bars, a packet of chips, several small jellies, and 2 bottles of waha. Chapter 16. Chen Jing. Are you betraying me? Many girls have the habit of carrying snacks with them, and Chen Jing was no exception. Upon seeing the zombies, she realized a disaster had struck. Many calamities are enduring, and supplies are crucial. Having food and drink can significantly prolong survival until rescue arrives. Although Su Dazhu saved her, she was unwilling to share her snacks with him. After hiding with Su Dazhu for most of the day, she felt ravenous and initially planned to find an excuse to avoid him and secretly eat some. However, uncertain about how long this disaster would last, Chen Jing decided to wait until she could no longer bear the hunger before indulging. Unexpectedly, the Dog King and Chen Luo exposed the snacks in her backpack. Previously, she had insisted she had nothing on her. Chen Jing's mind went blank. The exposure was not the worst part. Offending two men would likely make it impossible to obtain supplies in the future, especially since Chen Luo seemed to be targeting her intentionally. Looking at the bag of snacks, Chen Luo chuckled. By heaven's conscience, I knew Chen Jing would hide supplies, but I never expected her to carry so many snacks even before the apocalypse. A glimpse of her ugly facade had been revealed. Hey, I'm feeling hungry just looking at this, so I won't hold back. Chen Luo inserted a straw into a bottle of Waha and guzzled it down. He then handed the beef jerky and chips to Su Daju. You must be famished. Take this. Once we're full, we can go gather supplies. This time, Su Daju did not hesitate and accepted the food, casting a disapproving glance at Chen Jing. Earlier, he had risked his life to save her, even climbing back over for her when she couldn't enter the villa, almost getting caught by zombies. Yet, she had the audacity to pretend she was without food. It was clear she didn't want to share with him. Su Daju was not malicious. He simply didn't think poorly of others. Why would he still be polite to Chen Jing? Realizing what had happened, Chen Jing charged forward, screaming, "That's mine. Get it back." Chen Luo pushed her down. Chen Jing fell to the ground, bursting into tears. You two men are bullying a little girl. What kind of man are you? Chen Luo scoffed. Go ask the zombies if they care whether you are a man or a woman. Though a fraction of Chen Jing's true character had been revealed, it was not sufficient for Su Daju to deeply understand human nature. Chen Luo planned to give her a harsher lesson. Soon, he comforted Chen Jing, saying, why cry? We need to be full of energy to seek supplies. This time, you won't be coming with us. We'll eat your food, and when we return, we'll compensate you double. Chen Jing realized that no matter what, she couldn't afford to fall out with Chen Luo and Su Daju. Doing so would only plunge her into despair, leaving her with nowhere to voice her grievances even in death. Tearfully, she said, I was wrong. I was afraid of hunger as a child. I know my behavior is not commendable. I'm sorry. It was just an instinctive reaction. Chen Jing spun a tale of her tragic childhood. Chen Luo couldn't help but admire her ability to concoct such a story on the spot. He casually ate a few jellies, giving the rest to Su Daju. Chen Jing watched in despair as her stockpile of supplies dwindled. Chen Luo said, let us rest for an hour before heading to the supermarket at the entrance. Su Daju nodded. I'll follow your lead, Chen Ge. Chen Luo pretended to rest while secretly summoning the Dog King. Dog King, go outside and attract a few zombies, about 10 or so, and lead them back here. The Dog King slowed down, ensuring not to lose the zombies, as it could lure the most primitive, mindless ones. In times of crisis, true character is often revealed, and a person's nature can be thoroughly exposed when faced with adversity. The Dog King looked at Chen Luo in confusion, while it understood luring zombies. It did not comprehend why they needed to bring them home. Chen Luo glanced at the Dog King. Don't worry about the details. You'll understand when you return. The Dog King complied and set off. Chen Luo first descended the stairs quietly, discreetly opening the door of the house. Then retrieved 4 cloves of garlic from his special space and minced them in the kitchen. Garlic alone cannot fend off zombies. Rather, its pungent odor tends to attract them. Anyone carrying a strong scent would be swarmed and torn apart by the lowly zombies. Chen Luo prepared 2 bowls of garlic juice and placed them on the table. Daju, don't panic this time. I returned from outside earlier and saw someone with a string of garlic tied around them. The zombies actually recoiled in fear. Chen Jing's eyes lit up. Indeed, garlic has been known to be effective against zombies in movies. Su Daju also looked pleased. Chen Luo lamented. It's a pity we only have this little garlic at home. It's barely enough for 2 people. Let's see if we can find more at the supermarket. Just then, a chorus of zombie growls echoed from a distance. Clearly, the number of zombies was substantial, not just 1 or 2. Chen Luo's expression changed dramatically. The growls grew closer and louder, soon sounding as if they were right beside them. The iron door rattled, and Chen Jing turned pale. Isn't the door locked? Hearing that, Chen Jing's face turned ashen. The zombies have reached the first floor. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo poured garlic juice over himself and pointed to the other bowl, saying to Su Daju, quickly use this bowl of garlic. Su Daju, kind-hearted as he was, felt some aversion toward Chen Jing now. But if he used it, wouldn't that mean Chen Jing would die? The horde of zombies was undeniably substantial, rendering their defeat impossible for the current group. If Chen Jing had previously harbored doubts regarding Chen Luo's intentions, she was now filled with trepidation, questioning whether Chen Luo was plotting against her. However, upon witnessing Chen Luo pour garlic juice over himself, her skepticism dissipated entirely. Surely, Chen Luo wouldn't inflict harm upon himself, would he? With only a bowl remaining, it indicated that but one person could survive. Chen Jing, quick-witted as ever, seized the garlic juice meant for Su Daju and, without hesitation, doused herself with it. Chen Luo had the power to intervene, yet he remained passive. Before the apocalypse, Chen wouldn't even entertain the thought of consuming garlic due to its pungent aroma. Now she was anxious that she had not applied enough of the juice. Seeing this, Su Daju was momentarily taken aback. Chen Luo chuckled, "You see, Daju? In this post-apocalyptic world, one must be wary of showing kindness to others, for some individuals are anything but human." In her past life, Chen Jing was not only adept in the art of tea, but also possessed a ruthless heart, seizing all supplies while Su Daju and Chen Luo were incapacitated, aligning herself with another powerful ally. This nearly drove Chen Luo to despair. Chen Jing's expression shifted dramatically. "Are you betraying me?" Chapter 17. The Tragic Fate of a Mage. Chen Luo's reaction made Chen Jing realize she had been deceived once more. But why? After all, Chen Luo had also splashed garlic upon himself. With a derisive laugh, Chen Luo retorted, "Deceive you? Was it not you who leapt into this predicament? Did I force you to drench yourself in garlic? To be frank, you are as good as dead. Zombies are exceedingly sensitive to the scent of garlic." Chen Jing, in a state of despair, exclaimed, "I merely wish to survive. What is wrong with that?" Chen Luo scoffed, "Indeed, there is nothing wrong with wanting to live. But it is erroneous to prey upon an innocent, especially when that person is my brother. Using your logic, we all wish to live. Sacrificing you, what fault lies therein?" Chen Jing's tea skills proved effective only against the naive. Had she encountered someone more cunning, she would have become nothing more than a tool for venting frustrations, barely receiving enough energy to sustain her life. In her previous life, Chen Jing had believed she had secured a new benefactor, only to find herself ensnared in a nightmare. For not everyone could be as benevolent as Su Daju. As the zombies approached, Chen Luo grew weary of conversing with Chen Jing and retrieved armor from his spatial abilities, donning it with practiced ease. Chen Jing was on the brink of death. Corpses divulge no secrets, and as for Su Daju, Chen Luo would reveal to him that his awakened ability was spatial manipulation. The sight of Chen Luo clad in armor astonished both onlookers. Chen Jing finally understood the source of Chen Luo's audacity in dousing her with garlic. "Daju, seek refuge in a room. Your presence only hinders me now," Chen Luo instructed. Su Daju complied, realizing that with this armor, zombies posed no threat to Chen Luo, and he would only serve as a liability. Chen Jing too wished to find a hiding place. Her previous despair vanished, replaced by a demeanor of ingratiation. "Brother Chen, spare me this once, and you may do as you wish afterward." Chen Luo chuckled darkly. "I wish for your demise. Should you perish, I shall grant you freedom." As the zombies ascended the stairs, Chen Luo delivered a forceful kick to Chen Jing, sending her sprawling into the throng of the undead. This time, Chen Jing was utterly shattered. "What have I done to offend you, Chen? From the moment we met, you have targeted me. Chen Luo, may you meet a wretched end." Chen Luo gazed at her coldly, his heart long since hardened. None had wronged him or his brother could be spared. Chen Jing had become devoid of value. Had it not been to illustrate the cruelty of human nature to Su Daju, Chen Luo would not have expended such effort to eliminate her. "To handle you, I haven't even finished my dinner yet." One Chen Jing was clearly insufficient for the ravenous zombies, who now lunged at Chen Luo. With ease, he dispatched them with electric strikes. Surveying the chaos and bloodshed, Chen Luo felt a wave of despair wash over him. "My home," he lamented, tears unshed. Today marked a grievous misfortune for the abode he had inhabited for over a decade. "Sudasu emergith." His expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions as he regarded Chen Jing's remains. Chen Luo said little, instructing Su Daju to help remove the bodies of the zombies from the villa. After all, it would be uninhabitable otherwise. The two spent nearly half an hour transporting the corpses to the roadside, far from the villa, as best as they could manage. Looking at the blood-stained ground, Chen Luo was genuinely disinclined to clean up, if only he had a maid at this moment. Mayu would have sufficed, as she was efficient. Yet Chen Luo was uncertain of her fate, regardless of whether she lived or died. He hoped the apocalypse would shape her into a more compliant individual by the time he returned. Who will handle this mess? Chen Luo pondered, unwilling to do it himself. He considered enlisting Su Daju, feeling a bit guilty about resting while others worked. His gaze landed on the mage. "You shall do it." Chen Luo gathered a few cloths and a bucket, instructing the mage on how to pour water and wring out the cloth. "This crucial task is now entrusted to you. Only upon completion may you dine." The mage, somewhat dazed, could hardly refuse Chen Luo's command. "You are truly a dog," Su Daju remarked, "Brother Chen. Shall we venture to the supermarket for some supplies?" With Chen Luo's armor and electric baton, the task would be effortlessly simple. However, after a long day, Chen Luo had no desire to exert himself for mere trifles. He waved dismissively. "I have something far more delectable. Come, let us ascend and indulge in some drinks." Su Dezhu had consumed only 2 slices of bread and a few snacks. Not even before awakening had he consumed enough to satisfy his appetite. At the dinner table, Chen Luo presented an array of 8 dishes. Large plate chicken, beer duck, sauerkraut fish, braised pork knuckle, dry-fried cauliflower, stir-fried green peppers with eggs, and home-style tofu. Deliberately placing the large plate chicken before Su Dezhu, who adored chicken, he also produced 2 bottles of chilled beer and a generous portion of rice. For Su Dezhu preferred not to eat vegetables alone. The fragrant spread elicited an involuntary drool from Su Dezhu, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Is this truly conjured from thin air? He marveled, eyes wide. Brother Chenyu? With a gentle laugh, Chen Luo explained, Dezhu, have you felt any changes within your body? Su Dezhu nodded, recalling, this morning, after a brief headache, I felt significantly stronger. The increase in strength was merely one of Su Dezhu's transformations. Unbeknownst to him, his vitality had also surged considerably. Once he leveled up further, ordinary daggers would struggle to pierce his skin. Chen Luo continued, this transformation actually began before the apocalypse. If your change is strength-based, mine is spatial. I suddenly discovered I could manipulate a fragment of spatial power, coupled with a persistent sense of impending calamity. Hence my stockpiling of supplies. This statement, while not entirely fictitious, was not as ludicrous as rebirth. Not only for Su Dezhu, but should he find trustworthy subordinates in the future, Chen Luo would convey the same narrative. So that's what somewhat understanding. Chen Luo smiled. I have a premonition that we will become brothers. Now, enough of the formalities. Let us eat, for nothing surpasses the joy of a hearty meal. Gazing at the bountiful spread. So that's what's hearth. There is too much food. We can't possibly finish it all. Brother Chen, let us be frugal. 2 or 3 dishes will suffice. Chen Luo, brimming with exuberance, replied, nonsense. Should we fail to finish, there is always the mage. He hasn't eaten yet either. The king of the law, utterly indifferent as he mops the floor, thinks little of leftover food. After all, during his days of wandering, even scraps were a luxury. Thank you, master, he muses. Yet, can one truly consider this mopping as a task befitting a dog? Chapter 18, The Sword of Void. Under normal circumstances, Chen Luo would abstain from alcohol. However, to commemorate his genuine reunion with Su Dezhu, he felt compelled to indulge, albeit modestly, with just 2 bottles of chilled beer. Observing Su Dezhu devouring his meal with gusto, a flicker of guilt crossed Chen Luo's mind. Those with abilities tend to possess voracious appetites, particularly those whose powers are physically oriented. They are, without exception, insatiable eaters. Yet, how much sustenance is available to them? Initially oblivious to this reality, Chen Luo only grasped the situation after encountering other physically adept individuals. The very thought of hunger sent shivers down his spine. Su Dezhu often deferred food to him, quietly enduring the pangs of hunger. Chen Luo swore that he would not allow Su Dezhu to go hungry any longer. As he watched Su Dezhu relish his meal, Chen Luo couldn't help but smile like a proud father, finding immense satisfaction in seeing his child well fed. With continual encouragement, Chen Luo insisted that Su Dezhu eat without restraint. 8 dishes proved insufficient for him, prompting Chen Luo to present a large platter of chicken, which finally left Su Dezhu thoroughly content. The joy of seeing Su Dezhu satiated brought Chen Luo more comfort than consuming a ginseng fruit himself. Rising, Chen Luo made his way to the kitchen, retrieving a barrel of pure water from his spatial abilities to cleanse the zombie crystals he had acquired. He did not bother to count them, but there were certainly over 200. Upon returning, he found a king of law eyeing him expectantly. Hadn't he promised to let him have the leftovers? Yet, not a morsel remained, having been devoured entirely by that glutton. Amused, Chen Luo produced a portion of braised pork for the king of law, unabashedly declaring that in a few days, few in the world would eat as well as this dog. For now, every household merely had a reserve of ingredients. Calling Su Dezhu over, Chen Luo handed him a handful of crystals. Dezhu, try to absorb the power from these crystals. It will rapidly enhance your strength. Su Dezhu inquired about their origin, and Chen Luo chuckled, explaining that they were excavated from the heads of zombies. Su Dezhu's face twisted in distaste at the thought. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked curiously, Chen Ge, how did you know these things were inside zombie heads? Chen Luo replied, when you were complaining of a headache this morning, did you not feel something forming in your head? I speculated that it might have produced a crystal, which led me to wonder if zombies might have the same. Su Dezhu, enlightened, praised, Chen Ge, you are truly clever. With a gentle smile, Chen Luo remarked that such insights were simply a matter of having a clever and agile mind. They were hardly secrets. Even those who lacked knowledge could easily comprehend it after interacting with others. From now on, do not call me Chen Ge. Simply refer to me as Ge instead. There is indeed a distinction between Ge and Chen Ge. Despite Su Daju's imposing stature, he was still 3 days Chen Luo's junior. Grinning like a fool, Su Daju responded, "All right, good. I've always wanted an older brother." Chen Luo and Su Daju had known each other for over a year in Su Daju's eyes. Chen Luo was unlike the other arrogant property owners who looked down upon him as a security guard. Chen Luo was consistently gentle, polite, and never condescending. Such respect was hard for Su Daju to resist, which naturally led to their partnership in their past life. Chen Luo instructed Su Daju to select a room to focus on absorbing the power, while he too retreated to a room to begin his own absorption. After the king of Law finished eating, Chen Luo tossed a handful of crystals to it. Consume them one by one. If it becomes overwhelming, feel free to stop. The crystals could be absorbed by holding them in one's palm or by ingesting them directly. The difference lies in the control one has. Holding them allows for discretion over absorption, while swallowing them could lead to disastrous consequences if the body cannot withstand the energy. Of course, such dire situations were unlikely with the lowest grade crystals, but the fact that these had been extracted from zombie heads was rather unappetizing, was it not? The king of Law, being a dog, was indifferent to such matters. As Chen Luo reclined on his bed, grasping a crystal, he began to absorb its energy. Each crystal contained a certain power. Absorbing it would strengthen him, with the best results coming from crystals of the same attribute. For instance, crystals of the spatial type would yield the most significant effect for Chen Luo. However, absorption was not limitless. It depended on individual circumstances. Just as some could devour 10 bowls of rice, while others barely managed half a bowl, those with greater appetites naturally possessed better aptitude, leading to a swifter increase in strength. Based on his past experiences, Chen Luo estimated that he could now absorb the energy equivalent to 8 crystals at once. This was substantial, as those with poorer qualifications might struggle to absorb even a single crystal upon awakening. Each crystal contained varying amounts of energy, but the differences were minor. Absorbing around 20 would likely elevate him to the level of a second-tier ability user. As he continued to absorb, Chen Luo abruptly sat up. Something felt amiss. Having absorbed 5 crystals, he felt as though he had barely ingested a morsel. Normally, after consuming 5 crystals, he would have felt quite sated. Yet now, it was merely a faint sensation. This was indeed a favorable sign, as the more energy one absorbed at once, the faster their strength would grow. Excited yet astonished, Chen Luo resumed his absorption. Upon reaching the 21st crystal, a sudden pain shot through his head, though it was not as intense as the awakening he experienced that morning. Chen Luo found it hard to believe. Had he truly reached the second tier on the first day of the apocalypse? In his previous life, he only advanced after 14 days. Earlier that morning, upon awakening, he could unleash 4 spatial orbs at once. Now, he could produce at least 15, with a slight increase in potency. Against zombies, this did not signify a qualitative change. He could still only manage to slay 11 or 12 at most, which fell short of the efficiency of an electric baton. Ignoring these fluctuations, Chen Luo continued to absorb the power of the crystals. Upon reaching the second tier, the efficacy of the lowest grade crystals diminished considerably, as their energy was not sufficiently pure. Once he reached the 4th tier, the lowest grade crystals would hold no value whatsoever, serving only to marginally hasten recovery. Thus, there were certain zombie crystals Chen Luo simply could not be bothered to collect. As long as he had enough, that sufficed. Only after absorbing 42 crystals did Chen Luo feel he had hit his limit, unable to take in any more. His capacity to absorb such a quantity was partly due to his recent tier advancement. With this level up, not only had his abilities improved, but his physical constitution had also seen a slight enhancement. The physique of a royal tier ability user was hardly inferior to that of a 10th tier physical ability user. Weakness was merely relative. Feeling the burgeoning power within him, Chen Luo rose, uncertain if he could now wield the Sword of Void. He began to concentrate all his energy into his palm, shaping it into a sword. This was not an invisible or colorless entity. A pale white laser-like sword coalesced in Chen Luo's hand. Yet, within less than 5 seconds, he collapsed onto the bed, drenched in sweat. The effort to utilize this ability had proven excessively taxing. Chapter 19, The Swarm of Mice. In his previous life at the 9th level, Chen Luo mastered the art of void walking, and upon reaching the king level, he wielded the dimensional blade. It is not to say that one must attain the 9th level to grasp void walking. It all hinges upon one's comprehension, and there are no NPC skill mentors to instruct one in these abilities. Presently, as long as the internal energy is sufficient, Chen Luo could utilize void walking even at the 1st level. However, it is evident that at that stage, one would lack the requisite power to sustain such a feat. Chen Luo surmised that he would need to reach at least the 4th level to employ void walking, albeit only for short distances, perhaps a maximum of 100 meters. A single use would deplete all of Chen Luo's extraordinary energy. The Void Blade was a power he commanded at the 7th level, condensing the forces of space into a tangible form. The Void Blade is exceptionally sharp, rendering the phrase cutting through iron like mud insufficient to describe its prowess. It can cleave a target's body in two without a drop of blood spilling. Engaging in combat is futile, and healing is of no avail unless aided by another formidable spatial ability user. It serves as Chen Luo's formidable weapon for assassination and ambush. At his peak, the Void Blade he conjured was almost substantial, capable of lasting effortlessly for half an hour. Now, however, it appeared merely as a faint shadow, lasting less than 5 seconds. Exhausted, Chen Luo chuckled lightly, unperturbed. The mere ability to manifest it was commendable. Against beings with formidable defenses, it was already capable of posing a threat. Unable to continue absorbing the crystals, Chen Luo, fatigued from the day's endeavors, swiftly succumbed to slumber. The Law King not only had to work, but also to guard the home. With its acute hearing and sense of smell, the Law King was more effective than any bodyguard. Any troubles it could handle independently, it would resolve, and for those it could not, it would alert Chen Luo. One could say that with the Law King, Chen Luo could sleep soundly. Otherwise, he would live in constant fatigue, perpetually on guard against unwelcome guests. The Law King lamented, "I feel I have borne far more than I ought to. This dog's life is fraught with exhaustion." The following morning, Chen Luo inquired about the crystal absorption progress from Su Dezhu and the Law King. Su Dezhu exclaimed with excitement, "Bro, your method is truly effective. I feel my strength has increased significantly. I think I absorbed 7 crystals." 7 was indeed a commendable number. The Law King barked 9 times in succession, indicating it had consumed 9 crystals. Chen Luo chuckled, relieved it wasn't 99. Otherwise, it would have barked 99 times. Once he has subordinates, perhaps he could enroll the Law King in 9 years of compulsory education. Su Dezhu, astonished, gazed at the Law King, realizing this dog was indeed remarkable. Yesterday, in his hunger-fueled haste, he hadn't paid much attention, but today he recognized that the Law King was no ordinary canine. Yet, you consumed 9 crystals while I only have 7. What does that imply? Today, they needed to head to the granary to collect rice and flour. After some contemplation, Chen Luo decided to bring Su Dezhu along. However, it was clear that Su Dezhu was not one to idly enjoy the fruits of labor at home. Thus, accompanying him would provide both a safeguard and an opportunity for Su Dezhu to hone his combat skills. Chen Luo equipped Su Dezhu with the armor he had prepared, allowing him to familiarize himself with it, and handed him 2 electric batons. This set of armor was not burdensome for someone of Su Dezhu's strength. It felt akin to an ordinary person wearing winter clothing. Meanwhile, Chen Luo, having advanced to a 2nd-level ability user, also felt a noticeable increase in strength. Donning the armor felt considerably lighter. Once all preparations were complete, they set out. Within the community, other survivors were not absent, but apart from a few, most would not venture out unless absolutely compelled by dire circumstances. As they exited the community, Chen Luo seized supplies from the supermarket within his own villa district. Upon reaching the area where heavy trucks were parked, a smile crept across his face. The trucks were intact, and the free guardianship had proven effective. Upon encountering zombies, Su Dezhu, emboldened by the armor and electric batons, was eager to engage. However, Chen Luo intervened, stating, "These are all free labor. Let the Law King distract them." The Law King adeptly led the zombies away, effortlessly drawing them off. Su Dezhu, slightly disheartened, remarked, "Why do I feel the Law King's contributions outweigh my own?" Chen Luo chuckled and reassured him, "Do not compare yourself to a dog. There are things it can accomplish that I cannot. Each has its strengths. It dares to eat filth. Would you?" Once the Law King was in the vehicle, instead of heading directly to the granary, Chen Luo steered towards the suburbs. Reaching the granary would require a detour. Otherwise, they would have to traverse the city, a perilous endeavor amidst a population of 30 million. Taking the time for a longer route was certainly worthwhile. Chen Luo navigated expertly, having studied the various routes to the granary before the apocalypse, even scouting the area previously. Along the way, they encountered survivors attempting to block the road, reminiscent of the earlier encounter with the yellow-haired individual. Yet Chen Luo did not reduce speed. "If you dare impede me, I shall not hesitate to collide." The journey of over 100 kilometers took Chen Luo more than 5 hours to complete. The granary was a 3-story building, rather lengthy, yet not particularly large. Even if filled to the brim with provisions, it would not hold much. However, beneath it lay an expansive basement, the contents of which remained unknown. The above-ground area served merely as office space. Chen Luo drove the heavy truck directly into the granary. In this spacious area, dispatching zombies was a trivial task. He circled within the granary, until he had vanquished nearly all the zombies before coming to a halt. Throughout this process, he had not encountered any survivors. If there had been, they would surely have cried out upon hearing the commotion. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Luo pondered. There were supposed to be numerous staff members at the granary. It was improbable that not a single survivor remained. He approached the corridor leading to the basement in the office building, finding the door wide open. The corridor lay shrouded in darkness. As Chen Luo illuminated it with his flashlight, he beheld the skeletal remains, his pupils constricting sharply. This was unmistakably a human skeleton, devoid of flesh and blood, reduced to mere bones. Some mutated small-sized creatures must dwell within the granary. Were they ants or rats? Normal zombies would leave behind remnants of their human prey, as they cannot consume every scrap cleanly. It is only mutated creatures like ants or rats that would devour everything so thoroughly. They may be weak individually, but their numbers are overwhelming. Chen Luo had witnessed vast armies of ants, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Anyone would flee upon encountering them. The skull of the skeleton faced Chen Luo, its body sprawled towards him. One could surmise that as the individual approached the basement, they discovered the terrifying creatures within and hastily attempted to flee, but alas, they were unsuccessful. Chen Luo hesitated. If confronted by a staggering number of these creatures, he feared he might not escape unscathed. Yet, failing to gather provisions would mean a prolonged absence. After a moment's deliberation, he gritted his teeth. The risk was too great. If provisions were lost, it mattered not. Preserving his life was paramount. Suddenly, the sound of squeaking emerged. Chen Luo's expression shifted dramatically as he seized Su Daju and bolted. The sound, it was the skittering of a rat swarm. Chapter 20. The Mutant Rat King. In this dire situation, it was no longer a matter of whether Chen Luo should enter the granary's basement, but rather that the rat swarm had caught the scent of Chen Luo and his companions and was now emerging. Chen Luo was not afraid of ordinary rat swarms. Even if they numbered in the hundreds, he remained largely unperturbed. The crux of the matter lies in the uncertainty of the rodent population. If there are thousands of them, then it spells doom. At present, Chen Luo lacks the means for large-scale extermination. Should he find himself surrounded and brought to the ground, he would be left awaiting his fate. The electric baton is utterly inadequate for dispatching such a multitude, constrained by its limited charge. Unfamiliar with the specifics, Chen Luo is certainly unwilling to engage in a desperate struggle, opting instead to flee with Su Daju. It finally dawns on Chen Luo why there are no survivors near the granary. With the razor-sharp teeth of the mutated rats, only solid, thick iron doors, like those of a safe, could withstand their onslaught. Ordinary security doors or wooden office doors offer no resistance whatsoever. The rats possess a keen sense of smell, and apart from escaping the granary, survival is utterly improbable. Upon witnessing a horde of dark figures surging from the basement, the King of Law is taken aback and hastily retreats. He calls out anxiously, indicating that they should run ahead while he distracts the swarm. The King of Law deduces that this rat horde is not akin to zombies. Their speed is incomparable. The two armored figures are swiftly overtaken. Chen Luo and Su Daju dash toward the office building. Once inside a heavy truck, they would be relatively safe, even if they cannot effectively confront the small rodents. The King of Law, however, chooses to flee down a corridor to the right, unable to follow Chen Luo and Su Daju's direction, confident in his speed to outpace them. The unfortunate pair, lagging behind, find themselves in dire straits. Yet, only a portion of the rats that emerge first pursue the King of Law. Though quick, the rats are still outpaced by the electrically awakened King of Law. A particularly massive rat, nearly the size of the King of Law, hesitates momentarily before deciding to pursue Chen Luo and Su Daju instead. Humans are far more delectable. The immense rat, agile despite its size, swiftly closes the gap, moving faster than Chen Luo and Su Daju. Hearing commotion behind him, Chen Luo does not dare to look back. Fleeing is paramount. The uncertainty of the rodent numbers forbids any confrontation. He must first assess the situation. Just as Chen Luo reaches the office building steps, the Rat King leaps high and violently collides with him. The force is astonishing. While ordinary sharp objects cannot penetrate the armor, such tremendous power cannot be mitigated. Chen Luo feels a searing pain in his back as his body tumbles uncontrollably forward. He crashes heavily to the ground, the armor exacerbating his agony. Ignoring the pain, he scrambles to his feet. But 2 seconds are sufficient for the horde to catch up to him and Su Daju. Upon turning back, Su Daju is gripped by terror. Hundreds of black rats surge toward them, each significantly larger than the average rodent. A colossal rat king, bloodthirsty in its gaze, watches him intently. This rat king, with its grimy, greasy fur, appears as if it has just emerged from a sewer. Most striking are its 2 prominent incisors, gleaming and measuring over 10 centimeters in length. Su Dezhu has never encountered such a creature and is instantly chilled to the bone. Rats do not engage in verbal threats before attacking. They simply leap into action. Both Chen Luo and Su Dezhu find themselves besieged simultaneously. Hundreds of rats converge, some leaping onto Chen Luo's legs, others onto his chest, scrambling upward. In mere moments, they are both completely covered in rats. The rodents pile upon one another, creating a dense mass that obscures the armor beneath. Each individual bears at least 50 or 60 rats, while the rest, unable to find footing, squeak anxiously. Each rat weighs over a pound, combined with their collective force. Chen Luo feels as though he is burdened by a 100-pound sack. Though not completely toppled, he struggles to stand, immobile. The Rat King observes coldly, anticipating a feast once its minions have dispatched the two. Without the armor, any other individual would have succumbed within moments. The ordinary rat's teeth, however, cannot penetrate Chen Luo's specially crafted armor. Cursing under his breath, he brandishes the electric baton. Due to their small size and density, the half-meter baton can potentially incapacitate 3 or 4 rats at once. The vitality of ordinary rats pales in comparison to that of zombies. While zombies are instantly stunned, a mere touch is enough to kill a rat. Chen Luo had anticipated this scenario, ensuring the armor was infused with non-conductive materials. The electrocuted rats fall to the ground. Yet in the next moment, the remaining rats swiftly fill the void. The swarm does not amount to the thousands Chen Luo dreaded. The situation is somewhat alleviated. The electric baton is sufficient to dispatch these rats. However, the still untouched Rat King weighs heavily on Chen Luo's mind. This mutated entity is a formidable presence. In this apocalyptic world, all beings, be they survivors or transformed creatures, exhibit gradual enhancement of their capabilities. Yet, certain zombies or mutated beings may undergo sudden transformations, experiencing a dramatic surge in power. These mutants appear to have exhausted their life potential, boasting a lifespan of only a few months or even mere hours. The greater the increase in strength, the shorter their lifespan. Their power becomes fixed, unable to grow further. Regardless of their lifespan, encountering them is akin to stepping in dog excrement, an ill omen indeed. The Rat King before him is evidently such a mutant. It is inconceivable that it could have reached this size by the second day of the apocalypse. The King of Law, having attracted a portion of the rats, races to the end of the corridor, crashing through the glass without slowing down. Ignoring the pain, he hastens toward Chen Luo, barking urgently in an attempt to divert the swarm. The rats, lacking the intelligence to match their instinct, redirect their pursuit toward the King of Law. The Rat King squints, realizing that its speed may not suffice to catch the dog. It is better to feast on humans first. It lunges at Su Dezhu, ferociously knocking him down with tremendous force. In this moment of peril, Su Dezhu remains composed. With a fierce expression, he presses the electric baton firmly against the Rat King. However, the once reliable baton appears ineffective. The Rat King merely flinches in pain. Instead, it sinks its teeth into the armor with even greater ferocity. With a resounding crack, the sturdy armor sustains a deep gash. Another bite, and it would be penetrated. The Rat King is cunning, targeting the neck area of Su Dezhu's armor. Should the armor be breached, Su Dezhu's neck would be exposed to the Rat King's vicious fangs, an inevitable doom. Chen Luo is undoubtedly intent on rescuing Su Dezhu. Yet it is clear that the electric baton cannot pose a threat to the Rat King in the immediate future. This Rat King is at least a level 3 or even 4 entity, possessing physical prowess rather than elemental abilities. Employing ordinary means to eliminate it within a short time frame is impossible. Some may argue that the King of Law is inferior to the Rat King. But how long can the Rat King survive? Perhaps it will perish unexpectedly within mere minutes, rendering the need for a fight moot. Chen Luo felt a profound sense of relief, having advanced to the rank of a level 2 Esper the previous night. Otherwise, he and Su Dezhu would undoubtedly have met their demise. Now, they clung to a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, they had encountered a horde of mutated rats, among which was a particularly formidable mutant Rat King. Fortuitously, the mage had diverted most of the mutated rodents away. Chen Luo retrieved 2 slabs of pork from his spatial abilities and tossed them onto the ground, instantly enticing some of the rats to pounce upon the meat. The pressure on Chen Luo was significantly alleviated. Disregarding the rats still clinging to him, he approached the Rat King with a stunned baton in hand. The Rat King regarded him with disdain, thinking, "Does this stunned baton pose a threat to me? I shall first devour him, then turn my attention to you." While the stunned baton appeared to be a mere distraction, the true weapon, the Void Sword, was being summoned in secret. The Rat King possessed intelligence, and if it sensed danger, it might opt to flee. Should the temporarily weakened Chen Luo, who could only briefly summon the Void Sword, fail, it would spell his doom. With the stunned baton in his left hand, he concentrated, manifesting a faint glow in his right. A fierce determination flashed in Chen Luo's eyes as he thought. Prepare to meet your end. The Rat King, poised to deliver a fatal bite to Su Dezhu after piercing his armor, suddenly felt a chilling sense of danger. Startled, it glanced at Chen Luo, contemplating escape. However, the distance between them was negligible. It was too late to flee. Chen Luo swung his sword, severing the Rat King's neck. While ordinary blades would struggle to penetrate its flesh, the Void Sword cleaved through the Rat King with ease, bisecting its body. Strangely, no blood flowed from the wound. Remarkably resilient, the Rat King did not succumb immediately to such a grievous injury. Its headless body convulsed violently as the severed head strained to reconnect with the body. Though impossible, the Rat King could still continue its assault. Exhausted from wielding the Void Sword, Chen Luo collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. Su Dezhu, no longer constrained by the Rat King, seized the creature's head and hurled it away with force. After a few futile thrashes, the Rat King lay silent. A smile crept onto Chen Luo's face. With the Rat King dead, the remaining rodents posed no threat. Lacking the strength to hold the stun baton, he retrieved it from his spatial abilities and instructed Su Dezhu to administer shocks to the remaining rats. 5 minutes later, including those drawn away by the mage, all the rodents lay electrocuted. Chen Luo, having regained a modicum of strength, leaned against the steps and produced 3 bottles of mineral water from his space. Why 3 bottles for just the 2 of us? He mused. The mage should share in this as well. After gulping down a mouthful of water and catching his breath, Chen Luo felt a lingering fear. He had nearly perished. Had he not brought Su Dezhu along, he would have surely met his end. Even if he could slay the Rat King, he would have been overwhelmed by the remaining horde. Though the rats could not instantly breach armor, they could wear it down gradually. Damn it. While I have been reborn, my strength has not returned to its former glory. After securing these supplies, I must bide my time and gradually develop my abilities. Standing up, Chen Luo patted Su Dezhu on the shoulder, exchanging unspoken understanding. Ordinary rats did not necessarily contain crystals, as they were too weak. Even if they did, their efficacy paled in comparison to those from zombies, rendering them useless to Chen Luo. Approaching the Rat King's severed head, Chen Luo exerted considerable effort to breach it, extracting a crystal no larger than half a quail egg. This was substantial, as typical zombie crystals were merely the size of grains of rice. Aside from the crystal, the Rat King possessed another valuable item, its 2 sharp incisors. Once Su Dezhu grew stronger, conventional weapons would struggle to penetrate his body, but these incisors could be fashioned into effective weaponry. Extracting them from the Rat King's jaws proved challenging. Chen Luo, lacking strength, entrusted the task to Su Dezhu. After much effort, Su Dezhu finally procured the incisors. Let us proceed to the basement, Chen Luo suggested. With the rat horde vanquished, the basement should pose little danger, even if zombies entered. The rats would likely mount an offensive. Had Chen Luo delayed a few more days, the zombies outside the granary might have been wiped out entirely. Yet, Chen Luo cautiously entered the granary, where the mage continued to patrol. Aside from a few human remains and a handful of mutated rats, nothing else remained. Illuminating the basement, Chen Luo was struck by its vastness. Endless rows of stacked grain bags towered high. He did not linger, quickly securing what he could. By around 8 o'clock that evening, Chen Luo had managed to store all the grain within his spatial abilities. He estimated there were approximately 60,000 tons of rice and 20,000 tons of flour. This granary was the largest in the capital. While there were others, Chen Luo had no intention of risking a visit to them due to their distant and dangerous locations. Today had already been perilous enough. This abundance of food would sustain 10,000 people for decades, more than sufficient. Moreover, his spatial abilities were nearing capacity and could accommodate no more. Su Dezhu gasped, "Brother, just how large is your spatial ability?" Chen Luo chuckled, "Not particularly large, roughly comparable to this granary." His expression turned grave. "Dezhu, you must never speak of the vast resources I have accumulated. It must remain a secret, regardless of who it is." Su Dezhu, typically reticent, nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, brother, I understand. I won't breathe a word, even under duress." In his previous life, Chen Luo had only one brother, and in this life, given his current disposition, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to find another he could genuinely regard as a brother. Friends and brothers are distinct concepts. Having only one brother across 2 lifetimes was more meaningful than anything else. As the clock approached 7, the power in the granary was cut off. If Chen Luo remembered correctly, most areas of the city had already experienced blackouts by this hour, with darkness enveloping the surroundings and travel becoming perilous. Chen Luo decided to rest for the night in a heavy truck, planning to return at dawn. After absorbing the crystal, Chen Luo refrained from advancing further, as it would require approximately 150 crystals to reach the rank of a level 3 esper. He estimated it would take at least 3 more days. To stave off boredom for Su Daju, he handed him a fully charged phone and headphones, suggesting he play some single-player games or watch movies. This phone boasted a capacity of 512 gigabytes. The truck's cabin was spacious, designed to accommodate 2 drivers comfortably. Chen Luo also took out a phone and began watching a film, only to find that the mage had joined him, equally engrossed in the viewing. Chapter 22. Can you act like a human being? Jiangu, there's a large truck approaching, called out one of the 4 young men trudging along the roadside in the morning. Thirsty and hungry, they were searching the halted vehicles for supplies. The one referred to as Jiangu was a young man in his mid-20s named Wang Jian, who turned to see the truck and his face lit up with excitement. He waved his hand, "Stop it." The other 3 immediately complied, their imaginations running wild. The enormous truck undoubtedly carries something. Perhaps it is laden with instant food. A truck full of watermelons will be delightful as well, quenching thirst and staving off hunger. Other fruits would suffice too, even if it does not contain supplies. I am aware that my uncle, the driver, always has an abundance of bottled water, marinated eggs, braised chicken legs, and a plethora of snacks on his truck. Speaking of this, the hunger of the 4 intensified. Jiangu, if he doesn't T-stop, you might need to utilize your supernatural powers to puncture his tires. One of the others suggested, casting a glance at Wang Jian filled with a mix of fear and envy. Wang Jian had awakened his special abilities the night prior, suddenly discovering his capacity to control metal. Initially, he believed he could manipulate anything, but after experimentation, he realized that only metal was under his command. The others beside him were left astounded by this revelation. Superpowers? They were entirely unaware that survivors would awaken such abilities at varying rates within a fortnight. This was a privilege typically reserved for protagonists in novels. Wang Jian, who had once been ordinary and of little standing, had suddenly ascended to the status of Jiangu among the trio. Wang Jian brimmed with pride, convinced of his extraordinary fate, believing that this world would inevitably bow before him. Many awakened individuals often harbor a sense of superiority, thinking that they are the pinnacle of existence. Wang Jian was no exception. With his approval, the 3 immediately positioned themselves in the middle of the road, while Wang Jian struck a commanding pose by the roadside. The large truck was none other than Chen Luo's heavy-duty vehicle. "Stop, pull over," they shouted at him. Chen Luo merely chuckled at their audacity. Unfazed and maintaining his speed, faced with the rapidly approaching truck, the trio dared not obstruct it, resorting instead to curses. Wang Jian's expression darkened. Was he being shown such blatant disrespect? Prepared for this, he produced a long, sharp iron nail and, utilizing his metallic powers, swiftly directed it towards the rear tire of the truck. The tire was punctured. It began to deflate immediately. Chen Luo felt the vehicle sway and, bewildered, wondered what was happening. He was compelled to halt the truck to investigate. Upon seeing Chen Luo slow down, Wang Jian and his companions approached with triumph in their eyes. 2 of them wasted no time in opening the truck's compartment. Wang Jian, brimming with malice, stomped to the window, pounding on it fiercely. "Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? Run, let's see you try." Before the apocalypse, Wang Jian had never exhibited such arrogance. However, the awakening of his powers, coupled with the flattery from his 3 underlings, had inflated his ego excessively. "Get out of there. Quit pretending to be dead." Chen Luo stared at Wang Jian incredulously. "Did you just damage my truck?" Enraged, Chen Luo lamented the state of his vehicle. How could he return home now? There were still over 90 kilometers to his residence, and without this heavy-duty truck, the journey would prove perilous. Ordinary vehicles could not navigate the city's streets. At that moment, the 2 subordinates who had opened the truck's compartment were met with utter disappointment. It was entirely empty. "Jiangu, it's all gone. There's nothing here," they cried out. Wang Jian, upon hearing this, felt a surge of disappointment and fury, bellowing, "Get out." Chen Luo trembled with rage. Cursing under his breath, he rolled down the window and forcefully pressed a condensed spatial orb against Wang Jian's face. Caught off guard, Wang Jian was struck directly. The spatial orb detonated upon impact, leaving him with a gruesome visage, bloodied and unrecognizable, as he collapsed unconscious. Wang Jian had never anticipated that others, aside from himself, could wield supernatural abilities. After all, he fancied himself the protagonist. This sudden turn of events sent the other 3 fleeing in terror. Isn't Jiangu supposed to be the protagonist? How could he perish? Chen Luo, having calmed slightly, explained to Su, "It's not cruelty on my part. If we were merely ordinary people, the consequences of falling into their hands would be dire." On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, Su Daju, still inexperienced, received a thorough explanation from Chen Luo. The remaining 3 quickly met their demise at the hands of the Law King, who pursued them relentlessly. Chen Luo's anger began to dissipate, though the damage to his truck remained irreparable. After disembarking, he and Su Daju examined the vehicle and quickly discovered a punctured tire. Completely deflated, where could they find someone to repair it in this desolate wilderness? With no other options, Chen Luo retrieved his study materials. Having amassed extensive knowledge beyond merely films, novels, and games, his collection included various subjects such as agriculture, biology, and medicine. Using these resources, Chen Luo and Su Daju worked diligently to mend the tire. Fortunately, the supernatural space still contained an array of tools. Chen Luo smirked, realizing he had acquired yet another skill. Just as they were about to set off again, he remembered Wang Jian's crystal had yet to be collected. Survivors who awakened abilities also possessed crystals, which were often far more potent than those of zombies. Thus, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the treachery from fellow humans proved to be far more terrifying than that posed by the undead. Wang Jian had only just awakened, and his crystal was of a much higher quality than the most basic zombie crystals, although its effectiveness was not particularly remarkable. By 3 in the afternoon, Chen Luo finally arrived home, having skipped lunch. After indulging in a hearty meal, he languidly stretched, observing the disarray on the dining table. Chen Luo glanced at the Law King, wishing he could wash the dishes. The Law King, under Chen Luo's gaze, felt a shiver run down his spine. Could you act like a decent person? Chapter 23. The Urgent Need for a Maid. Shortly after the outbreak, the signal was inexplicably interrupted. During that time, water sources became contaminated, leading to severe repercussions for any survivors who drank from them. Mild cases resulted in excruciating stomach pains, while severe cases could lead to high fevers, unconsciousness, and even death. Eventually, survivors began to develop stronger constitutions, enabling them to drink the contaminated water. Yet these sources have been tainted by countless corpses and mutated beings, making the very thought repulsive. However, what choice did they have? Simultaneously, this tainted water stunted the growth of supernatural abilities. By the evening of the second day of the apocalypse, certain areas began to experience power outages, which gradually spread. June, being a sweltering summer month, accelerated the rotting of fruits, vegetables, and meats. While fruits and vegetables held up somewhat, meat could only be consumed for a couple of days before spoiling. Within a month, survivors were left to subsist on various snacks and pre-packaged foods. The thought of savoring a warm, delicious meal had become an extravagant fantasy. Having access to food was already a privilege. Those timid and lacking strength often found themselves without sustenance or perishing in search of it. However, these circumstances bore no weight on Chen Luo. The Law King pondered whether to indulge in braised pork or spare ribs that day. Eating the same foods daily had become monotonous, so perhaps a lighter meal would suffice today. In the living room, the curtains drawn, Chen Luo and Su Daju utilized the large LCD television to play games on their PSP. This monotonous existence, where one consumes, plays, and then sleeps, trifling away the days in a lethargic stupor. Yet, as we find ourselves on the brink of apocalypse, I harbor no aspirations of saving the world. With a sigh, I grasp the chilled cola beside me. Such a life is one I wish to forsake. But what am I to do? Despair envelopes me. Casting a glance at the King of Law, whose eyes were glued to the television, I suggested, why not seek out some zombies to hone your skills? Attempt to master new abilities. The king had ascended to level 2 yesterday, his reservoir of supernatural energy significantly amplified, granting him access to other lightning-based skills. However, these abilities cannot be wielded merely by leveling up. They require personal comprehension. My own skills are confined to the realm of space. I can offer no assistance with others. The most expedient method of refinement lies within the crucible of battle. With considerable effort, the king diverted his gaze from the mesmerizing LCD screen. This game seemed quite captivating. It was rather unfortunate that dogs were barred from playing games, and now they weren't even permitted to watch. I chuckled inwardly, recalling my youth when I would bring my GBA to school, surrounded by a throng of classmates eager to witness my gameplay. Yet, I do it for your own good. Without practice, you shall not mature. Sudoju had also advanced to level 2 yesterday, and while he and the king were somewhat comparable in the early stages, the difference in their progression is hardly noticeable. Sudoju, a wielder of physical strength, possesses no skills to master. His advancement lies solely in the augmentation of his physical prowess and the accumulation of combat experience. Yet, the zombies outside are merely the lowest tier. Engaging with them will yield little in terms of growth. As the king rose to his feet and opened the door, ready to embark, I recalled something and called out, "Wait a moment." The king turned, perhaps wondering if I was concerned for his safety and needed to issue a warning. I simply said, "Could you take the 2 garbage bags I packed and dispose of them on your way?" The king's expression was one of incredulity. "You don't treat a dog like a dog, do you?" Watching him depart, I shook my head, pondering how he remains such a source of worry. When we learned to clean up after himself, a truly mature dog would manage these tasks independently. I sighed. as it seems he requires my explicit instructions for every little thing. Su Tiju chuckled at the king's plight, and I remarked, forget about him. Let us resume our game. As the clock struck 6:30, it was time for dinner. Yet, a wave of concern washed over me. I had been indulging in copious amounts of rich food daily, and my stomach was beginning to protest. In the early days of my rebirth, I had been starved for so long that I craved nothing but meat. My first thoughts turned to the greasy bucket of fried chicken and roasted duck. The takeout I ordered was all heavy dishes, with vegetables limited to dry-fried cauliflower, hand-torn cabbage, and oil-braised eggplant. Simple stir-fried greens or vegetable egg soup were conspicuously absent. Who could withstand this? I lamented, realizing I had miscalculated. I had an abundance of ingredients, enough to last 10 lifetimes, and plentiful cooking resources with an abundance of culinary videos. However, watching videos does not guarantee one can become a master chef. At present, I yearned for nothing more than a bowl of light vegetable soup. Yet that was not an option. Even to discard a piece of garbage required the king's assistance, for I could not rely on myself. The king, though earnest, lacked the skills for many tasks, and I found myself in dire need of a maid to oversee my daily affairs. To live in such a manner, with every need catered to, would require someone to handle the dishes, clean the floors, do the laundry, and manage the household chores. My mind immediately drifted to Mayu, a culinary genius. If she were here, I could eat whatever my heart desired, and afterward, she could wash the dishes for me. I found her personality quite appealing, and she was certainly easy on the eyes. Even before the apocalypse, I had considered this notion. I was uncertain of her fate. Even if she had survived, I would have to let her suffer a bit longer to ensure compliance. Yet now, it was I, the epitome of laziness, who desperately needed a caretaker. Observing the king's endless toil, I felt a pang of guilt. Perhaps it was time to liberate him from some of his burdens. When Mayu had come to my home to teach me cooking, I had once escorted her home. She resided not far from me, in the staff dormitory of a 5-star hotel, where she worked as a chef. I had lured her into a part-time role to impart her culinary wisdom. Were she to live too far away or in a bustling area, I would have dismissed the idea. After all, she was not the only option available. After careful consideration, I resolved to wait until tomorrow, when I would ascend to level 3 of my abilities, and then I would check on Mayu the following day. If that did not pan out, I could always explore other candidates. With a sigh, I decided to make do for the night, settling for a bowl of winter melon and pork rib soup. Chapter 24. Good people do not live long. Upon reaching level 2, I could absorb approximately 50 low-level crystals daily. The quantity would diminish when dealing with higher-grade crystals. For instance, it took me over a week to fully absorb the crystal I had obtained from the king. Testing indicated that absorbing crystals once a day was optimal, maintaining a state of hunger in the body to maximize absorption, proving more effective than consuming them every few hours. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through my mind as the crystals underwent a minor transformation. A smile graced my lips. I had ascended to level 3. Remarkably, this achievement came just 4 days after my previous level. In my past life, it had taken me a month and a half to reach this stage. The king, with his remarkable talent, would need at least half a month of dedicated effort to transition from level 2 to level 3. Yet here I was, having accomplished it in merely 3 days. Oh, king, you should count your blessings for having aligned yourself with me. Otherwise, you would still be at the mercy of ambushes. The supernatural energy coursing through me can be likened to magic or mana, and compared to level 2, both its purity and quantity have seen a substantial increase, nearly tripling. The Void Sword, which could previously be sustained for 5 seconds, now lasts 20. My strength has surged significantly. To utilize Void Walking, however, I still have a considerable distance to cover, as I require at least level 4 to achieve that. Presently, the zombies are not even at the level of a tier 1 supernatural being. They are akin to 0-level creatures, exceedingly weak. Beyond level 4, the crystals from these 0-level zombies will hold no value for me, and my power will cease to grow rapidly. Even now, the 0-level zombie crystals are scarcely effective. To ascend to level 4, I would need at least 1,000 of them. My collection of crystals is dwindling, and I must replenish them. When searching for Mayu, I could conveniently gather some near the 5-star hotel. The following morning, I set off with Su Daju and the king. As we passed through the neighborhood supermarket, I stumbled upon an amusing scene. A familiar young man, a resident of the same complex, hurriedly exited the supermarket with a bag half full of goods. I recognized him, having seen him around for years, yet in our current state of neighborly relations, one might live next to another without knowing their surname. This young man rushed out, clutching a substantial haul, eager to depart. The supplies within the supermarket had been nearly exhausted by my previous efforts, with only a few scattered remnants or items tucked away in corners that I had neglected to collect. In that moment, a woman rushed out from the supermarket, attempting to snatch the supplies from the young man's grasp. her voice laced with desperation as she cried out, "You've taken everything from the supermarket. How can I possibly survive? Share half with me." Although it was merely the 5th day of the apocalypse, the value of resources was evident to all. Without food, survival was impossible. The young man dismissed her with disdain, forcefully shaking her off. "Get away from me. Your lack of food is of no concern to me." The woman, however, was equally fierce, clinging to him. "If you don't share with me, I'll hold on to you, and when the zombies come, we'll both be done for." The young man immediately relented, acknowledging her resolve. "All right, let go of me, and I'll share." She released her grip, yet one hand remained firmly clutching the hem of his clothing. Little did she know, the young man's expression darkened as he drew a dagger from his coat, swiftly turning and stabbing her multiple times. The woman collapsed slowly to the ground, lifeless. Now, there was no need for sharing. As 2 zombies meandered closer, the young man spotted Chen Luo and the others, fearing they might seize his belongings, and hastily fled. Boldness could compensate for a lack of strength against zombies, provided one possessed speed. Chen Luo shook his head. The young man was not a virtuous individual, but what did that matter to him? He had no right to judge others, for he himself was no paragon of goodness. Since his rebirth, Chen Luo had no intention of being a good person. After all, good people often met with untimely ends. He was not a hero, nor did he aspire to be one. Climbing into the truck, Chen Luo pondered which route to take. The once bustling international metropolis had lost its former splendor, now appearing eerily silent, occasionally interrupted by the distant roars of zombies. Thankfully, the 5-star hotel where Ma Yu resided, while located within the city, was not in the heart of it. Otherwise, Chen Luo would never dare approach. It was far too perilous. The vehicle could hardly move, and stepping outside would invite a swarm of at least 1,000 zombies. Driving a truck through the city felt distinctly out of place. Typically, such vehicles were prohibited in urban areas. The roads were lined with residential complexes, and many survivors were vigilantly observing the street. Upon spotting Chen Luo's truck, numerous voices called out, "Driver, what's the situation outside? Can you tell us? Could you bring some food up? I'll pay anything. I'll offer 10,000 for a pound of pork." Chen Luo rolled his eyes, uninterested in engaging with them. "Yemo no monk, and you're certainly not my steed." Such calls often brought trouble, but Chen Luo could not possibly educate each individual on proper conduct. Navigating the city in a truck was slow going, filled with obstacles and numerous turns. Within 20 minutes, he reached the rear entrance of Yunlai International Hotel. "Dazhu, put on your gear and get out," Chen Luo instructed. Su Dazu nodded, donning his armor. The trio, 2 men and a dog, exited the vehicle. This time, Su Dazhu wielded a solid iron rod instead of an electric baton. The latter had limited power, and after leveling up to Tier 2, his strength had significantly increased, making the iron rod far more lethal. Following closely behind Chen Luo, they were pursued by a horde of 40 to 50 zombies. As Chen Luo and Su Dazhu disembarked, the zombies lunged toward them. Chen Luo brandished his electric baton, while Su Dazhu raised his iron rod, delivering a crushing blow to a zombie's head. The force was tremendous. Whether zombie or survivor, one strike could be fatal. The zombie's skull shattered, blood and brains spilling onto the ground as it fell lifelessly. The head was the weak point of a zombie. Striking elsewhere would not guarantee an easy kill. Su Dazhu swung his iron rod repeatedly, dispatching one zombie after another with remarkable efficiency, rivaling Chen Luo's use of the electric baton. Without the baton, even as a Tier 3 ability user, Chen Luo could not match Su Dazhu's effectiveness. The early-stage physical ability users held a significant advantage. However, it could not be said that Chen Luo was incapable of defeating Su Dazhu. While zombies posed no threat to Su Dazhu, Chen Luo could still strike him down with a well-placed sword. There was also a possibility that Su Dazhu could be replaced, yet the agile Law King, under Chen Luo's tutelage, had become quite adept at managing the dog. By maintaining the proper distance, he could certainly outlast Su Dazhu. Chapter 25. The Tragic Fate of Ma Yu. Chen Luo's main objective in venturing out was to gather crystals. The zombies they had slain were not to be wasted. After finishing off the last of them, Chen Luo and Su Dazhu began collecting the spoils. Chen Luo appeared unfazed, efficiently gathering the crystals, while Su Dazhu struggled with the gruesome sight of the bloodied remains. Chen Luo's speed in collection was at least 3 times that of Su Dazhu. As for the Law King, it was best not to mention him. He was of no help in this task. The trio cut through the horde of zombies, swiftly accumulating over 300 zombie crystals. They could continue their rampage, but there was no need. Su Dazhu was already quite exhausted. It was unwise to deplete their strength completely, for what would they do if danger arose? 300 crystals would suffice for 3 days. Chen Luo cast a glance at the hotel staff dormitory they had passed, frowning slightly. The apocalypse had erupted around 9 in the morning. Was Mayu still in her dormitory or at work? He hoped she was in her dorm, for in such a large hotel, even if she were alive, finding her would be exceedingly difficult. Truthfully, Chen Luo believed the odds of Mayu's survival were rather slim, around 5%. Yet he approached with a mindset of cautious optimism, hoping to check on her without courting danger. Entering the staff dormitory, the Law King forged ahead. The mournful moans of fallen zombies and the Law King's roars quickly drew the attention of one of the dorm rooms. A young man peered through the peephole, observing two armored figures effortlessly dispatching zombies. Though he was frightened, he mustered the courage to crack the door open slightly and poked his head out. "Brothers, please save me." Lu Wenbao, a staff member at Yunlai Hotel, had been resting when the apocalypse struck, left alone in the dormitory. Surviving on a stash of snacks and 2 bottles of water, he felt he could hardly endure any longer. This time, Chen Luo did not coldly turn away. Instead, he inquired, "Do you know Mayu?" Lu Wenbao nodded fervently, as if pecking at grains. Mayu was quite renowned among the staff at Yunlai Hotel. Few were unfamiliar with her. Her culinary skills were unparalleled, and although she was not a conventional beauty, she possessed a striking presence that made her a goddess to many male employees. Chen Luo smiled. "Do you know which dorm she is in?" Lu Wenbao nodded again, "Yes, but she is likely not there." On the morning of the disaster, there was a major business meeting at the hotel. She would have been preparing the dishes. Chen Luo replied, "Lead the way, and I'll ensure you receive some benefits." Lu Wenbao dared not negotiate. These two men dispatched zombies without a hint of fear. To him, zombies were already terrifying enough. Although the likelihood of Mayu being in the dormitory was low, Chen Luo felt it prudent to check. After all, if she were there, it would be worth the effort. The staff dormitory was not crowded, as most employees were on duty at that time. Lu Wenbao pointed to a room on the 4th floor. "It's this one." Chen Luo tried the door, finding it locked, and signaled to Suda Zhu. Understanding the cue, Suda Zhu kicked the door with great force, shattering it open. Lu Wenbao felt a chill run down his spine. If that kick landed on him, he would surely be rendered incapacitated on the spot. The dormitory was eerily empty. Chen Luo chuckled softly, relieved that he had not encountered a zombified Mayu. Otherwise, he would have had to turn back immediately. "Let us head over to the conference hall and take a look." Upon arriving at Yunlai Hotel, Chen Luo discovered Mayu in a rather dire state. When the apocalypse erupted, she had been in the kitchen preparing dishes for the midday banquet of distinguished social elites following the conference. This business meeting was significant, attracting numerous titans of the business world, including the famed star Lin Yi-er, who had also received an invitation. Amidst the chaos, Mayu fled in a panic to a cold storage room adjacent to the kitchen. This cold storage, one of the hotel's smaller units, was merely over 30 square meters in size. However, the door was sturdy enough to keep the zombies at bay, and there was a switch inside to prevent them from freezing to death. Many survivors from the conference sought refuge in the relatively secluded kitchen area. The compassionate Mayu promptly guided 9 individuals, including the illustrious Lin Yi-er, into the cold storage. Inside, they found only a meager supply of rice and vegetables, with no fire to cook the rice, forcing them to subsist on raw vegetables just to survive. In such a confined space, they also needed to attend to their bodily functions, yet no one dared venture outside to relieve themselves as zombies roamed freely. Although the cold storage was cramped with shelves, leaving little room to maneuver, the presence of 9 individuals made it exceedingly tight, rendering it impossible to lie down. They could merely sit on the ground to rest, with a portion of space allocated as a makeshift toilet. The stench inside was unbearable, far worse than a public restroom, which at least had intermittent flushing. Ironically, the one closest to this makeshift toilet was Mayu, the very person who had ushered everyone into this sanctuary. This was a reality Mayu had never anticipated. It was easy to comprehend. However, among the 9, apart from Mayu, there were either senior hotel executives, her absolute superiors, or high-profile celebrities, with the most esteemed being Li Lin, a mogul of the business realm. Mayu, as a mere chef, held the lowest status. Who would be closest to the toilet? In this minuscule cold storage, class distinctions were starkly apparent, and none of them realized they were in the midst of a complete apocalypse, still clinging to the hope of rescue. Positioning within the cold storage was dictated by hierarchy. Mayu cradled her head in despair, feeling an icy chill within her heart. Next to her was the star Lin Yi-er, who had her mouth tightly masked. The prolonged sitting was uncomfortable, and instinctively, Lin Yi-er attempted to stretch her legs, inadvertently kicking Mayu in the process. Mayu frowned, but said nothing. The confinement had left Lin Yi-er in a foul mood, and she snapped, "Move over there." Taken aback, Mayu responded coldly, "If you wish to go, then do so yourself." Lin Yi-er scowled. "Do you know who I am? Once we are rescued, I could easily have you fired with a single complaint." The hotel manager interjected, "Mayu, remember that Lin Yi-er is our esteemed guest. be more accommodating. The manager had been treating Li Lin like royalty in hopes of gaining favor for future opportunities. Ma Yu had endured enough indignities over the past few days and finally snapped. I'm a human being, just like you. What makes you so different? Are you not human? Lin Yi's expression hardened, and without uttering a word, she kicked Ma Yu with force. Had Ma Yu not steadied herself against the shelves, the consequences could have been dire. The two women soon found themselves embroiled in a scuffle. Li Lin, displeased, observed the commotion. In his advanced years, he had hoped Ma Yu would assist him with a massage, but she was unwilling. Glancing at the dwindling vegetables, he realized they wouldn't last much longer. His demeanor turned cold. Throw her out. Chapter 26, 200,000 a month, join my company. Among the 9 individuals in the cold storage, all except Ma Yu were societal elites. Their intellect was not to be underestimated. They were keenly aware of the dire situation within the cold storage. Without reducing their numbers, resources would be insufficient. With one less person, the space would feel less constricted. The first to echo this sentiment was, unsurprisingly, the celebrity Lin Yi, who had just clashed with Ma Yu. Surprisingly, the hotel manager also concurred. Ma Yu, as you can see, the space is inadequate. For the greater good, we must sacrifice you. You should seek refuge elsewhere. Escape? Outside lurked the zombies, and after days of inadequate food and rest, Ma Yu was in a weakened state. The prolonged crouching had left her legs numb, rendering her incapable of running. To venture outside would mean certain death. No one opposed this plan. Their self-interest prevailed, as each person understood that fewer individuals meant a greater chance of survival. Even though Ma Yu had saved them, it seemed the consensus was against her. In disbelief, Ma Yu gazed at the group, a phrase surfacing in her mind. In the sweltering June heat, one fans themselves while my heart grows cold. The chill of betrayal enveloped her. Had she foreseen this, she would have never opened the door, allowing them to perish at the hands of the zombies while she remained safely hidden in the cold storage. It was evident they wished for her demise. Resolute, Ma Yu prepared to open the door, hoping to draw the zombies towards her, ensuring they would all meet their end together. The other 8 were not naive. They seized upon the opportunity when no zombies were near and cracked the door open just enough for Ma Yu to slip out. Lin Yi forcefully kicked Ma Yu in the back, sending her sprawling at the threshold, with a final remark about the consequences of opposing her. The door to the cold storage slammed shut. Ma Yu felt the urge to cry, but stifled it. Shedding tears now would only invite ridicule. Her anger overshadowed her fear. Who could rid her of this wretched group? She was willing to pay any price. Yet, it appeared that opportunity had slipped away. 2 zombies, having caught wind of Ma Yu's scent, shifted from their aimless wandering and lunged toward her with a guttural roar. In that moment, Ma Yu's mind went blank, consumed by a singular thought. How absurd it was that she saved a group of people only to be betrayed and killed by them. As the zombies approached, she realized escape was impossible and closed her eyes, awaiting her fate. Chen Luo and Su Daju, led by Lu Wenbo, who was familiar with the hotel's layout, arrived at the 4th floor via a staircase conveniently situated near the cold storage. Chen Luo, hearing Lin Yi's voice, approached to investigate, only to witness 2 zombies lunging at Ma Yu. Initially uncertain if it was indeed Ma Yu, he recognized her long braid behind her. However, the Law King was certain. Having encountered Ma Yu multiple times, he was aware of their mission to find her. The scent of Ma Yu was unmistakable to him. In an instant, the Law King sprang into action, covering the distance of several meters in mere seconds. With a powerful headbutt, he collided with the zombies. As the Law King's physical prowess had only strengthened with each level gained, he successfully knocked the 2 zombies to the ground, and Su Daju arrived promptly to deliver the finishing blows. Chen Luo gazed at Ma Yu with overwhelming delight. The chef is alive. I'm in for a treat. 5 days had passed, and he was eager to know how she had fared during that time. In the film The God of Cookery, there exists a scene featuring an exceptionally unattractive chef whose culinary skills are remarkable. However, Stephen Chow gazes upon him with utter distaste. Delivering a scathing critique. It is indeed rare to encounter a chef who possesses both exquisite skills and an appealing appearance. Otherwise, if one were to witness a coarse man preparing a meal, Chen Luo would unceremoniously deduct 80 points from his score. Ma Yu gazes in astonishment at the Dharma King, who she also recognizes. His distinctive feature of lacking a left ear is unmistakable. As Chen Luo approaches, he smiles and says, Ma Yu, it is I, Chen Luo, who has come specifically to rescue you. I have braved considerable danger to reach you. Are you not moved? Devote yourself wholeheartedly to being my chef. After the initial shock, Ma Yu is indeed touched and responds excitedly. Chen Luo, thank you. Just as Su Diju is about to help Ma Yu to her feet, the surrounding zombies, along with those in the conference hall, begin to converge upon them upon hearing the commotion. With no time to reminisce with Ma Yu, Chen Luo and Su Diju take their positions at the door, one on the left and the other on the right, with the Dharma King in the center, ruthlessly slaying the approaching undead. The zombies come in waves, and if 100 or more were to gather, Chen Luo would be hesitant to withstand their assault. In a brief moment, there are no more living zombies left. Meanwhile, the individuals in the cold storage observe through a window in the door, silently witnessing the scene unfold. But unable to hear the conversation among Chen Luo and his companions, Lin Yi, overwhelmed with emotion, covers her mouth, tears glistening in her eyes. Salvation has finally arrived after enduring 5 long days. Li Lin, the business mogul, finds his leg no longer in pain. However, the occupants of the cold storage remain apprehensive, waiting until there are no more zombies before opening the door. Li Lin beams with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, heroes, for saving us." Lin Yi removes her mask, revealing a smile that exudes a demure purity. "Hello, I am Lin Yi, pleased to meet you." She refuses to remove her mask entirely, for how else would Chen Luo recognize her as Lin Yi? She's a top-tier star, merely a step away from being a superstar. Perhaps these two are her devoted fans, treating her with more care than they would Li Lin. Chen Luo casts her a sidelong glance, thinking, "Oh, you celebrate too soon." He turns to Mayu and inquires, "What transpired? Is there something I can assist you with?" While others are safe within the cold storage, only Mayu is outside, nearly devoured by zombies. Chen Luo easily deduces that something unsavory has occurred, for reasons unknown. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, a swell of grievance rises within Mayu, and she chokes out the events that transpired. Chen Luo listens with a cold smirk, asserting, "This is why one should not play the Good Samaritan." Mayu possesses her own worth, which is why Chen Luo came to save her. Were she devoid of value, he would not concern himself with her fate. Li Lin and the others exchange glances, seemingly familiar with Mayu. In this world, there is no issue that money cannot resolve. Li Lin chuckles, "Young man, might I trouble you to take me home? Once the crisis is averted, I can offer you a position in my company with a monthly salary of 200,000. 200,000 is no small sum, over 2 million a year. How many laborers can achieve such a figure? A few years of this could make one a millionaire." One individual produces a check and presents it to Chen Luo. "Just get me to a safe place, and feel free to fill in any amount." "Any amount?" Chen Luo muses, "I wonder if I could write 1 billion. This is what one might call an empty check." Chen Luo exclaims in astonishment, "Goodness, you are quite adept at pulling off a con." This sight amuses Mayu. Although she is unaware of Chen Luo's wealth, she is at least aware that his villa alone is worth several millions. Among those present, only Li Lin likely surpasses Chen Luo in affluence. Chapter 27. The most fortunate event. Mayu's words incite anger in Su Dezhu, who harbors a profound disdain for those who repay kindness with malice. After all, they saved you, yet you wish to lead them to their demise. Is this the conduct of a human being? Unable to restrain himself, Su Dezhu steps forward and delivers a resounding slap to each of them. Lin Yi is not spared either. Su Dezhu's blows leave them dizzy and disoriented. Li Lin, infuriated, retorts you, yet he ultimately refrains from issuing a harsh threat. He had just witnessed their prowess in dispatching zombies. The assailants cover their faces, unable to express their indignation. Lin Yi bows her head, feeling an immense sense of humiliation. Lu Wenbo gasps, "You have some nerve. Do you not fear their retribution?" These individuals are not to be trifled with, possessing deep connections and influence. The conditions proposed by these individuals earned Chen Luo's scorn. In this apocalyptic world, what value does money hold? It is less useful than toilet paper. Living in a delusion is one thing, but a monthly salary of 200,000? How contemptible. As for Lin Yi, the once celebrated star, she is now among the most unfortunate in this new world, possessing beauty yet bearing the burden of fame. Countless nefarious hands reach for her, rendering her existence a living nightmare. Mayu, incensed, feels a surge of anger. Were it not for Chen Luo, she would be dead. Unable to contain herself, she slaps Li Lin and the others, focusing particularly on Lin Yi. Though her strikes lack force, their impact is more humiliating than harmful. Li Lin, suppressing his rage, speaks in a subdued tone, "Young man, you have avenged your friend. We admit our wrongs. If you can escort us to safety, feel free to demand any price." Chen Luo adheres to a singular principle. "Should you be my enemy, I shall seize every opportunity to eliminate you." These individuals have already been condemned to death in Chen Luo's mind. As for the wealth of the affluent and the allure of stardom, it is of no consequence. To avoid alarming his personal chef, Chen Luo pretends to search for rope, returning with some he retrieved from his dimensional space. "Fear not, I shall not slay you. Rather, I will bind you. Whether you survive is left to fate." Li Lin erupts in anger. "Is this not akin to a death sentence? Do you not respect the law?" Su Dezhu sneers. "Did you consider this when you cast her aside?" Initially hesitant, Ma Yu's demeanor hardens as she quietly tells Chen Luo, Chen Luo, thank you, but perhaps we should let this go. If you kill them, you too will face consequences. In her mind, the notion that order has collapsed does not resonate. Chen Luo dismisses her concerns with a smile. You save them, yet they would seek your harm. I would never come to their aid. Can they harbor no resentment? To show mercy to enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Rest assured, I am fully aware. Li Lin and the others would not remain passive. Observing Su Daju wielding a bloodied iron rod with no courage to confront him, they can only scatter like frightened birds attempting to escape. Chen Luo produces a stun baton, delivering a jolt to each would-be escapee, eliciting screams. Su Daju steps forward to begin binding them. To Chen Luo's astonishment, Lin Yi unexpectedly kneels and crawls forward, tears glistening in her eyes, reaching to remove Chen Luo's trousers. Please save me. I am willing to do anything. Lin Yi intends to leverage her beauty, unfazed by the audience, for she has faced grander spectacles. Her reputation is already tarnished, and she cares little for how others perceive her. Any fallout can be dismissed as mere scandal. Chen Luo is taken aback. What kind of person are you? Undressing someone at the slightest disagreement? He coldly responds, get away. I find you repulsive. Lin Yi, with a pitiful expression, implores, I haven't bathed in days. A little dirt is unavoidable. You can help me clean up. Lu Wenbo watched enviously from the sidelines, his heart fervently shouting, bring it on. I won't mind the dirt. After all, this is a superstar. Yet, he knew that the dirt was indelible. Chen Luo swiftly stuffed a foul rag in her mouth, asserting, let us go. Let them fend for themselves. Chen Luo had no intention of leaving such a threat lingering, but executing them in front of Ma Yu would certainly frighten her. They escorted Monontai Udon Styles, ready to return, having successfully completed both of their missions. Meanwhile, he discreetly issued orders to the King of Law. The king understood the cue, and after turning back, he went to the third floor to lure some zombies towards Li Lin and Yi. The group, upon seeing the oncoming horde of zombies, screamed in terror, except for Lin Yi, whose mouth was gagged. Chen Luo shrugged, remarking, it seems their luck has run dry. Encountering zombies this quickly is unfortunate. Ma Yu sighed, they were devoured by zombies. It has nothing to do with you, Chen Luo. Lu Wenbo opened his mouth. Big brother, I want to follow you. With such formidable strength, slaying zombies as easily as drinking water, following him would certainly ensure safety. Chen Luo chuckled lightly, dismissing him. What makes you think you possess any qualities that would warrant my acceptance? Lu Wenbo stammered, unable to articulate a response. Chen Luo handed him Su Daju's hefty iron rod. Take this, slay 10 zombies on the street, and I shall allow you to accompany me. Lu Wenbo shook his head in fear. No, I can't. You squander a chance like this? Leading the way, Lu Wenbo guided them to a small supermarket adjacent to the hotel. Chen Luo glanced at his watch and said, you have 3 minutes for a shopping spree, after which I'll escort you back to the dormitory as a token of gratitude. Faced with Chen Luo's stern demeanor, Lu Wenbo gritted his teeth and entered the supermarket, frantically stuffing items into a plastic bag. Chen Luo surveyed the small supermarket, noting the lack of valuable goods. Yet, feeling compelled to take something, he approached the tobacco and alcohol counter, claiming a dozen of the most expensive cigarettes. Within 3 minutes, Lu Wenbo managed to gather 6 large bags of items, enough to sustain him for a month if he rationed wisely. If he had the courage and a touch of luck, survival in the apocalypse was indeed feasible. Throughout this process, Ma Yu pondered her own worth. Friends? Hardly. Their bond was too shallow to justify the risks Chen Luo was taking. Looks? Unlikely, as there were countless others more attractive than her, including Lin Yi, who held no interest for Chen Luo. Recalling the time she taught Chen Luo culinary skills, she remembered how he devoured the dishes she prepared. Perhaps therein lay her value. Chen Luo instructed Su Daju to escort Lu Wenbo back to the dormitory, casually stating, I'm in need of logistic support. No one cooks. And I'd rather not wash dishes. Just as I thought of you. Would you care to return with me? I guarantee your safety and that you won't go hungry. He added with a hint of arrogance, encountering me is undoubtedly the luckiest event of your life. Chapter 28, Preparation for Observation. Encountering me is indeed the most fortunate event of your life. This statement was far from arrogant. Who was Chen Luo? The reincarnated king of survival, familiar with the trajectory of the apocalypse. Having survived his previous life, he was destined to thrive again. The difference now was the unimaginable stockpile of resources he had amassed, measured not in kilograms or bags, but in tons, perhaps even tens of thousands of tons. Such a person would fight tooth and nail for a single sausage. The scarcity of resources was unfathomable. Following Chen Luo meant access to clean water and fresh meat. As his personal chef and caretaker, how could he possibly shortchange her? To his enemies, Chen Luo was ruthless. To his own, especially those close to him, He was exceedingly generous. A tremor of realization coursed through Ma Yu. Indeed, meeting Chen Luo was her fortune. Without him, she would have just met her demise. Devoured by zombies no less. That realization was sufficient. Without further deliberation, she nodded, "I'm willing." Chen Luo, receiving the answer he desired, smiled. Had he not received this affirmation, he would have turned away, leaving her to her own devices. Momentarily lost in thought, Ma Yu suddenly felt an overwhelming hunger. Having subsisted on raw vegetables in the cold storage, the best she had tasted was the carrots, but that had been 2 days ago. Since then, she had missed out on everything. The meager daily rations had left her stomach churning from hunger. Unable to resist, she seized a pack of biscuits and devoured them ravenously. Chen Luo did not intervene, advising, "Eat sparingly. We'll celebrate your joining us with a feast when we return." He added, "Of course, you'll be the one cooking." Soon, Su Daju and the King of Law returned, and the group boarded a heavy truck. Ma Yu marveled at how Chen Luo managed to find such a vehicle. As they drove, Chen Luo casually inquired, "By the way, Ma Yu, have you awakened any special powers?" Every individual would awaken abilities, whether sooner or later. Chen Luo explained the concept of powers and shared his and Su Daju's abilities. There was no need to conceal his spatial power from Ma Yu, as she was a chef. Thus, his spatial ability was akin to a refrigerator. However, the extent of his stock would remain undisclosed. Ma Yu reflected on the third day, "I did experience a headache. As for any power, I'm uncertain. I was too hungry to pay attention." Awakening powers on the third day wasn't exceptional, but it was certainly better than nothing. After hearing this, Ma Yu focused on sensing the power within her. Gradually, faint flames began to flicker in her palm, startling her. Chen Luo, however, was thrilled. Cooking required fire, whether from gas, electric stoves, charcoal, or wood. The flavors of the dishes varied significantly. A fire wielder could create culinary delights that were even more exquisite. Fire manipulators were not rare, but a culinary master among them was indeed a treasure. Before long, they arrived home without incident. Chen Luo eagerly retrieved ingredients for Ma Yu, urging her to prepare a grand feast. Ma Yu was already aware of the spatial ability. Though she did not know its full capacity, it did not surprise her. After all, she had mastered fire, so it was not hard to comprehend Chen Luo's spatial control. The aroma wafting from the kitchen was irresistible, causing both Ma Yu and the dog to salivate. In just over an hour, Ma Yu prepared 8 dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried mushrooms with tofu, green pepper and eggs, sautéed greens, chicken stewed with vermicelli, braised pork with potatoes, cumin lamb, and stir-fried shrimp with onions. The soup was a seaweed and egg drop concoction, visually appealing and fragrant. The ingredients Chen Luo had procured were pre-packaged, lacking the freshness of these home-cooked dishes, which made a noticeable difference in flavor. Particularly, Ma Yu's creations were far more delectable. Initially hesitant to prepare so much, thinking they wouldn't finish it, she soon realized that Su Daju could easily devour all of it by himself. Chen Luo and Su Daju were well fed, and with a table full of dishes, they wouldn't be embarrassed. However, after 5 days of subsisting on mere raw vegetables, Ma Yu could not help but swallow hard at the sight of the feast before her. Chen Luo chuckled, "What are we waiting for? Let's indulge." As he lifted a piece of tofu, its tender and delectable texture brought tears to his eyes, affirming that seeking out Ma Yu had been an astute decision. Despite his hunger, Ma Yu nibbled delicately, her demeanor slightly reserved due to their initial acquaintance. Once the meal concluded, Chen Luo contentedly rubbed his belly, relishing the satisfaction of the feast. Ma Yu, sensing her role, began to tidy up, prompting Chen Luo to joyfully muse that he would no longer have to wash dishes. Ever eager to be of assistance, Ma Yu contemplated mopping the floor, but Chen Luo preemptively assigned her a room. "If you wish to take a shower, feel free, but do be cautious not to let any unfiltered water enter your mouth. You lost your phone, didn't you? Here, take this one. Along with this 50,000 milliamp power bank. I've preloaded it with movies and novels for your leisure." With Ma Yu's presence, Chen Luo began to enjoy a life of ease, where he merely had to open his mouth for meals. He no longer had to fret over trivialities, as his daily existence revolved around eating, drinking, and entertainment. Even the King of Law had resumed a normal canine life. 3 days had slipped by, and the crystals harvested from slain zombies were nearly depleted. Having reached level 3, Chen Luo could absorb 80 of the lowest grade crystals each day. Su Daju required 10, while the King of Law needed 12 or 13, and Ma Yu, still at level 1, needed merely 2. Ma Yu was indeed fortunate. While others fought for their crystals with their lives, Chen Luo casually bestowed them upon her. To ascend to level 4, he would need at least another 10 days. Thus, Chen Luo resolved to venture out and procure more crystals. Simultaneously, he had not forgotten about Mi Ling and Mi Li. It had been 10 days, and he wondered if they had endured the hardships of the apocalypse. Surely, they were still suffering from hunger. Nevertheless, Chen Luo intended to visit their home, not to collect them, as the timing was not yet ripe, but to ascertain their presence. Mi Ling was attending university in the divine capital, while Mi Li was a high school senior. When the apocalypse erupted, it was not a weekend, so they might both still be at school. Chen Luo planned to check if they were at home. Death was certain, he was sure of that, but he was uncertain about Ma Yu, as he had no past connections with her. With Mi Ling, he had engaged in battle, and Mi Li he had seen alive. Chen Luo lamented, a revival technique. Such powers should not be left unchecked, lest one incur divine retribution. Chapter 29, The Talking Cat. As he prepared to leave, Chen Luo cautioned Ma Yu, regardless of who it is or what excuses they make, do not open the door. Even if someone is about to die before you, it is not permissible. Keep all doors and windows tightly shut, do not stick your head out. And absolutely do not venture outside. The consequences will be yours to bear. Having experienced the incident at the hotel's cold storage, Ma Yu was understandably apprehensive and nodded solemnly. Chen Luo, along with Su Dezhu and the King of Law, was set to gather crystals, leaving Ma Yu to remain at home alone. It was impractical to bring her along, as she would merely be a burden. Her role was to manage logistics. It was equally unfeasible to leave anyone to guard her, not even the King of Law. Although the King of Law was a competent assistant in the event of danger, he could potentially turn the tide. Chen Luo provided Ma Yu with 2 electric batons for self-defense, deeming that sufficient. Upon exiting the community, he arrived at the parking area for heavy trucks, where his expression darkened. The right window of the truck's cab had been shattered, and it was evident that someone had entered the vehicle, presumably to search for supplies. What sort of blind fool would do that? It's clear there's nothing left, he muttered. The truck's cargo area had also been opened, and it was left ajar after the intruder's departure. It was hardly surprising that the truck had been targeted after 3 days of Chen Luo's absence. Feeling a pang of sympathy for the King of Law, who he had refrained from sending to inspect the vehicle, Chen Luo prepared himself as 2 zombies lunged at him. With a swift kick, he sent one flying. What kind of driver are you? What use are you? He cursed before climbing into the truck. Don't let me discover which little rascal did this. After a quick inspection, he was relieved to find that aside from the broken window, everything else was intact. Chen Luo maneuvered the truck to a nearby street with fewer people, opting to use it to ram into zombies where possible. If that failed, he and Su Dezhu would disembark to eliminate them. In just over an hour, Chen Luo had gathered more than 300 crystals. As he dispatched zombies, he intentionally steered toward the community where Mi Ling and Mi Li resided. After collecting over 500 crystals, Su Dezhu, panting, took a moment to rest before Chen Luo entered Mi Li's neighborhood. It was just past 6 in the evening, and twilight was settling in. Before the apocalypse, Chen Luo had commissioned someone to investigate Mi Ling and Mi Li's backgrounds, so he was well aware of their preferences and had thoroughly researched their exact address. This community comprised 16 buildings, each 9 stories tall, housing approximately 3,000 residents. During the apocalypse, having even 1,000 people remaining in the community would be a significant feat upon entering. Chen Luo observed that there were only 3 small supermarkets, each around 30 to 50 square meters. Such establishments typically held minimal supplies. To his surprise, he discovered that all 3 supermarkets were entirely empty. This was not unexpected, as hunger often proved to be more terrifying than zombies. There were always audacious individuals seeking resources. With a faint smile, Chen Luo thought this was even better. If Mi Ling and Mi Li were at home without food, he was eager to see how they would cope. As he continued to eliminate zombies, he approached Building 8, gazing towards Unit 201. This was Mi Ling and Mi Li's residence. No lights were on, and throughout the community, no families had their lights illuminated due to a power outage. The curtains in Unit 201 were fully drawn. Chen Luo squinted. Ordinarily, people seldom drew their curtains completely unless they were resting. When leaving home, one would not typically cover all the windows. During the apocalypse, as long as someone was at home and not a fool, they would draw their curtains for protection. Of course, this alone was not enough to ascertain whether Mi Ling and Mi Li were present. There were 2 ways to ascend. One was the elevator, which he quickly dismissed, and the other was the stairs. In a hushed tone, Chen Luo instructed, King of Law, go and sniff around to see if anyone is home. The King of Law nodded, acknowledging this as a task befitting a dog. As he prepared to ascend the stairs, his remaining ear twitched, and he crouched low, emitting a low growl. Like a rabbit, the King of Law dashed to a nearby bush. Meow. A distinctly frightened meow echoed, and from the underbrush emerged a white figure, darting away in terror. The King of Law had spotted the cat hiding among the foliage and pursued it. However, despite the cat's agility, the King of Law caught up in just 5 seconds. Chen Luo was taken aback. Cat. Clearly, this was a cat that had not succumbed to zombification. King of Law, do not harm it, he quickly called out. A cat would make a fine pet to bring home. While cats and dogs could also turn into zombies, they were generally less formidable than their undead counterparts, unless they were of a particularly mutated variety, which was exceedingly rare. Before the apocalypse, Chen Luo had contemplated acquiring a cat for companionship, but he had hesitated, fearing it might turn into a zombie and pose a danger to himself. Thus, he abandoned the idea. As he pondered, he thought, if you look appealing, I shall take you home. If not, well. The royal dog clutched the soft nape of the cat's neck, trotting towards Chen Luo with an expression of triumph. Chen Luo observed the feline with delight. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was a silver-shaded cat, measuring over 20 centimeters in length, with striking azure eyes. Its fur was sleek and devoid of any tangles, presenting an overall aesthetic that was extraordinarily high, akin to a fairy among cats. Of course, there was a possibility it could be male. The cat struggled vigorously in the royal dog's grasp, yet it was evidently unable to break free. Chen Luo reached out to pet its fluffy little head when suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Wah wah wah, please make this foolish dog let me go. Chen Luo's pupils dilated as he gazed at the cat in astonishment. This voice did not resonate in his ears, but rather emerged within his consciousness. This ability was not unfamiliar to him. Powerful psychics could master such skills, communicating through mental energy without uttering a word. If the royal dog could wield thunder abilities, why couldn't he? Other cats and dogs possess psychic talents? The silver-shaded cat before him had evidently acquired the power of mental communication and, being astute, recognized Chen Luo as the one in control, thus pleading with him to release it from the royal dog's clutches. Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. This serendipitous encounter was truly a windfall. Join me, and you shall feast on lavish meals, he exclaimed. Chen Luo admonished, royal dog, how could you be so uncouth? Release it at once. Despite his words, he held onto the cat's body, fearing it might flee. The royal dog, thoroughly chastened, conceded, fine, it is all my fault. The cat, now in Chen Luo's hands, ceased its struggles, gazing at him with its wide azure eyes, while Chen Luo heard its thoughts again. I did nothing to provoke it, yet this dog is so vexatious. Chen Luo concurred, indeed, quite despicable. Su Dezhu scratched his head, perplexed as he observed Chen Luo seemingly conversing with the cat. The cat once more utilized its ability. Sensing something. Do you have dried fish? I sense you do. Chapter 30, The Girl and the Cat. The intuition of a psychic often surpasses that of others. A formidable psychic can often sense impending danger ahead of time, much like animals can anticipate rain or earthquakes and react accordingly. This cat claimed it felt that Chen Luo possessed dried fish. Indeed, he did, in abundance. Not only fresh fish, but also a variety of fish dishes. Additionally, he had snacks aplenty, including dried fish and fish chips measured in tons. Chen Luo chuckled and prepared to retrieve the dried fish, thinking to himself, if you consume my belongings, then you shall become my cat. Bringing it home would allow him to indulge in its soft fur, as petting a cat can be a source of stress relief and joy. Just then, a curtain on the second floor was drawn aside, and a window opened, revealing an anxious voice. Let go of my rice. Chen Luo looked up, astonished to find that the speaker was Mi Li. This cat was named Rice? Her cat? Mi Li, seeing two formidable figures grasping her feline, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. In a matter of seconds, she dashed down from the second floor. With an anxious demeanor, she warily eyed Chen Luo and Su Dezhu, but mustered the courage to snatch Rice from Chen Luo's grasp. He relinquished his hold without resistance, knowing that forcibly retaining Rice would only provoke Mi Li's hostility. With Rice safely in her arms, Mi Li exhaled in relief, offering a soft apology before turning to leave. Encountering Mi Li earlier than anticipated did not align with Chen Luo's original plan. He had merely intended to ascertain whether Mi Li and Mi Ling were at home. Suddenly, Rice began to struggle fiercely in Mi Li's embrace, employing its mental communication ability to address her. Let me go, he is dried fish. I want to eat dried fish. He is not a bad person. Mi Li's cheeks twitched slightly, grappling with this illogical reasoning. However, Rice wriggled free from her grasp, landing on the floor and gazing pitifully at Chen Luo. It had not had dried fish in over a week and pleaded, just give me one. Chen Luo's mind raced through possibilities. Clearly, Mi Li was alone at home. If Mi Ling had been present, she would never have ventured down alone. The sisters were not together. Was this an opportunity to begin his strategy with a younger sister? Naturally, he could not just shower them with resources. Su Dezhu understood that offering unsolicited kindness often concealed ulterior motives. Chen Luo had initially intended to approach the situation collaboratively. Mi Ling and Mi Li were not mere ornaments. Armed with his formidable strength, a comprehensive understanding of dangers, and a substantial reserve of resources, he was confident that he could secure their loyalty willingly. In his previous life, He had never encountered Rice, nor heard of Mi Li and Mi Ling owning a cat, suggesting that Rice had likely perished along the way. This cat's instincts were remarkably acute, as it could sense the dried fish on him. With this thought, Chen Luo smiled at Rice and said, "There's surely dried fish at that large supermarket outside. Come, I shall take you there." He then turned to Mi Li and proposed, "Shall we collaborate in search of resources?" Mi Li instinctively prepared to refuse. There was no way she would venture out with two strangers. However, Rice was undeterred, eagerly nodding in agreement. Seeing Mi Li hesitate, it urged, "I can sense that this person harbors no ill intentions. You can trust him." Mi Li remained uncertain. But Rice grew impatient. "If you don't want to go, I will go with him. You can stay as usual and wait for me to bring back food." That struck a chord with Mi Li. Rice's words made her cheeks flush. For over a week, she had relied on Rice, using its small and agile form to scavenge for supplies. Without the royal dog, capturing such a nimble and clever cat would have been nearly impossible. Now, with supermarkets emptied, Rice would need to venture farther afield to find resources, which was perilously risky. Considering Rice's assertion that these two posed no threat, Mi Li resolved to trust its judgment, especially since its instincts had proven accurate since awakening its psychic abilities. Their home had indeed run low on provisions. Stealing herself, Mi Li declared, "All right, I will go with you. Rice, I am placing all my trust in you." Chen Luo smiled. This marked a promising beginning. Mi Li added, "Wait for me a moment. I will grab a few things." Shortly thereafter, Mi Li reappeared, donning a red helmet, presumably for her electric scooter, and a thick leather jacket that concealed her youthful figure. In her hand, she wielded a rolling pin. Mi Li timidly informed Chen Luo, "You must be aware that Rice can communicate with people. I too have suddenly developed a special ability, akin to a healer in a game." Chen Luo chuckled lightly, not wishing to conceal anything, and introduced himself. "I am Chen Luo. My ability is akin to that of a spatial magician. This is Su Daju, comparable to a warrior. This dog is my companion. Known as the Royal Dog, a Thunder Mage. You may refer to it as the Thunder Royal Dog." Upon hearing its title, the Royal Dog proudly straightened its posture, exclaiming, "I am no mere combat weakling like Rice." Mi Li stared, wide-eyed, at the Royal Dog, astonished that not only Rice possessed special abilities, but a dog could wield thunder as well. Had she not ventured out, she would have remained oblivious to the world's remarkable transformation. "Hurry, let us seek out the dried fish," Rice urged. After taking just a couple of steps, they unexpectedly encountered several zombies. Chen Luo and Su Daju remained unfazed, but Mi Li tensed up nervously. Trembling slightly, she declared, "I will amplify Su Daju's strength. A warrior must stand at the forefront," and Mi Li understood this clearly. So she first enhanced Su Daju's abilities. Although it was entirely unnecessary, Chen Luo was curious to observe. A faint golden light radiated from Mi Li's hand, swiftly entering Su Daju's body. Judging by Mi Li's seemingly practiced movements, it was evident she had been training. Mi Li then proceeded to amplify Chen Luo's strength as well. With his eyes closed, Chen Luo felt a significant boost, equivalent to an increase of 1/3 of his power, translating to an additional 10 points if his original strength was 30. Of course, this was not a mere percentage increase. 10 points of strength was comparable to that of an adult male. Moreover, Mi Li was certainly at level 1. As she advanced in levels, the enhancements she could provide would grow even greater. Not only could she amplify multiple targets, but with Mi Li's support, Su Daju effortlessly dispatched several zombies as if chopping through vegetables. Yet, Mi Li did not appear elated. Instead, her face turned pale as the gruesome sight of blood and brains splattering from the zombies overwhelmed her. A lone zombie approached. Mi Li, trembling, stammered, "I've never fought a zombie before, but this one will serve as my practice. I must face this sooner or later." Chapter 31. I'll make you braised fish. Mi Li spoke with a somewhat fierce tone despite her cowardly demeanor. If this world was infested with such creatures, she had to conquer her fear of them. Chen Luo was taken aback by her words. Outwardly fragile, yet strong within, he felt assured that with him looking out for her, she would be safe, and thus he did not refuse. "Daju, hand your iron rod to Mi Li. The power of a rolling pin cannot compare to that of a solid iron bar." Amused, Su Daju observed the trembling Mi Li and then appreciatively handed her the iron rod. Mi Li wished to prepare herself further, but the zombies would not grant her that luxury. As the undead lunged toward her, Mi Li anxiously released a strength buff for herself. The zombie opened its gaping maw, and although her mind momentarily blanked, her gaze quickly solidified with determination. However, Mi Li possessed no combat experience. As the zombie charged, she had no idea how to evade. "Well, I guess I'll just stand and take it," she thought. The zombie's sharp claws sunk into Mi Li's arm, and had she not been clad in a thick leather jacket, she likely would have suffered considerable injury. Simultaneously, The zombie lunged for Mi Li's delicate neck. With the iron rod in hand, Mi Li swung it fiercely toward the zombie's head. Her strength enhancement was fixed, though she appeared as a frail girl. Her power surpassed that of a healthy adult male. The zombie's head was smashed, blood splattering everywhere, even hitting Mi Li's helmet and leather jacket. The head was indeed the zombie's weak point, but it required a force like Su Daju's to obliterate it in one blow. Mi Li was just short of that. As the zombie continued its assault, Mi Li, startled by the blood splatter, swung the iron rod down repeatedly, as if smashing a watermelon. The zombie lay dead. Yet Mi Li kept striking. The skull was utterly crushed, a sight that made Chen Luo's scalp tingle. Girl, you've gone a bit overboard. After dispatching the zombie, Mi Li crouched down, removed her helmet, and the gruesome scene made her feel nauseous. She could only dry heave, as her stomach was empty. Chen Luo offered her a tissue and a bottle of mineral water, which she gratefully accepted. 2 minutes later, Mi Li regained her composure, observing herself, and then looking at Su Daju and Chen Luo, finally understanding why they seemed so formidable. It was her own blood-stained clothing that appeared intimidating. Chen Luo offered words of encouragement. At the very least, she had summoned the courage to confront the zombies and had not faltered in a critical moment. Mi Fan sighed, remarking that she had too much to worry about, and asked if they were still going to look for dried fish. During their journey, Chen Luo had already dispatched numerous zombies, leaving few wandering in the vicinity. He brought Mi Li and Mi Fan onto his sturdy truck, which provided Mi Li with a sense of security, greatly alleviating her anxiety regarding their quest for supplies. Nearby was a large shopping mall, the only one in the area, with supermarkets on the second and third floors, ensuring a sufficient supply of goods. However, the primary aim was not merely to gather resources, but to foster a rapport with Mi Li. On the way, Chen Luo cautioned Mi Li, "What would we do if we encounter survivors in the mall?" Mi Li paused, contemplating before responding. "With your and Daju's strength, you could eliminate a fair number of zombies. If there are survivors, they could easily escape. I've observed that zombies are not particularly swift. Escaping is possible. We are not saviors. They must rely on themselves." Had Chen Luo not been so unfamiliar with Mi Li, he would like to pat her on the head. She was absolutely correct. Relying on others is often less effective than relying on oneself. One should not place all their hopes in others. "What? Am I meant to escort you all the way home and pamper you?" He thought it might be beneficial for Mayu to share her experiences with Mi Li. Before long, they arrived at the road adjacent to the mall, where traffic was heavily congested. Chen Luo assessed the situation and realized that he could not use the truck to trample the zombies. It was difficult to turn around, and the presence of numerous electric scooters and uneven terrain would hinder the truck's mobility. They could only rely on their own strength to combat the zombies. Fortunately, it was not the weekend, and the outbreak had occurred early in the morning, leaving relatively few zombies in the mall and surrounding roads since it was not located in a bustling area. The mall's greatest value lay in its ability to attract customers, thereby increasing the property values of the surrounding area. Chen Luo instructed Mi Li, "When we enter the mall, just amplify my strength. There's no need to enhance Daju's, as he doesn't require it." Regardless of whether Mi Li amplified Su Daju's strength or not, he could still obliterate zombies with a single blow. As for Chen Luo, having reached level 3 of his abilities, his strength, while not quite matching Su Daju's, was still formidable. With Mi Li's enhancement, he could also dispatch zombies with a single strike. If only Mi Li's energy were not limited. Otherwise, enhancing Su Daju would undoubtedly be more advantageous. Chen Luo provided Mi Li with 2 electric batons for self-defense. Watching Chen Luo conjure items from thin air, Mi Li felt envious. Being a space mage seemed remarkable. Chen Luo also produced a hefty iron rod, joining Su Daju in the fight against the zombies. The electric batons were less beneficial to Chen Luo now, and their utility would diminish over time. Mi Li watched in awe as Chen Luo and Su Daju effortlessly dispatched zombies. These two were incredibly powerful. Even without her, they could easily secure the supplies in this area. Suddenly, the cat, the king of law, seemed to grasp something, and it expelled a fist-sized orb of crackling silver lightning. This orb soared toward the cluster of zombies and exploded, instantly annihilating 4 of them. The king of law cast a smug glance at Mi Fan, as if to say, "Can your cat do this?" Truthfully, Mi Fan was somewhat stunned, but she couldn't let the cat outshine her. She feigned indifference. Chen Luo found himself at a loss for words, wondering if the king of law's lightning sphere was inspired by Mi Fan's influence. However, the amplification was not significant, as the consumption of the lightning ball was somewhat greater compared to the arc attack. The first floor of the shopping mall primarily focused on clothing sales, with the number of staff exceeding that of customers. The second floor was designated as the snack area, while the third floor contained fresh produce, where the number of zombies was likely to be greater. Upon reaching the second floor, Chen Luo remarked, "Mage King, You should lure the zombies towards you, eliminating them in batches. If hundreds of zombies converge at once, I will have no choice but to flee. After 5 minutes, Chen Luo and Su Dezhu successfully cleared the zombies from the second floor. Meanwhile, Mi Li's blue bar was completely depleted, providing Chen Luo with a brief amplification that lasted only 2 minutes. Chen Luo instructed, Mi Li, go fetch a bag. Take as much as you can. Meanwhile, Mi Fan had located the stash of dried fish in the snack area and pleaded with Chen Luo to help open the packaging. Chen Luo teased, don't rush. I have some fresh fish. Come back with me later, and I shall prepare braised fish for you. Chapter 32, A Heroic Rescue. Mi Fan was of great importance to Mi Li, who, for its sake, dared to take the risk of snatching from Chen Luo's hands. Had it not been for Mi Fan, Mi Li would not have so easily boarded Chen Luo's ship of mischief. Holding on to Mi Fan made it difficult for Mi Li to escape. If Mi Li did not flee, then Mi Ling could not either. Additionally, Chen Luo found great affection for this cat. Not only was it exceptionally attractive and intelligent, but it also possessed unique abilities. Chen Luo realized that Mi Fan's awakened powers were likely more complex than mere psychic abilities. Such a rare skill as telepathic communication could not possibly be mastered at the initial stage of psychic powers. At least he had never encountered it before. Why Mi Fan could grasp telepathic communication upon its awakening was a mystery to Chen Luo. It was indeed a first for him. Such a rare cat deserved to be held firmly in his grasp. This was a gluttonous feline, and while it was challenging for others to win its favor, Chen Luo found it easy to manage. Indeed, upon hearing about braised fish, Mi Fan's eyes sparkled with delight. All right, but I haven't had dried fish in ages and am quite hungry. I'll have a little to tide me over first. Chen Luo smiled as he assisted Mi Fan in opening the packaging of the roasted fish slices. Mi Li, meanwhile, busily packed supplies, prioritizing high-calorie items such as candy and chocolate. At this moment, she did not mind that consuming these treats might lead to weight gain. Gazing at the rows of beverages, Mi Li contemplated before ultimately choosing mineral water, as sugary drinks were too sweet and did not quench her thirst, only intensifying it. Suddenly, an exceedingly rotund figure, obscure by the shelves, went unnoticed by Mi Li at first. This corpulent silhouette moved cautiously, attempting to minimize any noise. Coincidentally, when this plump figure descended from the third floor, the Mage King was patrolling on the opposite side and failed to spot it in time. However, it was the Mage King who first detected this unusual presence. Woof woof. The Mage King anxiously alerted and quickly rushed towards Mi Li's direction. Thanks to the Mage King's warning, Mi Li, who had her back turned to the overweight figure, finally noticed the unwelcome guest. Upon seeing its visage, she was immediately struck with terror, her complexion paling. The figure stood over 2 meters tall, resembling a massive ball of flesh, with its legs and neck nearly invisible. An exceedingly swollen belly dominated its form. Its skin resembled that of boiled pig intestines, riddled with wrinkles and a sickening pale pink hue. While zombies could be somewhat frightening, this rotund figure made them appear almost endearing by comparison. Such a horrifying countenance would leave first-time witnesses utterly stunned. Mi Li attempted to flee, but stumbled over the 2 large bags of food she had packed. The Mage King issued a warning and moved towards her. But Chen Luo arrived even faster, having received a warning from Mi Fan. While munching on dried fish, Mi Fan suddenly paused and addressed Chen Luo. I sense that Mi Li is in danger. However, Mi Fan could not specify the source of the threat. Naturally, Chen Luo took this seriously. Uncertain of where the danger lay, he rushed to find Mi Li. The overweight zombie ominously chuckled. I'm so hungry, I shall devour you. Mi Li staggered to her feet, immediately hurling the 2 bags of food she had painstakingly gathered at the rotund zombie, before turning to flee. Just as she began to run, still shaken, she collided with the approaching Chen Luo. Upon seeing the plump zombie, Chen Luo's pupils constricted, yet he calmly reassured Mi Li. Stay behind me. Do not be afraid. I am here. Though the terrifying figure loomed close, Mi Li felt an inexplicable sense of calm wash over her at Chen Luo's words, her racing heart miraculously beginning to settle. Mi Li gazed at Chen Luo's not particularly broad shoulders, yet she felt an odd sense of security. Chen Luo had not anticipated encountering another mutated being here. The odds were slim. Having slain so many zombies, encountering another was not particularly surprising. Once zombies reach level 1, they gain a modicum of intelligence. And as their levels increase, so does their cunning. Chen Luo speculated that a virus within the zombies continuously evolved, granting them greater control. This rotund zombie before him was not uncommon in his previous life. It was referred to as the Devourer. Its belly was akin to a bottomless pit, capable of consuming and excreting simultaneously, a truly grotesque image. Fortunately, the Devourer before him had not been feasting. so Chen Luo was spared the nauseating stench of waste. Among its peers, the Devourer was notoriously troublesome, possessing immense strength, formidable defense, and the ability to charge like a meat projectile, even capable of self-detonation. Once it detonated, the sight of its exploding flesh would be utterly revolting. Judging by its size, this Devourer appeared to be a level 3 zombie, not particularly tall, but on par with Chen Luo. If it were another level 3 ability user, or if Chen Luo lacked the skills he had honed in his past life, even a match of the same level would prove exceedingly challenging. However, at present, it was merely a matter of a single strike. The Void Sword formed slowly in Chen Luo's hand just as the Mage King arrived, unleashing the lightning ball he had recently mastered at the back of the Devourer. While the lightning ball was effective against ordinary zombies, its high consumption made it less favorable than the arc attack. Yet its high single target damage proved somewhat useful against the plum zombie. The lightning ball detonated behind the Devourer, injuring its back, but for the Devourer, it was far from a critical blow. The Mage King was at level 2, while the Devourer was at level 3, and the latter excelled in defense. Enraged, the Devourer spun around to roar at the Mage King, providing Chen Luo the opportunity to strike with the Void Sword. Although someone could potentially block Chen Luo's somewhat insubstantial Void Sword, the level 3 Devourer was not among them. The Devourer was cleaved in two, as if a chainsaw had sliced through timber. It had no chance to utilize its self-detonation ability, simply falling lifelessly to the ground. Chen Luo turned to shield Mi Li's eyes, softly saying, "Do not look, its corpse is repulsive." His voice had a hypnotic quality, prompting Mi Li to involuntarily shut her eyes. At that moment, Mi Li's mind was filled with the image of Chen Luo wielding the Void Sword, a sight so breathtaking that she could hardly comprehend it. How could he be so magnificent? With a single strike, he had vanquished a fearsome creature. Mi Li allowed Chen Luo to hold her hand as he guided her to a different location. When she opened her eyes, she could not help but gaze at Chen Luo. Previously, Chen Luo had engaged in a fierce battle with zombies, his body smeared with blood. At that moment, Mi Li had not perceived Chen Luo as particularly handsome, but she suddenly realized how striking he truly was. Chen Luo, glancing at Mi Li, noticed her cheeks inexplicably flush. He was quite taken aback, thinking to himself, "I never expected the arrival of this Devourer to be so beneficial." Although the trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress is somewhat cliched, its effectiveness remains undeniable. In Chapter 33, I'm going to make you bald. It is noted that zombies possess inferior eyesight compared to humans, yet their hearing and sense of smell are significantly heightened. If there were survivors within the shopping mall, it would be exceedingly difficult to conceal their presence from the Devourer. Unless fortified by heavy iron doors, the formidable Devourer could not be deterred. It appeared that there were no survivors left in the mall. Chen Luo gently ruffled Mi Li's hair and suggested, "Mi Li, let us form a team in the future, so we can look out for each other." Mi Li nodded, her face still tinged with red. In such a resource-rich environment, it was entirely out of character for Chen Luo not to seize the opportunity. In front of Mi Li, he collected all the useful supplies from the second floor of the mall into his spatial abilities. Mi Li was trustworthy. Although Chen Luo had not teamed up with her previously in his past life, he had interacted with her enough to know her character. Furthermore, one should not allow concerns to prevent them from acquiring essential resources. After all, core members would inevitably learn about the spatial abilities to some extent. Mi Li, lost in wonder, slightly parted her delicate lips, marveling at the enchantment of spatial magic. Upon reaching the third floor, they encountered only ordinary zombies, devoid of any mutations. After expending some time eliminating the zombies, Chen Luo surveyed the supplies on the third floor. The vegetables had wilted, but were still barely edible. Chen Luo decided to take them. Even if he did not consume them himself, they could be traded with others. Not everyone was as picky as he was. To many, even these subpar vegetables were treasures. However, the meat was a different story. It had all spoiled. In the summer, without refrigeration, meat could spoil within 3 days. Mi Li discovered a cabinet of fresh pig trotters, extracting one that was covered in mold. Disheartened, she sniffed it only to find it thoroughly spoiled. Such a trotter would only lead to an upset stomach. With a deep sigh, Mi Li lamented the possibility of never tasting braised pig trotters again. Chen Luo, observing her from the side, stifled a chuckle, planning to surprise Mi Li later. "Let's be on our way," Chen Luo announced. The entire supermarket had resources only on the second and third floors. The other levels were filled with clothing, amusement areas, restaurants, and cinemas. Mi Li nodded in agreement. Chen Luo continued, "Mi Li, why not come to my place for dinner?" Had it not been for their experience in the mall, Mi Li would have surely declined. Now, however, she hesitated. It was not that she was unwilling. She needed to stay home in case her sister returned. The thought of her sister coming back and finding her absent was too distressing. Mi Fan expressed confidence that Mi Ling was certainly alive and would return to find her. Mi Li was uncertain of the truth behind this, but chose to believe it. Otherwise, the thought of a world without her sister was unbearable. If it weren't for the lack of food at home, she would have undoubtedly opted to stay put and wait for her sister rather than accompany Chen Luo. With a troubled expression, Mi Li said, "Chen Luo Gij, I would like to go, but I must wait for my sister. If she returns and cannot find me, it will be too worrisome." Chen Luo had promised Mi Fan that he would take her to eat braised fish, and Mi Li was torn, while Mi Fan was impatient. Mi Fan urged Mi Li, "Did you not leave a note at home? Mi Ling will not worry upon seeing it. Besides, I have a feeling she will not return today." Only those who could communicate with Mi Fan could hear its words. With resolve, Mi Li asked, "Chen Luo Gij, your home isn't far, is it?" Chen Luo provided the address, which was indeed close. Mi Li replied, "Very well, but we cannot linger too long." Chen Luo smirked. "If you wish to stay the night, I would not refuse." He called over Su Dezhu and the King of Law, and the group set off for home. The most anxious of them all was Mi Fan, who had dreamed of eating fish the previous night. In the car, Chen Luo chuckled at Mi Fan's restlessness, wondering at the peculiar cat that could sense danger. Although its abilities were still nascent, it was indeed remarkable. However, Chen Luo pondered why Mi Fan had not sensed the King of Law's earlier attack. After some thought, he concluded that it was not perceived as a danger, but rather a fortunate occurrence. Soon, Chen Luo arrived at his home. He did not require Ma Yu to open the door, as he had his own key. Inside, the house was shrouded in darkness, but Ma Yu, vigilant at the entrance, quickly sent someone entering. Upon recognizing Chen Luo and his companions, she exhaled in relief. However, when she saw Mi Li, her astonishment grew. How was it possible that a trip outside had resulted in the return of such a stunning young lady? Chen Luo grinned and introduced Mi Li. "This is Sister Ma Yu. You may call her Yujia. And this is Mi Li. Just call her Mi Li, as Li sounds rather awkward." Mi Li politely greeted. "Yeah." Mi Fan, however, was eager, urging fish, fish, fish. Chen Luo laughed. "Yujia, please start cooking. Prepare a braised fish for this little one." Mi Fan. Ma Yu cast a bewildered glance at Mi Fan, acknowledging the beauty of the cat, but questioning why it deserved such special treatment. Cats shouldn't eat overly salty food. How about I make a steamed fish instead? Mi Li readily agreed on behalf of Mi Fan. Yet, Mi Fan insisted, "Make two, and make them larger." Ma Yu was startled by the sudden voice in her mind, but after Chen Luo explained, she understood why Mi Fan held such high status. Before Chen Luo returned home, Ma Yu had already begun preparing the meal, and the dishes were ready, awaiting his arrival to be cooked. Following Chen Luo's instructions, she first served 2 steamed base to Mi Fan. When the dish was placed before Mi Fan, the delectable aroma filled the air. Mi Li also enjoyed fish, but since it was meant for Mi Fan, she felt too shy to take one for herself with others present. Instead, she could only quietly swallow her saliva, lamenting, "Oh, Mi Fan, you don't even think to share with me. I've been so kind to you all this time." Ma Yu's culinary skills were unquestionable. An enticing fragrance made Mi Fan nearly weep with joy. "Oh, how fortunate I am to once again feast upon fish, and such delicious fish at that," Mi Fan exclaimed joyfully, diving into the meal prepared for it. Watching from the side, Mi Li felt somewhat distracted, while Chen Luo seized the opportunity to indulge in petting Mi Fan, delighting in the pleasure of petting a cat, relishing the moment. Mi Fan could not help but protest. "Be gentle. If you keep this up, I'll end up bald." In Chapter 34, Moving House, it is revealed that Chen Luo's spatial abilities contained an abundance of food, ready to be served at a moment's notice. However, it was evident that Ma Yu's cooking was far superior, and Chen Luo was secretly enjoying the suspense, allowing Mi Li to remain hungry a little longer to enhance the flavor of the meal to come. Without making Mi Li wait long, the first dish, crispy fried yellow croaker, was swiftly prepared. This truly represented the essence of dried fish. Mi Li swallowed, her eyes fixated on the yellow croaker with a glint of mischief. Meanwhile, Mi Fan was rather uninhibited, still savoring the steamed base that Ma Yu had prepared for him, yet already yearning for the dried fish. "Chen Luo, make this dried fish for me tomorrow. I'm open to whatever you desire," he declared. "Really? It's a promise." Chen Luo replied. "Mi Fan, you are such a good boy. I will do my utmost to bring you whatever you wish for." "Mi Fan, touched," exclaimed Chen Luo. "Your kindness overwhelms me." Chen Luo turned to Mi Li. "Are you hungry? Why not have some yellow croaker to tide you over?" Though Mi Li was ravenous, her good upbringing compelled her to shake her head. "No, Yujia is busy. Let us wait for her." Seeing Mi Li's insistence, Chen Luo refrained from further persuasion. The remaining dishes were promptly completed. With Su Dezhu, a voracious eater, present, Chen Luo ensured that aside for breakfast, there were 8 dishes and a soup, all in generous portions, lest they fall short. Within a week, unless specifically instructed by Chen Luo, Ma Yu would not repeat any dish. Others simply ate whatever was available. With no room for choice, to have something to eat was already a blessing. Here, however, it was a matter of personal preference, as everything one desired was readily available. Tonight's offerings included crispy fried yellow croaker, shredded pork with celery, sweet and sour ribs, sauerkraut fish, braised crucian carp, 3 fresh vegetables, bean sprouts with vermicelli, candied tomatoes, and seaweed egg drop soup. Mealy was left dumbfounded. Even before the apocalypse, she rarely indulged in such a plethora of dishes. It wasn't due to inability, but rather the sheer waste of food when one could not finish it. Mealy expressed her gratitude. Brother Chen Luo, though, it's my first visit. This is quite extravagant. Ma Yu found it amusing. Should she enlighten this child that this was our normal fare? Mealy's reaction was understandable. She had been similarly astonished upon her arrival. However, Chen Luo remained silent, leaving her in a state of uncertainty. With a grand gesture, Chen Luo reassured her, "No worries. We are comrades in arms. Let us eat. You must be starving." The meal commenced, with Chen Luo being the first to take up his chopsticks, alleviating any awkwardness for Mealy. Indeed, upon witnessing Chen Luo's action, Mealy mustered the courage to grasp a piece of the long-desired crispy yellow croaker. The enticing aroma had already stirred her appetite. As the yellow croaker touched her palate, its crispy and succulent texture enveloped her senses, nearly bringing her to tears. "Oh, this is even more delectable than I had imagined." Chen Luo chuckled. "Mealy, no need for formality. I'm not one for serving others. Take as much as you like." With that, Chen Luo devoured the dishes heartily, and the more carefree he appeared, the more liberated Mealy became. Mealy's cheeks flushed slightly as she complied. The 2-steam base had already filled Fan's belly, who was now kneading his stomach with his paws. Suddenly, the feline monarch nudged Chen Luo and called out to Fan a few times. The monarch mused that Fan, despite being a rather weakling, had some benefit, as he could assist in translation. "Little weak cat, translate for this royal being. Tell the master that I am weary of meat and would like vegetable soup with rice tonight." "Little weak cat? Who is that?" Fan was incensed. He initially intended to translate that the monarch wanted to eat excrement, but upon hearing the latter part, he could hardly believe it. He relayed the message to Mealy, who widened her eyes in disbelief. "Tired of meat? Is that even human language?" Oh, indeed it was not. Upon reflection, Mealy found solace. Was it so strange for Brother Chen Luo to possess such abilities? Chen Luo personally retrieved a large bowl for the feline monarch, filling it with rice and drizzling some soup over it. Though a simple vegetable soup over rice, it was a luxury that many now yearned for. Typically, Mealy's appetite was limited to a single bowl, yet this meal saw her devour 3 bowls of rice. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by her excessive consumption, she lowered her head. Ma Yu chuckled, suppressing the urge to snatch the bowl from Mealy. After a moment of silence, Mealy spoke. "Brother Chen Luo, I have stayed long enough. I should return. I fear my sister will worry if she comes home and finds me missing." Chen Luo nodded. However, he could not allow Mealy to return alone. It would be perilous. After all, she was merely a caretaker, capable of handling only a couple of zombies at most. He was determined to escort her back. But what if something happened to her in his absence? In her previous life, Mealy had faced no such dangers. But with his presence now, perhaps a butterfly effect was at play. Chen Luo approached Mealy, not solely captivated by her beauty, though it was undeniable that an 18-year-old girl attracted men of all ages, but rather by her exceptional abilities. Mealy not only possessed innate talent, but also remarkable comprehension. Certain skills could not merely be acquired by reaching a specific level. She was the sole light-type, supernatural being to master resurrection skills, much like Chen Luo, who was the only one capable of void walking among other space-type supernatural beings. The significance of resurrection skills was paramount. Mealy was irreplaceable. Fan's abilities to foresee and navigate fortune and misfortune and discern whether intentions were benevolent or malevolent were also of national treasure caliber. Contemplating this, Chen Luo resolved to ensure Mealy and Fan's safety. It would be impossible to have Mealy move to his side as she awaited her sister. Chen Luo too had to wait for Mei Ling, the spirit flame princess. Perhaps it would be more prudent for him to relocate. With this thought, Chen Luo proposed, "Mealy, my residence is flexible. How about the 3 of us, Dezhu, you, Jia, and I, move to your place? Surely, there are unoccupied houses nearby. We can settle there and look out for each other." Mealy was momentarily taken aback, then filled with excitement. "That sounds wonderful." This was not merely mutual support. It was clearly Chen Luo looking out for her. Chen Luo smiled and said, "Dezhu, Jia, let us pack up. We are moving." In this team, Chen Luo was undoubtedly the core, and although Ma Yu felt a pang of reluctance for the familiar surroundings, she readily agreed without hesitation. Chapter 35. Why did you take so long to arrive? The relocation was temporary. Mealy's place was unsuitable for permanent residence, let alone as a gathering point. With Chen Luo, a space supernatural being, moving was a breeze. Whatever needed to be transported could simply be tossed into the supernatural space. Ma Yu packed cooking utensils, some seasonings, and daily necessities, while Chen Luo and Su Dizhu only took a few articles of clothing. In less than 5 minutes, they had everything ready. The large cabin of the truck was spacious enough that 4 people, along with a cat and a dog, did not feel cramped. Inside the vehicle, Su Dizhu was engrossed in a historical drama, seizing the opportunity to play an episode on his phone. Mi-Fan curiously crouched behind Su Dizhu, watching. A sultry female voice emanated from the phone. Why did you take so long to arrive? Su Dizhu chuckled foolishly, thoroughly entertained, while Mi-Fan watched with keen interest. Mi-Li felt a deep sense of envy, her phone long out of battery, and now merely a burden. Observing her expression, Chen Luo retrieved a smartphone and a power bank, offering them to her. Here, take this to play with. It contains a plethora of movies, novels, and games. I also have a laptop. Would you like that? Chen Luo had dozens of laptops, having purchased them in excess in the current digital market. Such items were hardly in surplus. Mi-Li sighed. Chen Luo, you remind me of Doraemon, possessing a treasure trove that contains everything imaginable. Upon nearing Mi-Li's residential complex, Chen Luo hesitated on where to park the heavy truck. After a moment's contemplation, he shrugged off the concern, simply leaving it would suffice. As the truck's value was soon to diminish, zombies, upon evolving to the first level, would no longer be as foolish, incapable of evasion, and could easily be crushed. Furthermore, at this level, zombies could wield various spells, albeit with diminished potency. Though weak, they now posed a threat to the heavy truck. On the 20th day of the apocalypse, zombies began to evolve sporadically. Indeed, a few had even reached the first level after consuming human flesh. If the survivors could not enhance their strength at a pace commensurate with the zombies, their fate was all but sealed. Chen Luo maneuvered the vehicle into Mi-Li's community, casually parking it. Remarkably, Mi-Li no longer feared encountering zombies, her anxiety dissipating entirely within just a few hours. The most suitable temporary residence was the house directly across from Mi-Li's. Though its door was firmly shut, the windows were ajar, indicating its occupants were absent. Su Dizhu effortlessly ascended to the second floor, applying slight force to bend the security bars apart. The door was locked with a key, and without the skill to pick locks, Su Dizhu resorted to brute force to break it open. However, the doors succumbed to damage. Doors are not particularly formidable defensive measures. Yet, their breach serves as a warning. Otherwise, cats, dogs, or even rodents could invade, potentially jeopardizing everyone's safety. Mi-Li pondered aloud. Why not stay at my place? I have a 4-bedroom apartment, which is just enough for everyone. Could Chen Luo refuse? I must ensure your safety, he replied. By now, it was past 9 in the evening, and with no electricity, Mi-Li's home was enveloped in darkness. Chen Luo drew the curtains and produced several battery-operated lamps. Their illumination was modest. Yet, the gentle glow instilled a sense of security in Mi-Li. Were it not for Chen Luo's presence, she would have hesitated to turn on the lights. Though young, her instinct for self-preservation was keen. Just days ago, the interior had been shrouded in darkness, leaving her hungry and thirsty, lost in her thoughts. Reflecting on it now, she could hardly fathom how she had endured. Outside, the world was fraught with peril. Yet the mere presence of Chen Luo brought an inexplicable sense of peace to Mi-Li. With a flourish, Chen Luo conjured 2 watermelons, cheerfully announcing, "Let us enjoy some watermelon." Watermelon was Mi-Li's favorite fruit. Gazing at the melons, she felt as if she were in a dream, the day's events surreal. Remembering the terrifying, grotesque zombies encountered in the mall, she found solace in Chen Luo's towering figure, shielding her and treating her with such kindness. Unable to contain her emotions, Mi-Li embraced Chen Luo tightly. Chen Luo, I believe the luckiest thing in my life is having met you and my sister. Caught off guard by her affection, Chen Luo felt a stirring in his heart. Alas, my charm is overwhelming. What can I do? Just having met Mi-Li today. He reminded himself that haste would not yield favorable outcomes. Otherwise, his less than savory side might emerge. Ma Yu observed Mi-Li and thought of Chen Luo. Handsome, considerate, with an amiable disposition, and wealthy. Who could withstand such charm? If he were to pursue someone, it was clear that she would be powerless to resist. Mi-Li, realizing her boldness, released Chen Luo. Her cheeks flushed as she nibbled on the watermelon, attempting to mask her embarrassment. Once they finished the fruit, Mi-Li began assigning rooms. Sister Yu, you can stay in this room. It was occasionally used for visiting classmates. Brother Dizhu, this room was my sister's art space. Just bring in a bed, and it will suffice. Su Dizhu shrugged nonchalantly. I can sleep on the floor. It's cooler that way. No need to move a bed. Chen Luo, this room was my sister's. You can stay here. While the most appropriate occupant for Mi-Ling's room might have been Ma Yu, Mi-Li allocated it to Chen Luo, as it was the most favorable in terms of conditions. The intentions were transparent to all. Mayu made no jest about the arrangement. Any room would suffice for her. Chen Luo was somewhat taken aback. I'm staying in Mi Ling's room? That's splendid. But what if she returns? Where will she sleep? He decided to set aside those concerns for now. Mi Ling's room was adorned in soft blue hues, exuding a serene elegance with a faint fragrance. The bed was already fitted with a cool mat, and Chen Luo reclined upon it, spreading his limbs in utter comfort. Recalling something, Chen Luo retrieved a crystal and washed it before presenting it to Mi Li in the living room. This is a crystal. Hold it to absorb the power within. In gaming terms, it can enhance your magical prowess and levels. If you ever feel overwhelmed, do not force yourself to absorb it. He imparted some wisdom to Mi Li, who nodded in naive understanding. Not absorbing the crystal did not preclude the growth of her innate abilities. It merely meant the process would be slower. Today, Mi Li had already utilized her power amplification 7 times. If she absorbed a crystal tonight and again tomorrow night, she would likely ascend to the 2nd level. Returning to Mi Ling's room, Chen Luo intended to begin absorbing the crystal before retiring for the night. However, he was surprised to find Mi Fan seated on the bed. Awaiting him, Mi Fan cast a sultry glance at Chen Luo. You took your time getting here. Chapter 36. The Great Concern of Mi Ling. While Mi Fan and the Law King had gained considerable wisdom, they had not undergone 9 years of compulsory education, leaving their command of language somewhat lacking. Mi Fan playfully remarked, Tonight, I'll sleep with you. Tomorrow, I'll sleep with Mi Li. Ah, you truly are a charming cat, ensuring everyone gets their fair share. Without hesitation, Chen Luo reached out to affectionately stroke Mi Fan. Mi Fan was undeniably endearing, beautiful, sweet-natured, and charmingly vocal. Having just met her today, Chen Luo found himself quite taken with her. To what extent? If he were left with nothing but a morsel of dried fish, he could easily envision himself offering it to Mi Fan instead of consuming it himself. You eat the fish, I'll. Stop touching my belly, it tickles. Mi Fan exclaimed. Let me see if you're a boy or a girl. After playfully frolicking with Mi Fan, Chen Luo began to absorb the crystal, of course, sharing some with her. Come, Mi Fan, let's cultivate together. To Chen Luo's delight, Mi Fan was able to absorb 8 crystals, slightly fewer than the Law King. He resolved to ask Mi Li tomorrow how many she could absorb. After completing his absorption, Chen Luo assessed that, with continued effort, he could reach level 4 in approximately 6 or 7 days. By then, the lowest grade of crystals would no longer be of use to him. At night, Rice lay curled up by Chen Luo's side, determined to press down on his belly as he resisted with all his might. How could one find sleep in such a predicament? The following morning, the first to awaken was Mayu, who had the responsibility of preparing breakfast. The meal consisted of her handmade meat buns, tea, eggs, accompanied by porridge and a side of shredded cucumber. One cannot be too demanding, after all. These are the end times. Chen Luo yawned as he took his place at the dining table, knowing that Mayu would handle the cleanup after the meal. The comfort of being served was truly delightful. Chen Luo inquired, Rice, how many crystals can you absorb? Rice replied, 9. Is that a bit too few? The king of meat buns pondered that indeed it seemed a tad insufficient, especially when compared to a dog, which could absorb 1 more. Chen Luo chuckled. Being able to absorb 9 at the first level was already exceptional. After finishing breakfast, of course, it was time to play. What else was there to do? Chen Luo retrieved the batteries and study materials he had purchased, connecting Rice's family's electricity to the batteries, allowing the refrigerator and television to function. As for the air conditioner, that was best left alone. Rice's family's unit was not silent. Su Dezhu was still engrossed in his television series, while Chen Luo set up a desktop computer to indulge in some AAA gaming. When it came to experience, a desktop computer undoubtedly surpassed others. Frankly, the enjoyment derived from many single-player games was not inferior to that of online games. Moreover, single-player games did not require an internet connection. A large game could easily provide Chen Luo with a month of leisure. Chen Luo had the capability to copy every game available on the market, possessing thousands of game discs. Occasionally, Rice would watch Chen Luo play, chat with Mayu, or scroll through her phone, occasionally glancing out the window, concerned for Mi Ling. If only her sister could return safely, she would ask for nothing more. Rice was a senior in high school, and the college entrance examination was scheduled for early June. She chose to stay home and prepare for the exam rather than attend school. Mi Ling's university was local, yet she had a dormitory at the school due to the considerable distance between home and campus, one in the east of the city and the other in the west, requiring 4 to 5 hours of travel each day. When classes were light, she would opt to return home. When they were heavier, she had no choice but to stay on campus. The outbreak had occurred at around 9 o'clock, just as a class had ended. Mi Ling had gone to the restroom, and if it had happened during class in a crowded area, the outcome could have been dire. When the zombies erupted, Mi Ling panicked, but managed to escape the teaching building while the zombies were preoccupied with their gruesome feast, hiding in the small grove of trees on campus. The entire university town, although situated on the outskirts, was not far from the city center, and with 5 universities clustered together, along with small vendors and nearby residential areas. The number of zombies was not insignificant. In the grove, Mi Ling coincidentally awakened her flame ability, but instead of feeling joy, she was consumed with worry for Rice's safety. Had Rice turned into a zombie? Had she encountered any danger? Mi Ling was filled with anxiety, wishing she could sprout wings and fly home immediately. It must be mentioned that Mi Ling was quite skilled, relying solely on each other for survival. The two sisters, both strikingly beautiful, would have been in grave danger without any means of self-defense. Mi Ling had trained hard and possessed formidable self-defense techniques. Before the apocalypse, without any powers, if Chen Luo had crossed paths with Mi Ling, he likely would have been no match for her. Mi Ling reminded herself to remain calm. She must not act rashly, as her sister's safety depended on it. After 2 arduous days, armed with her self-defense skills and newfound abilities, Mi Ling finally found an opportunity to escape the school. Her destination was home. Instead of taking a direct route through the bustling city, which would be tantamount to a death sentence, she planned to take a long detour around the outskirts, covering nearly 300 kilometers. Upon leaving the school, Mi Ling encountered 4 classmates, 3 boys and 1 girl, who naturally recognized the campus beauty, Mi Ling. With her stunning looks and alluring figure, she had many admirers. All 4 students wished to escape the zombie-infested campus, lacking any specific destination, so they decided to follow Mi Ling home. She did not refuse. Having additional companions offered more support, and she lacked confidence in her ability to return home alone. The tension along the way exceeded Mi Ling's expectations. The small car they found was not like Chen Luo's heavy truck. Encountering blocked paths required them to get out and move the vehicle. The roads outside the city were not desolate, with traffic being moderate. Having a vehicle also meant the presence of zombies. Mi Ling was not the legendary flame queen of the future. Even after advancing to the 2nd level days later, she would still struggle against multiple zombies. After dispatching one, she needed to rest to recover her energy, otherwise, she could not utilize her powers. Fighting zombies barehanded, the 4 classmates were not of much help, and food had to be shared among them. After losing 1 boy and 1 girl, only 2 boys remained, Zhang Zhen and Wang Xinwu. Mi Ling found herself on high alert around them, which was exhausting. Without navigation, the 3 of them ended up taking the wrong route. Along the way, Mi Ling suffered from hunger and thirst, while constantly worrying about Rice, leaving her utterly worn out. At her lowest, Mi Ling went an entire day without food. She mournfully thought, if I'm struggling this much, how is my fragile Rice faring? Has she starved to death at home? Or was she devoured by zombies while searching for supplies? Such thoughts haunted her, leading to frequent nightmares. Rice, however, would retort, "You're mistaken. I'm eating better than I did before the apocalypse." Home was finally within sight, but the most treacherous stretch through the city still lay ahead. Mi Ling prayed in her heart, "If you're still alive, Rice, hold on. I've saved a piece of chocolate just for you." Chapter 37, Rice. Why aren't you eating? As Mi Ling drew closer to home, her heart grew increasingly unsettled, fearing that upon her return, she might confront her worst imaginings, or worse, find Rice missing. Mi Ling led the way, with Zhang Zhen and Wang Xinwu trailing behind. The sight of these 2 boys drained her spirit. When it was a simple matter of 1 or 2 zombies, they managed well enough, but when faced with larger numbers, they merely hid behind her, often running faster than she did. Useless in every respect, they consumed whatever rations they had. It would be unfair to say they were entirely unhelpful when encountering other survivors. They could at least provide numbers, allowing Mi Ling to exert a little less effort against a small horde of zombies. Though they claimed to help her find her sister, Mi Ling sensed they were more interested in finding a strong ally to lean on. If I do find Rice, I'll make sure to distance myself from them. Mi Ling resolved. At last, Mi Ling arrived at the community gate, prepared for battle. She knew how many residents typically occupied this neighborhood. There would undoubtedly be plenty of zombies. After traveling 100 miles, the last stretch is the most vital. I must not let my guard down now. Yet, upon entering the community, she was perplexed to discover a surprisingly low number of zombies, merely 3 or 4. Why are there so few zombies? Regardless of the reason, this was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune for Mi Ling. As she passed by a supermarket, she instinctively glanced inside, hoping to collect some supplies on her way back. Zhang Zhen and Wang Xinwu, faster than Mi Ling, dashed ahead. But they were met with disappointment. The shelves of the supermarket were bare. Throughout their journey, aside from the initial days when they stumbled upon a stocked supermarket, most others were empty. The remaining 2 supermarkets were teeming with zombies, instilling a sense of dread that deterred them from entering. This apprehension was entirely justified. While encountering a zombie might not guarantee death, the specter of starvation was far more lethal. Those with audacity could clear an entire supermarket with a few trips. Dismissing these thoughts, Mi Ling dashed downstairs. Finding no zombies in sight, unencumbered by fear, she shouted with fervor, Mi Li, are you there? We're having barbecue tonight. You Jia, can you manage it? Chen Luo suddenly craved a change in flavor, realizing it had been over half a month since he last savored barbecue delights, coupled with chilled beer. What a treat it would be. He had even prepared the barbecue grill, stocked with an array of spices. Mayu chocolate. While I may not rival the top barbecue chefs, I assure you, it won't pale compared to what you might find outside. I'll begin marinating right away. Just let me know what skewers you desire. However, she noted that the smoke from barbecuing was too voluminous to be done indoors. Chen Luo responded contentively. No worries. We can grill on the rooftop. If someone happens to notice, it's of little concern. The flavor of barbecue far outweighs any potential trouble. Just as he was about to ask Sudaju and Mi Li about their preferred skewers, a shout echoed from below. Mi Li trembled with excitement, her face lighting up with uncontainable joy as she exclaimed, It's my sister. My sister has returned. Clad in slippers, denim shorts, and a short-sleeved top, she bolted downstairs. Chen Luo mused inwardly. After such a long wait, Mi Ling, you have finally arrived. He followed closely behind Mi Li. As she raced down, she called out loudly, Sister, I'm here. Upon hearing Mi Li's response, Mi Ling was equally exhilarated, and they quickly embraced, joy radiating between the two sisters. Zhang Zhen and Wang Xinwu watched in astonishment as Mi Li, the younger sister, stood alongside Mi Ling, the campus belle. Wow! If I could win over this pair of stunning sisters, it would be utterly delightful. Chen Luo noticed that it wasn't only Mi Ling who had returned, but also 2 refugees, no, 3, including Mi Ling herself. After days without bathing, exposed to the elements, and enduring insufficient nourishment, even the most exquisite beauty would appear haggard. Mi Ling's complexion was wan, with dark circles under her eyes and her hair in disarray, a mere shadow of her former radiant self, her face marred with grime. This transformation was partly due to the harsh conditions, but also a deliberate choice by Mi Ling to disguise her beauty and avoid unwanted attention. Nonetheless, her magnificent figure remained striking. The moment Chen Luo appeared, Zhang Zhen and Wang Xinwu were instantly on alert. Who is this person? Why is he with Mi Li? I had no idea Mi Ling had a brother or older sibling. Mi Ling's peripheral vision caught Chen Luo, and she too regarded him with caution. Mi Fan, nestled in Chen Luo's arms, lazily mewed at Mi Ling. Having sensed that Mi Ling would be safe, it showed no signs of worry. Mi Li beamed. Sister, this is brother Chen Luo. He has taken great care of me while you were away. Mi Ling's brows softened slightly at the mention of care, but she inquired. What kind of care? Noticing Mi Li's robust appearance, it seemed that Chen Luo had indeed looked after her well. Furthermore, Mi Fan was peacefully nestled in his embrace. With Mi Li's safety confirmed, a heavy burden lifted from Mi Ling's heart. As Zhang Zhen and Wang Xinwu exchanged glances, they resolved to establish a good rapport with Mi Li. Mi Ling had always been aloof and hard to approach. Perhaps they could find a way in through her sister, or even directly with Mi Li. Mi Li appeared unblemished, leading them to believe she had simply been sheltered indoors. Her rosy complexion suggested joy at reuniting with her sister, and they dismissed deeper thoughts regarding her state. Surely, she must be hungry? They had come to realize the critical importance of food during their journey. Determined to make a good impression, Zhang Zhen prepared to charm Mi Li, but Wang Xinwu was quicker to act. Cautiously, he pulled out a crumpled bag of bread from his pocket, containing 3 slices. Mi Li, my dear sister, you must be hungry. Here, take this bread. Mi Li gazed at the wrinkled bread, momentarily speechless. Oh, that's not necessary, she replied awkwardly. Wang Xinwu, assuming she was merely being polite, gritted his teeth and produced a single corn sausage, typically sold for $1 per bag. Please don't be shy. Bread paired with sausage is a perfect match. Zhang Zhen stared at Wang Xinwu in disbelief. Are you serious? Finding supplies in supermarkets is becoming increasingly perilous, especially in those swarming with zombies. Are you throwing caution to the wind? Initially intending to offer his own bag of instant noodles to Mi Li, Zhang Zhen reconsidered upon witnessing Wang Xinwu's extravagant gesture, deciding it was unnecessary to compete. You're bold. I'll take a different approach and focus on winning Mi Ling over. When Mi Li showed no intention of accepting the food, Wang Xinwu paused, puzzled. Mi Li, why aren't you eating? Chapter 38, The Living Dog. Suddenly, 2 strangers appeared, inquiring if she was hungry. Mi Li had no acquaintance with these individuals. Had her sister not brought them, she would have fled, even with Chen Luo's presence. She wouldn't accept food from strangers. Furthermore, the 2 had gone days without bathing, their bodies reeking of sweat, nearly overwhelming Mi Li. They continued to encroach upon her personal space, prompting her to nearly weep. Please, don't come closer. I'm really not hungry. Just as Mi Ling was about to retrieve the chocolate she had saved, her heart sank at the thought of the scarce food supply. They had circumvented the city, and few shops remained open. Yet, observing Mi Li's vibrant complexion and healthy demeanor, it was evident she had been well cared for. In stark contrast, Mi Ling felt like a shadow of her former self. A flicker of suspicion crossed her mind as she scrutinized Chen Luo, if not for her own disheveled appearance. She might have mistaken him for a regular young man out for a stroll. Had my sister truly been well cared for? Mi Li's refusal to accept Wang Xinwu's offering left an awkward silence. Are you really not hungry? You're missing out on a great opportunity. When hunger strikes, you'll wish you had accepted. Mi Li shyly suggested, Sister, let us go inside. Chen Luo stifled a chuckle, relishing the sight of Mi Ling in such a vulnerable state. I almost didn't recognize you without your usual grace. Mi Ling turned to Chen Luo, expressing her gratitude. Hello, Mi Ling. Thank you for taking care of my sister. While still wary of him, she was comforted by the fact that Mi Li had come to no harm under his watch. Chen Luo replied with a gentle smile. I'm Chen Luo. Mi Ling extended her arms to retrieve Mi Fan from his embrace, having missed the cat dearly. However, Mi Fan turned away, refusing her affection, utilizing its telepathic abilities to communicate. Oh no, go away. You haven't bathed in days. You're filthy, and I can't risk getting dirty myself. It's one thing if you soil me, but if Chen Luo holds me and I soil him, that would be quite unfortunate. Upon hearing the words of Rice, Mi Ling initially displayed an expression of disbelief. Rice could speak? However, her countenance soon darkened completely. Is this even human language? She exclaimed. Are you truly rejecting my embrace, not out of disdain for my dirtiness, but out of concern for sullying Chen Luo? I am your rightful master. Mi Ling was perplexed as to why, after a mere fortnight apart, Rice had so thoroughly betrayed her. Despite her astonishment at Rice's newfound abilities, Mi Ling refrained from raising her voice. Casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu behind her, she thought of their farewell dinner, and how they had all gone their separate ways. It was not that Mi Ling intended to burn bridges or discard burdens, but rather that the contributions of these two had been utterly negligible throughout their journey. The very thought of it incensed her. In their presence, she had acted as a mere enforcer, clearing paths and braving dangers, while they cowered behind her like timid shadows. She had been foolish to have taken on such encumbrances. She could no longer allow them to hinder her and her sister, for it was too perilous. Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu followed behind, amused. Our cohabitation with the campus beauty is about to begin. Living together will surely foster deeper bonds, won't it? They mused. After all, we have been escorting you in search of your sister. Mi Ling tentatively inquired, is there still food at home? She was quite famished, having planned to gather supplies after reuniting with her sister. The supermarkets had run dry, but surely there were resources within the community. A few rooms belonging to residents who had transformed into zombies would likely yield some rice to sustain them temporarily. Chen Luo scoffed, of course there is food, in abundance. In fact, but the delectable morsels will only be available to you, Mi Ling, if you heed my words, follow me, and address me as big brother. Otherwise, forget it. He bellowed. Yujia, isn't there still some rice at home? Please cook a bit. After all, it wouldn't do to deny Mi Li's sister a meal. Mayu, who had certainly noticed the commotion downstairs, hesitated at first upon hearing Chen Luo's request. Weren't we supposed to have barbecue? But her astute mind quickly grasped the underlying implication. Nodding, she replied, all right, I'll prepare some right away. The presence of another woman at home provided Mi Ling with a modicum of reassurance. Chen Luo cautioned, but please, do not rinse the rice. It would waste water. Normally, they would wash the rice, but was it necessary for Mi Ling and her companions? Certainly not. Considering Mi Li's situation, having anything to eat was already a blessing. Mayu chuckled, realizing it indeed did not require rinsing. At worst, it would be a tad dirty, but not excessively so. Upon hearing the sound of running water, Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu suddenly realized their throats felt parched. Their journey had not only deprived them of food but water as well. Coupled with the sweltering heat, they felt as though they were on the verge of collapse. As they arrived at Mi Li's doorstep, they eagerly rushed to the kitchen, where they found Mayu pouring bottled purified water into the rice cooker. Without hesitation, Zhang Zhun snatched a bucket with a third of its contents remaining from her grasp and began to drink voraciously. Were it not for Wang Xinwu's incessant urging, he might have continued for half a minute. Wang Xinwu, undeterred by Zhang Zhun's saliva, took the bucket next and began to drink as well. Mayu watched in disgust as the two men drank directly from the bucket like beggars, her irritation towards them mounting. Is there not a ready supply of bowls? Can't you pour the water into a bowl to drink? She admonished. What about the others? Zhang Zhun shrugged nonchalantly. Apologies, we're just desperate from thirst. Don't worry, we're not sick. Wang Xinwu interjected with dissatisfaction. You two have been sheltered at home, avoiding the sun, so of course you're not thirsty. Do you have any idea of the hardships we've endured along the way? Zhang Zhen concurred. Yes, yes, have some understanding. We won't do this again. Mai maintained her icy demeanor. Why should I understand you? I didn't force you to suffer. Mi Ling shook her head, too weary to argue further. After they finished their meal, they would part ways. Mi Li, concerned for her sister, offered Mi Ling a large portion of her nutritional drink that she had saved. Mi Ling, equally parched, drank half and saved the rest for Mi Li, but found herself thirstier with each sip. This delightful drink deserved to be preserved for Mi Li. Having quenched their thirst, Wang Xinwu and Zhang Zhen stepped out of the kitchen, surveying their surroundings with satisfaction. It was indeed the home of a campus beauty, spacious and tastefully decorated. If only it weren't for the presence of a man. Zhang Zhen suddenly froze, his eyes fixating on the dog lying beneath the sofa. A living dog. After more than half a month of subsisting on scraps of fast food, instant noodles, bread, chips, and other snacks, he could barely endure it any longer. As the saying goes, a dog's meat rolled thrice cannot be stable. Chapter 39. You've finished eating, Haven to you? Then let us commence our meal. Zhang Zhen, having been influenced by his elders, was accustomed to consuming dog meat, particularly enjoying dog meat hot pot before the apocalypse, which he deemed a delicacy. Now, the allure of the dog beneath the sofa surpassed even that of Mi Ling and Mi Li. Wang Xinwu was not far behind in his appetite. Upon suddenly encountering fresh meat, who could resist? However, it was evident that the dog was not a mere meat dog confined in a cage. It was someone's pet, lounging lazily beneath the sofa. Zhang Zhen pointed at the dog. Whose dog is this? Chen Luo chuckled. It's mine. With a knowing glance, he understood the intentions of the two men. Zhang Zhen frowned, speaking slowly. Brother, I don't think you truly comprehend the chaos of the outside world. Life is already a struggle. How can you afford to feed a dog? He recalled Chen Luo's earlier mention of having a little rice at home and questioned, what will you do when that runs out? Take my advice, stew that dog. Not only will it conserve resources, but it will also fill your belly. Hearing this, the dog sprang up from beneath the sofa, glaring at the two men in fury. I haven't touched your rice or wasted your food. It growled, ready to defend itself at Chen Luo's command. Wang Xinwu exclaimed in alarm. This dog looks ferocious. It's clearly capable of biting. It must be stewed. What if it harms Mi Li? Zhang Zhen retorted. While I may not have killed a dog, I've dispatched countless zombies. How could I fear a mere dog? I'll handle it. You just wait to eat. Chen Luo's previously jovial demeanor turned icy. Indeed. There is no surplus food to waste on a dog, but you two can certainly roll on out. Zhang Zhen bristled with anger. Watch your tone, kid. Have you ever faced zombies alone? I tell you, with a brick in hand, I've crushed countless zombies. Chen Luo paused, taken aback. He had never confronted a zombie. Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion. Zhang Zhen scoffed, recognizing him as a sheltered pretty boy content to hide at home. He turned to Mi Ling. Mi Ling, do you have any idea how much we suffered coming here? How many hardships we've faced? How much danger? Life is a struggle. And yet this guy thinks it's acceptable to waste food on a dog. Isn't that a waste? Wang Xinwu chimed in. You've personally witnessed what we've eaten and drunk along the way. You know how much we've endured. In this world, we can no longer afford to keep dogs. Would it not be permissible to improve our meals by eating it? We're not hoarding food for ourselves. We're all in this together. Mi Ling felt utterly exhausted, having repeated such sentiments countless times. Wasn't it clear what her intentions were and the efforts she had exerted along the way? Mi Li, now growing impatient, had initially intended to share a farewell meal before parting ways, but now suggested they simply go their separate ways. You can each find an unoccupied apartment in the community to reside in. From now on, let us fend for ourselves and avoid interfering with one another. Part ways? Zhang Zhen and Wang Xinwu were momentarily taken aback before genuine anger set in. Mi Ling, do you possess no conscience? I braved immense danger to help you locate your sister. Now that she is found, you wish to sever ties and cast us aside? Have you no moral compass? They were shocked to discover that beneath her striking beauty lay a heart so venomous. Mi Ling refrained from contesting their accusations, merely nodding in affirmation. Yes, my heart is indeed ruthless and venomous. Have you finished your tirade? If so, you may leave. Her extraordinary beauty and commanding presence had incited envy and malice from countless individuals who whispered slanderous rumors of exploitation, cosmetic enhancements, and infidelities. Moreover, her bond with her sister was deep. Had Mi Ling not possessed a resilient spirit, she would have succumbed long ago. It was not that she lacked gratitude, but the indignation was overwhelming. Are you escorting me? Or am I escorting you? I would manage just fine without you. Mi Ling conceded without argument, leaving Zhang Zhen and Wang Xinwu at a loss for words, somewhat dumbfounded. Leave quickly, or else the ruthless side of me will not hold back, Mi Ling warned coldly. Zhang Zhen, in a fit of rage, raised his hand as if to strike her, only to recall that he and Wang Xinwu together were no match for her. On the road, 5 survivors were drawn to Mi Ling's presence, contemplating escape. However, she swiftly and decisively dealt with all 5. Wing Xinwu nodded in acknowledgement. All right, Mi Ling. You are indeed formidable. We'll see how this unfolds. They could scarcely handle Mi Ling alone, and within the house remained 2 men and 2 women, along with a dog. Mi Ling was truly unafraid to take a life. Yet, in their foolishness, they dared to hurl threats before departing. Chen Luo patted the head of the king, gesturing subtly towards the 2 men, whispering, "Let them die far away. Otherwise, we may need to collect their corpses." The king hastily followed the 2 men downstairs. Mi Ling was still not ruthless enough. Clearly at odds with them, she hesitated to strike decisively. Mi Ling eyed the king with suspicion, wondering if he was delivering dog meat. Upon descending, she observed the 2 men entering a nearby unit. There was no choice but to take care of them directly. Biting them would be far too disgusting. Wang Xinwu see that wretched woman. If I don't eliminate her, I swear I will not live as a man. Zhang Jin nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a commotion erupted behind them, and the 2 men were elated to discover the dog had arrived. If they could not handle Mi Ling, how could they possibly contend with the dog? However, how could this dog wield magic? Zhang Jun and Wang Xinwu had also awakened their abilities after more than 10 days of the apocalypse. One possessed a physical power, while the other wielded ice. Yet, they were merely beginners at level 1. The king unleashed a lightning ball towards them. The lightning exploded near the 2, instantly annihilating them. "Goodbye," the king scoffed. "With such meager skills, you dare to crave dog meat?" After dispatching the 2, the king sauntered back home with an air of flamboyance. Inside, Ma Yu had finished cooking rice. Though it was a simple dish, the aroma wafting through the air was enough to drive Mi Ling to distraction. After so many days without a proper meal, she filled a large bowl with rice. Only rice, without even pickled vegetables. Ma Yu had cooked a standard amount, enough for 3 small bowls, which Mi Ling typically consumed in one sitting. Yet, she devoured every last grain. The others watched her eat, their hearts aching for her. "Sister." How pitiful, Mi Ling thought. Setting down her chopsticks, Mi Ling contentedly remarked, "I apologize for eating so much, but rest assured, I will ensure we have food. I plan to search house by house for rice and flour. I will not let Mi Ling go hungry." Whatever Mi Ling had consumed from Chen Luo, she would repay in kind. Chen Luo chimed in, "Oh, you're finished? Then we shall eat." Chapter 40. All for your sister's sake. Unless Mi Ling, like Mi Li, calls me brother and behaves obediently, I want to share lavish meals with her. Otherwise, she can settle for rice daily. She's still isn't part of my crew. With Mi Ling's capabilities, even without Chen Luo's aid, she could find rice and flour. It was merely that time was scarce. Mi Ling paused. "You haven't eaten yet?" Her face flushed. "I'm sorry. I seem to have consumed everyone's meal. Is there enough rice left? If not, I can go find some." Ma Yu chuckled inwardly, wondering if that little bit of rice was sufficient to fill their bellies. It was still unwashed, and Chen Luo wouldn't even consider eating it. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively. "No need. We have plenty of food. Sister Yu, come here. Let us discuss what dishes to prepare." Chen Luo approached the refrigerator, taking out the ingredients planned for lunch. "Sister Yu, let us skip barbecue for now. Today we'll make mapo tofu, hand-torn cabbage, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, boiled meat slices, spicy diced chicken, oil-braised shrimp, and spicy crab with beef and cabbage. For soup, we can make a tomato and egg soup." Ma Yu nodded. "However, if we're making all that on short notice, it will take at least an hour to finish." Chen Luo smiled. "No worries. We can prepare them one at a time." Cooking was Ma Yu's task, and she didn't mind how many dishes she made, as it helped pass the time. Chen Luo then turned to Mi Li. "Mi Li, come. Let us go to your room. I need to discuss something with you." Mi Li responded obediently, rising from the sofa to follow Chen Luo to her room. Mi Ling furrowed her brow, feeling uneasy about a lone man and woman being in the same room. Yet, this Chen Luo wouldn't dare to corner my sister while I was present, would he? If he wished to, he would have done so long ago and not waited until now. Later, she intended to find a moment to talk with Mi Li and learn more about this so-called brother Chen Luo. Chen Luo led Mi Li to the balcony attached to the room. Mi Li stood in the corner, while Chen Luo leaned against the wall, adopting a posture that resembled cornering her. Mi Li's cheeks flushed. "Mi Li," Chen Luo began. "Being with your brother means you never have to worry about food or drink. You can eat whatever you desire, correct?" Mi Li nodded. "And being with your brother feels safe, without a hint of fear, right?" She nodded again. Chen Luo smiled, ruffling Mi Li's hair, "Because you are obedient, clever, and capable. Your brother treats you well. But what about your sister? Will she listen to me?" Mi Li paused. Her sister had always been strong-willed and was unfamiliar with Chen Luo, likely not inclined to heed his words. Chen Luo continued, "Mi Li, if you had to choose between me and your sister as the leader of our group, Who do you think would lead us better to survive? This question required no contemplation from Li. Of course, it would be you, Brother Chen Luo. The elder sister returned from school, having endured great hardships, and devoured 3 bowls of rice, even without washing the grains, like a famished specter. The sight of the rice made one's heart ache. Meanwhile, Brother Chen Luo, who raised the king of law, had grown weary of even meat. The elder sister seemed to fare worse than the king of law. No, there was simply no comparison. Ever since I met Brother Chen Luo, I have never gone hungry again. If the elder sister cannot even care for herself, how can she lead others? Thus, is there any need for contemplation on this matter? If Mi Ling were to learn of Mi Li's thoughts, she would surely be infuriated. Chen Luo chuckled, therefore. We must first ensure your sister. Well, he initially intended to say train her to be obedient, but it seemed a tad too wicked. Let her yield to me. Otherwise, at a critical moment, should a disagreement arise between me and your sister, it could lead to irrevocable consequences, and by then, it would be too late. Mi Li solemnly nodded. Indeed, she must heed your words. Chen Luo smiled. Until your sister submits to me, I shall not share my resources with her. Otherwise, if she consumes my provisions and then rebels against me, would that not be sheer folly? Mi Li found this reasoning quite sound. Chen Luo contentedly patted Mi Li's shoulder. Thus, let her watch us dine. She shall eat when she is obedient. Remember, this is for her own good. Mi Li echoed. This is for the elder sister's benefit. Chen Luo's scheme was thus satisfactorily concluded, and he exited the room with Mi Li. At that moment, Mi Ling sensed something amiss. Why was there such a tantalizing aroma wafting from the kitchen? Observing Ma Yu extracting items from the refrigerator, she glanced at the connected battery and suddenly realized, so the refrigerator was still operational. Ma Yu cast a sidelong glance at Mi Ling. Chen Luo had said not to let her eat, but he forbade her from watching. It appeared she was intentionally preparing the meal for her to see, as she usually closed the kitchen door to prevent the smoke from escaping. Mi Ling exclaimed in astonishment. Why are you taking out so many ingredients? Are you planning to prepare multiple dishes? Life cannot be lived extravagantly. A single dish suffices. Trust me, in the future, you won't be able to enjoy such luxuries. Ma Yu replied nonchalantly. Chen Luo instructed me to prepare this. How much I make is not for me to decide. Mi Ling rushed over to Chen Luo. Chen Luo, this is far too wasteful. Even if you can finish it, it's excessive. What will we eat tomorrow if we consume all of this today? Chen Luo chuckled. Today, you and Mi Li are reunited, and Mi Li is overjoyed. We must celebrate this occasion. Mi Ling paused, but it cannot be done this way. It's too extravagant. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively. These are my provisions. You need not concern yourself with them. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Mi Ling resolved not to press further. She silently regretted having eaten too hastily earlier. Although she was ravenous, her stomach likely could not accommodate much more. With so many dishes, they would surely not finish them all. It seemed many of the dishes were her favorites. The enticing aroma of chili had long been absent from her senses. Chen Luo was rather commendable for being so generous with such delectable treats to celebrate her reunion with Mi Li. The first dishes to arrive were mapo tofu and boiled meat slices, their fragrant scent filling the living room. Ma Yu's culinary skills had been a rarity to savor before the apocalypse, let alone now. Just the whiff of it made Mi Ling's mouth water involuntarily, and her stomach began to grumble anew. Seizing an opportunity, she swallowed hard. The group would certainly wait until all the dishes were served before eating. Engaging with their phones and chatting patiently, Mi Ling repeatedly reminded herself not to rush. The dishes would sprout wings and fly away. At this pace, she would soon be able to indulge. Should any zombies dare to cause a disturbance, she would cleave them in two. Finally, all 8 dishes were laid out, with only the last soup remaining. By now, Mi Ling was fidgeting, yet she maintained an air of indifference, feigning that she was not hungry. Chen Luo fetched 4 bottles of chilled tea from the refrigerator and placed them on the dining table. Mi Ling found it odd. There were 5 people, so why only 4 bottles? Was it insufficient? In that case, she would abstain from drinking and focus solely on the food. Chapter 41. Who will laugh last? At last, Mi Ling had awaited the moment to commence the meal. Even if there would be nothing left to eat tomorrow, it mattered not. At least this meal would be satisfying. Live for today. Let tomorrow worry about itself. The meal was about to begin. Chen Luo looked at Mi Ling quizzically. What are you doing sitting there? Mi Ling, equally perplexed, replied, Is it not the same wherever I sit? I'm not on your lap. Ian merely beside Mi Li. Is there a problem? Aware of what was to unfold, and knowing that her sister must be ravenous yet unable to eat, Mi Li felt a pang of sympathy. However, she reminded herself that it was all for her sister's sake, and thus, she could only temporarily endure her sister's suffering. Brother Chen Luo is a kind man. Sister, just bear with it for a while. Chen Luo cleared his throat. It's time for us to eat. It seems inappropriate for you to remain here. If you wish to watch us eat, you may sit here. Mi Ling was stunned, exclaiming, what do you mean? There is no portion for me? Chen Luo appeared astonished. Why would you think there would be? You've already eaten. Haven't you? Mi Ling retorted incredulously. You said it was to celebrate my reunion with Mi Li. Chen Luo nodded. Indeed, but I never said I would share with you. This table is filled with my people, and only those who are mine may partake of the delicacies I risked my life to bring. He turned to Mi Li. Mi Li, are you not mine? Call me brother. Mi Li bashfully lowered her head. Yes, I am brother Chen Luo. Dezhu, what about you? Su Dezhu nodded. Through thick and thin, brother, I stand by you. Was this a pledge of loyalty? Ma Yu quickly added, Chen Luo, you rescued me. This debt can never be repaid. The king of law barked, indicating he too was one of the master-s people. Fried small fish were prepared fresh upon request by Chen Luo, as he always ensured Mi Li had the best. The moment Mi Li laid eyes on the fried fish, she halted her nibbling, determined not to be outdone, thumping her chest with her paw. I share my fate with Chen Luo. Chen Luo chuckled. You see, everyone at this table is either my person or my pets, my companions. Thus, I'm willing to share with them. But what are you? You lack the qualification to partake in this feast. Unless you declare your obedience, call me brother, and align with me, you cannot join. Obedience and calling him brother? Mi Ling stood up in indignation. Chen Luo, do not push your luck. Do you intend to humiliate me over a single meal? She declared defiantly, I, Mi Ling, do not consume food that is offered without merit. In a fit of anger, Mi Ling plopped onto the sofa in the living room, growing increasingly irate. Was this not a blatant mockery? Oh, to not mention beforehand that she would be excluded from the meal, only to announce it as they were about to eat. Was a single meal truly so significant? Had Mi Ling not experienced hunger before, or was she simply unable to resist temptation? Should she drive them away? Mi Ling seethed inwardly, this is my home. Yet, she swiftly dismissed that thought. You, Chen Luo, truly are insufferable, but I, Mi Ling, can still discern between gratitude and grievance. Chen Luo had taken care of Mi Li, and Mi Ling could not retaliate against him. That would only reflect poorly on her character and reveal her own inadequacies. How infuriating. The enticing spicy aroma of Sichuan cuisine continued to beckon to Mi Ling ordinarily. She would not mind, but after the past half-month, she had little to reflect upon in terms of food. As Mi Ling observed Mi Fan indulging in greasy dried fish, she furrowed her brow and admonished, Mi Fan, you ought not to consume such oily foods so frequently. It is detrimental to your digestive health. Mi Fan, licking the grease from the corner of her mouth, retorted, indeed, living solely on rice or junk food is certainly beneficial for the body. You should take better care of yourself. This remark struck Mi Ling with 1,000 points of anguish, causing her lips to twitch and her chest to ache with indignation. What provoked her further was that Chen Luo treated her this way, while her own sister, Mi Li, sat there munching away, offering not a word of support. It felt as though she was completely alone in this battle. Are you no longer my sister? My Mi Fan, my Mi Li have all betrayed me. Mi Ling could hardly fathom that upon her arduous return home, she would encounter such a scene of abandonment. Chen Luo praised, Sister Yu, this spicy chicken is truly delightful. Come, Mi Li, try this fragrant spicy crab. It's equally exquisite. The atmosphere in the living room became unbearable for Mi Ling, especially with the tantalizing aroma of the dishes wafting through the air. With a cold demeanor, she retreated to her room. Upon entering, her heart sank further as she noticed a man's pair of trousers on her bed. Whose could it be? Chen Luo's or that Su Daju's? A moment's contemplation led her to conclude that they belonged to Chen Luo. Ah, Mi Li, you've truly outdone yourself, allowing a man to occupy your sister's room. Clenching her fists, Mi Ling muttered through gritted teeth, for the sake of you caring for my sister, I shall endure this. While she gathered her belongings, she was relieved to find that her intimate garments remained untouched in the wardrobe. Though Chen Luo was indeed insufferable, he was not a pervert. Mi Ling resolved to relocate to Mi Li's room and share it with her sister, intending to seize the opportunity to inquire, Mi Li, whose sister are you really? Just as she returned home, she had a falling out with Zhang Zhen and Wang Xinwu, consumed 3 bowls of rice, and was now distracted by the food, only to realize how miserable she felt. After more than half a month without a bath, she was on the verge of becoming unpleasantly odorous. Determined to wash up, she dismissed the presence of unfamiliar faces in the house. She would not endure any longer. Although her room boasted a shower, she discovered that the body wash appeared to be depleted, prompting her to venture to the communal bathroom for some. Upon seeing her, Mi Li couldn't help but express concern. Sister, Brother Chen Luo said it's fine to bathe, as long as you don't let the water enter your mouth. Mi Ling scolded. Now you choose to show concern for your sister? Locking the door behind her, Mi Ling began her shower. As she washed, she couldn't shake the thought. How have I become so utterly alone? Mi Fan's words were somewhat understandable. After all, it is often said that cats are traitorous, and indeed, it held true. Nurturing a creature implies loyalty. But what of Mi Li? Surely she wouldn't sell out her sister for mere food, would she? A thought crossed her mind, and a smile crept onto Mi Ling's face. At the rate you're consuming, in no more than 3 days, you'll find yourselves reduced to the same plight as me, subsisting solely on rice or flour. At that point, Mi Fan will have no choice but to return to my side. Mi Li, after all, is my true sister. She cannot possibly align with outsiders. Once I uncover Chen Luo's schemes, Mi Li will surely side with me. Though there was a refrigerator in the house, how much could it possibly hold? The supermarket outside possessed supplies, even meat and fresh produce. Yet the power was down, and any food collected would likely have spoiled. Just wait and see who will ultimately prevail. Chapter 42. A duel of wits. After the meal, Chen Luo produced grapes to share among them. Come, enjoy some grapes. The deep purple grapes were large and sweet, and Chen Luo deliberately proclaimed this loudly enough for Mi Ling to hear from her room. Grapes? Those were Mi Ling's favorite fruit. She swallowed hard but feigned disinterest, convinced they were frozen and had been sitting for who knows how long, thus lacking freshness and flavor. Having finished her shower, Mi Ling donned a long black dress suitable for lounging, which accentuated her fair skin and captivating beauty. With a long sigh, she felt much better overall, save for her stomach. As she began to tidy her belongings in preparation to move into Mi Li's room, she exited her chamber. In the living room, Ma Yu was taken aback by Mi Ling's beauty. She had not realized how striking Mi Ling truly was, especially her figure, which drew more than a few lingering glances from Chen Luo, who could not help but steal a few glances himself, feeling a surge of impulse at the sight. As he played a game, Chen Luo chanted, "Eat grapes without spitting out the skins. Don't eat grapes yet still spit out the skins." Mi Ling frowned, pondering Chen Luo's nonchalance. What was his secret in acquiring supplies, and what kind of spell had he cast over Mi Li? Mi Li, come, accompany me to your room. Mi Li replied with an affirmative sound, following Mi Ling into her chamber, hoping to persuade her sister to heed Chen Luo's words. Once inside, Mi Ling locked the door and playfully pushed Mi Li onto the bed, her hands not idle as she squeezed Mi Li's waist with a firm yet gentle grip. With a fierce tone, Mi Ling exclaimed, "Well, Mi Li, after rushing back from school, you've plunged a knife into my back by colluding with an outsider against your sister. Now tell me, what is going on? Why didn't you defend me earlier?" Mi Li pleaded for mercy while attempting to reason with her sister. "Sister, if we're to be on the same team, we need a leader to avoid disagreements at critical moments, and the best candidate for that is Brother Chen Luo. He worries you once he listen, which is why he treats you this way. He discussed it with me beforehand, and I find it reasonable." Mi Ling paused momentarily before scoffing. Had he been brainwashed? If he demonstrates sufficient capability, I will naturally listen to him. But a resort to such base tactics is utterly laughable. Does he think a mere meal can make me submit? His worth must be proven through actual deeds. Besides, didn't he mention that I should call him brother? He is hardly older than I am, is he? Mi Li completely missed the point, or perhaps was already convinced that Chen Luo was indeed the most suitable leader. "Sister, you cannot possibly compare to Chen Luo." Mi Li opened the door and quietly approached Chen Luo, inquiring, "Brother Chen Luo, when is your birthday? I feel it would be too much to ask my sister to call you brother if she happens to be older than you." Chen Luo found her inquiry amusing. He already knew Mi Ling's birth date from prior research. Regardless of how you frame it, I am older. In reality, Mi Ling was merely 2 months older than Chen Luo, but he relished the fact that he could claim superiority in age. Mi Li excitedly relayed this revelation to Mi Ling. "Sister, Brother Chen Luo is indeed older than you." Mi Ling, exasperated, poked Mi Li's forehead. "Is that really the crux of the matter? If you wish for me to heed your words, very well. Let us engage in a contest and see who ultimately triumphs." After a moment's contemplation, Mi Ling resolved to venture out in search of food. Even though rice was available at home, she would not partake. "I refuse to consume anything associated with you, Chen Luo." However, she did not intend to venture to the distant supermarket to seek out meat. First, because it would likely be spoiled, and second, she could not place herself in a perilous environment out of mere pride. She could not afford to perish. Her sister relied on her. With her mind set, Mi Ling changed into attire more suited for movement and prepared to step outside. Mi Li inquired, "Sister, where are you going?" Mi Ling cast a glance and replied, "I dare not consume the provisions of certain individuals. I shall seek for myself within the community." The thought of venturing outside to search for supplies made Mi Li uneasy. What if danger lurked? "Sister, I shall accompany you," she insisted. Mi Ling's intention to go out was not something Chen Luo could reasonably impede, nor could he prevent Mi Li from joining her. As long as they confined their search to the neighborhood, the risks should be minimal. Chen Luo suggested, "Bring Mi Fan along as well, should any peril arise. It can provide an early warning. Fa Wang, you should follow them closely, but refrain from intervening unless absolutely necessary." He gestured towards Fa Wang. indicating that it need not act unless danger presented itself. Mi Li was aware of Fa Wang's formidable abilities and felt a surge of happiness. Despite Chen Luo's attempts to assert dominance over her sister, his concern for Mi Ling was evident. Mi Fan nestled in Chen Luo's embrace. Observe him engaged in a video game, occasionally directing its attention with a pointed paw, and upon hearing Mi Ling's words, let out a resigned sigh. Was it truly so difficult to get along with Chen Luo? Women can be quite capricious. Fa Wang appeared equally disenchanted. Did they truly need to venture out in such sweltering heat? Mi Ling regarded Fa Wang with surprise. Was this dog truly meant to serve as a bodyguard? There seemed to be more to this canine than met the eye. After accompanying Zhang Zhen and Wang Xinwu, it returned rather swiftly. Had it dealt with the two? Mi Ling furrowed her brow. While she was confident in her ability to search cautiously within the community without encountering trouble, she could not outright refuse Mi Li's desire to join her. Simultaneously, she felt a sense of relief. Mi Li was not betraying her. Rather, she exhibited genuine concern for her sister. Mi Li donned her gear, an anti-explosion helmet, a thick leather jacket, and the two electric batons provided by Chen Luo. The helmet and jacket were given to Mi Ling, as she only needed to follow closely behind her sister. Watching them, a cat and a dog, venture out, Chen Luo refrained from accompanying them. It was impractical for him to shadow them at all times. He preferred a close protection approach, but that was not his sole wish. Mi Ling was not someone easily subdued. Very well, let us engage in a contest of wills and see who prevails, he mused. Without even stepping outside her unit, Mi Ling took the stairs directly to the 9th floor. She knocked on the door, and if there was no response, she would move on. However, if she determined that a zombie was trapped inside, she would break in. The absence of a reply could mean the occupants were out or frightened, uncertain of the situation, and unwilling to respond. She did not wish to force her way in, risking the safety of the residents by leaving them without a door as protection. She neither wished to save nor harm anyone. The first door yielded no response, and, at the second, a sudden roar from within announced the presence of a zombie, which crashed against the door repeatedly. Mi Ling smiled at this turn of events. Lacking a key or lock-picking skills, she intended to forcibly breach the door. Chapter 43. Am I so feeble as to be bested by a mere dog? Mi Ling gestured for Mi Li to step back. She extended her palm, and a sphere of highly concentrated flames erupted within her grasp, akin to a flamethrower, directed at the lock's position, beginning to melt it. Soon a large hole, approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, was seared into the door. The metallic components of the lock began to show signs of melting, but before they could fully dissolve, the lock fell away. Mi Ling effortlessly opened the door and, wielding an iron rod, dispatched the zombie with a precise blow to the head. All the equipment Mi Li had originally carried was now in Mi Ling's possession. On her way home, Mi Ling recognized the importance of conserving her strength. While her abilities were indeed formidable, her energy reserves were finite. It was prudent to eliminate zombies with external force whenever possible, rather than relying solely on her powers. Mi Ling began rummaging through cabinets, uncovering 30 pounds of rice, several cans of beverages from the refrigerator, a box of milk, a dozen unspoiled eggs, a bag of red dates, half a box of instant noodles, and a substantial amount of bottled purified water. Each household, to some extent, possessed a stockpile of supplies. With nearly 10 million residences in the city, the resources available were certainly comparable to those found in supermarkets. Of course, entering the community in search of supplies was no simple feat. Had Chen Luo not cleared out the zombies, Mi Ling would not have been able to enter so easily. A smile graced her lips as she generously tossed a box of milk to Mi Li. Mi Li could only manage a wry smile in response. Mi Ling chacold inwardly. Even if she were to starve, she would not partake in handouts. Before departing, Mi Ling extracted the crystal from the zombie's forehead, though the act left her feeling unsettled. It was a remarkable feat for a girl in her position, having already struck substantial gold with the first house. She intended to return home, first to deposit the goods, and perhaps show off to Chen Luo. Without you, would I truly starve? When Mi Ling and Mi Li set out, Chen Luo found his thoughts elsewhere, reflecting on whether his actions during lunch had been excessive. It was indeed justifiable not to provide Mi Ling with a lavish meal when she had defied him. Yet he felt that the manner in which he did so bordered on mockery and humiliation. Would the future formidable warrior, the Flame Princess, truly capitulate to the allure of food? Had he employed a gentler, kinder approach, perhaps utilizing Mi Li and culinary delights to securely tie Mi Ling to him, her loyalty would be far more assured. However, having resorted to such juvenile tactics, would Mi Ling still be inclined to submit? If she were to do so, then she would be a source of great disappointment. It seemed he had underestimated the Flame Princess. Chen Luo sighed. Mi Ling, oh Mi Ling, who could forget the time you kicked me in the past? Did he not have any pride? In his previous life, he had been solitary and defenseless. Naturally no match for the might of Mi Ling and her companions. With Mi Li and friends bolstering her, how could he possibly contend with them alone? At that time, Chen Luo was merely at level 10, far from reaching the king level, lacking the dimensional blade, while the Void Monarch was formidable. He was not equipped to handle a group assault and could only flee if discovered. Chen Luo, I implore you, do not pilfer my vegetables. Do you think it easy to cultivate them? Perhaps I could offer you a cabbage or 2 potatoes daily instead. Mi Ling, feeling utterly powerless against Chen Luo, was on the verge of tears. Chen Luo chuckled. What do you mean by steal? I prefer to call it taking. What you offer is hardly charity. Eventually, for reasons inexplicable, Chen Luo found himself in a precarious situation and was caught by Mi Ling, who had long held a grudge and delivered a sharp kick to his rear. Had it not been for this incident, he would not have toyed with Mi Ling during lunch. This could not continue indefinitely. Having humiliated Mi Ling at noon, she, with her temperament, would never genuinely submit to him without a change in approach. Time was of the essence. Would it not be more prudent to win her over sooner rather than later? Just then, the door opened, and within 10 minutes of Mi Ling and Mi Li's departure, they returned. Mi Ling triumphantly displayed the supplies she had gathered. Tonight, I shall indulge in braised beef noodles with 2 eggs. While it may not rival certain extravagant meals, I am content, she declared loudly. Chen Luo scoffed, thinking to himself that anyone unaware might believe her braised beef noodles actually contained beef. He had planned to enjoy barbecued food tonight, but very well, they would have beef noodles instead, and he would show her what true beef noodles entailed. Rising with a serious demeanor, he stated, Mi Ling, we need to talk. Mi Ling smirked. Very well, let us see what you have to say. With that, she set down her belongings and took a seat across from Chen Luo, with Mi Li eagerly following suit, hoping for a swift reconciliation between Mi Ling and Chen Luo. Chen Luo sincerely stated, Firstly, I must admit that my actions at noon were indeed a bit excessive. I should not have treated you that way. Here, I extend my apologies. Mi Ling was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed. Are you trying to deceive me? You mentioned treating me to a grand feast tonight, and now you jest? How amusing. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively. You are overthinking it. To speak candidly, until you genuinely confirm my position as team leader, I will not share my resources with you. My conduct at noon was indeed inappropriate. Seeing Chen Luo's expression of sincerity, Mi Ling's demeanor softened. Was it that I do not wish for a lavish meal? I nearly salivated at the table, only for you to inform me that there would be none for me unless I called you brother. After finally allowing myself to feel something, you made me concede utterly. Chen Luo replied, The position of leader demands both strength and strategy. I shall demonstrate to you that in every aspect, I will completely overpower you. Firstly, regarding strength, we shall have a match in 3 days. If I lose, I will heed your every command henceforth. Mi Ling's eyes sparkled, and she could not contain herself as she rose. Why wait 3 days? We could do it today, no, right now. Mi Ling had been simmering with frustration all afternoon, seeking an outlet. Chen Luo chuckled lightly. At this moment, you are not even capable of defeating my Law King, let alone me. I am merely concerned that I might inadvertently injure you, but in 3 days' time, I will possess the strength to thoroughly dominate you. Chen Luo had a premonition that in the next couple of days, after utilizing the crystals of the Rat King and the Devourer, he would break through to level 4, enabling him to barely use void walking, with a significant enhancement in his physical capabilities. How could Mi Ling be satisfied relying solely on her physical prowess? Moreover, if she employed her abilities, even if it resulted in minor injuries, she would never concede defeat. As for serious injuries, Chen Luo could never bear to inflict them, knowing that even with Mi Li's healing skills, it would be challenging to mend Mi Ling swiftly at this stage. Furthermore, any scars left on Mi Ling would ultimately be a detriment to him. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Mi Ling abruptly stood, her face flushed with indignation. Are you implying that I cannot even defeat a dog? Mi Ling aids Mi Li. The title of Law King, the Thunder Law King, is not merely a hollow accolade. It has indeed dealt with wave after wave of those wishing to feast upon canine flesh. Whether the Law King in his prime had ever faced Mi Ling, and who would emerge superior, was something Chen Luo could not ascertain. When Mi Ling perished, the entire base fell, yet the Law King remained unscathed. If Chen Luo were to survive until the end, the Law King would likely be among the last to fall. In their past lives, Mi Ling and the Law King were roughly equal in strength, but in the present, the Law King had been trained by Chen Luo at an astonishing speed, absorbing an endless supply of crystals daily. As for Mi Ling, could she discern the existence of crystals in an instant and absorb them in abundance? The Law King's breakthrough to level 3 was imminent, either tonight or tomorrow night. Mi Ling, in a chaotic environment, would surely be at a disadvantage against the Law King. Fueled by fury, Mi Ling could not fathom Chen Luo's insult, comparing her to a dog. Observing Mi Ling's state, Chen Luo relented. All right, you are indeed stronger than the Law King. The verbal exchange of superiority held little significance. The Law King would not take kindly to being deemed weaker, as it would be a source of embarrassment. Words are ultimately meaningless. In 3 days, the outcome will reveal all, Chen Luo asserted. Before Mi Ling could retort further, the Law King, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly stood, exhibiting a vigilant demeanor. There came a series of knocks at the door, neither too heavy nor too light. A woman's voice echoed, Mi Li, are you home? Mi Ling fell silent. Had someone seen her return home at noon? The voice sounded somewhat familiar, yet she could not place it. Likely a woman from the neighborhood. The woman's pleading voice followed. Mi Ling, I saw you return. Please, I beg you, give me something to eat. I haven't eaten in 2 days. If left unacknowledged, the woman would likely continue knocking indefinitely. Although it posed no real threat, it would become quite bothersome, rendering Chen Luo and the others unable to speak freely. In a foul mood, Mi Ling approached the door and stated expressionlessly, 2 days without food? So you had something to eat 2 days ago? Chen Luo remarked. Your response is surprisingly refreshing. The woman outside, Zhang Qin, was taken aback. Is that even a coherent sentence? Mi Ling coldly replied, I have no food to spare. Please leave. Mi Ling's unfeeling words seemed to dissuade Zhang Qin from continuing her requests. Seeing Mi Li gaze at her curiously, Mi Ling sighed and launched into an educational discourse. Mi Li, logically speaking, we have food and should offer this person a little, as she appears rather pitiable after 2 days without sustenance. However, regardless of how much we give her, she will eventually run out. When that day comes, what will we do if she returns to ask for more? Should we continue giving? If we do, she will always ask for more, and if we refuse, the previous offerings will have been in vain. She will not only lack gratitude, but will also harbor resentment towards us. The more we give, the greater her animosity will grow. Given that our own survival is already a struggle, how can we continually provide for her? It is better to refuse outright from the beginning. It is a matter of survival of the fittest. If she cannot find food and perishes, she has only her own weakness to blame. Thus, we should not easily pity others, nor should we perform good deeds indiscriminately. Mi Li nodded, I understand. This is the principle of repaying kindness with enmity. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's face broke into a smile. Mi Ling, your awareness is quite profound. No wonder you were able to survive with Mi Li in your past life. Such insight is truly remarkable. Mi Ling huffed, in 3 days. I shall see where your confidence truly lies. Chen Luo chuckled. If not for the desire to shock your spirit and allow you to witness void walking, while fearing for your safety, I would have spanked you by now. At that moment, Mi Li remarked to Chen Luo, I sense that the person just now bore ill intent. Chen Luo acknowledged with a hum, declaring, regardless of the reason behind the malice, if they dare approach, they shall not leave unscathed. Chen Luo gently ruffled Mi Li's hair. You are indeed extraordinary, with the ability to discern friend from foe. Zhang Qin, grumbling internally, departed from Mi Ling's residence, cursing the heartlessness of that little wench. You'll pay for this, both you and your sister. Upon reaching downstairs, she approached the left wall of the building, where 5 men of varying ages, some in their 20s, others in their 40s, were gathered. Upon spotting Zhang Qin, the men who had been squatting immediately rose, their eyes lit with excitement. Have you confirmed it? Mi Ling is home? Zhang Qin nodded. Indeed, she is at home. We just spoke a moment ago. Unable to contain herself, Zhang Qin recounted her conversation with Mi Ling. One of the men chuckled. Mi Li is also home. I saw her entering and exiting the neighborhood with 2 men. The others could hardly suppress their chatter. Fantastic. Mi Ling and Mi Li are both alive. What a relief. Every time I take my medicine, I struggle to lift my head, but just seeing Mi Ling, I can manage without it. My goodness, her figure and beauty. One could die under the peony and still be a gallant spirit. Indeed, having experienced her once, it would be worth it even if death followed. Mel, hurry up and go. Don't let those 2 men take the lead. I've never seen Mi Ling and Mi Li bring men home before. Zhang Qin said fiercely. Make sure to torment them later. I've always found them displeasing. These individuals were original owners of the Mi Li community and were well aware of the longtime sister duo living there. Who wouldn't feel envious? However, before the apocalypse, societal order restrained their thieving intentions, despite their covetous hearts. To dare take liberties, they would have to face Mi Ling's formidable self-defense techniques. As for Zhang Qin, her husband, who was often leering at Mi Ling and Mi Li before the world fell apart, was either dead or missing. Zhang Qin had quarreled with him countless times over this, harboring deep-seated resentment toward the sisters. Jealous of their beauty, she was eager to scout the situation for these 5 men, even suggesting it herself. In the Mi Li household, there were currently 2 men and 2 women, while they had 5 men on their side. What was there to fear? Especially since they were armed, wielding either steel rods or benches, and had awakened supernatural abilities, their confidence soared. Particularly, a burly bald man brandished a massive iron hammer, preparing to force his way in. Standing by the window, Su Daju observed the unfolding situation outside. Brother, someone is coming, armed, and they do not come with good intentions. Chen Luo replied nonchalantly, yes. Go down and deal with them. Don't let them die in the corridor. Otherwise, we'll have to clean up the mess. If they die there, we'd have to carry their stinking corpses out whenever we come and go. Chapter 45. Mealy, you two can confront me together now. Sudasunadith. Brandishing his iron rod as he prepared to step out. Without needing Chen Luo's instruction, Fa Wang instinctively followed behind Su Daju. Mealy said, allow me to bolster Brother Daju. She unleashed two beams of golden light into Su Daju's body, one enhancing his strength and the other augmenting his defense. Under Chen Luo's guidance, Mealy had already reached level 2 and comprehended a new buff that increased defense. The effect of this enhancement surpassed that of level 1 significantly. While the strength increase at level 1 was 10, now it was at least 30. As Mealy's level rose, the power of her augmentations would become increasingly formidable. Although Mealy's innate talent surpassed that of Su Daju, she had only started absorbing crystals a few days later, requiring about another week for her to catch up. Mealing was curious to see if this man and his dog were truly formidable. Chen Luo observed from the window, a sliver of sunlight streaming through the curtain and illuminating his face. Mealing unexpectedly discovered that he was rather handsome. She moved to the other side of the window, maintaining half a meter of distance from Chen Luo as she surveyed the scene below. Zhang Qin and her 6 companions were approaching the building's corridor when suddenly, a robust black dog sprang out, its glossy coat reflecting the light. The 6 individuals brightened at the sight, their first instinct being that they could feast on dog meat. Fa Wang barked furiously at them. The 6 exchanged glances and charged forward to kill Fa Wang, but from an unseen angle, Su Daju darted out like a wraith. Startling them, Su Daju raised his iron rod and struck the bald man wielding the hammer squarely on the head, causing it to burst like a shattered watermelon. The bald man's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed, lifeless. The remaining 5, despite having awakened their supernatural abilities, were paralyzed with fear at the gruesome scene involving their companion. Yet Su Daju was undeterred, swiftly targeting Zhang Qin next. The other 4, trembling, attempted to strike Su Daju with their benches and iron rods, but their feeble efforts were utterly ineffective against him. One individual, shaking, tried to conjure an ice arrow, but being new to his powers, he found it impossible to cast instantaneously. He needed at least 5 seconds to execute a spell. Did he have that time? The true threat came from Fa Wang, whose attention had been diverted by Su Daju. Even had their focus remained on Fa Wang, the outcome would have been the same. With a lightning bolt, Fa Wang obliterated 3 of them, while Su Daju dispatched the last remaining foe. The entire confrontation unfolded in a mere 5 seconds, swift and decisive. Mi Ling felt little surprise. On her way back, she had single-handedly faced 5 unawakened individuals. Fa Wang and Su Daju had a somewhat sinister flair, but Mi Ling didn't disdain them. After all, they were killing. Why must it always be done honorably? Chen Luo was somewhat astonished by Fa Wang's self-initiated distraction. He had taught it that, a self-taught prodigy? Regardless, both Fa Wang and Su Daju possessed the capacity to take on 5 opponents, yet Chen Luo remained cautious, seeking to ensure their safety. Casting a glance at Mi Li, Chen Luo mused that since Mi Ling had just educated Mi Li, it was time for him to impart a lesson as well. Mi Li, go extract the crystals from the foreheads of those 6. Mi Li, astonished, pointed to himself. Met? Chen Luo nodded. Yes, although you're a support and can stand back, some experiences must be personally encountered to avoid discomfort at critical moments during battle. Mi Li had witnessed Chen Luo extracting crystals, but had always turned away in disgust. Now, he wanted her to do it? She looked at Mi Ling, hoping for support. Surprisingly, Mi Ling slowly nodded. Mi Li, this is something you must face sooner or later. You might as well familiarize yourself with it while it's safe. Mi Ling swore, with all her heart, that her intention was not to retaliate for Mi Li's earlier silence. Accepting the dagger from Chen Luo, Mi Li descended the stairs with a pale face. Su Daju dragged the 6 corpses to the roadside, and upon receiving Chen Luo's signal, shrugged and stepped aside from Mi Li. With a quivering voice, Mi Li implored, Fa Wang, please help me. Fa Wang immediately shook his head. This was not a task for a dog. As Mi Li made the first incision, she vomited, trembling as she fumbled for 3 minutes before locating the crystal. Once more, she retched, feeling as though her lunch was making a reappearance. After the first time, the second became easier. Mi Li lamented, recalling how earlier she and brother Chen Luo had dealt with her sister. Now, It was her sister and brother Chen Luo who were putting her through this ordeal. After several minutes, Mi Li, her face pale and hands shaking uncontrollably, handed the packaged crystals to Chen Luo. Chen Luo chuckled. You'll get used to it after retching like that. Brother Deju did the same. He washed the crystals and was pleasantly surprised to find one was a pale green, indicative of a nature-type crystal. Nature-type superpowers, while rare, were not as scarce as space-type abilities. Perhaps 2 or 3 out of every 100 individuals possessed them. In the future, the assistance of nature-type superpowers would be essential for successful cultivation of vegetables and rice. Otherwise, having seeds and water alone would be futile. This was likely due to the land being contaminated. Nature-type superpowers had little combat power in the early stages but would gain strength later, requiring at least 6 months for them to reach a level capable of successful cultivation. Mi Ling let out a soft hum as she commenced boiling noodles, considering it quite extravagant to use an entire packet of instant noodles paired with 2 eggs. Chen Luo's spirits lifted. Sister Yu, let us indulge in noodles as well. Beef noodles. Ma Yu nodded, first rendering the beef into a rich broth. Both Ma Yu and Mi Ling prepared their meals simultaneously, observing the vibrant slices of beef, which seemed to fill more than half a pot, 5 to 6 pounds of it. Mi Ling was taken aback. Are you eating beef or beef noodles? Is there a way to consume beef noodles like this? Searching through her own pot, Mi Ling found only 2 minuscule morsels of beef the size of grains of rice. Unbeknownst to her, this was a deliberate jab from Chen Luo, as she believed he simply ate whatever was available, with no abundance to be picky about. Having finished her dish first, Mi Ling suddenly felt her beef noodles lacked appeal. Compared to the aromatic beef wafting from the kitchen, her own creation indeed paled in comparison. Let us serve a bowl for Mi Li first, Chen Luo suggested. However, Mi Li had little appetite and softly replied, I can't eat. Mi Ling couldn't have feasts, echoing. I can't eat either. Chapter 46, Ascending to Level 4. That night, Mi Fan again lay beside Chen Luo. Logically, Mi Fan should have been favored by Mi Li today, but Mi Li had sent her back. The reason was that Mi Ling had offended her too severely during the day. Mi Fan possessed the potential to become quite acerbic. Chen Luo quietly absorbed crystals at a steady pace of 1 per minute. After over an hour, having absorbed 80 crystals, he sensed the surge of power within him, estimating that, if all went smoothly, by tomorrow night, he could utilize the first-level crystals from the Rat King and the Devourer, along with some survivors, to break through to level 4. The transformation at this level would be significant. At that point, the current zombie crystals would be utterly useless to Chen Luo, who would have to wait until the zombies evolved to level 1. While Chen Luo was engaged in cultivation, Mi Fan could only roll around on the bed out of boredom. With a smile, Chen Luo said, Little treasure Mi Fan, let us sleep now. From now on, you'll sleep with me. The next morning, Ma Yu prepared scallion pancakes accompanied by soy milk. Mi Ling, feeling despondent, also rolled around in bed, experiencing a particular kind of anguish, watching others eat while she could only observe. It seemed that with flour, she could also make scallion pancakes, but she didn't know how, nor did she have any scallions. Oh, how I wish I could drink soy milk, she lamented. Chen Luo had already provoked Mi Ling once with his words and had no desire to do so again. Mi Ling, having neither chased him away nor yielded her room, maintained a grand atmosphere, and Chen Luo could not afford to act too immaturely. At noon, Mi Ling was munching on instant noodles in her room, and even with the door closed, the tantalizing aroma wafted into her nostrils. This life is unbearable, she thought. I see you all eating. I wonder what your next meal will be. Don't I know how big my fridge is? That evening, it was still a grand feast. Mi Ling sensed something was amiss. Her fridge couldn't possibly be that large. If they continued to eat like this, it would be emptied after just 2 meals. Upon opening the fridge, she was astounded to find it still brimming with vegetables and meats. Unable to contain herself, Mi Ling approached Chen Luo in disbelief, exclaiming, How is the fridge still full? Initially, she had intended to wait until Chen Luo's supplies ran out, forcing him to eat instant noodles like her. If the fridge never emptied, wouldn't she appear full? Mi Ling tapped her head, realizing she hadn't informed her sister that Chen Luo was a space magician. Glancing at Chen Luo, she saw he made no objection and timidly said, Sister, Brother Chen Luo is a space-type ability user. He has stored enough food to last several years. Mi Ling, why didn't you say so earlier? Doing realaos, Mi Li. I feel like a clown right now. Mi Li, timid, dare not say more. Mi Ling snorted coldly. According to our agreement, in a few days, we will have a spar. If I lose, as you said, I will obediently listen to you. Chen Luo chuckled. Perhaps we can arrange that for tomorrow. I will do my utmost to fulfill your desire for a beating. To be honest, Mi Ling also sensed that Chen Luo's strength was formidable, at least. The prowess of this dog was impressive, and Su Daju gave her the impression of being no easy opponent. But what could she do? Should she simply concede? With both Mi Li and Mi Fan having betrayed her, her only path to ascendancy lay in defeating Chen Luo. Chen Luo had kidnapped Mi Li, leaving her with no escape. She could not abandon Mi Li. Mi Ling fantasized about defeating Chen Luo tomorrow or the day after, envisioning him at her feet, calling her sister, and presenting her with a bounty of delicious treats. What shall I eat? She pondered. Oh, I mustn't think about it. The more I do, the hungrier I become. The small biscuit in her hand suddenly lost its appeal. That evening, Chen Luo was already prepared to begin absorbing crystals early. Level 4 was crucial for him. It would allow him to utilize void walking, resulting in a significant transformation in his power and a dramatic enhancement in his survival capabilities. Without void walking, what kind of life-preserving abilities could a space-type ability user possess? As usual, he absorbed 80 crystals, and under normal circumstances at this juncture, Chen Luo would be unable to continue absorbing crystals, as his body would be in a saturated state. However, much like that day, when Mi Ling finished 3 bowls of rice and felt full, if you offered her a chicken leg afterward, one would wonder if she could still eat it. After the chicken leg, what about a pound of crayfish? After that, perhaps some soup, followed by some fruit? How much one could consume depended not only on their appetite, but also on the quality of the food. Lower-tier crystals equated to rice, while higher-tier crystals were akin to abalone and lobster. Yet, such indulgence could only be occasional. Long-term overindulgence would overwhelm the body and affect future appetites. Chen Luo first took out 7 first-level survivor crystals. After absorbing them, he utilized the crystal from the devourer. He was now very close to reaching level 4. Chen Luo then retrieved the crystal from the Rat King. This crystal, classified as level 4, held some utility even for level 7 ability users. As soon as he absorbed this crystal, Chen Luo's body felt as though it was jubilantly invigorated. A sensation akin to Mi Ling finally savoring the grapes she had longed for. Waves of energy flowed from his palms, transmitting into the crystal in his mind. The crystal gradually expanded, and once a certain accumulation was reached, a qualitative change began to occur. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through Chen Luo's head, causing his face to twitch involuntarily. Nevertheless, it was entirely bearable for him, having broken through to level 10 in his past life. The pain of surpassing the king level was incomparable to what he felt now. Some female survivors remarked that the pain at level 7 was no less than childbirth. Mi Fan, noticing Chen Luo's condition, remained completely still, anxiously observing him, fearful of disturbing his process. The crystals in his mind seemed to continuously secrete some mysterious energy, dispersing throughout Chen Luo's body. This was strengthening him. The transformations at levels 4, 7, 10, and beyond represented significant leaps. A level 4 elemental or special ability user would possess physical attributes comparable to a level 3 physical type ability user. As the pain in his mind dissipated, the crystals continued to secrete energy, enhancing Chen Luo's body. It was not until a minute later that Chen Luo exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his face. There was still more than half of the energy from the Rat King's crystal yet to be consumed. The extraordinary abilities of a level 4 practitioner, when compared to the pinnacle of level 3, have only increased by about 1/3, not a significant enhancement. However, the qualitative transformation is profound. One can now unleash spells of greater potency with a diminished expenditure of energy. 2 peak level 3 practitioners would scarcely stand a chance against a single level 4, assuming equal combat experience. Most importantly, Chen Luo can now utilize void walking. Approaching the window, Chen Luo gazed up at the starry sky, pondering whether one day, through the art of void walking, he might directly traverse to the surface of the moon. Having finally acquired the capacity for void walking, he felt an irresistible urge to experience it once again. In his previous life, he had employed this ability with such frequency that it had become second nature, akin to the act of drinking water, yet he had never possessed the requisite power to fulfill it. With a thought, he attuned himself to the familiar forces of space, and in an instant, he vanished, reappearing in the living room. In the living room, the Law King, stationed before Chen Luo's door, was utterly startled by the sudden appearance of a shadow, nearly leaping out of its skin. Woof, woof, woof. The Law King yelped in fright. I'm guarding the door for you, and you come to scare me? Chapter 47. The loser must receive a kick the following morning. Mi Ling expressed her dissatisfaction. Did you have your dog wake me up in the middle of the night to disrupt my rest? All in hopes of securing a victory in the duel? The Law King cast a mournful glance at Chen Luo, who had genuinely frightened the poor creature. Chen Luo chuckled. You think too highly of yourself. Let us eat first. Once we finish, we can have our match. Mi Ling's eyes lit up at the prospect of not having to wait until tomorrow. What as for breakfast? Your idea of eating is merely a means to stave off hunger. This morning, Ma Yi prepared char siu bao, egg tarts, fried eggs, and spicy soup. Oh dear, I usually never have such a feast. As long as she could defeat Chen Luo, he would have to obey her. So if I win, you'll do as I say? Mi Ling confirmed eagerly. Chen Luo nodded, of course. You seem quite confident. Shall we add a little wager? Mi Ling immediately became wary. Although Chen Luo had yet to engage in combat, everyone spoke of him with an air of formidable prowess, leaving her uncertain of her chances against him. Reluctantly, she realized she had no choice but to face Chen Luo in a duel. Resolutely, Mi Ling shook her head. 3 seconds, and I'll make you concede willingly. If I fail, even if you win, I will accept it. Defeat me in 3 seconds? Mi Ling was incensed. While you may indeed be formidable, do you think I cannot endure even for 3 seconds? During the duel, the two of us will start at least 3 meters apart. And as long as I avoid a direct confrontation, those 3 seconds will pass in the blink of an eye. Su Dezhu looked at Chen Luo in astonishment. Are you really going to go all out? A single strike, and Mi Ling could be finished, but surely you wouldn't resort to that? Mi Ling inquired about the distance for the duel. 20 meters, I believe, Chen Luo replied. The greater the distance, the more susceptible Mi Ling would become. With a cold smile, Mi Ling declared, at the start of the duel, I will simply retreat. I truly don't believe I can't manage that. What is the wager? Chen Luo grinned mischievously. It's quite simple. Just bend over and allow me to give you a kick. Mi Ling, taken aback, stammered. Why do you want to kick my sister? After a brief pause, she asked, if you lose, do I get to kick you too? Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively. You can kick me to your heart's content. I want mind. Or if you have any other demands, I would be more than willing to oblige. On the surface, it seemed that Chen Luo was at a considerable disadvantage, making this an uneven contest. Yet, he held unwavering confidence. Having just ascended to level 4 and armed with skills from his past life, how could he possibly lose to Mi Ling? It was simply inconceivable. Mi Ling felt a twinge of hesitation. The situation was undeniably bizarre. Was he truly so inflated with confidence? However, should she lose, the most she would have to do was allow him a kick. Although it would be somewhat humiliating, the risk was minimal, and the potential reward substantial. She nodded in agreement. All right, I accept. Chen Luo's heart soared with exhilaration. He finally had a legitimate opportunity for revenge. Once he had dealt with Mi Ling, would he have another chance to kick her? Dezhu, Mi Li, you are both witnesses. Anyone who resorts to trickery shall be deemed a dog. The Law King interjected. If not for your status as master, I would have bitten you. Why must it be a dog? Can't it just be a cat? Mi Ling insisted on having the duel immediately, eager to have breakfast afterward. How could Chen Luo refuse? The two ascended to the rooftop, which was quite spacious, approximately the size of a basketball court. Chen Luo and Mi Ling positioned themselves 20 meters apart. Mi Ling thought to herself, I want to engage him head on. If I can evade for 3 seconds, I will consider a victory. Though it may lack honor, it is his own stipulation. I can't be blamed for that. I certainly want to bend over for him to kick me. That would be utterly humiliating. With no other choice, she resolved to be a little shameless. Mi Ling took on the role of referee and signaled 3, 2, 1, begin. Mi Ling's gaze was fixed intently on Chen Luo. The moment he made a move, she would respond accordingly to evade. In the next instant, Mi Ling's pupils dilated in shock. Chen Luo had vanished. How was this possible? She had been watching him intently. Was he invisible? Mi Li and Su Dezhu stared in disbelief, their mouths agape. Mi Li felt a surge of pride, as Chen Luo's loyal feline companion. She was the first to know. Chen Luo had suddenly materialized behind Mi Ling, who remained oblivious, until he gently grasped her delicate neck with one hand. Mi Ling stood frozen in disbelief. Reacting instinctively, she attempted to execute a shoulder throw against Chen Luo, but it was in vain. Her strength was no match for his. He remained utterly unmoved. At the same time, Chen Luo leaned closer to Mi Ling, whispering softly in her ear, Mi Ling, you've lost. Had Chen Luo wielded a sharp dagger instead of his hand, and drawn it across Mi Ling's throat, she would have perished on the spot. Mi Ling's complexion paled. The distance was not the constraint. What was this ability? Instantaneous spatial movement? Was such power truly within the realm of human capability? The capacity to conjure flames, ice, and lightning was within the limits of understanding, but to transcend the confines of space to effectuate movement was simply unfathomable. It was akin to resurrection. Chen Luo himself found it hard to believe. Struggling to suppress the shock that surged within her, Mi Ling felt despondent. I've lost. Although Chen Luo had not inflicted a single scratch upon her, leaving her combat capabilities intact, to claim she had not lost would be akin to cheating. The thought of bending over for him to kick her filled her with embarrassment. Chen Luo chuckled. Let us head down for breakfast now, Mi Ling. You should join us too. I admit I was in the wrong a few days ago, but we are comrades now. Better to integrate sooner rather than later. Without a doubt. Mi Ling would now be one of Chen Luo's own. As Ma Yu set a basket of char siu before Mi Ling, she felt that to refuse would be excessively pretentious. Deep down, she had no desire to decline. Chen Luo continued to eat his meal without further jest. Mi Ling, feeling a mix of shyness and reluctance, finished a basket of char siu along with a bowl of spicy soup. Afterward, Chen Luo wiped his mouth with a napkin and, with a serious expression, said, "Everyone, please take a seat in the living room. We need to discuss our next steps." Chapter 48, The Plan Ahead. Chen Luo's expression turned serious as he led the group to the living room. Ma Yu was called upon to help tidy the dining table. Mi Fan and Fa Wang found their places to sit. After days of merely observing, their hearts were filled with a sense of bewilderment. Chen Luo rapped on the glass coffee table and addressed Mi Ling. "I have previously stated that not only do I possess greater strength than you, but I also excel in strategic foresight. In truth, Chen Luo may not be inherently superior to Mi Ling. However, he had the invaluable experience of a past life, an advantage that even the most astute strategist could not surpass. Mi Ling," he continued, "if you were the captain, what course of action would you take to lead us forward?" Mi Ling hesitated, contemplating what should be done next. At the onset of the apocalypse, her sole thought had been to return home and ensure Mi Li's safety. That singular belief sustained her throughout her arduous journey home. Upon her return, despite the unexpected encounter with Chen Luo, she felt immense relief at Mi Li's unscathed state. Though Chen Luo's teasing had crossed the line, her heart brimmed with gratitude. However, when asked about the next steps, the world had become unfamiliar, leaving her perplexed and uncertain. The only clarity she possessed was the necessity to strengthen herself to fend off impending dangers. "I truly do not know," Mi Ling admitted, shaking her head. Chen Luo turned his gaze to the others, who similarly expressed their uncertainty. They had their needs met and their powers were steadily growing, yet they remained at a loss regarding what to do next. Chen Luo refrained from mocking their arrogance. After all, he had once been in their position. He spoke slowly. "De Zhu and I once encountered a formidable rat king, nearly losing our lives to it. Likewise, Mi Li and I faced an exceptionally robust zombie, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary ones. I sense that as time progresses, the strength of zombies will only increase. For ordinary individuals to survive against them, our only hope lies in unity. Even if my instincts are incorrect, as resources become increasingly scarce, attempting to snatch food from the mouths of numerous zombies alone is a perilous endeavor. Mi Ling, would you dare to seize supplies from the clutches of 20 zombies alone? It is exceedingly difficult, is it not? But if we were a small team, would it still seem so daunting, regardless of human nature or the cohesion of our group? Together we are undeniably stronger than any solitary individual." The group nodded in agreement. Chen Luo continued, "Survivors banding together is the prevailing trend in this world. No matter how strong one might be, when faced with a throng of hundreds or thousands, retreat becomes the only option. Our team, despite its strength, would still suffer losses when confronting a 100-strong faction. It could be Mi Li or even De Zhu who might fall. Such a scenario is utterly unacceptable. We must either form our own group or join an existing one. Only then can we hope to ensure our safety." In his previous life, Chen Luo and Su De Zhu had joined a gathering point out of necessity. Failing to do so would render them vulnerable to exploitation. In this lifetime, however, Chen Luo found himself perfectly capable of surviving independently, with enough stored resources to last a century. When faced with danger, he could simply retreat into the void. Yet, could the others follow suit? They could not keep pace with Chen Luo's escape, unless he resigned himself to a solitary existence as he had in his past life, outlasting everyone else and experiencing the loneliness once more. What, then, was the purpose of his reincarnation? Mi Ling wholeheartedly agreed, understanding that refusing to join a group would lead to victimization. On her journey back, she had frequently encountered envious gazes. Had she not been sufficiently powerful, or if her assailants had been numerous, her return would have been impossible. Joining a group was essential, yet she candidly confessed, "I am loath to play second fiddle to others. Why should I bow to anyone else's whims?" Furthermore, Mi Ling and Mi Li, as such striking sisters, what would happen if joining a group meant being coerced into unsavory situations? Surely, one would not assume that such predatory intentions would vanish in a time of chaos. With societal order collapsing, human desires would be unleashed, and the fates of two beautiful women could be dire. Mi Ling's expression hardened. "Whoever dares to lay a hand on my sister and me shall face dire consequences." Chen Luo's demeanor shifted awkwardly as he offered a strained laugh. Clearing his throat, Chen Luo declared, "Thus, it is entirely unfeasible for us to join another's group without facing oppression. Our next step must be to establish a larger team, but not one comprised of just anyone." With Chen Luo's elucidation, a light dawned upon everyone. Indeed, it was imperative to form a more substantial group. If the zombies continue to grow in strength and the density of their numbers in urban centers escalates, any rational individual would choose to retreat to the outskirts. If my predictions are correct, many will soon flock to the outskirts, forming various gathering points. In my previous life, once zombies evolved to a certain level, they gained a semblance of intelligence and became considerably harder to kill. Establishing a gathering point in the city center would be tantamount to courting death. Those with strength and fortune would have no choice but to retreat to remote locations. Chen Luo withheld one crucial detail. The apocalypse was not solely about zombies. Many plants, animals, and insects had undergone mutations, and even marine life had transformed, with some formidable sea creatures adapting to terrestrial life. Though their numbers were few, their individual combat prowess was immense, forcing coastal survivors to seek refuge in the capital. More alarmingly, humanity had faced near total annihilation. Chen Luo's survival was not a result of direct confrontation, but rather an unparalleled ability to endure. With humanity nearly extinguished, he found little purpose in survival, leading him to bury himself in despair. Miling offered a bittersweet smile. I do not possess the foresight you assume. Yet, I find your reasoning compelling. Chen Luo chuckled lightly. Then perhaps you should call me brother. This request might be a challenge for Miling, who hesitated. However, he prodded, you want to renege on your promise. Will you? Chen Luo could hardly contain his excitement. Chapter 49. I told you to kick, not to hit. Finally, the moment for retribution had arrived. Hey, Miling, you promised to play fair. If she were to renege, the consequences would be far more severe, and resistance would be futile. Suppressing his excitement, Chen Luo coughed. All right, let us conclude this discussion for now. Expanding our team is not an immediate concern. Miling, come to my room. I have matters to discuss with you privately. In front of the others, it would be inappropriate to kick Miling naturally. They would retreat to the privacy of the room to fulfill their promise. Mili, blissfully unaware, genuinely believed Chen Luo had something important to convey to Miling, while Mayu shot a curious glance before returning to her task. Miling momentarily froze, a blush creeping up her neck. Was he truly going to kick her? But she had agreed. I'm still too young, she thought, feeling outwitted by Chen Luo. Lacking certainty, how could she have anticipated such an outcome? Gritting her teeth, Miling resolved to stand her ground. A kick was merely a kick. What was the big deal? Chen Luo entered Miling's room first, while she followed at a leisurely pace. Curious little Rice yearned to keep pace, and as a cat, it seemed quite reasonable for me to listen in, right? Yet, I was brushed aside by Rice's spirit. It was one thing when Rice couldn't speak before, but what if, in the future, it blared like a loudspeaker, or worse, used this matter against me at a critical moment? Rice gazed forlornly at the closed door, lamenting that Chen Luo was far better. After the door was shut, Rice's spirit's face betrayed an unmistakable flush. With her back turned to Chen Luo, she spoke in a tone that feigned indifference. All right, if you're going to kick, then do it quickly. Chen Luo looked at Rice's spirit with bewilderment. Are you misunderstanding the posture? Or is your language proficiency lacking? Rice's spirit straightened her posture. How could it be construed as a provocative stance? Her already rosy cheeks became a deeper crimson, akin to a ripe apple. It was utterly humiliating. Was there truly a need to be so pedantic? Rice's spirit retorted with indignation. No, I don't quite understand why you have to embellish the punishment with a kick. It was you who toyed with me, not the other way around. Have I offended you? Perhaps you could consider an alternative punishment, as long as it isn't too excessive. Indeed, for a normal individual to wager with a girl, a little excess might simply entail a kiss, not a kick to the rear. Chen Luo couldn't very well say. I remember the grievances from our past lives. He shook his head vigorously. Don't ask why. A bet is a bet. Just tell me if you will comply. Rice's spirit was torn between embarrassment and annoyance at this Chen Luo. After a fierce internal struggle, she gritted her teeth. Fine. Rice's spirit will honor my word. Leaning against the wall opposite the door, her lovely silhouette curved gently. Hurry up. There was a tremor in Rice's spirit's voice, and her body quivered. She had never even contemplated such an act, let alone carried it out. It was indeed quite shameful. Chen Luo felt a rush of blood, utterly exhilarated. I was about to engage in such an act with the future warrior goddess, Ling Yanji. The delightful image was utterly irresistible. Suddenly, Chen Luo hesitated to kick. Hesitating, he removed his shoes. Rice's spirit, peeking through her eyes, exhaled in relief. Without shoes, the impact would be lighter. Chen Luo surely wouldn't kick me too hard, would he? If he dared to do so, I would cry. In truth, Chen Luo was stalling for time. After 10 seconds, Rice's spirit grew impatient. I will count to 10. If you don't kick by then, don't say I didn't keep my promise. It's you who forfeited. 10, 9, 8. Chen Luo raised his foot, hesitating. Kicking would instantly redeem his past grievances. But did this vendetta truly need to be settled? Had I sought out Rice Spirit solely for the purpose of delivering a kick? If I did so, it seemed I would be destined for a life of solitude. Although kicking would be gratifying, would I potentially remain single for eternity? 4-3. As the countdown approached its end, Chen Luo, in a rush, slapped down. Smack! The sensation was palpable. Rice Spirit let out a quiet shriek. Her face as crimson as if it were bleeding, and she glared at Chen Luo in anger. I asked you to kick, not to slap. Chen Luo chuckled awkwardly. I forgot. How about you let me make up for it with a kick? Anyone else would have suffered a cerebral hemorrhage at such a statement. Rice Spirit, like a ferocious tigress, lunged at Chen Luo. I will strangle you. Her hands gripped his arm tightly, her waist constricted. Chen Luo resisted with great effort. The friction was akin to a devil's dance. Chen Luo oscillated between pain and pleasure. Only when they were both breathless did Rice Spirit relent. With a fierce glare, she warned, if you dare to speak of this, I will truly strangle you. If Rice or Little Rice finds out, I would lose all face. Chen Luo nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Rice Spirit lingered in the room, waiting for her complexion to return to normal. Chen Luo said, let's have sister you prepare some dishes you like for lunch today as a celebration of your official induction into our team. Rice Spirit warned, if you dare to toy with me again, I will turn hostile. Chen Luo replied with a sheepish grin, if I toy with you again, I will be a dog. Is that polite? After Chen Luo left, Rice Spirit lay on the bed, pondering something, and muttered to herself in confusion. He didn't even ask me what I liked to eat. Did Little Rice tell him? Chen Luo had already instructed Mayu to prepare lunch early. Typically, there would be 8 dishes, but today there were 12, mostly featuring Rice Spirit's favorites, as well as Chen Luo's. Gazing at the bountiful spread, Rice Spirit felt a surge of excitement. She realized that if it weren't for Chen Luo, in this apocalyptic world, she might never have tasted even 4 of these dishes in her lifetime. On her way home from school, her greatest concern was whether her sister, Little Rice, was eating well, going hungry, or in danger. Yet here they were, living a life that felt nothing short of paradise, not only well-protected but also enjoying lavish feasts daily. With this thought, Rice Spirit raised her drink, standing up sincerely. Thank you so much, Chen Luo, for taking care of my sister. Chen Luo smiled. It's the least I could do. Wasn't it simply the right thing to do? Let's eat. Like with Little Rice, Chen Luo devoured meat heartily, and Rice Spirit, inspired, also let go of her reservations. As she savored the spicy meat slices, she thought, oh, this meat is simply divine. I've fallen for it once again, but this time I won't lose. After finishing, Chen Luo sipped tea and remarked to the satisfied Rice Spirit, Little Rice, this place isn't suitable for habitation. In the future, other survivors will likely rummage through it at least 8 times daily, and that can become tiresome. In densely populated neighborhoods like this, everyone knows that resources are abundant. Soon, there will be an influx of scavengers. Moreover, the terrain is inadequate, and visibility is limited. If given a choice, it's best to avoid high-rise buildings. Let's tidy up this afternoon, but there's no rush. Anything you want to put in my space. We can leave for tomorrow. Chapter 50, Recruitment. That night, during the process of absorbing crystals, the Law King suddenly howled. Chen Luo, instead of being startled, felt joy. This indicated that the Law King had reached level 3. With each level gained, strength nearly multiplied exponentially. The Law King was likely the second person in the world to ascend to level 3, aside from Chen Luo. With the Law King's agility and speed, he could easily take on dozens of level 1 ability users single-handedly. It would take Su Daju at least another week to reach level 3. The next day, as they prepared to leave the home they had lived in for over a decade, Rice Spirit and Little Rice felt reluctant. But with Chen Luo's directive that the place was unsuitable, they had no choice but to move. Chen Luo chose the location of his original villa area. There were no high-rise buildings nearby, and the view was unobstructed. The entire villa area could accommodate the forces he would establish. At the southernmost point of the complex was a mountain. Should a horde of corpses arrive, they could easily retreat to the mountain. It was a prime location. As more survivors sought refuge, jealousy over this place was inevitable. But was Chen Luo worried? Anyone who dared to come was simply offering crystals. Initially, it would only be some small groups, perhaps a dozen or so people at most, and Chen Luo could easily handle them. After a period of development, with Chen Luo's knowledge and resources, his strength would far surpass that of others. What slightly surprised Chen Luo was that his heavy truck was still there, but unfortunately, the fuel had been siphoned away. Fortunately, there was some spare gasoline in Chen Luo's ability space. Gasoline was scarcely hoarded by Chen Luo. First, it was easily procurable. And second, it became of little use in the later stages. Sufficient was all that mattered. The cabin of the heavy truck, having remained idle for several days, bore a shattered window and was coated with a thin layer of dust. After a brief tidying up, the group boarded the heavy truck. which soon found its sole purpose reduced to transporting goods. The notion of using the truck to ram into survivors was utterly futile. No one would be foolish enough to allow that. As for the zombies on the road, if they could be run over, they were, yet when faced with obstacles, the truck's speed was hindered. Chen Luo instructed Su Daju and Mi Ling to disembark and eliminate the zombies to collect crystals. The lowest grade crystals held no value for Chen Luo, but they were still beneficial for Su Daju and the others, until the zombies evolved to level 1. Such crystals remained essential. Chen Luo refrained from intervening, allowing Mi Ling and the others to gain some experience. As they approached a bend, a mournful cry pierced Chen Luo's ears. "Brother Fong, I implore you, do not concern yourself with us. You must flee. Enough of your nonsense. If we are to die, let us die together." After advancing to level 4, Chen Luo's vision surpassed that of ordinary individuals. He glanced over and saw 3 youths, their faces pallid and their movements sluggish, slowly evading the pursuit of 5 or 6 zombies. Chen Luo was taken aback. Had they fallen victim to the attacks of poison-type zombies? If that were the case, they must merely be level 1 poison-type zombies, for otherwise, these youths would have already succumbed. Among the 4 youths, one remained, swinging a rubber baton with determination, refusing to retreat. By his appearance, he too had been poisoned, but was likely a physical-type ability user, exhibiting a degree of immunity to level 1 toxins. He had left his 3 companions to distract the zombies while he attempted to escape. Coincidentally, the individual referred to as Brother Fong spotted Chen Luo passing by, and a glimmer of hope illuminated his otherwise despairing countenance. He shouted fervently, "Brother, if you can save us, please do. I, Fong Yu, will surely repay this great kindness." Chen Luo replied calmly, "Very well." He opened the truck door, unleashing the Law King. Open the door, release the hound. Typically, Chen Luo would remain uninvolved. Yet he found himself admiring Fong Yu's noble spirit. He could have fled, but chose not to. This reminded Chen Luo of the moment when Su Daju sacrificed himself for him in his past life. Evidently, Su Daju also respected Fong Yu's valor, voluntarily disembarking to assist. However, there was no need for Su Daju's involvement, as the Law King swiftly dispatched the 5 zombies, leaving Fong Yu and his companions dumbfounded. The absence of the poison-type zombie suggested it had been dealt with by Fong Yu and his allies, who had likely eliminated it. Su Daju aided Fong Yu in supporting his injured friend. Fong Yu approached the truck window and bowed deeply to Chen Luo, choking with gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you for saving us. I am at a loss for words. Please do not hesitate to ask of me should you need anything." Chen Luo, piqued with curiosity, inquired, "How many of you are there? What transpired?" Fong Yu unreservedly revealed, "We are 4 comrades from the same security company. After many years of service, we ventured out today to gather supplies, confident in our success, only to encounter a zombie that spewed poison, nearly leading to our demise. Many of Fong Yu's comrades had joined the same security company upon retiring, yet after the apocalypse, only the 4 of them remained, cherishing their bond even more." Chen Luo turned to Mi Li, instructing, "Mi Li, please descend and assist them with their recovery." Ordinarily, the 3 poison individuals would require at least 10 days to 2 weeks to recuperate, but under Mi Li's care, although still somewhat weak, they improved significantly. Fong Yu was increasingly grateful and astonished by the incredible strength of this group. The dog that had disembarked seemed capable of effortlessly annihilating their entire squad. Was it truly just a dog? With a few bolts of lightning, it had swiftly dispatched several zombies. And this young girl, was she a healer? Particularly, Chen Luo, though youthful in appearance and wearing a mild smile, exuded an aura of authority that gave Fong Yu an impression of unfathomable depth. Chen Luo chuckled lightly. "The more, the merrier. Shall we form a team?" "Of course. I shall be the captain." Chen Luo was in need of manpower, and these 4 appeared quite agreeable, exhibiting high standards. Why not recruit them? Fong Yu had observed Chen Luo's group closely and realized that their capabilities were on an entirely different level compared to his own. This was a formidable ally. Regardless of whether Chen Luo had saved their lives, simply aligning with such individuals would significantly enhance their safety. Fong Yu could not conceive of a reason to refuse. He glanced back at his 3 companions, who expressed no dissent, and promptly clasped his fists in gratitude toward Chen Luo. "We are honored to be valued and saved by you. To refuse would be to show ingratitude." Chen Luo smiled. "Let us proceed to the rear of the truck. Is there anything essential you need to retrieve from your previous location? If it's not of vital importance, there is no need to go back." The streets and malls abound with supplies. Although he found these individuals likable, he would not disclose matters concerning the space to non-core members. Fong Yu shook his head. Chapter 51. Only those who are truly loyal may feast. Mi Ling remarked, "These 4 are indeed commendable. Not only do they possess the courage to combat zombies, but they also refuse to abandon their comrades in dire circumstances." Chen Luo nodded. A lower level of strength is inconsequential. Character is paramount. Otherwise, what use is strength if one flees at the first sign of danger? Mi Fan detected no abnormalities in the four. Upon arriving at Chen Luo's villa district, he parked the vehicle in its usual spot. The zombies that once roamed the area had largely been eradicated by Chen Luo, yet some had reappeared, as zombies are wont to do. Arriving at his villa's entrance, Chen Luo pointed to a nearby house and said to Feng Yu and his companions, "This residence should be unoccupied. Please tidy it up while I attend to something else." Chen Luo had no intention of cohabiting with Feng Yu and his companions. First, trust had yet to be established, and second, it was simply impractical. Feng Yu and his companions nodded in agreement. Upon entering, Chen Luo's expression darkened. The living room's previously shut window was now shattered, with shards of glass strewn across the floor, and signs of rummaging were evident throughout the home. A moment's reflection led Chen Luo to deduce that someone had intruded, likely scavenging for supplies, most probably other survivors from the villa district. Shaking his head, he decided against pursuing the matter further. Should anyone dare return while he was home, they would not find him to be a gracious host. Chen Luo instructed, Miling, Mili, please select a room on the third floor. Sudaju, Yujia, you two will stay on the second floor. Then let us conduct a thorough cleaning. Chen Luo would occupy the third floor. His intentions were clear to all. On the third floor, Chen Luo's bedroom was centrally located, while Mi Ling and Mi Li chose the remaining rooms on either side. He retrieved Mi Ling and Mi Li's belongings from his space and allowed them to unpack before heading downstairs. Contemplating his next move, Chen Luo entered the storage room on the first floor, gathering some rice, potatoes, and various cooking essentials such as cooking oil, salt, and monosodium glutamate. He then called for Su Dezhu, carrying a bag of rice and potatoes to where Feng Yu and the others were located. Chen Luo's hearing had sharpened. Even before entering the villa, he could hear Feng Yu and his companions engaged in conversation. Wow, Brother Feng, that dog is truly impressive. I can hardly believe such power resides in a mere dog. The four of us combined seem hardly a match for it. Be confident. Let us omit the seam. Chen Luo chuckled upon hearing this. After all, this was the Law King, who had received his true teachings. The door was ajar, and as Chen Luo cleared his throat, Feng Yu and his companions hastily greeted him. Chen Luo chuckled. Let us not rush, but rather take a moment to introduce ourselves. I am Chen Luo, and this is Su Dezhu. Please share your awakened abilities in the Day of Awakening. The four took turns to introduce themselves. I am Feng Yu, the eldest among us. Having awakened on the third day, my ability is enhanced strength and physicality akin to Su Dezhu. I am Yang Xian, my power lies in ice. Having awakened on the fifth day, should you require anything to be chilled, I can assist. I am Su Lan, my ability is earth, awakened on the seventh day, able to manipulate sand and stone, though it seems rather inconsequential. Lastly, I am Li Fei, he said bashfully, my power is electricity, also awakened on the fifth day. But in comparison to your dog, well, it is hardly comparable. Feng Yu's talent could be deemed above average, while the others were somewhat above the median. Chen Luo had never encountered these individuals in his past life. Without him, they likely would have perished at the hands of zombies. Yet, he did not feel disheartened. Having assistance, even in minor tasks, was a boon, and these individuals were not without merit. Pointing to the rice and potatoes he had brought, Chen Luo asked, Can you cook? Please make use of these for now. Feng Yu, astonished, replied, Chen Luo, you have saved our lives. We have yet to repay you. How can we accept your provisions? We shall find some for ourselves shortly. Chen Luo smiled lightly. You are being too formal. We are now a team. Sharing food is a trivial matter. After eating, rest for a while, and this afternoon, let us organize the supplies from the villa area for centralized management. Should Feng Yu and the others perform admirably, Chen Luo would consider them worthy of being core members, at which point he would reveal some secrets of the ability space and occasionally provide them with meat. However, it would be unreasonable to have them dine on lavish meals alongside him without demonstrating sufficient loyalty first. Su Dezhu was a brother who had sacrificed himself to save Chen Luo in his previous life, hence Chen Luo was willing to indulge him. As for Mayu, she was to be cultivated as a trusted confidant, essential for culinary tasks. Feng Yu did not linger on the matter and nodded. Very well, we shall prove ourselves. Chen Luo then produced a walkie-talkie and handed it to Feng Yu, saying, In the future, this will facilitate communication. This device did not require a signal and had a maximum communication range of 2,000 meters, making it quite convenient when mobile phones were unusable. Upon returning home, Mayu lamented, Chen Luo, the natural gas here has been cut off. Shall we use an induction cooker to prepare meals? Chen Luo, having anticipated this, retrieved 2 gas canisters from his space, offering one to Feng Yu and his companions. Survivors had little need for natural gas, once a gathering point was established. If a fire was necessary, a fire-based ability user would suffice, as they had little to cook beyond rice. After their meal, at 2 in the afternoon, Chen Luo gathered Feng Yu and the others. We will be settling here long-term. First, let us scout the entire villa area. Do not disturb the occupied villas for now, but search for supplies in the uninhabited ones and collect any accompanying car keys, as having vehicles would be advantageous. When it came to survivors, Chen Luo had no intention of causing unnecessary trouble. He preferred to let them fend for themselves for the time being. It was neither necessary nor merciful to drive them away, as doing so would be tantamount to condemning them to death. Chen Luo had not descended to such depths as to act against those who bore him no grievance. Moreover, how would his companions perceive him? Such cold-heartedness would dishearten anyone with a semblance of morality. Without Chen Luo's interference, the survivors would eventually exhaust their resources and emerge in search of supplies, either perishing at the hands of zombies or thriving. Those who thrived would indicate their capabilities were considerable, and should the opportunity arise, Chen Luo would not hesitate to welcome them. Suddenly, with his keen hearing, Chen Luo discerned the sound of vehicles approaching. He moved a few steps to observe the source, and saw 2 large white buses entering the community. A group of individuals disembarked from the vehicles. Spotting a familiar figure at the forefront, Chen Luo muttered, "Well, how could I forget this devoted admirer?" In his previous life, Chen Luo had struggled for 12 years in the apocalypse, akin to a normal person recalling events from the age of 9. Significant matters and individuals remained etched in his memory. However, some details required encounters to be remembered. Leading the group was a woman named Mu Tiange, undeniably beautiful. Yet Chen Luo felt no attraction towards her due to her psychopathic tendencies. Mu Tiange held a degree of fame in the city, being the CEO and chief designer of a modest clothing design company. Her notoriety stemmed not from her beauty, but rather from her policy of hiring only women. Specifically those without boyfriends, and married women were outright excluded. It was speculated that she harbored a psychological aversion to men. After the apocalypse, Mu Tiange established a refuge solely for female survivors, although she later made some adjustments. Why was she considered psychologically unbalanced? Even amidst the apocalypse, she adamantly forbade her employees from engaging in romantic relationships, meting out severe punishments to those caught. After all, who among them was devoid of desires? Even livestock have their moments of yearning. Her most significant role was as the foremost devotee of Mi Ling, surprisingly. It was Mi Ling's persuasion and the discontent of her team that led Mu Tiange to reluctantly accept a few male survivors. There were many admirers of Mi Ling, but none were as fervent as Mu Tiange, who ultimately perished while saving Mi Ling, allowing Mi Ling to ascend to her position. Even among sycophants, few were willing to sacrifice their lives for another. Thus Mu Tiange was truly the foremost devotee. It was thanks to her that Mi Ling, despite her formidable talents, could navigate the apocalypse alongside Mi Li. Reflecting on the past, Chen Luo recalled that Mu Tiange was likely there to gather supplies, and she had once sought out Chen Luo's home but retreated upon encountering others. Shamefully, Chen Luo pondered, faced with a gathering of so many women. Who could resist the temptation to join? At that time, Mu Tiange had categorically rejected Chen Luo's overtures, as she was unwavering in her policy against male inclusion. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Chen Luo mused, "With me as a butterfly, Mi Ling is bound to encounter Mu Tiange sooner than expected. Should I conceal Mi Ling from her sight? No, she was merely a sycophant, and sycophants can be advantageous. Mi Ling, however, was entirely normal. Was she not without subordinates? Though this group of young women may not possess the strength of men, they are in dire need of my assistance, and they do not regard me with disdain." Chen Luo recalled that, apart from Mu Tiange, there was another formidable ability user within this team. Had she not met an early demise, this individual would likely have emerged among the subsequent elite figures. Thus, it became essential for her to engage with them. As Mu Tiange and her companions scoured the villas for supplies, it was evident that the resources within had already been thoroughly searched. Soon, they approached Chen Luo's vicinity. Chen Luo refrained from glancing at Mu Tiange, despite her undeniable beauty, delicate features, and exceptional demeanor. Chen Luo harbored no interest in her. Instead, her gaze was drawn to a woman amidst the crowd, not particularly striking, yet exuding a certain gallantry in her 20s. After joining Mu Tiange, this woman, a powerful ice ability user, was only slightly less capable than Mi Ling. If memory served, her name was Xu Yun, though she had regrettably perished early on. Mu Tiange's group, having spotted Chen Luo, seemed to recognize Mi Ling and approached directly. Chen Luo's companions gazed with curiosity at the all-female team of over 20. Upon seeing Mi Ling, Mu Tiange shuddered, an unusual emotion welling within her. Perhaps it was akin to a man beholding a celestial being. She approached, intentionally overlooking Chen Luo, and stood before Mi Ling with a smile. Greetings, I am Mu Tiange, she introduced herself. Mi Ling, somewhat bewildered, had heard of Mu Tiange before. Her politeness prompted her to respond. I am Mi Ling. Mu Tiange gestured toward her team behind her, smiling as she proposed. We are an entirely female group. Would you consider joining us? Chen Luo inwardly cursed. How utterly dismissive of her, attempting to poach her ally right before her eyes. Mi Ling, however, did not disappoint Chen Luo. Had she not been part of Chen Luo's team, would Mi Ling have declined Mu Tiange? It seemed there was no reason to. After all, they were all women and could at least trust one another without fear of ulterior motives. At least, that was her uninformed assumption. When compared to teaming up with men, Mu Tiange undoubtedly appeared more trustworthy to her. Yet, Mi Ling already had a team, so without hesitation, she respectfully declined Mu Tiange's offer. I'm sorry, but I'm already part of the team. Mu Tiange, known for her demanding nature towards her members, was otherwise quite kind to them. One young woman, spotting the king of beasts, exclaimed, Look, there's a dog. It looks quite fierce. Chen Luo had been providing the king of beasts with ample food and drink, allowing it to level up significantly. How could it not appear fierce? The king of beasts, however, paid her no mind, for in its eyes, humans were indistinguishable by gender. Regardless of whether one was a woman or a man, upon its master's command, it would attack without reservation. This young woman seemed to have an affection for dogs, pulling out a sausage from her belongings, intent on feeding it to the king of beasts. Yet she hesitated, reluctant to part with it, especially given the current scarcity of supplies. After a moment of contemplation, she bit the sausage in half, offering the remainder to the king of beasts. To her surprise, the creature regarded her with a look of pity, as if to say it had encountered such offerings before and deemed them unworthy. It was clear that this girl was genuinely unfortunate. Chapter 53, Dare to Steal, and I Shall Strike Hard. The king of beasts, despite not being fond of sausages, would never consume food offered by strangers, regardless of whether he liked it or not. The girl's spirit waned further. Not only did it refuse to eat, but she felt as though it regarded her with a sympathetic gaze. Others chuckled. You're overthinking it. Can you really interpret a dog's expression as pity? It's probably just refusing something from a stranger. Surely, a creature capable of resisting such temptations was commendable. Mu Tiange, taken aback by Mi Ling's response, was surprised not by the answer itself, but by her unwavering resolve. This was clearly a safer and more suitable environment. Yet Mi Ling had declined without a second thought. Mu Tiange surveyed the positioning of Chen Luo's group and discerned that Chen Luo was likely the decision-maker. She casually inquired, Is this your boyfriend? Mi Ling's face flushed with embarrassment, ready to deny it, but Chen Luo interjected bluntly, What business is it of yours? Was she truly so brazen as to attempt to steal my ally in front of me, as if I were invisible? Chen Luo disregarded Mu Tiange further and called out, Everyone, let us get to work and clear this area. Watching Chen Luo's retreating figure, Mu Tiange squinted, a cold smile forming within her. Men are inherently fickle, driven by greed and lust. With a slight maneuver, I can reveal this person's true nature to Mi Ling, coaxing her to join my side. A little closeness will surely yield results. Mu Tiange pondered briefly before stating, Everyone, let us continue searching. We shall temporarily reside here. The bus was filled with supplies and necessities she had gathered, ready for habitation at any moment. Initially, she had no intention of residing in this villa area, not due to poor conditions, but rather because it was too opulent, attracting many visitors. Stability in development was paramount. However, reconsidering, she realized that other neighborhoods might not be safe either, as they would undoubtedly be scoured by large groups, and most importantly, Mi Ling resided here. Thus, Mu Tiange chose the villa adjacent to Chen Luo's, accommodating over 20 individuals across 2 villas. Both groups diligently searched for resources, but Chen Luo remained unconcerned. Pondering the quantity of supplies to be found, she was unimpressed. Fang Yu, Su Dezhu, and others entered the house to search, while Chen Luo stationed herself at the entrance, ready to respond to any disturbances. Simultaneously, she contemplated how to win over Mu Tiange's group. The best strategy would be to sway Mu Tiange's affections. Though this seemed a daunting task, Mu Tiange too mulled over how to unveil the true character of men to Mi Ling so that she might join her cause. Each harbored hidden agendas. With Mu Tiange competing, in less than 2 hours, Chen Luo's group had thoroughly cleared the neighborhood, acquiring over 300 pounds of rice and some high-end snacks, all sourced from villas infested with zombies. The properties devoid of zombies yielded little in terms of resources, as they had already been claimed by others. They also collected the crystals from the zombies, distributing them to Fang Yu and her companions. Unbeknownst to them, the secret of the crystals would remain concealed for 3 months, until it ceased to be a mystery. These crystals held no value for Chen Luo. yet were sufficient for the others. Acquiring them was relatively simple, so she generously gifted them to Feng Yu without hesitation. Occasionally observing Chen Luo from a distance, Mu Tiange narrowed her eyes. Did this girl also know the secret of the crystals? It must have been Mi Ling's deduction. The resources they had gathered were set aside for Feng Yu's group. Ma Yu began preparing a meal. The kitchen windows were tightly shut. Chen Luo's kitchen exhaust was powerful enough to release no smoke whatsoever. In contrast, Mu Tiange opted to open the windows, even foregoing the exhaust, as she prepared to stir-fry some wilted cabbage and spoiled potatoes. If they didn't consume them quickly, they would undoubtedly spoil. Though reluctant to part with them, it was better than letting them go to waste. Mu Tiange urged one of the cooks, Xiaoling, try to make it taste good. Xiaoling, with a wry smile, replied, Sister, we have no gas. We can't even cook. Mu Tiange furrowed her brows, noting that the four sisters under her care possessed fire element abilities, yet their powers remained feeble. Not only were they unable to muster enough strength to prepare a meal, but they also struggled to control their abilities, often burning the pots in the process. What to do now? The night had fallen, and venturing out to seek a gas canister posed certain dangers. Perhaps it was best to postpone until tomorrow and settle for a makeshift meal today. Snacks were a decent option, but consuming them at every meal soon became tiresome. They had been unable to locate any device capable of generating power, rendering them incapable of even cooking rice. Mu Tiange listlessly nibbled on a custard pastry, taking small sips of water, reluctant to drink too much. As one of her sisters had nearly succumbed to a stomachache after consuming untreated water, water was indeed a precious commodity. She mused that Mi Ling must be in a similar predicament. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Mu Tiange's mind. Was this not an excellent opportunity to garner goodwill? Gritting her teeth, she retrieved a pack of roasted duck from the supplies in the living room. This roasted duck was the kind packed with preservatives, and though it was labeled as such, anyone who had tasted it understood its true quality. One would not even feed it to a dog. Such a delicacy was rare, typically found only in large supermarkets, and small stores would not stock such items. The difficulty of acquiring it was considerable, as Mu Tiange had scavenged it from a household. There were 5 bags in total. The group had shared 3, leaving 2 remaining. Among the sisters, some displayed joy, while others cautioned, Sister, save some for later. It's difficult to come by. Did they truly believe she intended to share it with them? Mu Tiange fetched a plate and placed a mere 500 grams of roasted duck upon it. The artificially colored duck appeared quite appetizing. As the packaging was torn open, the sisters gathered around. Although the group was sizable and the portion small, there was bound to be enough to share. To their surprise, Mu Tiange carried the plate outside. Shuyan paused. Sister, where are you going? Mu Tiange replied, I'm taking this to Mi Ling. The others were momentarily stunned, and one sister exclaimed, Sister, we risked our lives to take this from the zombies, and you're giving it to an outsider? Anyone in her position would be displeased. Mu Tiange reassured them. I sense that Mi Ling is quite special. Isn't it worth exchanging a roasted duck for a sister? A devoted admirer can always find a justification. For the time being, Mu Tiange's affections remained undisclosed. Although the others were discontent, they could not sway her decision. Carrying the roasted duck, Mu Tiange approached Chen Luo's residence, but the door was shut, and she could not enter forcefully. Suddenly, a dog appeared. It was Fa Wang, who regarded her with curiosity. Mu Tiange displayed a wary expression. Would this dog attempt to snatch my roasted duck? If it dared, it would face my wrath. Chapter 54. Here, a cucumber for you. Mu Tiange was a rare psychic ability user, capable of mental attacks and manipulating objects such as iron needles and daggers. However, as a mere second-level practitioner, she was unable to use mental attacks, yet could still manipulate objects and retrieve them from the air. But did she truly believe that Fa Wang would be interested in such trifles? Woof, woof, woof. Fa Wing barked furiously. In my presence, I am far more appealing than any braised meat. Do not attempt to charm me. Dinner was about to be served, and Chen Luo, hearing the commotion, came downstairs. Mu Tiange smiled, opened the door. I'm bringing some food for Mi Ling. Chen Luo chuckled. Ah, truly the epitome of a devoted admirer. We shouldn't stifle one's ambition, should we? Hand it over. I'll take it up, Chen Luo said. Mu Tiange shook her head. No, I must deliver it personally. What if you secretly consume the roasted duck intended for Mi Ling? Fa Wang shook his head, as if to say, you're overthinking this. Chen Luo would never allow Mu Tiange into his villa, lest she see what they were eating and her spirits plummet. Suddenly, Mu Tiange had a thought. If Chen Luo were to pilfer the roasted duck, she could inquire with Mi Ling about it tomorrow, thus exposing Chen Luo's selfishness and greed. With this in mind, Mu Tiange, suppressing her heartache, handed the roasted duck to Chen Luo. After all, it was saved from the other sisters. If Mi Ling enjoyed it, she could keep the remaining piece as well. With a satisfied smile, Mu Tiange returned to her room. envisioning the joy on Mi Ling's face upon receiving the roasted duck, feeling as sweet as if she had consumed candy. Chen Luo shook his head. Poor devoted admirer. As he ascended the stairs, he unexpectedly encountered Mi Ling, who was also coming down. Mi Ling gazed at the roasted duck in surprise. Where did this come from? Chen Luo smirked. It was sent by Mu Tiange. Mi Ling, puzzled, asked, we don't share any close ties. Why would she send this? As for the roasted duck in Chen Luo's possession, who would consume it? Among others, it was a different matter altogether. Mi Ling found it perplexing. She and Mu Tiange were not friends, so why would she be so generous? Chen Luo scoffed. If she wishes to give, let her. Without a hint of remorse. Chen Luo carelessly tossed the roasted duck Mu Tiange had reluctantly offered into the trash. Mi Ling watched, feeling a pang of regret, lamenting the waste of food. Instinctively, she glanced at F.A. Wang, hoping he would not waste it. However, F.A. Wang wagged his tail and walked away. Even a dog would not eat that. Upon her return, Mu Tiange pondered how oily the roasted duck was. If Mi Ling took a bite, she might become thirsty, and with their limited water supply, what would they do? I cannot drink, but I cannot let Mi Ling suffer from thirst either. Thus, Mu Tiange cheerfully returned with 2 bottles of mineral water. Mi Ling, perplexed, thought to herself, is this unnecessary flattery? Could there be poison in the food or water? After some contemplation, she decided against drinking it and discarded it in the trash. Had Mu Tiange known this, she would have surely exploded with frustration. Chen Luo produced a genuine roasted duck for a supplementary meal. After purchasing it, he had nearly forgotten about it, overwhelmed by the abundance of delicious options. This duck was expertly sliced and accompanied by sweet sauce, scallions, and cucumber strips, still radiating warmth, far superior to the preservative-laden duck Mu Tiange had offered. Mi Ling asked, Brother Chen Luo, do you prefer duck skin or duck meat? Chen Luo replied with a smile, I enjoy both. Mi Ling carefully selected the golden, crispy duck skin, slathered it with sweet sauce, and added some scallions. She refrained from eating herself, first offering it to Chen Luo. Chen Luo was genuinely touched. Had his hands not been greasy, he would have wanted to ruffle Mi Ling's hair. Truly, all his efforts were not in vain. Mi Ling observed with suspicion. Isn't this for me? This little girl must be thinking along those lines. During her time of greatest need, Chen Luo had appeared and treated her so kindly. The two were only 3 years apart. Whether in the present or the future, no one was more suited for Mi Ling than Chen Luo, which eased Mi Ling's mind. She would never trust anyone else. Yet why did she feel a twinge of jealousy? Suddenly, the spread before her seemed less appetizing. The following day, Mu Tiange seized an opportunity to ask Mi Ling, was the roasted duck delicious? Mi Ling chuckled awkwardly, yes, it was good. Finally, Mi Ling experienced the moment when she had just returned home with 2 classmates, who had presented her with crumpled bread, asking, Mi Ling, why aren't you eating? Though there was a vast chasm between bread and roasted duck, in Chen Luo's hands, they were equally unappealing, not even fit for a dog. With a gentle smile, Mu Tiange remarked, as long as you enjoy eating, that's all that matters. Mi Ling, voicing her inner curiosity, inquired, why did you send me roast duck? Mu Tiange chuckled. I simply feel a strong connection with you. From the moment I saw you, there was an innate sense of familiarity. If a man had uttered such words, Mi Ling would have instantly concluded that he harbored ulterior motives and promptly dismissed him. However, this was a woman, and, at that moment, Mi Ling had yet to comprehend Mu Tiange's true nature. That very evening, undeterred by her friend's vehement objections, Mu Tiange resolutely delivered the last roast duck along with 2 bottles of mineral water. Once again, the trash bin was graced with another roast duck. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, realizing he ought to reciprocate in some manner to enhance his rapport with the young women opposite him. But what could he offer? It was needless to say that merely presenting some substantial dishes would hardly suffice to elevate his standing. Yet, he was no sycophant. Why should he? As an idea struck him, a mischievous grin appeared on Chen Luo's face. He ventured into the vegetable aisle and discovered an abundance of cucumbers, specifically selecting those that, while lacking in visual appeal, were rather large in size. I bring you cucumbers. Cucumbers are wonderful. They promote beauty, he proclaimed. He gathered 30 cucumbers. Unsure of the exact number of recipients, but 1 cucumber per person would suffice. Upon knocking on the door, it was Xu Yun, who would later emerge as Mi Ling's second-in-command with ice abilities, who answered. With a hint of caution, she asked, what brings you here? Chen Luo lifted the packaged cucumbers, stating, you sent roast duck, and I have brought some cucumbers for you. As Xu Yun distributed the cucumbers among the group, excitement erupted. Cucumbers! It's cucumbers! They exclaimed. I want to eat cucumbers. Don't wash them. It's too watery. Let's eat them raw. I won't eat them. I can't bear to part with them. Several mischievous souls exchanged knowing glances with the reluctant girl. Mu Tiange's expression darkened. were it not for her desire to connect with Mi Ling. She would have cast Chen Luo a disdainful glance. She would never consume anything offered by man. In her mind, she mused that she had already garnered considerable favor with Mi Ling, especially after she had partaken of a roast duck. It was time to proceed to the next stage. To unveil the true face of that wretched man, she concocted a crisis, intending to expose Chen Luo's cowardice in the face of danger. After witnessing his true nature, would Mi Ling still remain loyal to him? Chapter 55, The Dog Slayer. Muchanga approached Chen Luo. I wish to propose a collaboration. Chen Luo smiled. Do tell. Mu Tiange explained, there lies a large supermarket 3 miles to the east, filled with resources, yet I suspect it is also teeming with zombies. I cannot assure a successful endeavor on my own, and your group comprises 8 or 9 individuals. Therefore, I propose we join forces. If we manage to secure the supplies there, the food could last us a year, and the living essentials would suffice for decades. Once accomplished, we shall divide the spoils 50-50, considering we have more people and contribute more effort. Chen Luo was taken aback. That supermarket was the very one he and Mi Ling had previously explored, the only large one in the vicinity. He had practically exhausted its resources. What was the point of going back to watch zombies dance? He shook his head decisively. No, I am rather timid. There are at least hundreds of zombies inside, and I dare not venture there. Mu Tiange was left speechless. Not only was he cowardly, but he also made no effort to conceal it. A true weakling. How could Mi Ling have found any merit in him and his companions? Indeed, her judgment had not failed her. This man was terrified of death. Mu Tiange urged, if you do not seize the opportunity to gather those supplies now, when you muster the courage to go later, there may be no chance left. Chen Luo chuckled. You have already missed your opportunity, and once again declined. Mu Tiange gritted her teeth. 50-50. After we succeed, we each take half. Chen Luo's skepticism grew. What was her true intention? If Mu Tiange were aware of the true strength of his group, a 90-10 split would not be unreasonable, but she did not know. Furthermore, given Mu Tiange's disdain for men, it was doubtful she would be so generous with a 50-50 split. What trickery was she up to? Chen Luo called out Rice. At that moment, the cat named Rice, who was busy grooming itself on the couch, perked up and scampered over, looking at Chen Luo quizzically. Despite its newfound wisdom, Rice's grooming habits remained unchanged, having merely ceased licking its paws. After feigning contemplation, Chen Luo once again declined and retreated into his room. He turned to Rice, asking, is this person plotting something malevolent? Rice, seemingly perplexed, nodded, yes, but why? What have you done to provoke her? Chen Luo ruffled Rice's fur with irritation. You ask me? Who am I to ask? Disaster strikes when one is at home. Yet he had targeted the wrong person and encountered a formidable challenge. Mu Tiange left in frustration. This man was exceedingly cowardly. Originally, she had intended to orchestrate some mischief in the supermarket, placing Chen Luo and Mi Ling in peril, thereby revealing Chen Luo's selfish and ugly nature. In Mi Ling's moment of despair, she would swoop in as the hero. However, she had never anticipated that he would be so spineless. Even a clear opportunity for him to gain significantly was one he refused to seize. What to do when the fish refuses to bite? A fleeting thought of another man crossed Mu Tiange's mind. Perhaps he could assist. Chen Luo squinted at Mu Tiange's departing figure, contemplating their potential union. A harmonious melding of yin and yang, the ideal partnership. A man and a woman working together would yield the best results. In the previous life, Mi Ling's rise was significantly aided by a group of women. As the sycophants were plentiful, among female survivors with strength, at least half had joined Mi Ling. With so many women, the number of sycophants eager to gain their favor increased. In a post-apocalyptic world where entertainment was scarce, the most enjoyable pursuit seemed to be procreation. If the base were solely composed of men, chaos would inevitably ensue. Women also sought support, a means of protection, or avenues for mutual exchange. Reciprocal benefits were essential. However, the crux of the matter was that Mu Tiange refused to engage with men, dismissing any notion of collaboration, especially with Chen Luo. This posed a significant challenge. In the previous life, it was due to Mi Ling's fervent insistence, aimed at the development of the base and to quell the strong discontent among women, that Mu Tiange had relented. However, at this juncture, it would be exceedingly difficult. The most straightforward solution would be to eliminate Mu Tiange. With that obstacle removed, Chen Luo could demonstrate his strength and present several tons of rice. A powerful leader and a guarantee of food security would leave no room for rejection, especially since Chen Luo was not a lecherous old man with ill intentions toward them. As for Chen Luo, what was the best method for Mu Tiange to ensure Mi Ling's inclusion? It was equally simple. Remove Chen Luo, the impediment. Chen Luo refrained from suggesting an alliance, knowing it was impossible, while Mu Tiange avoided the topic, unwilling to accept the men from Chen Luo's group. Watching Mu Tiange's retreating silhouette, Chen Luo's expression grew cold. Originally, he had no intention of taking action against her, but it seemed she had initiated her own treacherous designs against him. He would not let that slide. As long as he was not threatened, everything was negotiable, but once threatened, she could not be allowed to remain. It was better to strike first than to wait for the opponent to act. Yet, timing was crucial. He needed to choose the right moment to eliminate Mu Tiange. Damn it, this wretched woman. Could she truly be so ruthless as to eliminate me, her rival for Ling's affections, just to be with her? In a previous life, I had never realized Mu Tiange possessed such cruelty. Who could he send to carry out the assassination? Su Dazhu is not competent, setting aside the difficulty of success. He might even be counterattacked. Mu Tiange harbors a profound wariness towards men. Chen Luo would never allow Su Dazhu to take such a risk. If Feng Yu and the others possessed sufficient strength, they could test the waters, but it was evidently impossible for that to succeed. Thus, Chen Luo shifted his gaze from the rice to the Law King. Who would suspect a mere dog? It was the perfect ruse, should the plan unveil. They could simply claim that the Law King had fallen ill, placing the blame squarely on it. Once the opportunity arose, the Law King could dispatch her in a couple of swift strikes, subsequently attracting a horde of zombies. Chen Luo patted the Law King's head. Do you understand my intent? It's all in your paws now. The Law King nodded, proclaiming, I'm a killer dog. A more elaborate title would be a killer dispatched by a canine. Yet Chen Luo miscalculated. Mu Tiange did not afford her this opportunity. After Mu Tiange departed, she returned to her villa and summoned everyone. We shall venture outside to gather supplies. Mu Tiange certainly would not divulge her intentions of embarrassing Chen Luo. Her persona in front of others was not one of such vindictiveness. 2 large buses exited the community. The Law King wagged its tail, awaiting their return to seek opportunities. The master had said there was no rush. I am a killer. I possess no emotions or monetary gain. The Law King could hardly fathom that one day it would become a killer. After the first time, there would surely be countless more. The canine existence was fraught with exhaustion. Mu Tiange directed the group to an old neighborhood nearby, small in size. Shu Yin inquired, puzzled, Sister, what are we doing here? We've already searched this place. Mu Tiange smiled and explained, this neighborhood lacks natural gas pipelines. They still use coal gas. During our last search, we did not retrieve these gas canisters. The group nodded in realization. Mu Tiange strode alone toward a specific unit. Someone resided there. Chapter 56, Brother Phone. Mu Tiange ascended to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door of Unit 301. The individual she sought was within, though she was uncertain if he was home. Merely knocking might alert the occupant, rendering them hesitant to respond. So Mu Tiange called out, Brother Phone, are you there? The door swung open, revealing a slightly plump young man with disheveled hair. Upon seeing Mu Tiange, Brother Feng's eyes instantly lit up. He bowed and said, it's you, Ms. Mu. Before you. How could I dare to be called Brother Phone? Please call me Xiao Feng or Fengzi. Mu Tiange maintained a stoic expression, suppressing a cold smirk within. Were it not for Ling, she would have no desire to seek out such a person. Brother Feng was not a brother. Just as Feng Jie was not a sister. His real name was Jiang Feng. Before the apocalypse, he was a delivery person, frequently dropping off food at Mu Tiange's company, becoming quite familiar with some of the female employees. Naturally, he recognized Mu Tiange, though he had never had the chance to converse with her. When Mu Tiange had previously encountered Jiang Feng in this neighborhood, he had shamelessly tried to join her ranks, which was utterly impossible, and he had been ruthlessly rejected. Now, in her quest against Chen Luo, Mu Tiange recalled him. Jiang Feng was not particularly strong and lacked prowess in direct combat, yet he had awakened wind-based abilities. Even among those with similar powers, the comprehension and skills varied. Jiang Feng boasted a skill he called Lingbo Weibu, enabling him to move with remarkable speed. Currently, zombies would find it challenging to catch him. Mu Tiange planned to have Jiang Feng attract some zombies to Chen Luo's villa, thereby exposing Chen Luo's true nature, while she would arrive just in time to rescue Ling. Not only was Jiang Feng well suited for this task, ensuring safety, but he was also not one of her own, making him unknown to Chen Luo. Mu Tiange explained the plan to Jiang Feng, whose smile faltered as he awkwardly replied, Of course, I will be willing to help Ms. Mu, but isn't this harming someone? Mu Tiange clarified, once you draw the zombies over, I will appear and deal with them. This is simply punishing a scoundrel. Are you intent on aiding the scoundrel? Or do you consider yourself one? Jiang Feng immediately shook his head. I am no scoundrel. I too despise scoundrels. I am willing to assist. Jiang Feng regarded Mu Tiange in silence, contemplating that he could not help for free. You must meet my demands. Mu Tiange scoffed internally. Once the task is complete, I can allow you to join us. Jiang Feng beamed with joy. Thank you, Ms. Mu. I will certainly perform well. He was the very embodiment of a sycophant. Mu Tiange and Jiang Feng agreed upon the number of zombies to attract and the timing before parting ways. The time to attract the zombies was immediate. As Mu Tiange descended the stairs, she felt disdain. She had heard that this person not only liked to call himself Brother Phone, but also had a network ID named Explosive Brother Phone. The women laboriously carried gas canisters downstairs, whispering to themselves that it would be nice if a man were to lend a hand at this moment. Men could handle the heavy lifting while women prepared meals and did laundry. Was that not a perfect match? Some of the women trembled not from exhaustion, but from inherent fear of gas canisters, terrified that one might explode unexpectedly. The two buses managed to load only 20 gas canisters before they could carry no more, as space was limited. Mu Tiange called for everyone to leave. Glancing at the time, Jiang Feng commenced his own actions. Jiang Feng hummed a tune as he descended, finding this task quite easy, and it was also a means to expose the scoundrel, revealing his true colors. In truth, he too wished to be a scoundrel, but his abilities did not permit such a role. Little Ling, soon Brother Feng will be able to spend all day with you, he chuckled. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Feng had taken a liking to a gentle, petite girl at Mu Tiange's company, but the disparity between them was significant. One was a delivery person, while the other was a corporate beauty. As for Mu Tiange, he had no romantic aspirations. He was self-aware enough to recognize that he could not hold her interest and that she harbored disdain for him. However, for Little Ling's sake, he could endure the scorn. Jiang Feng muttered, "My brother Diju works as a security guard in that villa area. I couldn't find him last time, but I'll take another look." Jiang Feng changed into a light blue short-sleeved t-shirt, wielding a wooden longsword. "Ha, give me strength." Jiang Feng swung his sword, feeling a twinge of disappointment that he could not conjure a tornado. "I must practice more. One day, I will become a man like the wind." As Jiang Feng left the building, he deftly evaded the few zombies in the neighborhood. Upon reaching the road, he concentrated his elemental power in his legs and surged forward like a rocket. With his current level 2 strength, he could reach an astonishing speed of 24.5 meters per second. Mastering the use of wind-based powers allowed him to achieve this velocity. For other wind users, attaining half of Jiang Feng's speed would be impressive. Chen Luo, at level 4, could not match Jiang Feng's speed unless he employed void walking. Even the Law King, with a short burst of speed, could barely compete with Jiang Feng. Of course, using such abilities would deplete Jiang Feng's energy, so when there were few zombies around, he relied on his physical prowess to run. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Feng had been an amateur parkour enthusiast. Watching the zombies he had left behind, he laughed heartily. "Can't catch me, can you?" While he could evade, actually exterminating zombies required him to seek out solitary ones. Soon, utilizing his speed, Jiang Feng safely arrived near Chen Luo's villa area, ready to attract the zombies. Maintain a judicious distance to give the zombies the illusion of being able to pursue. Mu Tiange remarked that the optimal number of zombies would be around 30 to 40, but not exceeding 50, lest it become cumbersome for her to handle. It would be quite disastrous to lose control. After considerable effort, Jiang Feng succeeded in luring over 30 zombies. Following the villa number provided by Mu Tiange, he effortlessly found Chen Luo's location. Before the apocalypse, he often delivered takeout here, arriving at the entrance of Chen Luo's villa ahead of time. Jiang Feng opened the iron gate in the yard. The gate remained unlocked during the day for ease of access, only to be secured at night. However, it mattered little, as zombies could not open doors, and those with abilities could simply leap over. Even if it were locked, it posed no challenge for Jiang Feng. A delivery person who could not unlock a door was hardly a commendable one. Jiang Feng intended to lure the zombies into the villa when, to his surprise, he spotted 2 individuals and a dog watching him from within. The dog was F.A. Wang, and the humans were Su Diju and Chen Luo. Jiang Feng exclaimed in astonishment. "Daju, what brings you here?" F.A. Wang was about to advance and bite this unexpected guest, but Chen Luo intervened. Su Diju, filled with delight, exclaimed, "Brother Feng, is that you?" With zombies trailing behind, Jiang Feng scarcely had time for conversation. His original plan was to draw the zombies into the yard, but with Su Daju inside, he could not proceed with that scheme. "Damn it, Mu Tiange hadn't mentioned my friend was here. I can't endanger my friend just to join you." Chen Luo clicked his tongue. "Isn't this Brother Feng? In your previous life, you met a rather grim fate. In that past existence, Chen Jing, a manipulative figure, had absconded with all the supplies from Chen Luo and Su Diju, who were both slightly injured at the time. By that juncture, all zombies had evolved to level 1, and some were even beginning to progress to level 2, making the scant supplies available nearly depleted. Chen Luo and Su Daju had endured great hardships. A man as swift as the wind, Brother Feng had made his appearance. Su Daju and Jiang Feng shared a good rapport. They often gamed together after work. Jiang Feng frequently encountered Su Daju while making deliveries. Known for his loyalty and good nature, Jiang Feng often included Chen Luo in their escapades. Jiang Feng, leveraging his speed, was tasked with attracting the zombies, while Chen Luo and Su Daju focused on gathering supplies. Jiang Feng would take half, and the two of them would split the other half. Chen Luo had no objections, considering the risks Jiang Feng undertook were the greatest. Yet within a few days, Jiang Feng met his demise. His strategy of drawing zombies with speed was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Any misstep could prove fatal. If he were to be attacked by a zombie, it would lead to irrevocable consequences. Chen Luo had no inkling of how Jiang Feng fell. He only heard a pained scream as zombies surrounded him. Prepare to distract the zombies and assist Jiang Feng. Chen Luo found that Jiang Feng had already perished. His fate was grim, being devoured by the undead. Chen Luo had not anticipated encountering Jiang Feng again. Had they not been acquaintances, he would have allowed Fa Wang to kill him without hesitation. With no grievances between them, why had Jiang Feng brought zombies to his villa? This warranted clarification. Upon seeing Su Dezhu, Jiang Feng called out loudly, "Dezhu, you're here. I'll lead the zombies away." Originally intending to enter the yard, Jiang Feng immediately ran farther away with the zombies in tow. Chen Luo contemplated the situation. Jiang Feng's initial objective was clear. He aimed to direct the zombies towards himself. Upon spotting him and Su Dezhu, he shifted his course. With no animosity towards Jiang Feng, and considering Su Dezhu was his friend, he would never do such a thing. The only plausible explanation was that he was being manipulated. Who had he crossed recently? There were quite a few, but the only one still alive was Mu Tiange. With this thought, Chen Luo's expression darkened. Heaven has a path you refuse to tread, yet hell has no door and you insist on entering. Good grief. Acting before me. If I were an ordinary person, with so many zombies drawn to me, I might very well meet my end. I must confirm this with Jiang Feng. Before long, having shaken off the zombies, Jiang Feng came running back, laughing heartily. "Dezhu, you're here. My apologies for bringing so many zombies. I hope I didn't frighten you." Su Dezhu chuckled. "Indeed, Brother Feng. I knew you wouldn't bring zombies to harm me." Yet, Chen Luo interjected. "Mu Tiange sent you to bring the zombies here, didn't she?" Jiang Feng looked astonished. "How did you know?" Only he and Mu Tiange were present at that moment. Could it be that Chen Luo was the scoundrel? Perhaps he had wronged Mu Tiange, inciting her revenge? Impressive. She could handle it all. Chen Luo scoffed. It was indeed Mu Tiange's scheme. Damn it. She must not be allowed to remain, even if it meant killing her. Who knows what further tricks she might employ. Though he was unafraid, he could not guarantee the safety of those around him. Chen Luo pressed. "Did Mu Tiange instruct you to attract the zombies? Did anyone else know?" Jiang Feng replied with a bitter smile. "No, it was just the two of us. She said she would deal with the scoundrel at a critical moment." Before Chen Luo could articulate his next thought, a sound resembling a pained roar emanated from the direction of the community entrance. Jiang Feng and Su Dezhu exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of its significance. However, Chen Luo's expression shifted. A zombie had mutated. Based on the intensity of the roar, it seemed to be a level 4 or 5 mutated zombie. Coincidentally, 2 large buses were approaching the community. Those were the 2 white buses belonging to Mu Tiange. A horde of zombies blocked the entrance to the community, the very ones Jiang Feng had drawn there. Upon witnessing this, Mu Tiange remained unperturbed, calmly instructing, "Accelerate and charge through, crush them." She was concerned that if she arrived even a moment late, Mi Ling might fall prey to the zombies. Time was not to be trifled with. Therefore, she returned slightly ahead of schedule. The driver nodded and increased the speed, heading straight for the zombies. At that moment, the zombies had yet to evolve to level 1 and possessed little intelligence, mindlessly standing in front of the vehicle. Several were immediately knocked aside, yet one zombie deftly sidestepped. Watching with cold eyes, it conjured a fireball roughly the size of a basketball and hurled it towards a bus. With a loud bang, the rear window of the bus shattered, and the fireball exploded in the back seat. Screams erupted. The bus carried gas canisters belonging to Mu Tiange's group, and since there were no passengers in the rear, there were no casualties. Flames clung to the gas canisters, beginning to burn ferociously. No one knew if the canisters would explode in the next moment. Mu Tiange's expression changed dramatically as she shouted, "Stop the vehicle! Get out!" A group of people scrambled to exit the bus in panic. The zombie had already conjured another fireball, aiming it toward the crowd. 2 young women were instantly killed in the explosion. Mu Tiange's face turned pale. How could there be such a monstrous zombie? Trembling, she urged, "Sisters, concentrate your fire on it." All the women capable of ranged attacks, shaking with fear, summoned their abilities to assault the zombie. However, this was no ordinary zombie. It would not remain stationary for their convenience. Mu Tiange's attack was the swiftest. She merely needed to use her mental power to control a fruit knife she carried. The knife levitated mysteriously in the air, rapidly plunging toward the zombie's neck. Before the fruit knife, the zombie's hand suddenly burst into flames, gripping the flying blade with bare hands. Although its hand was pierced slightly, it was of little consequence. Before the others could launch their attacks, the zombie charged towards Mu Tiange. Firstly, Mu Tiange was the one who had initially attacked it. Secondly, the zombie seemed to possess a faint understanding that to capture the thief, one must first seize the leader. Mu Tiange's mind went blank. Why was it coming straight for her? The spells cast by the girls finally hurled towards the zombie, but its agile form evaded them. Even when unable to dodge, it posed no immediate threat due to the significant difference in levels. This zombie, though only at level 5, was somewhat terrifying in this context for the survivors at this moment. Mu Tiange, in a state of panic, instinctively pushed one of the girls in front of her. Her willingness to sacrifice herself for Mi Ling in her past life did not equate to a willingness to die for anyone else. Chen Luo had only heard of her deeds, not witnessed them firsthand, and thus the specifics remained unknown. As he arrived, Chen Luo clicked his tongue, exclaiming, "What a self-inflicted predicament." Chapter 58. What are your plans? Chen Luo's primary intent in arriving was to eliminate this mutated zombie. Having transformed from a level 0 to a level 4 or 5 zombie, it would likely survive no more than a day, despite its newfound intelligence. It was improbable that a zombie of this level could surpass human intellect. Chen Luo was confident in his ability to kill it. Why wouldn't he come? While it was a disaster for others, it was a boon for him. Though he had just recently ascended to level 4, he commanded the skills from his previous life, utilizing void walking in conjunction with a void sword, enabling him to slay level 5, 6, and even some less agile level 7 zombies. As Mu Tiange frantically pushed a girl to shield herself, everyone was taken aback. Was this still the formidable Mu who had led them to escape the apocalypse? Seizing the opportunity, Mu Tiange retreated and spotted Chen Luo, a flicker of malice crossing her eyes, realizing she could use this coward to intercept the zombie. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. If the girls collectively participated in Mu Tiange's actions, he would not accept them, regardless of their utility. Yet, Jiang Feng had assured him that only Mu Tiange and he were privy to this matter, and he believed it. With no substantial reason to present, he could not simply state he desired to eliminate Chen Luo to pursue Mi Ling. He held little regard for the group of girls, save for Xu Yun, who possessed commendable talent and a commendable character. Mu Tiange was destined to perish. The distinction lay in whether it would be by her own hand or by that of the zombie. Killing her himself would only create a rift between them. Having shared so many moments together, the most favorable outcome would be her demise at the hands of the zombie. With a mocking tone, Chen Luo remarked, "Mu, at this critical juncture, using your sisters as shields. How noble of you. TSK, I never imagined you to be such a person." He then delivered a sharp slap to Mu Tiange's face, catching her off guard, the speed of his movement catching her unprepared. The strike was both fierce and precise, leaving the right side of her fair face swollen and bruised with a slight indentation. What strength did Chen Luo possess? The force of the slap sent Mu Tiange flying 4 or 5 meters, landing in a disheveled heap directly beneath the zombie. Did the zombie show any courtesy? Its sharp, powerful hands plunged into Mu Tiange's chest, piercing through. This zombie had learned to restrain its desires, recognizing that the time for feasting was not yet upon it. It would relish its meal after eliminating all present. Mu Tiange let out a horrific scream, her life extinguished, her fate uncertain. At that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded before Chen Luo. A girl emerged from a vehicle, clutching a burning gas canister, her expression frenzied. She cried out, "Sisters, you run ahead. I'll take it on." This girl was none other than Xu Yun. Earlier, upon witnessing the spells cast against the zombie, she realized that even if they struck, the effect would be minimal, quickly understanding that they were ill-equipped to handle this creature. To gather their strength would only invite a devastating counterattack. To refrain from doing so would lead to a slow demise. Therefore, she resolved to buy time against the zombie herself. Spotting the gas canister in the vehicle, she thought that an explosion might injure or even kill the zombie. Holding the blazing canister, her face was one of madness. Even Chen Luo, witnessing this scene, felt compelled to acknowledge her bravery, thinking, "Girl, I wouldn't support anyone else, but I admire you." Chen Luo watched in fear. How much courage did it take for a woman to act thus? Such valor was rare, and he could not allow Xu Yun to perish. The void sword had already coalesced in Chen Luo's hand, and it seemed the zombie sensed an unusual power. Yet, it did not anticipate the figure that suddenly appeared behind it, striking its neck in a decisive blow. In its final moments, the zombie's awareness was consumed with the realization that it had been ambushed, its head and body separated, leading to its demise. Any method capable of killing a human could also dispatch a zombie, for while a zombie could feel pain, it would not allow that pain to hinder its combat. A normal person would likely collapse in agony with a severed arm. A zombie would merely continue to fight. With its head gone, death was inevitable. The zombie's greatest weakness lay in the forehead, but that required a frontal assault. How often could one successfully execute a rear ambush? Chen Luo was all too familiar with this sequence of actions. With a clean and decisive strike, he had slain a level 5 zombie. The cost was substantial, as the use of void walking and the void sword nearly drained him of all his energy. The girls present were all left in shock, staring at Chen Luo, astonished that it had been resolved so effortlessly. Jiang Feng, watching from behind, was equally agape. Chen Luo, too preoccupied with his display of prowess, urgently called out to Xu Yun, who stood frozen in place, "Quickly throw the gas canister. Are you waiting for it to explode?" Xu Yun snapped out of her daze, screaming as she hurled the gas canister away and fled far from the scene, collapsing onto the ground, covering her face as she began to sob. Was she not afraid? Of course she was terrified, but in that moment, she had no time to dwell on it. Once she realized the gravity of the situation, she felt icy and weak. Let her cry. It was not a sin. Allow her a moment to release her emotions. Such catharsis could be beneficial. No one dared approach the gas canister. And after half a minute, it indeed exploded. Amidst the smoke of the explosion, while everyone was still in a state of shock, the King of Spells slowly approached Mu Tiange. Whether Mu Tiange was truly dead remained uncertain. For matters inconvenient for the master, only I can intervene. Not dead? No matter. I'll deliver the finishing blow. The King of Spells discreetly reached Mu Tiange's side and struck her face once more. GG, she was truly gone. The King of Spells mused about the power of the gas canister, noting how it had disfigured the woman's face. Chen Luo cast a sidelong glance at the King of Spells, thinking, good grief, you truly have become more despicable. Although the zombie lay dead, the crowd bore no expressions of joy, for 3 sisters had perished, and the pivotal figure, Mu Tiange, was also lost. Her final actions had left them disheartened. At this moment, they felt not only sorrow, but also confusion, pondering their next steps and whom to follow. Who would bear the burden of leadership? Chen Luo first extracted the crimson crystal from the zombie's head, a smile gracing his features, for this object would prove invaluable to him. He then approached Xu Yun, extending his hand gently, saying, "Allow me to assist you." Xu Yun cast a glance at Chen Luo before reaching out. He added, "Please comfort your sisters. Those who have passed deserve a proper burial." Chen Luo summoned Feng Yu and the others, instructing them to carry the bodies to the nearby mountain and find a fitting place for interment. Xu Yun murmured her gratitude. "Thank you." Chen Luo feigned curiosity, inquiring, "What are your plans for the future?" Xu Yun paused, contemplating the thought of plans. Indeed, those who remain must continue to live. She couldn't help but glance at Chen Luo. Chapter 59. Chen Luo's rules the group, tidied up, and returned to their respective homes. Xu Yun gathered everyone together. "Sisters, Mu Tiange has passed. What shall we do now?" Previously, they had called her sister, but now they simply refer to her as Mu Tiange, for her actions had left them disheartened. Upon hearing this, many wore expressions of confusion. When Mu Tiange was alive, they had no clear direction, merely taking each day as it came. Her death only deepened their uncertainty. One person spoke up, "Xu Yun, you should lead us now. I never respected you before, but your brave act with the gas canister against the zombies was commendable. I could never have done the same." The crowd unanimously agreed, recognizing her strength in moments of peril as a true measure of character. "Xu Yun, you must step up." Xu Yun waved her hand dismissively. "There are others more suitable than I." The crowd exchanged glances, incredulous. "Who?" Xu Yun replied gravely, "Chen Luo." The announcement caused an uproar among the women. Just moments ago, that man had effortlessly dispatched a zombie with a single strike, exuding an undeniable charm. The sword he wielded was truly magnificent, glowing with an ethereal light. Most importantly, she had witnessed him appear suddenly behind the zombie. Was it a superpower? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would scarcely believe it. This man was formidable. Being close to him instilled a sense of security. One girl hesitated. What if he has ulterior motives towards us? Huh. If he had designs on you, it would be a gain for you. No need for him to harbor ill intentions. With just a glance. "I dewarm his bed tonight. No need to wait until tonight. I could do it right now." Xu Yun chuckled helplessly. Things are getting rather out of hand. Chen Luo had mentioned having 50 tons of rice. If they joined him, she mused, they could be free from the fear of starvation in the foreseeable future. One girl gasped, 50 tons. She began calculating. We currently have 20 people. If each person consumes a pound of rice daily, 1 ton equates to 2,000 pounds. Enough for 100 days. 50 tons, 5,000 days, 15 years. Immediately, the prospect excited everyone. He was powerful, handsome, and had provisions. He is a solid ally. I agree. We wish to join, but will he accept us? Xu Yun asserted. I will ask him. It should be possible. Confident in her assertion. She recalled that Chen Luo had voluntarily disclosed his food supplies, making his intentions clear. Seeking a protector was certainly better than drifting aimlessly like a leaf in the wind. As expected, Xu Yun approached him. Chen Luo nodded. As long as you adhere to the rules I establish, You are welcome. He addressed the gathering, clearing his throat, as 20 pairs of sparkling eyes fixed upon him. Remarkably, not a single one of these women was unattractive. Even those who might be deemed less than perfect were still commendable. With a serious demeanor, Chen Luo stated, I certainly wish for us to unite. But I must clarify a few points beforehand. If you cannot comply, it would be best not to join. Shu Yun nodded, encouraging him to proceed. Firstly, absolute obedience to commands is mandatory at all times. Should you join and subsequently refuse to follow instructions, do not expect leniency from me. Of course, nothing inappropriate will occur. Those unwilling need not feel pressured. No one objected. Secondly, in my presence, there shall be no distinction between genders. Do zombies distinguish between men and women? In battle, all must be treated equally. Do not come to me later claiming fear or hesitation. Should the need arise, the consequences will be severe. These women had escaped from a towering corporate building filled with thousands. Their survival was not merely luck, but also a testament to their mental fortitude. They were prepared to fight. None had fled during their encounter with zombies. Those with weak wills had long since been discarded. Yet, it was essential to make this clear to prevent any misconceptions. Thirdly, he continued, it is best to seek partners within our ranks. My utmost stipulation is that if you meet someone outside whom you find appealing, they must integrate into our group. If I deem them suitable, I will allow their inclusion. Integrate? The women appeared taken aback. Chen Luo elaborated, I have invested considerable effort in nurturing this group. Should someone whisk them away, it is trivial. Yet if that person harbors ill intentions and seeks to uncover our secrets, it poses a threat to all. Should they refuse to commit to you, how can they claim to love you? If you cannot even share a meal with your beloved, what basis is there for love? The women murmured among themselves, finding his reasoning sound. However, such matters felt distant, as their immediate concern was merely survival. Chen Luo concluded, I promise to protect your safety to the best of my ability. Not rushing, he stepped outside to grant them a few minutes for contemplation and discussion. Within 3 minutes, Shu Yun emerged, declaring, Chen Luo, everyone has agreed. A smile spread across Chen Luo's face. Thank you for your trust. For now, Shu Yun will lead you, and she will liaise with me. The hour grows late. Let us prepare a meal. I have a surprise for everyone this afternoon. Observing Shu Yun's retreating figure, Chen Luo pondered. She exhibited great potential and could be nurtured as a core member. However, he couldn't afford to lavish her with extravagant provisions just yet. Time would tell. What shall we eat for lunch? There was little to offer, just boiled rice and stir-fried potatoes. Fang Yu arrived. Chen Luo had not prepared anything special for them, nor had he for the women. He planned to wait until their performance warranted a reward before offering a bit of meat. For now, to celebrate their joining, Chen Luo presented something special, Laogan Ma chili sauce. Ah, it's the sauce. Chen Luo chuckled, handing out a bottle to each. This single bottle would suffice for several days. In the afternoon, he instructed Ma Yu to bring along some steamed buns and flatbreads. Relying solely on rice was not ideal. Fang Yu and the others were in high spirits. The atmosphere felt entirely different with the addition of the women. Yang Xuan stale glanches periodically. I feel as though I am close to finding a partner. Indeed, with only 7 men and over 20 women, the balance is quite skewed. As for this chili sauce, I'll save it for charming the ladies. Jiang Feng approached Chen Luo, a sheepish grin on his face. Brother Chen, I wish to join you. Will you accept me? Chen Luo smiled as he regarded the situation. In a certain sense, Jiang Feng had shown kindness to him in their previous life. With commendable abilities and a character he had come to understand, why should he not accept him? Chapter 60, Adjustment. During lunch, Chen Luo joined the others in consuming rice and shredded potatoes. After days of indulgent feasts, a simple vegetarian meal was a welcome change of pace. The only one relishing a hearty meal was Mi Fan, who was devouring the chicken breast that Ma Yu had specially prepared for him. One could not neglect the needs of a true carnivore. Despite the simplicity of the fare, no one complained. It was a marked improvement, and having something to eat was a blessing. After the meal, Chen Luo instructed Shu Yun, please compile a list of everyone's names, abilities, and the day each of you awakened after the transformation. I wish to see it. I, Chen Luo, will assess you solely based on your abilities, disregarding your appearances and ages. Handing over paper and pen, Shu Yun promptly provided Chen Luo with the compiled information. Currently, there were 20 individuals in Shu Yun's group, excluding the 3 who had perished along with Mu Tiange. Examining their abilities, he noted 6 from the physical system, 4 from the fire system, 2 from the lightning system, 4 from the ice system, 2 from the earth system, 1 from the nature system, and 1 from the light system. Chen Luo was pleasantly surprised to find a light system user among them. Such abilities were rare, and while they could not be compared to spatial abilities, they were still exceptional, emerging only once in 5 to 600 people. Given the already scant number of survivors, this ratio was indeed low. The light system not only possessed healing capabilities, but could also provide buffs, with some even demonstrating impressive combat skills. Melee was an extreme case. Her proficiency lay in supportive light spells, but she struggled significantly in combat. The light system user named Wang Ling, whom Jiang Feng coveted, awakened on the third day, an acceptable outcome. Xu Yun exhibited the best talent, awakening on the first day around 5 o'clock in the evening. Those who awakened on the first day were considered prime candidates, all possessing royal-level potential, akin to the elite like the Mage King. Everyone referred to him as a dog. Yet no one could measure up to that canine. The other women had mediocre qualifications, with some awakening on the 13th day. Such individuals would find it challenging to achieve any notable accomplishments unless they secured a powerful ally, relegating them to logistical roles. The prospects for logistical personnel were grim. Aside from Mayu, who was favored, only frontline combat personnel enjoyed substantial benefits. To be blunt, they would merely serve as cannon fodder. Chen Luo contemplated that in 2 to 3 days, level 1 zombies would become more prevalent, necessitating practice for these women. He also hoped to scavenge some supplies along the way, rewarding the group with any valuable finds. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Chen Luo summoned everyone, including Mayu. As Mayu had yet to experience combat, Chen Luo did not expect her to be particularly formidable. He merely wanted her to acclimatize to the chaos of battle. Fortuitously, while her culinary skills were commendable, she could not claim to be the best in the nation. She simply encountered Chen Luo at the right moment. What troubled Chen Luo was whether to assign someone to guard their home. There was little of value worth mourning over if lost. Yet some of the supplies he had publicly presented were irreplaceable. Moreover, the thought of his private space being invaded by intruders was unsettling. Who could feel comfortable with such a breach? As nearby bases proliferated, the likelihood of home invasions would only increase. After deliberation, Chen Luo decided to leave Feng Yu and Su Lan behind. He advised them, if you encounter few intruders, issue a warning. Should they disregard it, take action. If many appear, act as if you saw nothing and await my return to address it. The two men nodded in agreement. The group set off, divided into 3 vehicles. The first was Chen Luo's heavy-duty truck, driven by Yang Xian, intended for transporting supplies and clearing the path. The second vehicle was a bus, the company transport for Mu Tiange and her companions, used for ferrying the women. Originally, there were 2 buses, but one had been rendered inoperable due to a gas explosion. The third vehicle was Chen Luo's black Audi, with Mi Ling in the passenger seat, while Mi Li, Ma Yu, and Mi Fan occupied the back seat. And Su Daju rode in the heavy-duty truck. He even declined to ride the bus. Inside the truck's cabin, 4 burly men were engaged in lively banter. Suddenly, Jiang Feng exclaimed, "Look at that zombie. Even as a zombie, they still appear quite attractive. They must have been a great beauty in life." Yang Xuan exagradably replied, "You can tell that much? Should we knock it out and take it back?" Su Daju jokingly added, "Brother Feng has said that once the lights go out, all appearances are the same." With a loud crash, the heavy-duty truck collided with a white van blocking the road, clearing the way for passage. Their destination was a nearby clothing wholesale market. The women lacked adequate clothing, and Su Daju was still wearing Chen Luo's attire. While clothing was certainly less critical than food, having some was preferable. It was also an opportunity for everyone to experience combat, refining their teamwork while Chen Luo observed their weaknesses. With the heavy-duty truck leading, the journey was not particularly arduous. Chen Luo surveyed the zombies within the wholesale market and its surroundings, estimating their numbers to be around 300 to 400. He instructed the women to engage on their own, exhausting themselves before he and the Mage King intervened. "Form your positions," he called out. The formation was to consist of shields and mages, despite having only 2 priests. Jiang Feng managed the number of zombies. If their numbers exceed 30 at once, draw some away. The physical system users would act as shields, clearing zombies that approached to ensure that elemental ability users could cast spells safely. Mature mages would handle kiting on their own, but he could not expect that from them just yet. The main group began systematically eliminating zombies, while Jiang Feng took charge of diverting those that approached. Otherwise, an overwhelming number would exceed their capacity to handle them. In the face of the zombies, everyone remained composed. However, Chen Luo shook his head at the low accuracy of their spells. Despite the significant number of zombies, they were able to hit some. He clearly observed one ice arrow that was aimed at a young male zombie, but struck an elderly woman instead. Multiple spells overlapping on a single zombie resulted in excessive damage. At the onset of awakening, depending on individual circumstances, one could cast spells 2 or 3 times, inflicting severe wounds on zombies but not killing them outright. Upon reaching level 1 peak, they could unleash 6 or 7 spells. The time taken to cast spells also needed improvement. With enough practice, one could reasonably cast a spell every 1 to 2 seconds, unlike the current pace of 5 to 6 seconds. However, there were those with talent, such as Mi Ling, whose small fireballs were both swift and accurate, capable of producing flames that continuously scorched the zombies. If her level were higher, she would likely quickly grasp area of effect spells. With only Xu Yun and the others, daring to come here would result in utter annihilation. Chen Luo and the Mage King refrained from taking action, merely observing. They were ready to assist anyone in danger, but found it unnecessary. Jiang Feng exerted considerable effort. Without him, they would have faced 100 zombies at once. As the zombies were nearly cleared out, the group began selecting suitable clothing, loading them onto the heavy-duty truck. Regardless of gender, everyone had to contribute. Had this been before the apocalypse, men would have worked while women stood by chatting. Noticing that no one was paying attention, Chen Luo stealthily tucked some black stockings into his space. Chapter 61. Mi Fan. If one desires to keep a secret, one must not act in a way that invites scrutiny. Is it even possible to steal without being caught? Chen Luo thought he had gone unnoticed, unaware that Mi Ling, who was also busy packing clothes, had caught sight of his actions. A fleeting glance from the corner of her eye revealed something unusual. What could that be? Mi Ling, what are you wearing? I never imagined you had such a peculiar taste. Terrifying. No, surely he isn't that twisted. Who is that for? Mealy? A strange thought arose in Mi Ling's mind. It seemed quite incompatible with my sister's temperament. The color was all wrong. Over 20 individuals busily loaded garments onto the heavy truck, while Jiang Feng and others deliberately put on a show, and soon, the truck was filled to capacity with clothing. All were youthful apparel. During this season, the garments for sale were predominantly summer attire, a plethora of shirts, shorts, denim, and t-shirts. The group wiped the sweat from their brows, and a girl gazed at Mi Ling with envy. Mi Ling, you are truly a natural beauty. Even after all this time, your skin remains so fair and tender, and your complexion is radiant. Although Xu Yun and the others were a group of striking girls, after enduring so many days filled with fear and discomfort, their eating, drinking, and sleeping habits had deteriorated, rendering each of them somewhat haggard and lacking in vitality. A rating of 20 for looks. If it weren't for the enhancement of physical abilities brought on by becoming an ability user, many would have already succumbed to exhaustion. Upon hearing this, others nodded in agreement. Mi Ling smiled wryly. Natural beauty, my foot. Just the other day, after my journey back from school, I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror before showering, a sight no better than a grimy hag, far worse than Xu Yun and the rest. Truly dismal. Chen Luo prepared an array of dishes daily, while Mayu crafted delicious meals. How could her complexion be poor? It wasn't just Chen Luo. Mayu knew who she was and how to cater to her needs. With Chen Luo's protection, she slept soundly each night. Without him, she might still be scouring for supplies alongside Mi Li, constantly fearing threats from both zombies and other survivors. Eating would certainly not be enjoyable, nor would she sleep soundly. Much like the anxious nights spent at home, perpetually on guard and plagued by nightmares. That feeling was utterly exhausting. At least Xu Yun had the support of over 20 companions. Without Chen Luo, her spirit and vitality would undoubtedly not match that of Xu Yun and the others. Within the market was a small supermarket, modest in size, yet populated with zombies and untouched by scavengers. A girl excitedly dashed inside, intent on emptying the shelves. In summer, the supermarket was primarily stocked with water. The heat was oppressive, and after laboring hard, everyone was parched. One girl was about to crack open a bottle of mineral water for a hearty gulp, when Xu Yun intervened, turning to Chen Luo. Captain, could we have a bottle of water each? Chen Luo replied with a smile. 2 bottles for everyone. With Chen Luo's consent, they eagerly opened their bottles of mineral water. In this apocalyptic world, drinking tap water could lead to excruciating stomach pains, and some of these girls had experienced such agony, understanding the value of clean water. Though desperately thirsty, they hesitated to drink it all at once. Some only sipped half and carefully saved the rest, while others only dared to drink 1/3. Mi Ling observed this with a heavy heart. What kind of world is this, where a sip of water must be rationed? It seemed her journey home had mirrored this experience, but everything changed once she arrived. Sighing, Mi Ling exchanged a glance with Mi Li, who felt equally conflicted. Since Chen Luo's arrival, she had never gone hungry or thirsty. At that moment, her thoughts mirrored Mi Ling's. Mi Li contemplated confronting Chen Luo tonight. With the truck fully loaded, there was little reason to linger, and their collective abilities were nearly depleted. Prepare to head back, Chen Luo instructed. However, Jiang Feng interjected. When I lured the zombies just now, I spotted a pastry shop at the entrance, and it still had plenty of pastries inside. Chen Luo remained unfazed, while the girls erupted in delight. Upon reaching the pastry shop, they found the display cases askew, with numerous pastries scattered across the floor. Some appeared to have been taken by others. Xu Yun quickly approached, grabbed a piece of bread, tore off a chunk, and exclaimed, though the texture is a bit off. It hasn't expired, we can still eat it. Then we shall have this for dinner. Let us finish it quickly before it spoils. The group grabbed packaging bags, filling them with pastries. They hesitated only briefly over those that had fallen, taking everything that showed no signs of contamination. Laughter and joy filled the air. Yet Mi Ling and Mi Li felt an even deeper sense of unease. Chen Luo mused, what considerate girls. Tomorrow at noon, I'll bring out some cured meat or canned food to supplement their meals. Perhaps an apple as well. Extracting the crystal from the zombies, they returned to the city. Safely back home, Chen Luo inquired with Feng Yu, who had stayed behind, confirming that someone had attempted to break into the villa but had been driven off. Chen Luo instructed Ma Yu, prepare a meal. I'm feeling a bit hungry. A mere serving of stir-fried potatoes at noon could hardly sustain him for long. This afternoon, Chen Luo was quite pleased with Xu Yun and the others' attitudes. Although their combat abilities were lacking, their character had improved. No one screamed or panicked, nor did anyone flee in the face of danger. Chen Luo decided to reward them. Xu Yun and the others would reside in 2 different villas. So Chen Luo produced 2 walkie-talkies, teaching them how to use them for communication. He also handed out 2 fully charged mobile phones and power banks for them to enjoy movies during their downtime. This naturally elicited a chorus of cheers. That evening, as Chen Luo played computer games in his room, a knock on the door startled him. His eyes brightened. It was Mi Li. Could this be an opportunity for mischief? Mi Li sat close to Chen Luo and whispered, this afternoon, watching Xu Yun and the others made me realize how fortunate it is to have you around. Chen Luo, lowering her head, her cheeks flushed, she shyly asked, Chen Luo, can I be your girlfriend? For Mi Li's personality, uttering such words required immense courage. Chen Luo responded to her proposal with tangible action. 3 minutes later, Mi Li gasped softly, I'm not ready yet. Chen Luo, like a wolf grandmother, remarked, Mi Li, what time is it now? In this world, no one knows how long we have to live. There may not be a tomorrow. If you wait until you're ready, who knows? Your Chen Luo might already be gone. Wouldn't that be a pity? Mi Li felt the weight of his words. They resonated deeply. Instead, she took the initiative to embrace Chen Luo. When flowers are ripe for the picking, seize the moment. Do not wait until they wither. Chen Luo hadn't anticipated such sudden happiness. He thought he would have to wait longer. Unknowingly, he felt a pair of eyes watching him. A cold sweat broke out. Mi Fan was present. Chen Luo swiftly tossed the curious Mi Fan out of the room. Mi Fan? Chapter 62, A Little Dried Fish That Can't Be Comforted. Mi Fan was held in Chen Luo's embrace with one hand while he swung the door open, unceremoniously tossing her over a meter high onto the floor. It could be said to be rather rough. Ahem, it also demonstrated Chen Luo's impatience. Such a height posed no danger to a cat, but Mi Fan was utterly bewildered. Feeling wronged, Mi Fan thought, Chen Luo, you weren't like this before. With a noise, the door was immediately locked, leaving Mi Fan unable to enter. The Law King lying on the ground seemed to mock her, to stay outside and sleep obediently. At that moment, Mi Ling opened the door, realizing her room lacked a restroom, and recalling the independent bathroom on the 3rd floor. Upon seeing Mi Fan, she teased, isn't this the little cat from Chen Luo's house? Why aren't you sleeping with him, and instead found your way to the living room? Mi Fan huffed. Chen Luo is bullying Mi Li in the room. I noticed Mi Li looked quite distressed, and he must have driven me out for fear I would assist her. Mi Fan had her pride, after all. Mi Ling paused, startled by her words. Bullying? In what manner? Unlike Mi Fan, Mi Ling was no naive. Her expression shifted, and she instinctively moved to rush into the room to help Mi Li. However, the King of Law stopped her. Without the owner's consent, no one may enter. You must follow the proper procedure and knock first. Otherwise, don't blame my canine face for being unrecognizable. Just as Mi Ling was about to knock, a thought struck her, and she abruptly withdrew. If Mi Li willingly went in, what was her business? Clenching her fists, Mi Ling seethed. How infuriating. Mi Li had just turned 18. If it were someone else, Mi Ling could have slapped him into oblivion. But this was Chen Luo. With a deep sigh, she lamented the loss of her cabbage to a pig. Oh well, wasn't this just a matter of time? With a complex mood, Mi Ling returned to her room, while Mi Fan wished to follow, accustomed to having company while sleeping. Now, it seemed she could only indulge Mi Ling. Yet, Mi Ling slammed the door shut with a decisive thud. Mi Fan's large blue eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Ooh, nobody wants me, Mi Fan. Mi Ling felt an inexplicable irritation, tossing and turning, nearly losing sleep entirely. The next morning, at 7 o'clock, the breakfast table was set with millet porridge and xiaomai. Chen Luo said, Yujia, please fry 2 eggs. Ma Yu nodded, somevat puzzled. Where is Emily? Still asleep? She usually doesn't sleep in. Mi Ling scolded. What else could it be? She has been victimized by someone. Chen Luo chuckled awkwardly. How did you know, sister-in-law? Well, Mi Li hasn't returned to her room. It dawned on Ma Yu, realizing the situation. Mi Li had feelings for Chen Luo. She had noticed long ago, but it had taken him this long to act. Originally, she thought he would have been eager to seize the opportunity. In today's world, who has the leisure to indulge in a slow courtship? Ma Yu cast a casual glance at Mi Ling, pondering how Chen Luo would handle his sister-in-law. Meanwhile, the king of law devoured the breakfast prepared for him, while Mi Fan lay aloof on the sofa. Chen Luo approached Mi Fan, feeling guilty. Mi Fan, why aren't you eating? It's not good to go hungry. Mi Fan snorted lightly. Mi Fan is very angry. The consequences could be dire. Chen Luo responded sheepishly. How dire are we talking? Last night, in his impatience, he had tossed Mi Fan aside, so her anger was understandable. With her head held high, Mi Fan declared, how dire? It's the kind of situation where a single dried fish won't suffice. Chen Luo laughed. What if I offer 10? Not enough. It has to be 20. All right, deal. In that case, considering your earnestness, I'll forgive you. Come here for a hug. Chen Luo felt his heart melt. She was simply too adorable. However, he gently stroked Mi Fan's fur. Mi Fan, during the day, hugs are fine, but you are now a mature little cat. At night, you must sleep alone. He needed to cultivate Mi Fan's sense of independence. He had no intention of sleeping with her, nor did he wish to share a bed with Mi Li. He took breakfast into Mi Li's room, and around 8 o'clock, she finally emerged, shy and reluctant to meet anyone's gaze. Chen Luo, however, was not caught up in tender sentiments. He proceeded with the plans established the previous day. He gathered everyone for training, focusing on the application of spells. If they couldn't hit their targets, what use was their power? For all elemental types, he provided a fixed target for them to practice their aim with minimal force. Mi Ling had already demonstrated precision. Thus, she was assigned to practice against Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng would soon face a horde of novice zombies, which were not merely melee fighters, but capable of casting spells. Evading spells was essential. This training would serve perfectly for Jiang Feng, while the likes of Sudaju, with his physical prowess, would assist from the sidelines. At 10 o'clock, Chen Luo checked the time and instructed Ma Yu to start preparing lunch. Initially, he had planned to provide extra rations of cured meat or canned luncheon meat for everyone, but after the celebratory night, he felt generous enough to offer a feast. He deliberately revealed a generator from his garage, justifying the presence of meat in the refrigerator. Chen Luo produced about 20 pounds of pork, instructing Ma Yu to prepare braised pork with potatoes. While it was a challenge for Ma Yu to cook for so many, she managed, though it was not sustainable for her to do it alone in the future. As the team expanded, they could not rely solely on Ma Yu. To assist her, Chen Luo paired her with Jiang Ling, the girl who had awakened her light-based abilities. She didn't require much practice and could help in the kitchen. Though her cooking skills couldn't compare to Ma Yu's, they were adequate. The meat Chen Luo had taken out was fresh from the cold storage, comparable to what would be retrieved from the refrigerator. Upon seeing the pork, Jiang Ling's eyes widened, and she instinctively swallowed. Pork? Ma Yu's mild. Chen Luo thought you all hadn't had a proper meal in days, so he arranged this special treat. Ma Yu couldn't very well say, hey, this is a celebratory feast. Jiang Ling was tasked with peeling and chopping the potatoes, while Mi Ling rinsed the rice for cooking, and Ma Yu handled the meat and vegetables. When it was time to eat, everyone was surprised to learn they were having braised pork with potatoes. With empty stomachs, their digestive systems immediately kicked into gear. Lacking a living room spacious enough for nearly 30 people, Chen Luo decided to move the dining table outside. Everyone gathered together, relishing the aromatic braised pork and rice that tantalized their appetites. Chen Luo understood their enthusiasm and wasted no words. Let us eat. Each person was also given a bottle of cola. Chen Luo had prepared 20 pounds of pork, allowing for a generous portion of about 7 ounces per person, complemented by potatoes, enough for a delightful meal. Everyone couldn't help but feel grateful. Following Chen Luo felt like pure luck. As they ate, some of the girls couldn't hold back their tears, overwhelmed with emotion. The fragrance of the braised pork seemed to waft far and wide, attracting a dilapidated car that pulled up, from which emerged a weary-looking pair of siblings, a brother named Li Ming and a sister named Li Hui. They felt increasingly threatened in the city and decided to venture to a more secluded area, hoping to find a rescue base. To their dismay, while zombies were indeed fewer than in the city, all the supplies in the supermarkets had been depleted. Upon arriving at Chen Luo's place, they were initially excited to see the supermarket in the villa area, but upon entering, they were met with disappointment. After searching 2 villas, they found no water. They dared not drink from a tap. They had a little food left, so they weren't starving, but having gone nearly a day without water, their lips were already cracked. Hearing noise coming from Chen Luo's direction, Sister Li Hui decided to investigate. As they drew closer, despite not feeling hungry, the sight of the braised pork on the table elicited an involuntary swallow. At that moment, the allure of the dish was undeniably potent. Li Ming made a concerted effort to avert his gaze from both the tantalizing pork and the chilled cola. The cola, treated with the frost abilities of an ice elemental, was best enjoyed ice-cold, as it possessed a certain spirit only in that state. The crowd turned their attention to the suddenly appearing Li Ming, who forced a smile. I apologize for the interruption, but might I trouble you for some clean water? I can offer food in exchange. If one were to request, he would never simply give without reason. Chen Luo nodded in response. Shu Yun, bring over 2 bottles of mineral water. Upon hearing of the water, Chen Luo agreed to the exchange, and relief washed over Li Ming's face. He returned to the car to retrieve 2 packets of instant noodles, hesitating momentarily before adding 2 sausages to his bounty. Noticing Shu Yun's expectant gaze, he contemplated the exchange, but Chen Luo shook his head. Shu Yun, for such trivial matters, you can make decisions yourself next time. She was a girl of discernment, albeit perhaps a bit too cautious. Shu Yun nodded in agreement to the exchange. Li Ming eagerly accepted the water, opening a bottle and first offering it to his sister before quenching his own thirst. Chen Luo observed this interaction with a nod of approval, recognizing Li Ming's commendable character. Yet, what good was good character to him? It was merely a transaction. Chen Luo urged, continue your meal, lest it cool. Having finished the water, Li Hui stared longingly at the braised pork, her eyes nearly transfixed. Li Ming, notijin herjarning, was tempted to trade food with Chen Luo for a taste of the pork to satisfy his sister. However, their own provisions were limited. Indulging in a momentary pleasure left the question of what to eat next. With a sigh, Li Ming maneuvered the vehicle a bit further away, ensuring it did not obstruct others' appetites. As he and his sister nibbled on instant noodles in the car, Li Hui suddenly remarked, Brother, there's a group of sisters over there. They don't seem like bad people. Should we join them? Li Ming was taken aback, his heart stirred. If it were a band of burly men, he would never consider joining, for he understood too well the reckless desires that men could unleash, especially in such a chaotic world. But a gathering of women was indeed a different matter. Li Ming nodded. Stay in the car. I'll go inquire. He discerned that Chen Luo was the one in charge, and after finding him across the fence, he forced a smile. Brother, it's rather unsafe for my sister and me. Might we seek your protection? Of course, we are willing to assist in any tasks you require. Chen Luo, having anticipated this, was not surprised. He replied bluntly, you must prove your worth first. Currently, both of you must venture out to hunt zombies, kill 10, and bring back the crystals from their brains as proof. You may use weapons, but no vehicles or external assistance. A notification echoed in Li Ming's mind, indicating that NPC Chen Luo had issued a quest. He did not refuse. However, the requirement to slay zombies first gave him pause. Li Ming recognized this as a test of their capability, which ironically eased his mind. Had he been allowed to join without any stipulations, he would have worried about being led into a trap where he and his sister could easily be disposed of. He nodded. We shall go at once. Returning to the car, he briefly hui, then retrieved a bloodied fire axe from the vehicle and strode purposefully toward the outskirts of the community. To prevent Chen Luo from assuming he would rely on the vehicle, Li Ming chose to walk. Chen Luo observed their departure, noting they did not appear to be useless. Families such as theirs were often more trustworthy compared to solitary individuals, as they had ties to consider, weighing the consequences of betrayal. Chen Luo was not extending a courtesy to Li Ming and his sister out of goodwill. Rather, it was a necessity to recruit. If he encountered capable individuals, why not accept them? Presently, Chen Luo had around 30 people, hardly an excessive number, in fact quite insufficient. In this apocalyptic reality, death was rampant, and after 3 months, he was uncertain how many of his current companions would survive. Chen Luo would not sustain anyone without purpose. Once zombies evolved to level 1, they would be sent out to hunt and gather crystals. Without recruitment, encountering groups of hundreds would be unmanageable. Initially, he had refrained from recruiting due to the survivors' inexperience in facing the harsh realities of the apocalypse. Take Shu Yun and her companions, for instance. Had he recruited them at the onset, would they not have thrown tantrums? It would be folly to expect them to work diligently the day after their arrival. The compliance they exhibited now was remarkable. While strict commands could work, such approaches foster resentment and mistrust. Why not allow the apocalypse to shape them into hardened individuals while he maintained his benevolence? Now, the time had come to recruit, but not indiscriminately. First, they must follow orders. Second, they must possess the courage and strength to confront zombies. If both criteria were met, a further evaluation could be conducted to ensure stability. Should Li Ming and Li Hui perish at the hands of zombies, failing to complete the task, Chen Luo would feel no loss. It was not as if they were being asked to face 10 zombies simultaneously. That was a straightforward task for anyone with a weapon. Chapter 64. If even dogs have food, why should I go without? Li Ming and Li Hui exited the community in search of zombies. If they were truly afraid of the undead, they would lack the courage to traverse from the city to Chen Luo's location. They had already dispatched a fair number of zombies, evidenced by the blood coating Li Ming's fire axe. At the onset of the apocalypse, they had been too fearful to confront zombies, but dire circumstances had forced them into action. Soon, they encountered two zombies. Surprisingly, it was Li Hui who struck first. A dark glow emanated from her hands. To ensure accuracy, she waited until the zombies approached before throwing her projectile. Although slightly nervous, she maintained her composure. The dark energy struck one zombie squarely. While it appeared unharmed, its movements slowed to a crawl, akin to a slow-motion film. The curse of the dark element rendered it sluggish. One would hardly guess that a young girl like Li Hui was a dark elemental. Her awakening probability akin to that of a light elemental. The previously coordinated zombies now staggered, allowing them to deal with one at a time. Li Ming adeptly wielded the fire axe, targeting the zombie's head with the blunt side to avoid getting stuck. As a physical elemental, his strength was commendable. And with just 2 strikes, he felled the zombie to the ground. The remaining zombie posed little challenge. Its strikes required a full 3 seconds to reach him. Assuming it could even make contact, should Li Hui deploy her slowing ability twice, they could safely dispatch the zombies, but necessity outweighed the option. When encountering a lone zombie, Li Hui refrained from intervening, allowing Li Ming to handle it. In the event of a horde of 4 or 5 zombies, they would typically choose to evade. However, in pursuit of completing Chen Luo's task swiftly, Li Hui consistently unleashed her slowing ability. Brother, it seems the existence of crystals is not a secret after all. I thought we were the only ones aware, she mused. Li Ming chuckled. There are plenty of clever individuals. If he wants us to kill 10, let us aim for 20 to prove ourselves. Before long, the 2 individuals had considerably surpassed Chen Luo's expectations. However, Chen Luo found himself ensnared in a predicament. Wang Guofu was a resident of the same villa community as Chen Luo, a businessman in the real estate sector prior to the apocalypse, and he possessed considerable wealth, evident from his ability to afford a villa in such a prestigious area. In his home, he owned a high-quality telescope, which he often employed to survey the entrance of the community, hoping to catch sight of any rescue teams. Due to the angle of his view, he was unable to see Chen Luo's vicinity. Yet today, on a whim, Wang Guofu ascended to the rooftop in search of a broader view. By chance, he spotted Chen Luo's gathering. A cluster of young women and several men caught his eye. He recognized some of the men as individuals who had nearly entered his home a few days prior, but had retreated upon noticing someone inside. Wang Guofu's telescope was a top-tier model, valued at 100,000, offering unparalleled clarity. His gaze fell upon a plate of braised pork on their table, and he swallowed hard. Accustomed to lavish feasts, he had endured subsisting on junk food during his confinement in the community. But the sight of the braised pork proved too much to bear. All he could think about was his craving for meat. Returning to his house, Wang Guofu opened his safe, contemplated for a moment, and withdrew 100,000 yuan along with 2 gold bars. Surely, there was nothing money could not accomplish. Spending 10,000 yuan for a bowl of braised pork should suffice, shouldn't it? He hesitated for a moment, then retrieved a dark object from beneath his pillow and secured it at his waist, a handgun. His background was dubious, having started from the gray areas of society, and he harbored a penchant for firearms, keeping one for personal protection as well. He muttered to himself, "This braised pork shall be mine." How the mighty had fallen. Wang Guofu found himself begging for a bowl of braised pork, at the very least 2 bowls. Soon, he approached Chen Luo's vicinity, a broad smile plastered on his face, and said, "Greetings, everyone. Given that we are all neighbors and in dire straits, would it be possible for you to spare me a bowl of meat? I am utterly famished." Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a black dog devouring meat. How could it feast on meat while he had none? Wang Guofu cursed under his breath. What kind of world was this, where even dogs were fed? He felt a surge of confidence. If a dog was eating meat, surely there was enough to go around. If the dog had food, how could he not? The group of youngsters, particularly the young ladies, would surely be amenable to his request. Chen Luo remained silent. He could not always be the one to intervene. He exchanged a glance with Fang Yu, who understood the cue and stood up, saying, "I'm sorry, but we also don't have enough to eat." Indeed, it was a rare occasion for them to enjoy meat. Wang Guofu's anger flared. How dare they lie to his face? He thought, what kind of meat was that dog consuming? Seething, he maintained a facade of joviality, stating, "I want tea, take it for free. I'll pay. How about 10,000 for a pound of braised pork? I have 100,000 here, enough to buy 10 pounds. This was an exorbitant price, even in desperate times. A pound of pork wouldn't fetch that much, and no respectable restaurant would dare to charge such a rate. Fang Yu chuckled, "We're not selling." Wang Guofu raised his offer. "How about 50,000 a pound? That's generous. I assent it." "Young man, don't be too greedy. I have 100,000 and 2 gold bars. Swapping for 5 pounds of meat is hardly unreasonable." Fang Yu still shook his head. Wang Guofu, used to being domineering and arrogant, was on the brink of fury. Shu Yan's words struck a nerve with him. She stood up and said, "If you're hungry, I have 2 packets of instant noodles, but you must barter for them. If you have nothing, You could take down a zombie and trade for the crystals in their heads. Chen Luo was reluctant to use the crystals for trade with those who had no understanding of their value, as they were impoverished and had never absorbed them. They were too weak to offer anything of worth. Wang Guofu was infuriated. They feasted on meat while he settled for instant noodles, and they demanded something in return. Do you think I have no temper just because I'm not acting out? He withdrew the handgun from his waist, aimed it at the group, and bellowed, "Everyone, get down and cover your heads. Enough of this disrespect." He pointed the gun at each person present, and, apart from Chen Luo, panic flickered across the faces of everyone else. The fear instilled by firearms was deeply ingrained in their psyche. Even with newfound powers, a sense of dread would arise. However, Chen Luo remained unfazed. Such a small handgun could not kill him, and even if it could, a mere bullet would not suffice to wound him gravely. The powers of a level 1 ability user could inflict severe damage on a zombie, yet a handgun could not achieve the same against him. Wang Guofu shouted, "It's outrageous to feed a dog meat while I get nothing." Chapter 65. How about using a healing spell? While the others instinctively felt fear, they did not panic. Chen Luo was about to take action, but unexpectedly, Fang Yu stepped in front of him, shielding him with his body. Zhang Suan, Su Lan, and others quickly formed a protective barrier around Chen Luo and the others seated together. This was an excellent opportunity to demonstrate loyalty. They were grateful for the chance presented by their comrade. Fang Yu and his companions had backgrounds in professional security and military service, and they knew that Wang Guofu's gun was real, but contained only 6 bullets at most. With so many ability users on their side, they could easily overpower Wang Guofu, who would be lucky to fire a single shot. Chen Luo smiled. While he didn't require protection, he was pleased with this display of solidarity. Fang Yu spoke calmly, "Brother, that gun can take down only one person at most. With so many of us here, if you dare to act, you will surely meet your demise. Heed my advice, put the gun down, and I will pretend none of this has occurred." Chen Luo glanced at him. While he might overlook the incident, the others present would not. Wang Guofu sneered, "True, I can't kill all of you. But if anyone dares to move, I will shoot them. Who among you has the audacity to barter their life?" Wang Guofu had experienced such situations before during his days as a petty thug. As long as one was ruthless, numbers meant little. He pointed at me, Li, and declared, "Yes, you. Bring me 2 bowls of braised pork. If you refuse, I will kill you." Wang Guofu brandished his gun, taking a hostage, all for a bowl of meat. Chen Luo stood up, intending to bring this farce to an end, but the king of dogs had already taken action, feeling insulted by Wang Guofu's previous remarks. The king was displeased. Was it I who denied you food? Why should I be caught in the crossfire of your dispute? The king of dogs trotted over to Wang Guofu, who immediately grew alert. However, Wang Guofu was momentarily taken aback, for he clearly saw the king of dogs wearing a most ingratiating expression. Though peculiar, the dog's smile was oddly flattering. The king thought, "Everyone seems so fearful of that gun. Perhaps I should play it cool." It lay down on the ground, rolling around and exposing its belly, inching closer to Wang Guofu. Wang Guofu roared with laughter. "This dog is all show and no substance. The moment it sees a person, it turns traitor. What good is it to raise such a creature? This dog isn't even worthy of eating dung." The crowd exhibited a sense of disbelief. The king of law stood before them, exuding an air of aloofness. Fang Yu and the others were acutely aware of the king of law's formidable prowess. What was this charade? Only Chen Luo's lips twitched in response. "Oh, king of law, have you overstayed your pretense? Who harbors a profound sense of vigilance towards a mere dog, especially a foolish one at that?" Wang Guofu, lowering his guard, bellowed, "Hurry up, or I won't hesitate to pull the trigger." Suddenly, the king of law unleashed a thunderous roar, his voice resonating with a volume far greater than usual. This unexpected outburst sent a jolt through Wang Guofu, causing his hand, which clutched the gun, to tremble. Upon turning to face the king of law, he was horrified to see a bluish spherical bolt of lightning hurtling toward him. In the blink of an eye, the sheer force of a lightning propelled Wang Guofu away, the explosive energy obliterating him on the spot. The onlookers were left speechless. Was this not the epitome of absurdity? To feign weakness only to launch a surprise attack, while they were accustomed to such tactics from humans. This was a dog we were talking about. Who had imparted such lessons? Chen Luo internally screamed, "I assure you, it was not I. The king of law has always been a dog in his previous life. Otherwise, he would not be so challenging to deal with." The king of law could still feign death, having duped countless ability users in the past. With a disdainful glance at Wang Guofu's lifeless body, the king of law seemed to say, "Do you still dare to underestimate a dog?" As for the admiring gazes of the crowd, the king of law remained unfazed. "Do not idolize me. I'm merely a dog," he thought. Chen Luo interjected, "How dull. Disregard him and continue eating." King of law, retrieve that gun. The group had already dispatched a fair number of zombies, and the sight of a corpse no longer instilled fear. The King of Law obediently retrieved the gun and presented it to Chen Luo, who then handed it to Mi Li. While it may not serve much purpose, having it for self-defense during critical moments was better than being unarmed. At that moment, Li Ming and his sister Li Hui returned. Li Ming presented 20 crystals to Chen Luo, who expressed surprise. I only mentioned a total of 10 would suffice. Impressive, you possess quite the audacity. Very well, you have passed the test and may join us. Fang Yu, please brief them on our regulations here. By the way, what abilities do you possess? And when did you awaken them? Li Ming and Li Hui exchanged glances, with Li Ming stating, my physical strength has increased. I would classify myself as a warrior. My sister, well, she is more of a sorceress. I awakened on the 3rd day, while my sister awakened on the 2nd. Chen Luo probed further, his eyes lighting up upon discovering that Li Hui belonged to the dark element, showcasing notable talent. Should her level rise, it would undoubtedly benefit him as well. Fang Yu pulled the two aside to explain the rules that Chen Luo had established with Xu Yun and the others. While the initial portions of the conversation were manageable, Chen Luo's expression darkened at the latter parts. There was no need to discuss the 3rd rule, considering Li Hui appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old. Li Ming's expression became peculiar upon hearing this, yet he found it acceptable and agreed. Chen Luo instructed Wang Ling to prepare a separate helping of braised potatoes for the siblings, hoping to win their favor. It was a day of celebration, and everyone deserved a share. Training would resume in the afternoon. Although a few survivors occasionally entered the compound, no one sought to join them. That evening, Li Ming took residence in the villa with Fang Yu and the others, while his sister Li Hui stayed with Xu Yun and the rest. Li Ming, still unfamiliar with the group, felt that if Chen Luo harbored ill intentions, they would be utterly defenseless, thus consenting to be separated from his sister. Li Hui, newly inducted, received kindness from everyone. Strangers were met with coldness, yet comrades were greeted with warm smiles. With no entertainment plan for the evening, the group set up a phone in the center and gathered around to watch a movie. Li Hui, being the youngest, found herself surrounded by everyone. The laughter and camaraderie were a stark contrast to her previous lonely existence with her brother in the darkness. She could feel their genuine concern for her. Li Hui reflected that joining this group was indeed a wise decision. In Chen Luo's room, he calculated the time. Mi Li should have absorbed the crystals by now. It was a period of fervor. Why would he wish to part ways? Yet, a large light bulb lingered in the room. Chen Luo attempted to persuade Mi Fan gently, to which she replied, I promise to be good and quiet. Chen Luo shot her a glare. Fine, if you won't leave, then I shall. Mi Fan could not fathom why she was being dismissed at night. Chen Luo entered Mi Li's room, and their affections flourished. Mi Li shyly remarked, no teasing. It still hurts. Chen Luo acknowledged, oh, there will be ample opportunities in the future. There's no need to rush. As he prepared to embrace Mi Li for sleep, an idea struck him. How about you try a healing spell on yourself? Mi Li. Chapter 66, Ultra Thin Type. Morning arrived, and Chen Luo's breakfast was simple and unpretentious. After all, it was not a feast of 8 dishes and a soup. Meanwhile, Xu Yun and the others prepared rice porridge. With so much rice available, why not indulge? The porridge was not only filling, but also delicious and soothing for the stomach. Help yourselves, drink as much as you can. After breakfast, Chen Luo gathered everyone. Having practiced all day yesterday, they would now engage in a practical exercise. Today's objective was to venture to the southern Yulin district to collect supplies. Practice was merely practice. It bore little resemblance to real combat. In practice, targets were stationary. Did zombies stand still? The tension brought on by zombies' attack would influence performance. No matter how accurate one was during practice, it was futile if they faltered in real combat. One of the girls familiar with the area remarked, I know that place. There are quite a few people there. More people meant more zombies. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively. No worries, I'll handle it. Hearing this, the group felt considerably reassured. The memory of Chen Luo effortlessly dispatching a level 5 zombie was still fresh in their minds. Otherwise, even though Mu Tiange had perished, they would not have felt compelled to heed the words of a 20-something-year-old. They were all white-collar workers. Who among them was not older than Chen Luo? Earning genuine respect from others was not an easy feat for the defense of the base. Fang Yu and Su Lan were assigned the task of guarding. This time, they had a heavy truck and a bus, sufficient to transport everyone, while Chen Luo took a seat on the bus. The Yulin district was approximately 2 kilometers away, necessitating passage through a bustling street. Initially, they encountered zombies and dealt with them by running them over with the vehicles. However, upon reaching the busy street, the vehicles became immobilized. The heavy truck could not simply ram through, as dozens of cars were blocking the road in a chain. Chen Luo communicated via radio. First, we will rely on the vehicles to clear the zombies trailing behind. then disembark to remove the obstructing vehicles. Elemental attacks will be employed while others provide protection in front. Jiang Feng, attempt to control the number of zombies. As the vehicle could not travel quickly, at least 40 to 50 zombies followed closely behind. In addition to those already nearby, totaling nearly 100. Jiang Feng exited the vehicle and immediately sprinted toward the horde of zombies, drawing their attention away. The girls opened the bus windows, launching attacks at the zombies outside. With the vehicles providing cover, the zombies could not reach them. As the zombies did not approach simultaneously, and with some being lured away by Jiang Feng, the number of survivors soon surpassed that of the zombies. When the numbers were few, just a handful of individuals facing dozens of zombies could be terrifying for an ordinary person. However, when the survivors were in abundance, they could easily crush the zombies. Chen Luo quietly observed as others took action. Moving zombies were not as easy to hit, yet the accuracy of their spells had certainly improved since the first day. After clearing away the pursuing zombies, everyone disembarked to confront the approaching horde while maneuvering the vehicles. Chen Luo spoke up. Let us collectively lift the small vehicle and toss it onto the road across. Even a first-level ability user, regardless of gender, possesses strength surpassing that of an ordinary adult male, not to mention those of second-level prowess. On the 18th day of the apocalypse, any survivor who had comprehended the secret of the crystals and was not limited to absorbing 1 crystal a day must have ascended to the second level. The threshold for this ascension is remarkably low, requiring only the absorption of 20 crystals. However, the transition to the third level proves arduous, necessitating around 150 crystals. Even Mi Li, despite having absorbed crystals since the very first day alongside Chen Luo, has yet to reach the third level. They still require 2 to 3 more days, which is less favorable compared to the rapid advancement of Fa Wang in the preceding days. It is noteworthy that second-level users vary. Su Daiju is at the pinnacle of the second level, while most others are merely at the initial stage. Currently, the group consists of only 4 women, and Yang Xian, who became aware of the crystal secret too late, has yet to achieve the second level. Chen Luo contemplated allowing several core members to absorb the remaining energy from the crystal of the Rat King tonight, if that proves insufficient. The crystal from the 5th-level fire zombie could also be utilized for their benefit. 10 individuals effortlessly hurled a small vehicle to the opposite side of the road. Progressing slowly along the route, there were many areas where the small vehicle could navigate, yet heavy trucks and buses could not, each having their own advantages. Chen Luo, seated like a dignitary, did little more than observe while absent-mindedly stroking Mi Fan. Unbeknownst to him, his hand inadvertently brushed against Mi Fan's belly. Mi Fan then uttered a phrase that left Chen Luo in a state of disarray. No tickling, it still hurts. Chen Luo's reaction was one of shock. Mi Fan continued. Though you can't see, I can eavesdrop. I almost fell off the balcony last night. It scared the cat to death. Chen Luo's expression shifted, realizing that this cat was far too aware, prompting thoughts of silencing it. He deemed it necessary to find something for Mi Fan to occupy itself with at night, lest it become too idle and meddlesome. Perhaps he could instill a fascination for the internet in it and teach it to use a smartphone. Oh, my sister-in-law, you should also take Mi Fan to bed more often. It's lonely without company. Before they had even reached halfway, the women were running low on energy after dispatching over 200 zombies. Fortunately, they had passed the congested area, allowing the heavy trucks to proceed unimpeded. Upon arriving near the Yulin community, Chen Luo instructed, disembark, arm yourselves, and engage the zombies. The weapons were primarily various sticks or axes, and Chen Luo also distributed some electric batons to Xu Yun and others, noting that even without power, the batons could serve as weapons. It could be said that as long as they were not faced with hundreds of zombies simultaneously, the current encounter with merely the lowest tier of zombies posed little threat. The difficulty level was considerably less than what the women had initially anticipated. Indeed, strength in numbers prevailed. At the entrance of the community, there were over a dozen restaurants of varying sizes. Chen Luo directed, let us enter the restaurants first and see if there are any supplies to scavenge. Split into 4 teams. Do not venture alone and transfer the collected supplies to the heavy truck. There were plenty of zombies here. Unlike the sparsely populated area where Chen Luo had been, so most supplies remained intact. Shortly thereafter, they managed to load rice, flour, and oil into the truck. A cheer erupted as the women discovered a supermarket that seemed untouched. The supermarket, spanning over 100 square meters, was not insignificant. Mi Ling's eyes sparkled with hope. Such a supermarket might stock that particular item. Upon entering, they were even more delighted to find barrels of purified water, with over 20 barrels lined against the wall. While the others focused on the water and food, Mi Ling was searching for something near the cash register. She recalled that such items were often displayed beside the counter, having unconsciously seen them in the past. Mi Ling's expression brightened as she found what she was looking for, grabbing a convenience bag to fill. Shu Yin, puzzled, inquired, "What are you looking for?" Mi Ling did not reveal the specifics of her haul, only that it read ultra-thin. Sensing Shu Yun's gaze upon her, Mi Ling's face flushit crimson. Chapter 67. What a convincing disguise. Connecting the dots from Mi Li's demeanor, Shu Yun suddenly realized that Mi Ling was searching for that item. Had it been one of her former colleagues, Shu Yun might have teased her, but given that it was Mi Ling, she refrained. No one was privy to the exact nature of Mi Ling and Chen Luo's relationship. Shu Yun's mind wandered, speculating that this item must be for Chen Luo, as she could not fathom any other reason, especially since Mi Ling herself was the one searching for it. Why would you need that if you're not using it? Mi Ling felt a surge of frustration. If it weren't for Mi Li, would she even be searching for it? Cursed Chen Luo. Shu Yun cast a casual glance and nonchalantly walked away, pretending not to have noticed. One item after another was transferred to the truck. Nearby was a fruit shop where most of the fruits had spoiled, leaving only a few edible apples, pears, and watermelons. They could not miss this opportunity and promptly loaded the fruits onto the truck. These shops were storefronts on the ground floor of both Yulin community and the adjacent community, serving the residents of both. Chen Luo sensed something amiss and looked up in a particular direction, noticing several different individuals peering from the upper windows. He paid them no mind, let them observe. An elderly woman in her 40s could not help but call out, "Young man, just by looking at you, I can tell you have a kind heart. I Haven tea had watermelon in days, and it's sweltering. Could you bring me one?" Following her lead, similar requests echoed from other rooms in the building. "Please, handsome, send up some water. Do you have any meat? Just a little of that marinated duck leg from the supermarket would be great. Bring me a few cigarettes. I'm dying here." The group accompanying Chen Luo exchanged glances of incredulity. They truly had the audacity. Chen Luo chuckled. "I'm afraid my legs are not fit for climbing stairs, so I can't deliver." This remark elicited protests from the elderly residents. "How can you not respect your elders?" Chen Luo scoffed. "If you didn't know any better, you might think you were 70 or 80. The group appeared to be no older than 50, with survivors over 60 being exceedingly rare, just as were those under 13 or 14. Among 1,000 people, only a few would survive, and the majority were youthful and robust. Chen Luo, disinterested, gestured for the group to continue. However, the community residents were far from pleased. An elderly woman rushed out of her room, spreading the word, "Come out quickly. Someone is stealing our supplies." To whom did the possessions on the ground floor belong, if not to them? After so many days, the survivors in the community had mostly congregated, with a significant number gathering in this street-facing building. They sought reassurance in numbers and, moreover, to be the first to know if a rescue team arrived. Old Zhang, Old Li, everyone gathered downstairs with your weapons. It was still before 9 in the morning. Yet most survivors had their biological clocks disrupted. With no entertainment, the best way to pass the time was to sleep, thus conserving energy. As word spread, they quickly assembled on the ground floor, where, surprisingly, there were no zombies, as if they had all been cleared away. What is going on? Why have we all been gathered? A group of individuals ventured outside the community, seizing all the supplies from the supermarket and restaurant located beneath our building. What shall we do once we've consumed our own provisions? One person hesitated, voicing concerns about the multitude of zombies outside. Have they vanquished all the undead? What if they turn their aggression towards us? An elderly woman scoffed, stating, "I observed them. They utilized a large truck to ram through. And most of their members are merely a handful of young girls, significantly outnumbered by us." "A large truck?" An older gentleman exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. "With such a vehicle, we could crush the zombies ourselves. The truck must be confiscated. We cannot allow them to take our supplies. Let us hurry. We must not let them escape. Should we call upon Chen Guang and his group? Forget it. Those scoundrels have long turned against us and shown no respect for their elders." Around 70 to 80 people, armed with an array of makeshift weapons such as sticks, bed covers, rolling pins, and small stools, rushed towards the community entrance. Most of these individuals were elderly, with only about 20 young people among them. The exit of the community was secured by a black wrought iron gate, effectively preventing the entry of zombies. Initially, these elderly men and women had refrained from venturing outside, fearing the risk of being bitten. However, as the zombies had been largely cleared out by Chen Luo, they now found the courage to step out. Upon exiting, this group confronted the intruders with fierce indignation. "Put down everything. You are stealing and robbing. Do you understand? How were you raised to behave so disrespectfully towards your elders?" The onlookers found themselves momentarily taken aback at the sight of these elderly wielding weapons, their wariness instantly heightened. Chen Luo quickly grasped the situation, a cold smile escaping his lips as he thought, "What a shameless bunch of old rogues. They cower before zombies, yet display greater bravado against fellow humans." Chen Luo stepped forward, sneering, "Is this your property?" A middle-aged man in his 40s scoffed, "Indeed, it is ours." This supermarket belongs to my deceased brother. By extension, is now mine. The elderly clamored, chastising Chen Luo and his companions for their lack of decency. Among the scant few young people, most were male, gazing with intrigue at the women present. After all, they spent their days in the company of elderly women, and the sight of youthful females was a refreshing change. Some couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves, pointing fingers. We will seize this truck. You lot should return whence you came. Old Zhang, aren't you the driver? Get this heavy truck into the community. Meanwhile, some were already preparing to climb onto the truck's bed to retrieve the supplies, thinking that the first to grab would keep it all for themselves. Chen Luo coldly remarked, "Step back, or you shall face dire consequences." Indeed, some were undeterred by the threat, perhaps believing that Chen Luo would not dare to act, having sheltered in the relatively secure community without witnessing survivors turning against one another. An elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s, approached dismissively. "What's the matter? You wish to strike me? Come on, hit me. I'll tell you this. If you dare, I'll just lie down and not get up. You want to leave without at least a hefty sum." With that, the old man leaned his face closer to Chen Luo. Did Chen Luo intend to indulge him? This was precisely what the old man had asked for. Chen Luo swiftly delivered a slap, sending the old man flying 4 or 5 meters away, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. An elderly woman rushed to check on him. "Oldie, are you all right? Wake up." Chen Luo overheard whispers. Oldie has a history of playing dead for compensation. This act is quite convincing. Chen Luo felt utterly exasperated. Have your eyes dimmed with age? Can't you see that half his face is distorted? They would not retreat without a firm hand. The ruckus was primarily made by a mere handful of individuals. The rest were merely following the crowd, eager to witness the spectacle. Chen Luo shouted, "What are you standing there for? Can't you see they are robbing our supplies? Is this your way of respecting your elders?" The crowd responded, moving towards the zombies without hesitation. But facing fellow survivors was an entirely new experience. Armed with makeshift weapons, they prepared to advance. An elderly woman screamed, "What are you planning to do?" "Let me tell you, I can wield magic." A flicker of flame, indeed, manifested in her palm. "I can wield magic too, and I have learned Tai Chi." Chen Luo sneered. Without demonstrating strength, this crowd would not disperse. A spatial orb erupted in his face, showering blood mist around. He turned and aimed at a young man attempting to climb into the truck's bed. "Olma, are you all right? There's an ambush. This isn't honorable." The death of 2 individuals sent shockwaves through the group. 2 scheming youths, hiding in the shadows, attempted to ambush Chen Luo with their spells. Not only did they fail, but they also did not even come close to touching him. Chen Luo began to retaliate. This group was nothing more than a disorganized mob, fleeing in panic. The Law King charged at those who had just attempted to attack Chen Luo, leaving none alive. Aside from the leader, Chen Luo refrained from complete annihilation. He shook his head, pondering the futility. Such individuals in the apocalypse were merely a drain on resources. They feared the strong and preyed upon the weak. With this many people, if they dare to fight the zombies, they wouldn't need to resort to seizing supplies. The crowd, feeling a mix of emotions, continued to gather supplies, having just taken lives. To Chen Luo's surprise, another group emerged from the community. This new assembly was markedly different from the previous rabble. One could often sense the difference between those who had battled zombies and those who had not. This group, numbering over 20, was predominantly young, with just a couple of older members. They contrasted sharply with the previous crowd. The young were bold and resilient, possessing a strong capacity for adaptation. Chen Luo scrutinized the newcomers, recognizing a familiar face among them. He recalled that in his former life, during his more vulnerable days, he had mingled with this individual, as they resided not far apart. This person, named Chen Guang, seemed to have a decent reputation. He was known for his courage and combativeness. Chen Guang and his companions approached directly, initially surprised by the sight of the fallen bodies. Chen Guang drew a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, smiling as he offered, "Hey buddy, care for a smoke?" Chen Luo dismissively shook his head. "No, thank you. I don't smoke." Chen Guang lit one for himself and pointed at the bodies on the ground, saying, "These old geezers really know how to irk us, constantly scolding us for being disrespectful. They expect us to risk our lives to support them. And when we've had enough, we distance ourselves from those who dare to fight. In light of our neighborly ties, we didn't hold it against them, yet they unexpectedly met their end at your hands." Among survivors, there were those who were bold and violent, and those who were timid and cautious. The astute would distance themselves from the timid to avoid being dragged down. The timid either had to change or would slowly await their demise. Although Chen Guang's group was not as numerous as the previous one, their combat prowess was on an entirely different level. Chen Luo's expression hardened. "What? Do you wish to avenge them?" Chen Guang immediately waved his hand, chuckling awkwardly. "My friend, please do not misunderstand. We have come here for 2 reasons. Firstly, to make acquaintances, as having more friends allows for mutual support. And secondly, to request your assistance. He extended his hand, introducing himself, I am Chen Guang. Although Chen Luo possessed the strength to easily overpower Chen Guang's group, there was no animosity between them, making it unnecessary to adopt a cold demeanor. It was only polite to acknowledge one another. Refusing a handshake would be rather disrespectful, wouldn't it? Chen Luo was unafraid of confrontation, but would not seek trouble either. Moreover, he was keen on recruiting allies, and if this group proved to be competent, accepting them could be advantageous. Chen Luo reciprocated the handshake, stating, I am Chen Luo. Chen Guang responded with a grin, Ah, we are indeed from the same clan. Chen Luo inquired, What assistance do you require? Chen Guang explained, Our community has a substantial population, with nearly 1,000 residential units and abundant resources, a significant portion of which remains uncollected. However, we have encountered a troubling issue. A husky has transformed into a zombie dog, capable of emitting lightning and moving at remarkable speed. Most troubling of all, it has acquired a degree of intelligence. When we are short-staffed, it attacks. When we are numerous, it remains elusive, making it quite a nuisance. One of our companions was killed by it, and until we eliminate this threat, no one will feel secure. In the past few days, we have located its lair, but we lack sufficient manpower to confront it. Given your numbers, we hope you can assist us in eliminating it. Chen Luo countered, What is the reward? Chen Guang hesitated for a moment before replying with a smile. How does 300 pounds of rice and 5 barrels of water sound? Chen Luo chuckled softly, having collected the rice, and agreed. While he certainly did not covet such meager supplies, he needed to venture into this community to gather resources. Without dealing with this zombie dog, his subordinates would remain at risk. Additionally, if this creature possessed any intelligence, as Chen Guang suggested, it likely posed at least a second or third level threat. A fourth level creature was implausible. If it were truly that powerful, Chen Guang's group would likely have perished by now. Zombies and other undead creatures can enhance their speed and evolve by consuming humans. Chen Luo surmised that it was most likely a second-level zombie dog. Given its ability to escape and its lightning capabilities, Chen Guang's group would indeed struggle to contend with it. Acquiring a second-level crystal would be quite beneficial. Chen Luo had previously obtained 4th and 5th level crystals, but had yet to acquire a second-level one, which would assist in hastening the ascension of his subordinates. Confirming that this group had no malicious intent, he felt reassured. However, he maintained a level of vigilance. Should they attempt any treachery, he would not hesitate to claim their crystals. Chen Guang gazed in astonishment at the rice in Chen Luo's hands, not due to its significance, but rather because of the stunning cat accompanying him. Having such a companion would surely alleviate the tedium of the days ahead. Yet, it seemed Chen Luo was not in need of supplies, as they were not solely his. Chen Luo instructed, Continue with the transportation. I will go inside for a look. Fa Wing, proceed. Chen Guang was taken aback. Wait, you alone? That might not be wise. Chen Luo smiled. Did you not notice the dog following behind me? Chapter 69. The Cunning of Fa Wang. A dog? Chen Guang finally noticed the sleek black dog running behind Chen Luo. This dog appeared well-groomed and lively, albeit missing an ear. Chen Guang and his companions were bewildered. How had this dog maintained such vitality in these dire times? Furthermore, it seemed strange for someone to have both a cat and a dog during a disaster, accompanied by a group of young women. It was evident that they were all under Chen Luo's command. What a charmed life he must lead. Chen Guang recalled that there had been a yellow dog in their community that had not turned into a zombie, but had been killed by an elderly man on the 3rd or 4th day of the disaster, cooked for meat. Suddenly, Chen Guang realized something he had previously overlooked: Chen Luo's appearance. His complexion was rosy, his eyes bright, and he was impeccably dressed. While they had been faring reasonably well, they could never compare to Chen Luo. It dawned on him that Chen Luo must be living exceptionally well. Otherwise, he would not possess such a healthy demeanor. In such a tumultuous time, those who thrived undoubtedly possessed considerable strength. Chen Luo passed the rice to Mi Li, who embraced it without resistance. Mi Li asked, Chen Luo, do you want me to accompany you? Chen Luo smiled and waved his hand. Wait for my return. Chen Guang inwardly cursed, lamenting that if this girl were not his sister, it would be intolerable. Comparing oneself to others could be disheartening. Chen Luo had a cat, a dog, and a beautiful companion, while he was left wanting. As Chen Guang led Chen Luo into the community, he proudly stated, After all our efforts these past few days, we have eliminated most of the zombies within the neighborhood. Initially, we planned to clear the outside once the inside was secured, but your arrival has changed things. Chen Luo chuckled appreciatively. You certainly possess considerable courage. Fa Wang interjected. You truly are remarkable, yet you still seek the assistance of a dog? Surely, you need my help as well. Chen Guang guided Chen Luo to a spacious garden. stopping over 100 meters away. The zombie dog usually lingered in the garden, with escape routes in all 4 directions. With their limited numbers, they could only station 5 or 6 people at each exit, which would be insufficient to block it. A forced confrontation would likely result in casualties. Chen Luo nodded. You may not be able to catch it, but Fa Wong certainly can. This zombie dog is likely at the 2nd level, not a mutated type. It hasn't evolved to the 3rd level through consumption, or else it would be a king among dogs. Chen Guang asked, Chen Luo, do you have a strategy for dealing with this zombie dog? Since Chen Luo had not brought anyone with him, Chen Guang speculated that he might possess a method specifically for this creature. What strategy could Chen Luo possibly have? To use a dog against a dog, of course. Chen Luo gestured to Fa Wong, go into the garden and scout. Even if this zombie dog is at the 3rd level, Fa Wong will be fine. Chen Guang's group was astonished. Is your plan merely to send a dog? Do you hold a grudge against your pet? We are unable to handle this situation, yet you expect a single dog to resolve it? Are we truly inferior to a mere dog? Chen Guang cautioned, it is far too dangerous. It is rare to have a dog survive without turning into a zombie. We should not risk it. Chen Luo replied calmly, there is no need for concern. Chen Guang ceased his objections, recognizing that Chen Luo was no fool and that arrogance could not be blamed on anyone else. Fa Wong entered the garden, cautiously exploring the surroundings. Yet it failed to detect the elusive zombie dog. Are we being deceived? I had hoped to see how impressive it might be. Something felt amiss. There was a distinct scent of dog lingering in the air. Chen Luo and the others approached, and Chen Guang remarked, it seems the dog is not here for now. We should leave and wait. We will surely catch it eventually. Chen Luo glanced at Fa Wong, who nodded in agreement. Chen Guang's group was surprised. Could the dog really understand commands? Fa Wong began to sniff the air intently, moving forward as the group quickly grasped that they were utilizing the dog's keen sense of smell to locate the zombie dog. How fortunate they were to have such an asset. Before long, Fa Wong ascended to the 8th floor of a nearby unit. As they approached, Chen Luo caught a whiff of a metallic scent blood. Room 802 bore the scars of damage, a gaping hole large enough for a dog to pass through. Within, a low, mournful growl echoed, a warning emitted by a zombie dog that sensed the presence of intruders. Chen Luo approached with determination, effortlessly tearing down the entire security door of 802. Chen Guang and the others exchanged incredulous glances. Was the door already compromised? Woof, woof, woof. The raspy, piercing barks of the dog resonated, distinctly different from those of an ordinary canine. Enraged, the Law King exclaimed, what are you barking at? A sudden realization flickered across his face, prompting him to retreat subtly, seeking refuge behind the others, his tongue lolling out in a foolish grin. Is it necessary for me to intervene in dealing with this zombie dog? While I am confident in my ability to dispatch it effortlessly, what if I were to sustain injuries? As a mature canine, I must learn to temper my aggression. There are certain tasks unbefitting a dog. It is prudent to remain cautious. Chen Luo cast a glance, recognizing that no one understands dogs better than their masters. This creature displayed a remarkable intellect, behaving wisely. However, if he refrained from slaying this dog, could its crystalline essence be claimed by them? Whoever kills it claims it, was the unspoken rule, and Chen Luo had not yet descended to the level of dishonor for a mere 2nd-tier crystal. Allowing the Law King to engage in combat served 2 purposes. 1, to ensure his own safety as a spectator, and 2, to showcase the strength of his side. As Chen Guang and his companions cautiously prepared to enter the dwelling, they sensed that this zombie dog was unlike any they had encountered before. Responding to Chen Luo's subtle cue, the Law King charged inside, eager to ascertain the beauty of the zombie dog. Unperturbed by such thoughts, the creature unleashed a bolt of lightning, targeting the Law King. In a frenzy, the Law King darted left and right, evading the onslaught with remarkable speed. The zombie dog, bewildered, attempted to lock onto its target, but the Law King's rapid movements confounded its aim. With a resounding crack, the lightning struck the wall, exploding a hole and narrowly missing the Law King. Seizing the opportunity between attacks, the Law King closed in quickly, his tail shimmering with an azure glow as the power of lightning coalesced upon it. With a decisive sweep, he unleashed a thunderous strike. Chen Luo chuckled, noting that the Law King had acquired a new skill. In the latter stages of elemental abilities, practitioners could not only attack from a distance, but also channel elemental power onto their bodies. The zombie dog stood no chance. Caught and thoroughly impacted by the swift and fierce thunderous blow, it was slammed against the wall, yet the Law King's tail remained anchored, continuously discharging electric energy upon the creature. The zombie dog convulsed violently, unable to rise. Chapter 70. But you must listen to me. The skirmish concluded in less than 10 seconds. Had the zombie dog not possessed a degree of resistance to electrical forces due to its own attributes, it likely would not have endured so long. The disparity between second and third tiers was significant, yet not entirely overwhelming. The issue lay in the fact that one employed strategy while the other did not. Chen Guang and his companions watched in astonishment. Is that it? Did that dog wield lightning? It seems to have been utterly dominated. They recalled a fallen companion, one of the top 5 among them, who had met his demise due to arrogance and isolation, falling prey to the zombie dog. Initially, Chen Guang considered inquiring about the potential purchase of a companion, but now, the idea seemed absurd. What use was beauty if it could not provide sustenance? A powerful dog was far more desirable. Nonetheless, he quickly dismissed the thought. Only a fool would part with such an extraordinary creature. Chen Luo stepped forward to extract the zombie dog's crystal, prompting Chen Guang to exclaim in astonishment, "What is this?" Evidently, they remained unaware of the crystal's secrets. Chen Luo elucidated the mystery surrounding the crystals, igniting excitement among Chen Guang and his group. They were eager to seek out more zombies for experimentation. Chen Guang expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Chen Luo, thank you. This information is worth its weight in gold." Chen Luo replied with a calm smile, "Very well, our collaboration concludes here. It is time for you to deliver the promised supplies to us." Nodding in agreement, Chen Guang responded, "Certainly, we shall return shortly." Descending the stairs first, Chen Luo found Chen Guang and his group whispering among themselves. Chen Luo is remarkably powerful. He disclosed the information about the crystals without reservation, showcasing an extraordinary demeanor. Should we forge an alliance? While we hold our own, we cannot compare to their prowess. Indeed, and those women are truly captivating. Perhaps they could help alleviate our singlehood, which would be delightful. Chen Guang, however, was not the leader of the group. Why should he presume to take charge? Leadership would not easily arise in a collective formed merely for survival. Chen Guang nodded. "I shall find an opportunity to inquire." Upon returning to the exterior of the community, Chen Luo discovered that the others had completed their task. The cargo space of the truck was only about 1/3 full. This would not suffice. They needed to fill it to capacity for their return. Chen Luo gestured for Yang Xian to drive the truck into the community. Halting beside a road adjacent to an outer building, let us form groups of 4 and search each household systematically. Chen Luo settled into the bus as Chen Guang and his companions arrived, bringing with them additional supplies. This was the reward for Chen Luo's efforts. Though it exceeded their original agreement significantly, they had brought nearly 1,000 pounds of rice, 10 barrels of water, and even some sausages weighing around 10 pounds. Chen Guang boarded the bus with a beaming smile, saying, "Although you did not charge for the information regarding the crystals, we cannot let you go without recompense. This information is genuinely invaluable. The surplus supplies are our way of thanking you, so please do not think it meager." Chen Luo nodded with a smile. "No need for formality. We are all survivors helping one another." Chen Guang's smile faded slightly as he remarked, "Chen Luo, this world has suddenly become perilous. Even with so many on our side, we must tread carefully outside. Strength in numbers. Have you considered a union among us? I am not boasting. Each of us has slain at least 10 zombies. We are brave and do not tolerate cowards. A union? No, what I seek is absorption. This territory is mine to command, and only one voice shall prevail. I possess greater strength, more resources, broader knowledge, and superior methods to survive. If there is to be a union, it must yield to my authority. Though somewhat tyrannical, such as the nature of power, do not question the rationale. For I am simply resolute in my dominance." Chen Luo contemplated Chen Guang's proposition, recognizing that he merely sought mutual assistance, akin to cohabiting for survival, rather than a subservient relationship like that of Xu Yun and others. This was unacceptable. He would rather forego it. To ensure their compliance, the most effective strategy was to exhibit absolute strength, crushing them to make them aware of the disparity between them. Without directly commanding, "You must obey me," Chen Luo began to weave a narrative, elucidating the facts. "You underestimated that zombie dog. It refrained from confronting you directly due to your numbers. Had engaged in earnest, you would have certainly lost 1 or 2 of your own." Chen Guang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Chen Luo's words. "Have you ever pondered the possibility that this zombified canine could harness the power of lightning? Is it not conceivable that other zombies might evolve to wield various forms of magic? The notion of zombie evolution is not particularly difficult to grasp, is it? In such a scenario, would zombies still be easy to eliminate? You could take refuge within the confines of your community. If you manage to gather sufficient supplies, you could sustain yourselves for at least 6 months without concern. However, while the zombies might be unable to locate you, what of other survivors? If you exhaust the resources within your community, desperate survivors may scour every corner in search of sustenance. And should they fail to find you, do not assume that there are only 1 or 2 survivors. Their numbers will likely surpass yours. How then will you resist? Will you relinquish your resources or engage in a bloody battle? Currently, Chen Guang's situation appears relatively stable, yet in his previous life, he had fallen to the depths alongside Chen Luo, had he not? Indeed, in his past existence, Chen Luo was also in a state of despair. Chen Guang's comrades had either perished or had their resources snatched away. Does the fact that you collected supplies first entitle them to you? What truly belongs to you is what you can protect. Chen Guang was drenched in cold sweat at Chen Luo's words. Is the world truly this terrifying? Zombies can evolve. Chen Luo's assertion rings true. If one exhausts their collected resources, others will inevitably seek to seize them. Struggling to maintain his composure, Chen Guang replied, in that case, should we not unite? Chen Luo chuckled lightly and shook his head. But why should I choose to ally with you? This is merely the predicament you are about to face, while I am different. Whoever dares to approach me shall meet their demise. With all of you combined, I could effortlessly eliminate you. The strong do not conspire with the weak. It is only the weak who cling to the strong. An alliance is possible, but you must heed my command. Chapter 71. Chen Guang joins. Chen Guang, we have a situation. Zhang Liang has been gravely injured by a zombie. Hurry and see. As Chen Luo was conversing with Chen Guang, one of his companions rushed over in haste. Chen Guang was taken aback. Injured by a zombie? Could it be a horde? That seems implausible. Zhang Liang would not be foolish enough to confront a swarm of zombies directly. Would he? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Guang abandoned his conversation with Chen Luo to check on his comrade. Zhang Liang was standing at the entrance of the community, casually smoking a cigarette when a zombie approached him. He paid it no mind, preparing to strike as it drew near. Having spent considerable time around zombies, Zhang Liang had a grasp of their capabilities. While zombies possessed great strength, their movements were sluggish. As long as he could evade their attacks and land a couple of blows to the head, the zombie would fall. Zhang Liang had grown accustomed to this and was not afraid of zombies. However, he was unprepared for a zombie that did not adhere to the expected norms. Before it even reached him, it unleashed a fireball. Caught off guard, Zhang Liang was struck directly in the chest, the fireball searing through his abdomen. Severely wounded. Had his companions not been nearby to rescue him in time, Zhang Liang would have perished. Even more bewildering was the fact that upon sighting so many people, the zombie fled, behaving unlike any they had encountered before. Their priority was to save Zhang Liang, so they did not pursue. But how could they provide aid? Could a mere topical ointment heal such grievous wounds? Without prompt treatment, Zhang Liang was at risk of death. Upon arriving, Chen Guang felt a chill run through him as he learned the details of the incident. It was indeed true that some zombies, as Chen Luo had claimed, could utilize magic and possessed a semblance of intelligence. Having remained confined within their community, they had aimed to deal with the zombies inside before venturing outside. Never having encountered a first-level zombie or even a mutant, they had always assumed that only survivors possessed extraordinary abilities. Chen Luo approached, and Chen Guang felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. Chen, brother Chen, is there any way to save my brother? Chen Guang doubted Chen Luo's capability, but was desperate enough to grasp at any hope. Chen Luo nodded, summoning Mi Li to perform a healing spell for Zhang Liang. He did not stipulate that they must agree to become his subordinates in return for his assistance. Such a lack of foresight was indeed concerning. Mi Li conjured a silvery energy in her palm and directed it into Zhang Liang's wound. Miraculously, the injury began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Chen Guang and the others watched in astonishment. Was this truly a healing spell? Did such abilities exist? None in their group possessed or had ever witnessed such powers. If one had such abilities, would they fear injury? Mi Li cast 2 healing spells in succession, while Zhang Liang's wound did not return to its original state. Fresh flesh began to grow over the injury. The once nearly lifeless Zhang Liang, now in a semi-conscious state, managed to rise to his feet, albeit with some lingering pain. Gratefully, he expressed, "Thank you, thank you." Chen Luo chuckled softly, exchanging a glance with Chen Guang before departing with Mi Li. That glance urged Chen Guang to reconsider his earlier proposal. Unexpectedly, a first-level zombie had come to their aid at a critical moment. Am I lying? Chen Luo shook his head. If not for the current shortage of manpower, I would not need to go to such lengths. You would be begging me, and I would decide your fate. Presently, Chen Luo's demands were minimal. As long as you followed orders and dared to confront the zombies, he would accept you. Once their numbers grew, only those with talent and strength would be considered. Once Chen Luo had left, Chen Guang sighed. I never imagined he would be right. Zombies truly can use magic. What kind of world is this, where we are barely allowed to live? He echoed Chen Luo's earlier words. Cooperation was possible, but it required obedience to him. Zhang Liang was the first to speak up. If we must listen, then so be it. Though I hesitate to admit it, he is indeed more capable than we are. Setting aside everything else, Joining him means we need not worry about injuries, for we have a healer. What is there to fear? Each individual voiced their opinion. Observing his demeanor, it was evident he had long been aware of the crystal's secret. Damn, there's so many of us. Yet we only learn the truth from another. After so many days, it is clear that this person possesses a sharper intellect than ours. I am indifferent. I may be slow-witted, and even if I refuse to heed him, no one will listen to me. I have no objection. He has many females on his side, and as long as I can join, I would do anything. That individual is not just intelligent. Even a casual throw of a dog seems formidable. I have a feeling this person's strength could be truly terrifying. Chen Guang chuckled bitterly. I forgot to mention, he claimed he could easily annihilate all of us combined. I did not believe it before, but now I am beginning to. A man in his 40s lit a cigarette, pondering, logically, the zombies in the community are ours to eliminate, and the resources within have been regarded as our own. If he is now transporting supplies, we have not obstructed him. Should we dare, he might wipe us out on the spot. We had previously contemplated an alliance. This person, in terms of both strategic vision and strength, truly surpasses us. We cannot expect to unite and have him obey us. It is simply unreasonable. His forthrightness in proposing this indicates he is an asset. Having a clever individual lead us is undoubtedly preferable to fumbling through on our own. I will be candid. Even if you do not agree, I wish to join them. At the very least, it increases my chances of survival. Chen Guang surveyed the group. It appeared that no one opposed the idea. What was there left to discuss? Especially the original 3 girls in the team, upon witnessing the multitude of other women congregating together, hastily abandoned their previous commitments. It is understandable. The camaraderie among women offers a sense of security far superior to being surrounded by a group of boisterous men. Even if they had hesitated to join, the prospect of being encircled by a horde of brutes rendered such hesitation untenable. Chen Guang and his companions hurried over, and with a smile, he addressed Chen Luo, expressing their willingness to heed his guidance. Initially, they referred to him as Chen Luo, but Chen Guang, displaying his perceptiveness, promptly adopted the more familiar title of Chen Ge. Chen Luo chuckled, realizing his ruse had been successful. The addition of more manpower was undoubtedly advantageous, though it seemed somewhat hasty and lacked thorough investigation. Was there not rice to sustain them? With a serious demeanor, Chen Luo stated, "Very well, I welcome your participation. I have but 2 stipulations. Follow orders and be prepared to confront the zombies. Should you falter in either regard, do not blame me for my lack of recognition." The King of Law concurred from the sidelines, affirming, "Indeed, I too shall not recognize you." Chen Guang and the others nodded in agreement. At this juncture, Chen Luo found it impractical to delve into their individual backgrounds. Let us proceed with the task at hand. Since we are uniting, it is prudent to assist one another. Is it agreeable for everyone to relocate to my side? With the inclusion of Chen Guang and his group, the heavy truck was soon filled to capacity. Chen Luo planned to make a brief return to deposit the supplies at the Villa District before making additional trips. He instructed Chen Guang and the others to continue the transportation efforts, focusing on consolidating the supplies while he and his original team returned to the villa area. The route had been cleared on their way here, free of obstacles. However, upon arriving at the Villa District, they noticed an increased number of vehicles. Chapter 72. You wish to ambush? Let us see who strikes first. Brother, we have scoured over a dozen villas, yet we have found no food or supplies. Reported one of the group, referred to as Brother Lu Wei, a man in his 30s with a sharp countenance, exuding a rugged masculinity, reminiscent of a certain notorious figure. Lu Wei calmly replied, "Xiao Wei, do not rush. During these snowy days, it is futile to seek food in the wild. Instead, we should attempt to find some squirrels. They hoard plenty of provisions. Similarly, finding survivors will naturally lead us to food." Xiao Wei nodded, albeit with a semblance of confusion. Lu Wei contemplated the situation, observing that the Villa District appeared to be inhabited by the affluent. Every wife and child he encountered was undeniably attractive. "Wei Ge, this villa is occupied," one of his companions remarked. Lu Wei had gathered a group of 18 or 19 survivors, establishing a modicum of authority among them through ruthless means. They had come to the Villa District in search of supplies, but also with hopes of encountering beautiful women. The occupant they found was a young man. Lu Wei and his group disregarded him and forcefully entered the villa to search. The young man, suppressing his anger, allowed them to rummage through, reasoning that there was little left worth fighting over. However, Xiao Wei, dissatisfied with the search results, struck the young man's head with a steel pipe. "Why should you be allowed to live in a grand villa, while I cannot?" he exclaimed, reveling in the bloodshed. The chaotic scene exhilarated Xiao Wei. The freedom to strike at will was intoxicating. With each successive blow, Xiao Wei felt a surge of pleasure until the young man lay dead beneath the onslaught. Lu Wei observed without intervening, recognizing the opportunity to assert his dominance. The others looked on in horror. What a pity. There is hardly any loot here, Xiao Wei remarked. Lu Wei instructed, continue searching. Soon, they discovered the villas belonging to Chen Luo and Xu Yun. The remaining defenders, Fang Yu and Su Lan, quickly detected their presence. Su Lan inquired, what should we do? There are too many of them. Chen Luo mentioned that if the numbers are overwhelming, we should act as though we haven't seen them. If a conflict arises with only the two of us, we will surely suffer. Fang Yu shook his head, no. We cannot allow them to search inside. We have stored supplies there. Although Chen Luo did not specify this, we cannot simply stand by. He proposed a plan. Let's go down and warn them that our main force will be returning shortly. If they do not heed our warning, we will engage them and then retreat, drawing them away to buy us time. With the electric batons we possess, perhaps we can turn the tide. Su Lan nodded in agreement. Indeed, we cannot afford to be seen as idle. If Chen Luo's return is successful, it will be soon. Suddenly, Fang Yu's eyes brightened as he spotted Chen Luo's vehicle approaching the entrance of the community. Several cars, including sedans, vans, and small trucks, had unexpectedly appeared at the entrance. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes, noting the substantial number of survivors entering the villa district, at least a dozen, if not more. He instructed Yang Xian to drive the vehicle into the district to facilitate unloading. As previously, the lack of skill had made this task cumbersome. Upon nearing his villa, Chen Luo noticed Fang Yu and Su Lan confronting a group. Lu Wei squinted. Had he not heard the sound of the vehicles arriving, he would have initiated an attack without hesitation. But he needed to assess the opposing numbers first. As Chen Luo and his companions disembarked, they were greeted by a sea of women, with only a handful of men present. Lu Wei's eyes lit up at the sight. Just a few men? The rest are all beautiful women? What is there to fear? Chen Luo felt a pang of recognition towards Lu Wei. It dawned on him that this was indeed the underling Chen Jing had sought out. Rumor had it that Chen Jing had suffered greatly under his influence. In the original timeline, Lu Wei was not supposed to arrive at the villa district for another 10 days. Was this a consequence of the butterfly effect triggered by his extermination of the nearby zombies? Xiao Wei, wielding the steel pipe, approached the truck and pounded on the door, shouting, "What's in the back? Supplies? We want our fair share." This was a deliberate provocation, in Xiao Wei's estimation. With 20 men on their side, they could easily overwhelm a few men from the opposing group. The presence of women was irrelevant. A mere scare would suffice to send them into a panic, a tactic with which he was all too familiar. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air as Lu Wei struck Xiao Wei across the face. Stunned, Xiao Wei turned to Lu Wei, bewildered. "Why did you hit me?" Lu Wei reprimanded him. "The supplies were obtained through danger. Why should they share with you? Are you so entitled?" Lu Wei's gaze lingered on the exquisite Mi Ling and Mi Li beside Chen Luo, desperately masking the greed in his eyes. They were truly exceptional. With a conciliatory smile, Lu Wei said, "My apologies, esteemed ladies. We were unaware we were trespassing. We will take our leave." With that, Lu Wei indeed led his group away. Chen Luo squinted. This Lu Wei was a poison-type ability user, and he wondered if he had reached the second level. The released toxins were as foul as they were noxious, and he could not allow them to escape. It would be an unpleasant experience for days. Mi Fan remarked, "This person is filled with malice." Chen Luo chuckled inwardly. "Must you even point that out?" At a distance, Xiao Wei could not contain his curiosity. "Brother, are we just letting it go like this? This isn't your style." Lu Wei gently patted Xiao Wei's head. "Knowing they are here, do you fear they will escape? Why not seize the opportunity for an ambush? Stop thinking that every encounter must end in violence. That is the mindset of a brute. Use your brain." Xiao Wei's expression shifted to one of understanding. Chen Luo harbored similar thoughts. "Why confront you directly when you can unleash your toxins, rendering me unable to eat for days, and also afflict me Fan and Mi Li? If I can ambush you, why would I engage you head-on? The only difference is that if you keep your distance, I shall strike first." Lu Wei was quietly instructing Xiao Wei when suddenly his head exploded. Chen Luo unleashed a spatial orb that struck Lu Wei's head with pinpoint accuracy. Was his head still intact? At that moment, only a whisper of breath remained. Lu Wei's final thought was a bitter realization. I have been betrayed. Anxious, Chen Luo delivered another blow. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Eliminate them." This disorganized rabble was swiftly dispatched. Chen Luo, with a look of disdain, pondered, "Knowing that you posed a threat to me, why would I allow your escape? Should I wait for you to strike before retaliating? There are always some fools who, fully aware of the malice of others, hesitate to act until they are caught off guard, only to retaliate in a fit of rage after suffering irreparable harm to their comrades or loved ones. Unlike them, I have always believed in striking first. The moment I perceive a threat and can easily eliminate it, I act without hesitation." Lu Wei, just before his demise, could not have anticipated that while he intended to ambush, he himself was ambushed. Chapter 73. annoying relatives. The group began transporting supplies to the villa, specifically selecting several houses to serve as storage warehouses. In truth, placing everything into Chen Luo's spatial realm would have been far less laborious. However, the timing was not yet right, and only the core members were privy to this knowledge. Moreover, for those with abilities, the sheer number of individuals made the task of transporting supplies rather trivial. Before long, a heavy truck's worth of supplies was unloaded, and the group was elated. Such a bounty would sustain them for a considerable time, including a variety of meats, sealed duck legs, chicken feet, sausages, and cured meats. Without pausing, they continued to Chen Guang's location to transport more supplies, for within 2 days, a significant portion of zombies would evolve into first-level zombies, as if on a timer. They needed to complete the transportation before that happened. Otherwise, it would become exceedingly difficult to gather supplies later. After some deliberation, Chen Luo decided to leave the Law King behind to guard the home. With the Law King present, ordinary threats were negligible. The Law King was exceptionally perceptive, capable of discerning danger, and in the face of peril, it would flee. Without Chen Luo's orders, it would not engage in a fight to the death. Chen Luo could not remain behind to guard. He had to ensure the safe transport of the women. Upon reaching Chen Guang's location, they first transported all the supplies that Chen Guang and his group had stored, while Chen Guang continued his search for more. The community was abundant with resources. Which household did not have at least half a bag of rice or some snacks? Bottled water was nearly a staple in every home. Chen Luo, in his fervor to transport supplies, inadvertently leaked the news of Chen Guang's group's intentions to leave. Other survivors in the community rushed over, pleading for them to stay. You can't leave. Who will protect us if you go? These individuals were not entirely unaware. They understood that Chen Guang and his group were different and that they relied on their protection. Chen Luo scoffed. By your reasoning, you all must be quite impressive, capable of magic or wielding some divine skill like the lightning whip. Yet you still require protection? Your numbers exceed ours. Why not rely on yourselves? If you refuse to adapt, you have no one to blame for your demise. Chen Luo summoned 2 spatial orbs, detonating them in the nearby open space, causing the onlookers to scatter in fear. While others continued to transport supplies, Chen Luo was not idle. He approached a residence that had yet to be searched. Entering through a window on the first floor, he retrieved 500 pounds of sausages from his spatial realm and placed them in the household. These were his own reserves. Once the women arrived, they would be overjoyed to discover such a bounty of sausages. Chen Luo mused, to ensure you enjoy sausages, I've gone to great lengths. Yet, one must not boast. He preferred to be the silent benefactor behind the scenes. Shortly thereafter, a resounding scream erupted from the room where the sausages were placed. Those unaware might have thought a terrifying zombie had appeared. Several women blushed as they gazed at the sausages hanging in the room. So many sausages. Who could possibly have this many? They speculated that perhaps this household specialized in sausage making. Regardless, the mere presence of food was sufficient. Xu Yun, brimming with excitement, reported to Chen Luo, who smiled and replied, "Then let us all enjoy sausages for dinner." After loading the heavy truck and a bus, it took 5 trips to nearly clear out Chen Guang's community. The supplies acquired, conservatively estimated, would sustain everyone for at least 3 months. Xu Yin secured the highest value sausages with Ma Yu for safekeeping. Sausages are not easily spoiled. Chen Luo did not object. Placing 500 pounds of sausages, there could very well amount to 1,000 pounds. He planned to have Ma Yu process her stored pork into cured meat and sausages. It takes over 3 pounds of meat to produce a pound of sausage, and paired with sausages, it made for a delightful meal. Ma Yu sliced 5 pounds of sausage and steamed it simply, filling the air with an irresistible aroma. There was no need for elaborate preparations. With 5 pounds of sausage alongside rice, it was more than enough for a delicious meal for everyone. Just the thought of having so many sausages filled everyone with joy. Even if Chen Luo indulged a bit, it would still suffice for dozens of meals. With such delectable offerings, who would ever tire of sausages? After finishing his meal, Chen Luo lay back contentedly on his bed, basking in the afterglow of satisfaction. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Chen Luo chuckled. On the 3rd floor, it was just himself, Mi Li, and Mi Ling. It could not possibly be Mi Ling. It had to be Mi Li. She had learned to be proactive, hadn't she? Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find Mi Ling standing there. Dressed in a flowing black gown, she seemed to have a particular fondness for that color. How fortuitous that the black item I had taken earlier would complement her so well. The gown, though slightly loose, did little to conceal her astonishing figure. Chen Luo then noticed that Mi Ling was holding a plastic bag containing something. With a somewhat awkward expression, she handed the bag to Chen Luo. Upon receiving it, his face registered shock. Mi Ling's cheeks flashed crimson. A little umbrella? Shockingly, The Spirit Flame Princess has gifted me this. My sister-in-law is blushing before me. The untold story between me and the school beauty. Mi Ling's face was flushed, and she silently gritted her teeth, wondering why he was staring at her in astonishment. If it weren't for me, Li, do you think I would willingly engage in such matters? Mi Ling had initially prepared a speech to reprimand Chen Luo, but in the moment, the words failed her. With a stammer, she said, Mi Li is still young. Perhaps in a couple of years it will be more appropriate. If you are prepared to be a father, then consider this my unsolicited concern. Having said that, she hurriedly opened the door to leave, but in her fluster, her head bumped against the door, producing a resounding thud. Mi Ling, too embarrassed to linger, rushed away. Chen Luo called out, "Wait, Mi Ling, I have something for you too." He had no ulterior motives. Mi Ling and Mi Li were nearing their level 3 advancements, and Chen Luo intended to expedite their progression. He still had half a Mouse King crystal and a level 5 fire crystal, which would accelerate their ascension. Each level up exponentially increased the difficulty of advancement. While others took 20 days to reach level 3, at this rate, it would be years before they reached the king level. Years later, among the survivors of humanity, there were indeed quite a few of royal caliber. This was not without reason. Advanced crystals could facilitate rapid ascension, if one possessed a sufficient quantity of high-grade crystals. Chen Luo could ascend to royal status within a month. However, such a feat was clearly unattainable under the current circumstances, as the presence of such formidable zombies rendered any attempt a mere act of folly. Mi Ling, in her flustered state, was hardly attentive to Chen Luo's words. He shook his head and proceeded to Mi Li's room. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Mi Li's face flushed slightly. Today was not suitable for such matters. Chen Luo felt a tinge of frustration. Some issues were indeed resolvable through healing techniques, while certain relatives remained impervious to such remedies, proving to be an incessant source of annoyance. Chapter 74, Relying on Survival. The Grade 5 Fire-type crystal held significant potential for Chen Luo. Yet, it was not enough to elevate him to Grade 5. Rather, it would be more prudent to expedite the ascension of a few trusted allies to Grade 3. He first bestowed it upon Mi Li. The results were remarkable. Mi Li, who would have required 2 or 3 days for her advancement, ascended to Grade 3 within 10 minutes. The power of the crystal had only consumed a fraction of its strength. Chen Luo then offered it to Su Dezhu, and in between, he handed the Rat King's crystal to Shu Yun. Chen Luo intended to cultivate Shu Yun as a trusted confidant. Not only did she possess exceptional talent, but her attitude also greatly pleased him. If not her ascension, then whose? Elevating her would ensure her unwavering loyalty. Shu Yun, taken aback by receiving this distinctly powerful crystal, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. I will continue to strive." Chen Luo smiled. "I have high hopes for you." Currently, only Shu Yun, Fang Yu, and Chen Guang were privy to such privileges. With the aid of the Grade 5 crystal, Su Dezhu swiftly reached Grade 3 as well. Chen Luo sensed that only about 1/5 of the crystal's power had been expended. He then approached Mi Ling's room and knocked on the door. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Mi Ling's demeanor remained somewhat awkward, her heart filled with apprehension. Why was he knocking so late? Did he harbor ulterior motives? If so, should she call out or remain silent? If she cried out, it might disturb Mi Li. Chen Luo spoke. "You gifted me something, so I must return the favor." Mi Ling's expression darkened. Was it necessary to bring that up again? Chen Luo produced a fine item for her to hold. As she felt the warmth of its energy, Mi Ling was taken aback. "This item is useful for you too, isn't it? You should use it. Only by strengthening yourself can you better lead the team." Being a fire type, this crystal was indeed more suited for her. Chen Luo chuckled. "Why so formal? We're family after all. Absorb it now, and you can return it once you reach Grade 3. Mi Ling nodded, no longer refusing, realizing that he was, after all, her brother-in-law. 10 minutes later, Mi Ling also ascended to Grade 3, returning the crystal to Chen Luo, which still retained 3/4 of its power. Upon returning to his room, Chen Luo noticed Mi Fan rolling around on the bed out of boredom, reminding him that while he could forget many, he could not neglect his dear cat. Mi Fan had already advanced to Grade 2, given her exceptional talent, but curiously, her abilities had not changed. Her pink paws still lacked any semblance of lethality, and she had not acquired any additional skills. The only discernible change was that she seemed slightly more beautiful than before. Chen Luo was baffled. Regardless of the type of ability, one would expect some enhancement upon ascension. Truly, life was full of surprises. No matter what type of ability Mi Fan possessed, her sweet nature warranted proper arrangements for her. Chen Luo chuckled. "Mi Fan, I've not spent time with you in days. Let us sleep together tonight." Mi Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really?" Chen Luo replied with an awkward smile. "Just for tonight and tomorrow. The next time might be a month from now." Mi Fan, undeterred, was overjoyed. Chen Luo held Mi Fan close, rest, and absorb the grade 5 crystal, my dear. While Mi Fan absorbed the grade 5 crystal, Chen Luo consumed the grade 1 crystals from Lu Wei and other survivors during the day, along with a scant few grade 2 crystals. His rapid growth and strength had made further advancement increasingly difficult. Only when zombies transitioned to grade 1 could he continue to grow swiftly. Even without absorbing crystals, Chen Luo's internal power did gradually increase, albeit at a languid pace, akin to a grade 1 Esper absorbing 4 of the lowest grade crystals daily. Mi Fan soon completed her absorption and reached grade 3, yet still exhibited no noticeable changes. Post-ascension, she lacked her usual vivacity, as if sensing something ominous on the horizon. After a long while, Mi Fan hesitantly spoke, "Chen Luo, I have this unsettling feeling that a negative change will occur soon, perhaps the day after tomorrow." The day after tomorrow marked the beginning of the zombies' ascension to grade 1, when a number of them would indeed transform. Was that what she meant? Chen Luo was taken aback. Aside from himself, who else would know? Now, there was an additional cat. Chen Luo was unaware of Mi Fan's abilities, but drawing from his experiences with novels, films, and television, it seemed to resemble prophecy. During their time in the market, Mi Fan had sensed danger befalling Mi Li, which indeed transpired with the appearance of a devourer. Though Mi Fan could sense these events, she could not alter their outcomes. Perhaps this was why Chen Luo had never encountered Mi Fan in his previous life. He gently stroked her. "Who would have thought you were a little oracle? I wonder what powers you might wield upon reaching royal status." The following day, there was no need to gather supplies any longer. What they had sufficed. Chen Luo assembled the group. Today's task was to eliminate zombies from a greater distance. Though not all needed to be eradicated, the others were puzzled. They understood the need to clear zombies for safety, but why leave some behind? The intention was to allow them to ascend to grade 1, thus enabling the collection of their crystals. Faced with hundreds of grade 1 zombies, Chen Luo would not dare engage directly, but if only a few scattered grade 1 zombies were present, what was there to fear? Chen Luo offered no explanation, nor was any necessary. The group followed his instructions and began clearing zombies from farther afield, while the nearby zombies were left undisturbed. They were, in fact, to be protected. The foolish creatures would recklessly collide with vehicles, requiring the team to avoid them. That evening, Chen Luo further instructed, from today onwards, each villa must have someone on watch at night, rotating shifts, with each person on duty for 1 hour. We cannot risk others approaching unnoticed or zombies encroaching. Each villa housed around 10 individuals. With 1 person per hour, they could easily keep vigil until dawn. Although it was somewhat taxing, it was undeniably necessary. This requirement elicited no dissent. It was simply expected. Chen Luo pondered that by the following morning, or even in the dead of night, grade 1 zombies would be ubiquitous. These zombies had acquired a modicum of intelligence. If they saw a vehicle approaching, they would dodge and even retaliate with abilities. Much like lower animals, such as rats, they would retreat when outnumbered. When faced with a swarm, even cats would hesitate to attack. With weapons, like Chen Luo's electric batons, it would be futile to expect easy victories over them. Before one could even approach, they would retaliate with their own powers. Chen Luo and Su Dazhu could no longer rely on a mere arsenal of electric batons to effortlessly dispatch hundreds of zombies. It could be said that the difficulty of the apocalypse had suddenly escalated from easy to hard. The challenges would gradually intensify, eventually reaching nightmarish levels. Until the very end. Aside from Chen Luo, humanity faced total annihilation. Surely, no one believes that Chen Luo survived solely through his prowess, do they? It was sheer survival instinct. He found a place to hide and relied on void walking to persist. In the dead of night, Chen Luo heard some commotion. Straggling zombies were drawn near. He paid them no mind. Each villa housed over 10 individuals, and if a couple of zombies proved too much to handle, then death was but a consequence. With an injured comrade possessing a light-type royal spirit capable of healing, should the wounds be grave, assistance would surely come. In the morning, Xu Yun presented Chen Luo with the unused Rat King crystal, revealing that she had achieved level 3. Chen Luo congratulated her, and she blushed slightly, recalling how he had sought her out the previous night, which led to a playful teasing from her sisters upon her return to the room. "Did Chen Luo cook something special for you? Perhaps serve you sausages?" Xu Yin reported. "A zombie with ice arrows approached last night. Had it not missed, someone could have been injured." This thought sent a shiver down her spine. Had she been struck in a vital area, the consequences would have been dire. Chen Luo inquired about how they had handled the situation. Xu Yin replied candidly, "We all focused our fire and took it down swiftly." Chen Luo shook his head. The notion of a group concentrating on a single zombie seemed absurd. At 8 in the morning, Chen Luo typically organized the day's tasks for everyone. Having grown accustomed to this routine, the group would naturally gather without delay. Observing the 50 or so individuals, Chen Luo couldn't help but reflect on how he initially expected only himself, Su Dezhu, and a few others. Yet, he had unexpectedly encountered Shu Yun and her companions, making a waste not to accept them. This assemblage of beautiful women drew considerable attention. It was inevitable that others would harbor ill intentions towards them. Thus, it seemed wise to gather a protective entourage, as anyone contemplating mischief would think twice. The larger group would also aid in collecting crystals. Chen Luo stated, "Last night, a zombie adept in magic appeared. Such creatures are becoming increasingly common. I wish to ask everyone how we should deal with them." Someone replied, "That's simple. We are many, and we can easily take it down." Chen Luo scoffed, "Is it true that your spells can be unleashed infinitely? Or do you believe that your casting speed surpasses that of a zombie? When gathered en masse, a zombie could strike someone even with their eyes closed. Evading an attack in a large group was challenging. Are we merely facing one zombie? Let me be candid. From this day forth, unless the weather turns foul or extraordinary circumstances arise, each of you must kill at least 5 zombies that possess magical abilities daily. 5 each day." Some wondered aloud, thinking it overly ambitious. If they were non-magical, 10 would be manageable, but these magical zombies are dangerous. One could easily sustain severe injuries or even lose their life. One girl voiced her concern, "Why push ourselves so hard? Killing 1 or 2 each day should suffice." Chen Luo chuckled, "Why push? The crystals from these magical zombies will accelerate our strength significantly once absorbed. Remember the zombie that obliterated a bus? Those who have witnessed it understand. Should all zombies evolve to that level, do you think you will survive if you do not strive now?" Although that 5th level fire zombie fell to Chen Luo in an instant, the memory lingered ominously for many. Their spells barely affected it, while its damage was catastrophic. Had it not been for Chen Luo, few would have survived. Chun Guang and the others, who had not encountered that 5th level zombie, could not help but inquire, discussing the matter animatedly. Upon learning of the situation, they collectively gasped in horror. It was truly terrifying. They were even more astonished by Chen Luo's strength, having vanquished such a formidable foe with a single blow. Chen Luo clapped his hands, commanding silence. "If you're unwilling to fight, what distinguishes you from the elderly? Since you are all following me, I shall not lead you to your demise. Now allow me to share the insights I have gleaned regarding zombies." Everyone focused intently. This was the knowledge of a strong warrior, capable of preserving their lives. "I shall not dwell on the lowest tier zombies. Let's speak instead of those that wield magic. They possess various abilities akin to ours: physical, fire, ice, and more. Even I cannot discern from their appearance alone whether a zombie can cast spells." That day, Zhang Liang learned this lesson the hard way. Therefore, from now on, treat every encountered zombie as if it were a 1st level one. These 1st level zombies will flee if outnumbered significantly. They will not engage recklessly. If you attack, they will instinctively evade, and this can be quite troublesome, as they may call for reinforcements. It is unrealistic to confront them using numbers alone. Pursuing them relentlessly can lead to peril. Aside from defending a base or being cornered for supplies, who would choose to confront a horde of zombies head-on? Even if you win, you lose. To combat them effectively, the optimal team comprises 4 individuals, 2 warriors and 2 mages. Rest assured, although they have evolved and their speed has increased slightly, it still cannot match yours. And they can flee when outnumbered. The ideal setup would include an additional support, but there are too few support-type abilities among us. As the group absorbed this information, Chen Luo paused momentarily before continuing. "Now, I shall teach you a technique for evading spells." He casually pointed at Mi Ling and Shu Yun. "Use your spells to attack me, and I shall evade." The speed of spells is astonishingly rapid. From a close distance, they arrive in the blink of an eye, making physical evasion challenging. However, as Mi Ling and Shu Yun unleashed their spells, Chen Luo effortlessly dodged, not relying on speed, but rather on subtle movements to evade their attacks. Everyone watched in disbelief, particularly Mi Ling, who believed her spells were accurate, yet failed to hit Chen Luo even once. Chen Luo smiled lightly. "Is this truly difficult? Once I impart this technique to everyone and you practice diligently, it will become achievable." The group became even more focused, holding their breath to absorb this invaluable technique. Chen Luo continued, "To evade spells, it is nearly impossible to react in time. However, I can discern the trajectory of their spells from Mi Ling and Shu Yun's gestures, allowing me to position myself in advance to avoid their attacks." Mi Ling remarked, "So, this is what you mean by preemptive judgment." Chen Luo replied, "Exactly. While evading spells is challenging, pay attention to the direction the zombie aims. Once it moves its hand, you can anticipate the spell's trajectory and evade beforehand. Familiarity with this technique will make it easier to confront 1st level zombies." Mi Ling seemed to contemplate this, then suggested, "Shall we try again?" Chen Luo smirked. If they wanted to engage again, so be it. The initial few fireballs Mi Ling casually cast were easily avoided by Chen Luo, yet on the next throw, he was unexpectedly struck. Mi Ling chuckled. I anticipated your anticipation. Chapter 76. It is not I who compel you. Anticipated my anticipation? Chen Luo chuckled. Mi Ling's combat talent was formidable indeed. Otherwise, she would not bear the title of the war goddess, Ling Yanji. When compared to Chen Luo, Mi Ling seemed considerably weaker. In a true battle, she would hardly have the opportunity to cast so many fireballs. If Mi Ling and Chen Luo were of equal rank. Surely not. Surely not. You cannot possibly think that Chen Luo would confront Mi Ling head-on? I shall take my leave first, seeking an opportunity to ambush you. I have never engaged in direct combat with an evenly matched opponent. It is far too perilous. You accuse me of shamelessness? Huh. Those who possess shame have already perished. Mi Ling, too, shows no signs of triumph. Her control over the weak little fireball is commendable, as its release frequency would not be so swift otherwise. She is acutely aware of the vast disparity between herself and Chen Luo. Chen Luo reassured everyone, saying, rest assured, a level 1 zombie lacks the intellect for anticipation. Should you encounter one that does, it is best to flee. It is beyond your capacity to withstand. He continued, all right, this morning, let us each find an opponent to practice these techniques. After lunch, we shall set out. For lunch, they will have sausages. And many feared they might not live to see the day when they could finish their sausages. Chen Luo announced, we are a total of 52 individuals. 12 shall remain to guard the base, taking turns. The remaining 40 will be divided into teams of 4, forming 10 squads. Each squad must maintain a safe distance from one another to provide mutual support. Each team will possess a walkie-talkie for communication. He emphasized that the dangers of the apocalypse stem not only from the zombies, but predominantly from other survivors. If everyone disperses too far, encountering a group of 10 or more survivors could lead to peril. With only 4 members, should they encounter a zombie or 2, it is not as if the zombies can chase them down. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, many breathed a sigh of relief, for they dreaded the thought of being scattered across various locations. The team configurations would ideally consist of 2 men and 2 women, ensuring that each squad had a physical fighter. Before their departure, Chen Luo calmly stated, by 6 o'clock this evening, or upon completion of our mission, all shall return to the villa area for regrouping. Today counts as half a day, and each member will receive 3 level 1 crystals. Teams that fail to complete their tasks will face collective punishment. No dinner upon return as a consequence. The initial punishments were lenient. However, should failures become recurrent, they may as well not return until they have achieved their goals. Except for Chen Luo's team, everyone else would walk, as no vehicles were available. There were still a few scattered zombies nearby, providing a perfect opportunity for preliminary training. It became apparent to everyone why some zombies had been intentionally left behind during previous cleanup efforts. Such foresight was indeed commendable. Chen Luo merely observed from the vehicle before driving away. He had done his utmost to guide and arrange them properly. If they perished, it would be no one's fault but their own. It was impossible to provide constant protection, acting as their bodyguard. In this apocalypse, danger lurked at every corner. Chen Luo was prepared for any casualties that might arise. His departure was, of course, to seek out areas with a higher concentration of zombies for crystal acquisition. Upon reaching a certain street, the number of zombies began to increase significantly. Chen Luo instructed, you 3, exit the vehicle. Dezhu, Mi Ling, engage the zombies. While Mi Li, you enhance their abilities and collect the crystals. Mi Li grimaced, saying, I would rather face the zombies than dig out those bloody crystals. I can only blame my lack of combat skills. Su Dezhu and Mi Li had both reached level 3, and with Mi Li's buffs, Su Dezhu's defense and strength could rival Chen Luo's. Su Dezhu took on the role of a warrior, Mi Ling as a mage, and Mi Li as a healer, a complete trio. Facing these level 1 zombies, some even below that level, was hardly a challenge for them. While these zombies barely constituted training, level 3 or 4 zombies were not something Chen Luo could easily find. He followed behind them in the vehicle at a leisurely pace. Chen Luo was not idle, however. He pulled out a self-made textbook teaching Mi Li, who was nestled in his lap, and F.A. Wang, who occupied the passenger seat. The basics of literacy, an education akin to the 9-year compulsory schooling. Let us begin with pinyin. In the future, if you encounter unfamiliar characters, you can consult a dictionary. Chen Luo instructed. Mi Ling found it amusing. Was this truly a task for humans? Teaching cats and dogs to read? Suddenly, 8 zombies charged at them, the largest horde they had encountered that afternoon. Su Dezhu prepared to rush forward, but Mi Ling halted him. She sensed she could employ a new spell. Mi Ling unleashed a fireball. If her previous fireball had a diameter of 5 centimeters, this one was now 10. As the zombies approached, She hurled the fireball into their midst and, with a surge of intuition, controlled it. Instantly, the flames erupted, toppling 5 zombies, though the remaining 3 remained vigorous due to the explosion's limited range. Mi Ling was exhilarated. Her instincts had proven correct. Chen Luo chuckled softly, recalling that Fa Wang had recently grasped a similar skill. Mi Ling opted to eliminate the remaining 3 zombies one by one, as the previous spell had drained her energy. After slaying over 100 zombies, both Mi Ling and Mi Li found themselves devoid of magical power. The buffs Mi Li had cast were enhanced, yet their consumption had escalated dramatically, and she could not maintain them for long. Although Su Dezhu faced no life-threatening danger alone, injuries were inevitable. Chen Luo and Fa Wang then joined the fray, effortlessly dispatching over 200 zombies. The proportion of level 1 zombies was somewhat low, around 1/3. Noticing the time, Chen Luo decided it was time to return. Upon his return, everyone had gathered. The injured were treated by Wang Ling and suffered no serious ailments. However, the pallor on the faces of the others revealed the grim news. One person had perished. A male member from Chen Guang's team, an elemental ability user of level 1, had been struck by a spell, resulting in instant death. Seeing the somber atmosphere, Chen Luo spoke softly. Do not blame me for being harsh or for pushing you into combat. It is this world that is merciless. Initially, the group had been skeptical of Chen Luo's words. Could there really be so many zombies capable of casting spells? Yet, what they witnessed that afternoon confirmed that at least 1/3 of the zombies had suddenly gained magical abilities. If you do not advance, the world will force you to move forward, he cautioned. Chen Guang sighed. This world of Chao Dan. 2 teams failed to complete their tasks, and Chen Luo showed no mercy, withholding their meals. It is just 1 meal. You have never gone 3 days without food, have you? That evening, all members absorbed only level 1 crystals. These crystals contained over twice the energy of the lowest grade crystals, and their quality was entirely different. Shu Yin had reached level 3 and could now absorb only 7 level 1 crystals per day, down from 11 of the lowest grade. This was merely an exception. Most could only absorb around 1.5 crystals, with the surplus collected by Chen Luo. Regardless of how much one could absorb, the excess must be surrendered. Chen Luo welcomed anyone who could absorb more, as it signified rapid growth. Chapter 77. Mi Li's best friend to Chen Luo's delight, after absorbing the crystals. The group did not linger idly. Instead, they began training in evasion. The death of a teammate that afternoon had a profound impact on them. By exerting more effort now, their chances of survival in the future would increase significantly. Chen Luo also commenced absorbing crystals as a level 4 individual. He could absorb approximately 65 level 1 crystals at once. In contrast, the level 3 Fa Wang could only manage 13. For Chen Luo, the quality of level 1 crystals remained insufficient. Given his level 4 status, the lowest grade crystals yielded little to no effect. Chen Luo estimated that it would take approximately 20 days to reach level 5. In his previous life, he was fortunate enough to achieve it within a month. The progress was not significantly faster than before, as during his previous journey at level 4, the majority of the crystals he absorbed were of level 3. Naturally, the speed of absorption could not compare to that of level 1 crystals. It was akin to a level 40 Chen Luo battling monsters of level 10. Merely leveling up was already a commendable feat on the following day. The group continued their onslaught against the zombies. The day was relatively favorable. Only 1 team member suffered severe injuries, but they were successfully rescued, and miraculously, no one perished. All members accomplished their task of acquiring 5 crystals. However, the atmosphere among the team was increasingly somber, as the probability of encountering spellcasting zombies had doubled compared to the previous day. Yesterday, they had encountered only 1 among 3. Now it was 2 out of 3. The world was becoming increasingly perilous. Chen Luo observed coldly, knowing that if they failed to keep pace with the zombies' evolutionary speed, casualties would become ever more grievous. Had it not been for the survivors' relentless extermination of zombies, which had drastically reduced their numbers, the survivors would have eventually outnumbered the zombies in the later stages. Before the terrifying monsters could descend upon them, humanity would have been doomed. On the 3rd day, the number of survivors heading towards secluded corners had noticeably increased, with most of them traveling in groups. They should be grateful that the zombies had yet to evolve to level 1, granting them the opportunity to gain combat experience against the undead and information about other survivors in the vicinity. Unlike Chen Luo, they had little chance of surviving alone. Without uniting for escape, surviving even a single encounter would be a stroke of luck. By mid-morning, Chen Luo had witnessed 2 groups already. He dispatched 1 group himself, as they had foolishly dared to provoke his sister-in-law, contemplating the necessity of strengthening the base as defenses. He pondered whether to assign more personnel to stay behind or to have the Law King guard the premises. As they arrived at a large bridge, several vehicles were parked beside the grassy area. On the grass, 7 or 8 men encircled a man and a woman, while a few individuals by the vehicles coldly pretended not to notice, including several female survivors. The pair seemed to be father and daughter. With his keen ears, Chen Luo caught a man lewdly saying, "Little sister, you wouldn't want to see your father harmed, would you?" From this utterance, Chen Luo deduced the unfolding situation. Though cold-hearted, Chen Luo could not tolerate such behavior. He thought to seize the crystals from the group. Perhaps there were a few level 2 crystals among them. Mealy also noticed and gasped, "That is my classmate." Taken aback, Chen Luo asked, "Are you close?" Mealy nodded. "We're quite good friends, brother Chen Luo. Please go help them." A stranger was one thing, but her close friend was another. How could she stand idly by? Chen Luo, not devoid of compassion, decided to assist Mealy's friend. Without a hint of hesitation, he summoned the Law King. The dog indeed was a dog. The Law King's allure seemed to surpass that of the young girl. A group of men gazed greedily at the Law King, entirely unaware that death itself had descended upon them. They also did not understand the connection between Chen Luo's group and Mealy's friend, thus failing to take her as a hostage. Su Daju and Mi Ling swiftly intervened and easily dispatched the group. Mealy joyfully ran to Zhang Jingjing's side, exclaiming, "Jingjing, it's me." Startled yet elated, Zhang Jingjing responded, "It's me, Li, and Sister Mi Ling." Zhang Jingjing had visited Mi Li's home several times and was familiar with Mi Ling, who had also met Zhang Jingjing's father, Zhang Dongsheng, once. After providing reassurance to Zhang Jingjing, Mi Li brought her before Chen Luo. Observing Zhang Jingjing, a sweet and charming girl, Chen Luo noted that while Mi Li was the belle of the school, Zhang Jingjing was the flower of her class. Although she didn't quite compare, she was still quite lovely. Mi Li implored, "Brother, this is my best friend, Zhang Jingjing. Let us take her back with us." Chen Luo mused to himself. This name seems to lack something. He nodded in agreement. "Very well, as long as she abides by the rules at our place." It was essential to give face to Mi Li, and since he was not entirely opposed to accepting new members, if she proved capable, she could indeed be an unexpected gain. Zhang Jingjing wondered if Mi Li and her companions were led by the handsome man before her. Without consulting Mi Ling, she directly addressed Chen Luo, assuming so. Chen Luo instructed Zhang Jingjing's father, Zhang Dongsheng, "You can drive, correct? Follow us in your vehicle." Zhang Dongsheng, appearing refined and around 40, looked grateful as he replied, "Thank you for saving us. I can drive." Chen Luo arranged for the father-daughter duo to travel in a separate vehicle. Coincidentally, he intended to return anyway, as they had gathered a good haul that morning. Upon arriving at the villa area, Chen Luo said, "Mi Li, please arrange for your friend to stay with Shu Yun. She cannot stay here." Mi Li nodded. However, Zhang Jingjing rushed over. "Mi Li, can I sleep with you tonight?" Having shared a bed before, Zhang Jingjing felt it was a natural request to deepen their friendship. Chen Luo coldly refused. "No, she cannot enter this villa without my consent." With Mi Li around, one light bulb was sufficient. Did they need another? Shu Yun hurried over to take Zhang Jingjing away. Lunch consisted of stir-fried potatoes with sausages, far more delectable than merely steamed sausages. Chen Luo was uncertain how many would survive, but for those who did, he aimed to ensure they enjoyed something good. Zhang Jingjing wolfed down her meal. Previously, she had little interest in food due to her affluent background. Suddenly, Zhang Jingjing asked, "Where's Mi Li? I haven't seen her. What did she eat for lunch?" This question left the other girls momentarily stunned. They were not 3 years old. Chen Luo only occasionally dined with them, otherwise eating in his own villa. Surely, he was not holed up in his room, munching on steamed buns with pickles? Chen Luo had mentioned that his refrigerator contained ample pork, which he planned to cook into braised pork for them someday. Perhaps he previously had braised pork daily, but now it was braised pork alongside sausages. Every resource they had gathered had passed through their hands at some point, from collection to loading and unloading. They were well aware of what was delicious and what was not. The sausages were the most prized. If they received none, they would certainly be dissatisfied. However, Chen Luo distributed them generously each day. Being able to enjoy sausages every day was already a significant satisfaction for them. Even if Chen Luo had braised pork at every meal, that had been obtained solely through his own efforts. Moreover, Chen Luo was responsible for their protection. What was wrong with him enjoying a bit of braised pork? One girl chuckled. Millie probably had sausages for lunch as well. This remark was not unfounded. Yet some girl scoffed. Zhang Jingjing's comment made Shu Yun furrow her brow. It seemed to imply a sense of comparison. Were the sausages and potatoes not sufficient for her? Although she and Mi Li appeared to have a good relationship, the newcomer had shown no evidence of deserving such a treat. Nevertheless, Zhang Jingjing's remark was merely casual, and Shu Yun could not draw conclusions based on a single statement. Shu Yun smiled as she explained, "Chen Luo is akin to our boss, while we are merely employees. Dining with the boss inevitably brings a sense of discomfort. Hence we choose to eat separately. Zhang Jingjing nodded in agreement, though her mind seemed elsewhere. Mealy must be indulging in something far superior, and as such good friends, she hasn't included me. A pang of sadness struck her heart, rendering the previously delectable sausages somewhat unappetizing. Chen Luo picked up a saltwater shrimp, dipped it in vinegar, and relished its exquisite flavor. Turning to Mealy, he remarked, "Mealy, observe your friend for a while. Let us keep our affairs to ourselves. Everyone must possess their own value. Let us see if she can contribute. If she remains honest yet lacks capability, I can always assign her to a supportive role. What purpose does a person without value serve in this world?" Even Mi Ling, Chen Luo's sister-in-law, still battles zombies daily, and she slays far more than others. Did Chen Luo not allow her to eat her fill? If the zombies had not evolved to level 1, Chen Luo would have undoubtedly sent Zhang Jingjing and her daughter to eliminate 10 zombies, similar to what was done with Li Ming and Li Hui. To send them out now would be tantamount to sending them to their demise. Mealy nodded in understanding. After the meal, Chen Luo summoned Fanyu. There are still a few survivors in the villa area, correct? If they wish to leave, let them. If they are reluctant, we shall assign them to exterminate zombies. In these extraordinary times, we must not leave ourselves vulnerable. Fanyu nodded and set off with a few companions. Chen Luo cursed under his breath. Incompetent fools. Given our proximity, I wanted to offer you an opportunity to ally with us. Yet you persist in hiding within the villa. Seeing Chen Luo emerge from the villa, Shu Yin hurried over, saying, "Chen Luo, we have essentially eradicated the surrounding zombies. If we wish to eliminate more, we must venture further afield. We have already cleared them once before, and in the past few days, we've slain at least 300 to 400 zombies daily. Do they truly believe the zombies are endless?" At that moment, Chen Guang approached cautiously, stating, "Brother, regarding my group, as you suggested, they can evolve to level 2 with 20 crystals. The effects of level 1 crystals are superior. Most are on the verge of evolving to level 2, either today or tomorrow. Should we not wait until they reach level 2 before engaging the zombies? It seems wiser this way." Chen Guang meant well. Once they reached level 2, their risk of death would significantly decrease. Engaging level 1 against level 1 could lead to unfortunate mishaps. It is only natural to desire a more secure approach. Chen Luo insisted on acquiring at least 5 level 1 crystals daily, though extraordinary circumstances could be exempted. The present situation was indeed extraordinary. They were on the brink of advancement, so why rush to slay zombies? Forcing them out would surely breed discontent. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Luo nodded, agreed, let them remain and guard the home. Curious, Chen Guang and Shu Yin inquired, "What is going to happen?" Chen Luo explained, "Didn't you notice the survivors fleeing along the way? They must be gathering supplies. It's unlikely we will remain unvisited. There are still scarce resources in other areas, yet no one will wait until their supplies run out to search. Humans, much like squirrels, cannot resist the urge to scavenge for resources to ensure their safety, especially when the surrounding zombies have been largely eradicated, leading them to act with greater audacity." Chen Guang sighed, "It truly is unsettling." Chen Luo instructed, "Take some individuals to guard the entrance of the community. Operate the bus with the air conditioning on. It's too hot otherwise. If anything arises, use the walkie-talkie to communicate. By the way, include that Zhang Dongsheng who just joined us today. Let us observe his performance." Chen Guang nodded in agreement. Chen Luo then addressed Shu Yun, saying that Zhang Jingjing does not require any special treatment. Shu Yun appeared somewhat taken aback, realizing that Zhang Jingjing was not a privileged individual. It seemed likely that survivors would seek entry into the villa district daily. The notion of safely slaying zombies appeared increasingly implausible. Life in the apocalypse was exhausting, requiring vigilance against zombies, the acquisition of supplies, and the constant threat of other survivors stealing or robbing one's possessions. In his previous life, Chen Luo had no such concerns. The worry was always others, and the reasons remained unspoken. Without employing a fierce and iron-fisted approach, one could hardly instill fear. A glint of cold determination flashed in Chen Luo's eyes. Without eliminating a few adversaries to establish authority, one could not solidify their standing. Hanging several corpses at the entrance would serve as a stark warning against intruders. The villa area was surrounded by towering walls, and prior to the apocalypse, security was already stringent, making it challenging for ordinary individuals to sneak in. Chen Luo had intended to barricade the community's entrance, but recognized the impracticality. Doing so would hinder his own access in the future, especially when transporting supplies was necessary. Chen Guang, along with his companions, enjoyed the comfort of the bus's air conditioning, relishing a rare moment of relaxation after consecutive days of slaying. With the air conditioning flowing, all who could join did so. They sat in the bus, enjoying the cool air while surveying the situation outside the community. Approximately 10 minutes later, several vehicles approached the community. Chen Guang frowned and disembarked. Chapter 79. Let us see if you dare to enter. The group appeared small. With over 20 individuals on Chen Guang's side, he refrained from using the walkie-talkie. This number was manageable without needing reinforcements, as it would reflect poorly on their capabilities. The vehicles, upon spotting the individuals disembarking from the bus, halted at the community entrance, and a dozen people emerged. Chen Guang politely stated, "Entry is not permitted. Please seek accommodations elsewhere." The group frowned upon hearing this. Not being allowed in? They were aware this was a villa district and had hoped to settle into one of the villas. A young man laughed. "Brother, are all the villas occupied?" Chen Guang merely smiled, reiterating, "Please look elsewhere." To be honest, if not for the larger group outside and the uncertainty regarding how many people were within the community, this group might have attempted to force their way in. Are you the owners? If a conflict arose, it could very well lead to their demise. Just then, another convoy approached, likely comprising 10 or more vehicles. Chen Guang's expression shifted. He could not ascertain how many individuals were present, and if conflict ensued, his side would be at a disadvantage. In times of uncertainty, one looks to their leader. Chen Guang promptly turned and used the walkie-talkie to contact Chen Luo, stating, "Brother, several vehicles are approaching, possibly 10 or more, perhaps 50 to 60 people." Chen Luo, savoring an ice cream while engrossed in a novel on his phone, reclined in his chair, occasionally petting the rice beside him. Upon hearing the walkie-talkie message, he was not surprised. Responding through the device, "All personnel, assemble at the community entrance." Chen Luo was unfazed. The villa district's location and conditions were the finest in the vicinity, making it unsurprising that visitors would come. Each villa was equipped with at least 2 walkie-talkies, and upon hearing the call, Xu Yin quickly organized everyone to gather. Zhang Jingjing, who had been paired with Li Hui, was also summoned. Feeling a mix of fear and anticipation, Zhang Jingjing wondered if battle was imminent. She subtly attempted to position herself behind Li Hui. Xu Yin inquired, "By the way, what is your ability?" This question had been posed to Zhang Jingjing before, and she replied, "I possess strength-based abilities." Xu Yin instructed, "Then you should stand at the front." Zhang Jingjing could not help but protest. "Why? I'm only 18. Why does Li Hui get to stand at the back?" Li Hui quietly explained, "I possess auxiliary abilities, and Chen Luo instructed me to remain at the back." Xu Yin, with little patience for Zhang Jingjing's hesitations, tugged her to the front. Zhang Jingjing, her voice tinged with tears, protested, "I am good friends with Mi Li. You cannot treat me this way." She had learned from Li Hui that Chen Luo was the undisputed authority here, and that Mi Li appeared to be his romantic partner. Mi Li approached, offering reassurance. "It's all right, Jingjing. You must go through this step. Rest assured, I will enhance your abilities, and should you sustain injuries, I can heal you." Zhang Jingjing fell silent, tears brimming in her eyes. "Mi Li, you weren't like this before." She stared blankly at the corner of Mi Li's mouth, which bore a trace of white, a remnant of creamy ice cream. Yet, Zhang Jingjing wondered, could there truly be ice cream at this hour? Could it be? Mi Li, do you have an older brother? Surely, you have sacrificed your dignity to be close to Chen Luo, haven't you? Even if you have forgotten all our past sisterly bonds, not uttering a single word in my defense. If you can do that, so can I. Before she could contemplate further, Xu Yin pulled Zhang Jingjing to the front. Chen Luo had already driven ahead to the entrance of the community. The first group of survivors appeared somewhat disheveled, yet their spirits seemed intact, indicating they had some supplies remaining. The second group consisted of over 30 individuals, most of whom appeared utterly exhausted, their lips cracked. Upon Chen Luo's arrival, he heard someone shout, "My brother is a level 2 ability user. Are you going to let us through?" Chen Guang scoffed. "Is being level 2 so impressive?" Well, it certainly is, as the secret of the crystals had come to their knowledge too late, and none had yet been promoted to level 2. However, the main force's women were all at least level 2, and Xu Yin seemed to exceed that. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Chen Guang quickly called out, "Big brother." Everyone turned their attention to Chen Luo, questioning how this young man could be their leader. Among the second group, a burly man, bare-chested and adorned with a gold chain, sneered, "What did we expect? Turns out just a pretty boy." He was Sun Dawei, the leader of this ragtag group, the only level 2 ability user among them, having discovered the existence of crystals only after witnessing others unearth them. Yet, he kept this secret to himself, concealing it from the rest. This disorganized crowd, despite having a leader, lacked unity. Sun Dawei chuckled, "Little brother, you're in charge here, right? There's hardly any supplies left around here. My people haven't eaten or drunk anything for a whole day. Can you spare a little?" Chen Luo sneered inwardly. In places devoid of zombies, supplies were, of course, scarce. However, within certain communities, he had not completely looted everything, and there were indeed supplies to be found. Yet, Those areas were infested with zombies, and few dared to venture there, especially after the zombies had evolved to level 1. Chen Luo replied, I cannot provide assistance, but I can offer an exchange. You can trade the crystals from the zombies' foreheads. One crystal can be exchanged for a bottle of water and a pound of rice. My supplies are limited, and I am only willing to trade out of consideration for fellow survivors. Sun Dao's expression changed dramatically. Was this young man foolish enough to reveal the secret of the crystals? If others advanced in level, how could he maintain control over his group? He had relied on his superior strength to keep others in line. Indeed, even Sun Dao's followers were taken aback. As Xu Yun, Mi Ling, and the others arrived, Chen Luo's group totaled just over 50, slightly outnumbering their opponents. Sun Dao burst into laughter. I thought you had a larger group. Instead, you bring a bunch of women. And I must say, they are quite beautiful. Sun Dao turned, his expression hardening. He claims we must kill zombies to receive supplies. But do you know how difficult zombies are to deal with? After a moment of silence, a middle-aged man spoke up. Young man, we are truly suffering from hunger. You must have ample supplies. Just give us a little. He added, if you refuse, desperation may drive us to do anything. Chen Luo had plenty of resources. Providing them food for a month would be but a drop in the bucket. However, could he afford to do so? This door must not be opened. Otherwise, they would perceive weakness, returning for more, and word would spread, leading even more to come demanding aid. Such a foolish course of action. Chen Luo had given them a glimmer of hope, yet they preferred to confront him rather than the zombies. Were they not afraid of death? Of course they were. Survivors with abilities engaging in battle would lead to mutual destruction. Level 1 survivors were far more formidable than level 1 zombies. The middle-aged man, seasoned by life, sensed that Chen Luo seemed hesitant to act. They were destitute. If he did not comply, they would adopt a desperate stance to see if he would yield. Chapter 80. The Importance of Harmony? You wager I would not dare to kill? If you were 100 strong, I might indeed think twice. Chen Luo scoffed. Just then, a voice emerged from Chen Luo's camp. Harmony is paramount. Give them something and let them leave. Chen Luo's expression shifted, as did the faces of Xu Yun and Cheng Wang. He turned to find that the speaker was none other than Zhang Jingjing, standing at the front. The numerical disparity was minimal, yet their opponents appeared ready to fight to the death. Zhang Jingjing stood at the forefront, her heart racing with fear. If a fight broke out, she could very well be killed. In her view, if they could be pacified with food, why instigate a life-and-death struggle? She believed her reasoning was sound, and thus quietly voiced her thoughts. Sun Dao laughed heartily. This little beauty speaks wisely. We do not ask for much. Just 2,000 pounds of rice, and if that is insufficient, flour will suffice, along with some water and other food. It's really not much. Those behind Sun Dao echoed his sentiments. The young lady is kind-hearted. We are truly out of options. Once we obtain more, we will repay you. Chen Luo's gaze bore into Zhang Jingjing, who felt increasingly intimidated under his scrutiny. In a swift motion, Chen Luo slapped Zhang Jingjing across the face, coldly stating, who do you think you're to speak here? The boss is speaking. If a little brother doesn't know better and interjects, that is one thing. But to aid the opposition is simply unacceptable. Others stood quietly, awaiting Chen Luo's command, yet she seemed to believe herself special. Zhang Jingjing's face swelled, and she fell to the ground, the pain eliciting uncontrollable sobs. Her father could no longer contain himself and rushed over, rebuking, did my daughter say anything wrong? With so many opponents, what good would fighting do? Would it not be better to offer supplies to prevent casualties? Mealy approached, attempting to help Zhang Jingjing up, only to be violently rejected. Zhang Jingjing lamented, I don't need your false sympathy. At noon, you and Chen Luo secretly enjoyed a feast, leaving the rest of us out, and I considered you a friend. I stood at the front while you lingered at the back, perhaps even laughing at my expense. Mealy, feeling sorrowful, thought, the supplies are not mine to claim, nor do I have the authority to decide. Besides, you've only just arrived. Mealing shook her head, sighing inwardly, considering Chen Luo's character. You are likely finished. Chen Luo's expression darkened as he confronted the absurdity of the situation. I rescued you, yet you consume my provisions and utter words that sow discord among our ranks. How have you managed to survive until now? Your naivety is almost pitiable, particularly you, Zhang Dongcheng. At your age, it's as if you've squandered your existence. If mere food could so easily disperse this group, would Chen Luo truly hesitate to part with his 800 tons of rice? After a moment of irritation, he calmed himself. He had encountered all manner of individuals in his previous life. Shaking his head, he concluded that some lives were worth saving, while others were not. For the time being, he chose to disregard Zhang Dongcheng and his daughter, turning with a sardonic smile. I apologize for the amusement, esteemed guests. Sun Dao chuckled awkwardly. I've heard of supplies in several villas. I merely require one. Is that too much to ask? Chen Luo let out a light laugh and addressed the dozen or so individuals from another convoy. What say you? You seek supplies as well, do you not? The young leader, observing Chen Luo's unperturbed demeanor, felt an unsettling sensation rise within him and quickly waved his hands in a conciliatory gesture. My brother, we merely wish to scout for a potential settlement. We still have some supplies left and harbor no intention of threatening you. Since the villas are full, we shall take our leave. With that, the young man led his group away. Sun Dawei scowled at their retreating figures, muttering curses under his breath. What a coward. Growing impatient, he pressed Chen Luo. Are you going to comply or not? Chen Luo remained unfazed, his hand already conjuring an enhanced spatial orb. Of course, I shall grant your request, he replied with a smile. At lower levels, while spatial abilities may not boast the destructive power of fire or lightning, their intangible nature rendered them the perfect weapon for ambush. A second-level ability user. How impressive. I must admit, I am quite frightened. Allow me to offer you a little something to savor, Chen Luo mused, remembering how Sun Dawei had boasted of his own prowess upon arrival. With a resounding boom, the enhanced spatial orb detonated, obliterating Sun Dawei's head in an instant. He barely registered Chen Luo's gesture before succumbing to the surprise attack, leaving him believing he had been ambushed. Gasps echoed around as Sun Dawei's lifeless body fell, shocking his companions, who had not anticipated such a swift demise for their strongest member. Witnessing Chen Luo's decisive action, Meili had no time to concern herself with Zhang Jingjing, instead bestowing defensive buffs upon the frontline fighters. If they seek death, let us oblige them, Chen Luo declared. Leading the charge, Su Dezhu, a third-level ability user, felt invincible with Mi Li's support, fearlessly confronting the first-level adversaries. Mi Ling followed closely behind him, while those at the forefront, second-level ability users, felt a twinge of fear. Yet, Chen Luo had made it clear that retreating during battle would come with dire consequences. He was a man who killed without hesitation, and none dared to falter. Victory was assuredly theirs. In mere moments, 7 or 8 foes lay slain before them. The remaining adversaries, emboldened by desperation, attempted to attack Su Dezhu. Though he sustained minor injuries, it only fueled his ferocity as he continued to wield his steel rod with reckless abandon. The chaos quickly unraveled Sun Dawei's group. Their lack of leadership and rigid orders left them scattered, fleeing for their lives as the threat loomed. Seeing their panic, Chen Luo scoffed. Did you truly believe you were fearless? Have you not eaten for a day? As Meili would say, you feasted just yesterday. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, survivors accustomed to hunger would fight tooth and nail for sustenance. But these individuals had merely gone a day without food, lacking the resolve to truly risk their lives. Once, someone had dared to confront Chen Luo over a mere sausage, a true testament to desperation. Aside from Su Dezhu's minor injuries, the rest of Chen Luo's group remained unscathed. Zhang Jingjing and Zhang Dongsheng were left in shock. They had anticipated a bloody confrontation, yet it had unfolded so effortlessly. No wonder Chen Luo had shown no inclination to retreat. Had they not intervened, it seemed nothing would have transpired. Chapter 81, Level 6 Crystals. Contemplating the bodies of their adversaries, Chen Luo decided against hanging them as a warning. It was summer, and the stench emanating from the corpses would be unbearable, attracting swarms of flies and making it impossible for anyone to eat. While Chen Luo could tolerate the odor, he doubted others would share his fortitude. Moreover, he mused about the impending arrival of crystals. Level 2 crystals were not easily acquired. Retrieve the crystals and bury them in the back mountains, he instructed, and his companions nodded in agreement. Brother Chen Luo, please spare me this once. I promise I won't dare to oppose you again. Please don't kill me. Zhang Jingjing pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Zhang Dongsheng, too, fell silent, entirely stripped of the bravado he had previously displayed. Now is not the time to seek mercy. When else would they have a chance? Chen Luo chuckled softly. What are you saying? You are Mi Li's friend. How could I possibly turn against you? Zhang Jingjing's face lit up momentarily, only for Chen Luo to continue. However, I cannot permit you to remain here. We are not aligned. You should leave at once. While I'm still inclined to let you go. With a dismissive huff, Chen Luo urged her to depart. Zhang Jingjing widened her eyes, realizing she was not foolish enough to stay, having just quarreled with Chen Luo and Mi Li. Remaining would undoubtedly yield unfavorable consequences. Mi, you want to speak on my behalf either? It's not as if survival is exclusive to Chen Luo's side. I could also align with someone else if need be. She thought bitterly, contemplating future moments when she might seek Mi Li's assistance. Should Mi Li face a fate akin to her own? It was unlikely Zhang Jingjing's mindset would change. Lacking understanding of the situation and relying solely on her assumptions, her perception had yet to shift. In this world, one must adapt, or they would be cast aside. Zhang Jingjing nodded, while Zhang Dongsheng regretting his earlier bravado, wished to remain in this safe haven, especially with Chen Luo's formidable presence. However, under Chen Luo's piercing gaze, he felt compelled to silence, departing alongside Zhang Jingjing. Meili opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained. Chen Luo wrapped an arm around her as they walked toward the villa, subtly kicking the Law King. The Law King paused, momentarily bewildered, before quickly regaining his senses. When the master cannot act, I shall take the lead. Ah, those filthy dogs have sent assassins once more. The first time I missed my chance, this is my second opportunity. How delightful. I'm the one left to handle the dirty work. I can't possibly do this without some compensation. He pondered. Was it the red braised pork that lacked flavor, or were the ribs unappetizing? Perhaps I should indulge in a chicken leg. The Law King halted, his tongue flicking out as he stealthily trailed behind Zhang Jingjing and her companion. Chen Luo cast a sidelong glance, smirking to himself. I have said nothing and done nothing, merely having inadvertently nudged the Law King. In this world, individuals could be categorized into three groups: friends, foes, and those who belong to him. It is impossible for you to be mine, nor can we ever become friends. I can only extend my apologies. You possess a modicum of charm, and a woman who seeks vengeance can be quite fearsome. Should you align yourself with a powerful figure? What if you were to strike at a critical moment? I, Chen Luo, harbor no fear of your retribution. Even if I cannot match you in strength, I can flee. However, Mi Ling, Mi Li, and others cannot escape. They lack the ability to traverse the void. For the safety of the group, I must express my regrets. Should such occurrences multiply, it stands to reason that if Mi Li were to fall into your hands, her fate would undoubtedly be dire. If she cannot bear the thought, then it falls to me to intervene. Yet, I must clarify that I am entirely innocent of this matter and possess no knowledge of it. I cannot be held accountable. Having a loyal dog is indeed a blessing. Chen Guang approached. Brother Chen, the young man who just left has returned, claiming he has something important to discuss with you. Chen Luo turned, furrowing his brow. Something important? What is it? Chen Guang shook his head. I don't know. He didn't specify, but he seemed quite composed, unlike someone who would engage in idle chatter, so I thought it prudent to inform you. Indeed, had that young man sought to leverage the situation like Sun Dawei, he would have remained just as Sun Dawei did. He appeared astute enough to understand the consequences of playing with fire. Chen Luo nodded as Mi Ling took Meili back. Lung Chun, accompanied by a group of refugees, sought shelter. They could not continue sleeping in their vehicle. They arrived at a relatively safe area devoid of zombies, intending to venture into a nearby villa district. Unfortunately, they were intercepted. Soon after, they encountered Sun Dawei. When the leader of the group, with a smile, inquired whether he too sought supplies, Lung Chun felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately fled. Upon leaving, a thought struck him. Could it be that the absence of zombies in the vicinity was due to this group managing the area? Moments later, having not ventured far, he was startled by a cacophony of screams. Fear gripped him, and he realized that fleeing was indeed the right choice. Yet where could he run to? He lacked a destination, and this world had grown perilous. In his confusion, another thought emerged. Why not attempt to join them? This notion arose not solely out of the presence of numerous women among them, but rather because these women appeared well kept, their attire tidy, and their demeanor calm, starkly contrasting with a rather disheveled woman in his own group. If this group were inherently malevolent, those women would surely not exude such vitality. Their ability to treat these women kindly, coupled with Chen Guang's demeanor, suggested they were benevolent towards their subordinates. This led Lung Chun to share his thoughts with the others in his group, who visibly brightened at the prospect. With only their small number, encountering any significant danger could spell disaster. For instance, if they were to cross paths with Sun Dawei, would they be able to escape? Touching the item in his possession, Lung Chun felt a flicker of hope. He returned to Chen Guang to relay his thoughts. Chen Luo arrived once more at the entrance of the community, his expression calm as he inquired, "What is this important matter?" Lung Chun forced a smile. "Brother, do you accept recruits? We wish to join you." Chen Luo's expression immediately turned stern. "Is this what you deem important?" A shiver ran down Lung Chen's spine. This man was truly formidable. Not daring to hesitate, he quickly produced the item he had been holding, a crystal the size of a quail egg, pale in hue. Chen Luo's pupils constricted sharply. This was a crystal, and of considerable size. With lightning speed, he seized the crystal, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. Remarkably, it was a level 6 crystal. Such crystals could only be obtained from level 6 zombies. Could it be that Lung Chun possessed the strength to slay a level 6 zombie? The prospect was laughable. Even a level 3 zombie would pose a significant threat to their small group, let alone a level 6, which could easily overwhelm thousands of survivors. Chapter 82, The Path to Power. Without the strength to confront a level 6 zombie, how could anyone hope to acquire such a crystal? Presently, Zombies were incapable of evolving to level 6. Only mutated beings could possess such power. The enhancement of a mutant's strength is utterly unpredictable, and Chen Luo feared encountering a level 7 being. However, mutants have a fatal flaw. Their lifespans are remarkably short. The greater their power, the swifter their demise. Some may perish within mere minutes without external intervention. The reason for the emergence of mutants was a mystery that even Chen Luo had not unraveled in his previous life. When a mutant dies, their crystal does not vanish. Thus, should fortune smile upon one, encountering a suddenly deceased mutant could yield their crystal with minimal effort. In his past life, during the mid-stage of the apocalypse, Chen Luo had once stumbled upon the corpse of a king-level mutant and extracted its crystal, which propelled him to greatness. Otherwise, no matter how gifted he was, an independent survivor would struggle to rapidly enhance their abilities, especially given Chen Luo's cautious nature. He would never recklessly confront zombies. Without question, Chen Luo surmised that Lung Chen was such a fortunate individual. Yet now, that fortune would benefit himself. Lung Chen stared blankly at his hands. "Where's my treasure?" Chen Luo's demeanor softened. This was indeed a stroke of luck. Alas, had the crystal been of a higher grade, it would have sufficed for him to ascend directly to level 5. Chen Luo smiled and inquired, "How did you come by this?" Lung Chen replied candidly, "I obtained it from a deceased monster, one that stood over 10 meters tall." Understanding dawned on Chen Luo. Once a flesh-based zombie reaches a certain level, it grows in size. He had encountered monsters exceeding 100 meters in height. Lung Chen continued, "I recognize this as a crystal, but be cautious. It is quite perilous. I absorbed a small portion, and it felt as though my body might explode. It was terrifying. I dared not absorb any more." He assumed that Brother Chen, being well-versed, might know the reason. Chen Luo chuckled, fully aware of the cause. Each individual can only absorb a limited amount of crystal power each day. Exceeding that limit can lead to severe physical distress, even resulting in vomiting blood or death. The power contained within a level 6 crystal, in relation to Lung Chen, was not only immense, but also of high quality, rendering him incapable of controlling the amount he absorbed. Any excess would naturally lead to discomfort, which he mistakenly attributed to the crystal itself. During Mi Ling's peak at level 2, she required Chen Luo's supervision while absorbing a level 5 crystal. Lung Chen recognized the value of this treasure, but had been harmed by it, thus refraining from further use. Had he fully grasped the underlying reasons, he likely would not have offered the crystal to Chen Luo. Yet, Chen Luo was not one to turn against those who showed him kindness. With his crystal as a token of allegiance, welcoming Lung Chen into their fold was not out of the question. Chen Luo asked, "What is your name?" "Brother, I am Lung Chen," he replied. Chen Luo nodded and instructed Chen Guang. "Chen Guang, explain our rules to him. If he wishes to join, accept them. As for trials, let them be. Without strength or courage, he would not survive long here anyway." Chen Guang laughed. "Brother, you are in luck. Brother Chen is willing to accept you. I will now outline the rules. First, you must absolutely obey Brother's commands. Second, in battle, if you act cowardly, it will be the end for you." Chen Guang mimicked a throat-slitting gesture. Lung Chen forced a smile. Was it really that strict? Having given everything, would it not be too unjust to refrain from joining? Chen Luo, indifferent to their participation, pondered whether the crystal would be returned if they chose not to join. Could Chen Luo be the sort of person to entertain such notions? Dream on, he thought. With a gleeful expression, Chen Luo gazed at the 6th-level crystal in his hand, its power nearly intact. The minuscule amount absorbed by Lung Chen was hardly worth mentioning, rendering it nearly equivalent to a brand-new 6th-level crystal. With his crystal in hand, along with a 5th-level fire crystal, he anticipated ascending to the 5th level within 3 days, over half a month sooner than initially expected. The leap from the 3rd to the 4th level would bring about a qualitative transformation in strength, while the transition from the 4th to the 5th level would yield even greater enhancements. Upon reaching the 5th level, his overall capabilities would at least double. Currently at the 4th level, he could execute a single short-distance void walk. At the 5th level, he would be able to perform this 3 times, significantly enhancing his survival capabilities. Within the entire villa district, there were 100 villas, yet Chen Luo and his supplies occupied less than 10, leaving an abundance of vacant rooms. Chen Guang arranged accommodations for them. Chen Luo, deliberately bringing rice, surveyed the newcomers, although their demeanor was devoid of malice. One could not afford to be complacent. Had not Zhang Jingjing and her daughter arrived under similar pretenses? People could change, and Rice could not discern loyalty. The Law King returned, nodding slightly to Chen Luo, signaling the completion of his task. Chen Luo sensed that, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the Law King had not only awakened his lightning abilities, but also seemed to have undergone a transformation in intellect. becoming far more cunning than the average beast. Otherwise, lacking wisdom and relying solely on strength, he would have long been overwhelmed or ensnared by ambushes. In the afternoon, another group arrived, though fewer in number than Sun Dao's, and with only a modest supply of resources. Upon encountering Chen Guang and his party, they prudently chose to avoid conflict. Chen Luo remained unconcerned. For those harboring ill intentions, he would grant them a brief period to elevate to the second level. Then a thought struck him, and he instructed Chen Guang to inquire whether there were any light type or other supportive abilities among the newcomers. Should any express a willingness to join, they were to be either welcomed directly or forcibly brought in. The scarcity of light type abilities was concerning, with only Mi Li and Wang Ling currently available. Relying solely on the two of them would be insufficient if more individuals required healing. The addition of a few more would make a significant difference, as supportive abilities were exceedingly rare. Chen Luo was indifferent to matters of loyalty. If necessary, he could simply treat them as tools. As evening approached, the meal consisted of porridge and steamed buns, accompanied by scrambled eggs with scallions. Among the gathered supplies were numerous eggs, which, while having a longer shelf life, were still finite. There was no need to ration them. In the pre-apocalyptic world, such a meal would have seemed unremarkable, but now it was a veritable feast. Lung Chun and his group devoured the food with fervor, having not tasted a proper, warm meal in quite some time. Naturally, the quantity of food fell short, prompting Chen Luo to request Wang Ling to prepare another portion for them. After all, the 6th-level crystal submitted by Lung Chun was invaluable, akin to pledging allegiance with merit. Thus, Chen Luo felt inclined to treat them favorably. Yet, when it came to battle, he remained resolute. Following the meal, Chen Luo distributed a batch of 1st-level crystals. With the abundance of resources at his disposal, particularly now that he possessed a 6th-level crystal, he would soon find himself no longer in need of 1st-level crystals once he ascended to the 5th level. Lung Chan mused to himself that while the rules were indeed stringent, the treatment was equally generous.